Chapter 1. The Chronicles of Harry Potter, a magnificent serialization. The sun's rays ascended upon the brass plaque of number 4, Privet Drive. Undoubtedly, it was a splendid day. Mr. Dursley jostled his rotund form upon the wooden chair, releasing a contented grunt. Meanwhile, Mrs. Dursley, Harry Potter's Aunt Petunia, donned her apron and approached the stove. She glanced around, then extended her remarkably long neck twice the length of an ordinary person's towards the staircase, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. "Get up! Rise and shine! Hurry! Wake up! Sleep is always encroaching upon your study time. It appears my dear pupil requires assistance in shedding this pernicious habit." "Teacher!" The familiar voice echoed in Harry's ears as he slowly opened his eyes, instinctively wiping his eyelids. No matter how much time passed, he could never escape the torment of nightmares for Harry. Sleep was undeniably a most dreadful affair. He envied the way the fated ones could rest upon the ground while maintaining self-awareness to ponder, alas. This skill eluded him entirely. After all, even the foundational magic could be mastered. Wiping away the excess moisture from his eyes, Harry instinctively sat up straight, only to collide painfully with the sharp edge of the wooden surface. The familiar sensation of pain surged through him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Rubbing his head and feeling the ache on his forehead, Harry hunched his shoulders and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, fearful of any lurking creatures that might spring forth. He found himself in a dim, confined room. With a staircase overhead, it appeared to be a space beneath the stairs. The familiar scene plunged Harry into a wave of memories. Remaining vigilant, he began to sift through those memories he had thought entirely forgotten, examining each one with care. After a moment, Harry let out a deep, wistful sigh. This had once been his dwelling, his aunt's home. Harry adeptly donned the clean, fresh-smelling garments devoid of mud and various monstrous residues, opening the cupboard door. His slight form concealed in the shadows, he cautiously peeked out to observe the world beyond. Gradually, Aunt Petunia's house began to align with the images in his memory, and only then did Harry dare to step through the wooden door. Yet, his body remained tense, ready to spring into action at any moment. This was a habit forged through his journeys with the fated ones. Particularly in such enclosed spaces surrounded by walls, one must always be on guard, for an arrow could very well be launched from an overlooked corner, or a mechanism might spring into operation. However, as he traversed the corridor, much of his unnecessary vigilance quietly dissipated. In his recollections, Aunt Petunia's home posed no threats to his safety. In fact, it felt far more secure than the Blessing Point. Slowly, Harry felt as though he had awakened from a profound dream, a dream far older than his own body, a dream so vivid it was almost terrifying. He arrived at the kitchen, catching a whiff of an unpleasant, chemical-like odor. Upon closer inspection, he found the sink filled with what appeared to be filthy objects floating in murky water. Harry extended his hand to probe the contents, then brought it to his nose for a closer inspection. It proved futile. There were no curses or unknown corrosive esmeralda, some unremarkable, somewhat eco-friendly liquid. Everything here felt too real, as if his experiences in the Boundary Realm had been mere figments of imagination. Yet, Harry closed his eyes, attempting to summon the powers of magic. A faint, unremarkable glow flickered at his fingertips. He opened his eyes and waved his hand. A small, pale, blue luminescent stone appeared at his fingertip. Cutting off the flow of magic, the tiny gem instantly transformed into shimmering blue particles and vanished. It was meaningless. This was certainly no dream. Now, he felt weak, a mere shadow of the person he had been when embarking on his stellar journey. Dull thoughts, a feeble body, inefficient senses, and a stomach that rumbled with hunger. It was akin to when he first arrived in the Boundary Realm. Perhaps both realities are true. Perhaps my stellar journey begins here, Harry mused, gazing absently at his fingertips. "Harry!" A sharp female voice interrupted his reverie. The newcomer surveyed Harry's gaunt and somewhat foolish appearance, lifting her chin in annoyance. "These are Dudley's old clothes. I'm dyeing them for you. Once you wear them, you'll look just like the other children in their uniforms." Harry tilted his head, casting a glance at his aunt's vaguely familiar visage, then nodded. "You make a valid point. Petunia pursed her lips, the reprimand she was about to unleash stifled in her throat. She had expected Harry to complain or silently head for breakfast. This nephew of hers seemed different somehow. As she observed Harry's retreating figure, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Unbothered by such matters, Harry thought little of it after all. It was merely a piece of clothing. In his memories, he only recalled the unfriendly demeanor of Aunt Petunia and her family towards him. Yet now it seemed rather neutral, neither good nor bad. At the very least, Aunt Petunia wouldn't wield a fruit knife from the cutting board to stab him. Approaching the dining table, he gazed at the steaming dishes that, visually, did not provoke a spasm in his stomach and felt a sense of gratitude for the beauty of this world. Before long, his cousin Dudley, rubbing his eyes and appearing groggy, ambled to the table. Vernon, just as Harry remembered, cast a sickeningly warm smile at his son before unfolding a newspaper to read. Both of them ignored Harry, as if he were a mere phantom. The only connection between the three seemed to be the way this father-and-son duo wrinkled their noses at the odor emanating from Harry's new school uniform. Dudley, dissatisfied, tapped his ever-present smelting stick, then slammed it onto the table. Clatter. The mailbox emitted a crisp metallic sound, and several letters landed on the doormat. "Go fetch the mail," Dudley, Uncle Vernon instructed from behind the newspaper. "Make Harry do it. Harry can fetch it." Harry lifted his head, gazing at the lazy father-son duo. Without a word, he beckoned with his finger, and the 3 letters on the doormat floated into his hand. Glancing briefly at the markings on the letters, he discarded the 2 that bore no relevance to him towards the still-reading Uncle Vernon and grasped the one made of thick parchment. The address was inscribed in emerald green ink. Surrey County, Little Whinging. Number 4, Privet Drive. Understairs storage. Mr. Harry Potter. Quite detailed. As Harry tore open the envelope and shook the letter into his hand, he heard Dudley's terrified shout. "Dad! Dad! Harry has superpowers!" He just waved his finger and pulled the letters off the doormat. Vernon visibly trembled, tossing aside the newspaper and glaring at Dudley with a fierce intensity. "No, no, don't speak such nonsensical, irrational drivel, Dudley." His reaction was evidently one of frustration, as if something had struck a nerve within him. Pampered throughout his upbringing, Dolly wore a face of deep grievance, attempting to squeeze out tears as he exaggeratedly croaked. "But this is what I saw." He then inappropriately shouted, "Look, Harry has a letter in his hand." It was only at this moment that Vernon finally noticed what Harry was doing. "Who would write you a letter?" Uncle Vernon sneered, but then, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, his face shifted from red to pale in an instant, faster than a traffic light changes colors. "You wretched boy, hand it over." Ignoring his uncle entirely, Harry continued to scrutinize the information on the paper. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry invites me to attend." How peculiar. I was once considered the arch-nemesis of the Leaky Cauldron's magical academy, and now another school wishes to enroll me. How amusing, Harry remarked. Then he lifted his gaze, ready to say more, only to find Uncle Vernon's face contorted in sheer terror, his complexion ashen. From the kitchen came a cacophony of clattering sounds as Aunt Petunia dashed out, lunging at Harry in an attempt to seize the invitation from his grasp. Harry stepped back, chair and all, narrowly evading her grasp. "You wretched boy. Now, immediately, give me that letter." Vernon rose from his seat, rolling up his sleeves. "You know the consequences." Harry sighed deeply. He had expected the people of this world to possess a semblance of normalcy. They appeared only marginally better than the bewildered individuals from the Borderlands. Why did they always resort to force as their preferred solution? Harry lifted the remaining portion of his plate and, with the other hand, slapped it on the table, sending a ripple of shimmering, pale blue light radiating outward. The rock-shattering spell, a tool employed by minors, was also one of the most frequently used spells by Harry and the Fated Ones. The magical shockwave propelled Vernon backward, causing him to crash heavily to the floor with a pained cry. Aunt Petunia shrieked in response, their sounds intertwining in a cacophony of anguish. Harry set the plate back on the wooden table and began to eat, shaking the letter in his hand. "It seems you know something. Care to enlighten your nephew?" Chapter 2. The Reply and the Visitor. "No, I don't know, you freak. You haven't even started school. How could you possibly wield magic?" Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia each held their ground, though the former was somewhat more obstinate. With a finger pointed in the air, a brilliant gem materialized, spinning at his fingertip, and as he spread his palm, it transformed into a myriad of twinkling points of light before vanishing. As you can see, I can indeed perform magic. So, he glanced at Uncle Vernon, still rubbing his rear on the floor, before fixing his gaze on Petunia. Could you refrain from asking such patently obvious questions? Perhaps we aren't lacking in free time, but in the interest of cultivating a good habit, let us expedite our information exchange. Of course, if it were the fated ones who attempted to convey a wealth of meaning with merely a grunt and 6 dots, that would be another matter entirely. Swallowing the last bite of food, Harry neatly set the plate aside and stood up. So, Aunt Petunia, do you have anything to share with me regarding Hogwarts? However, Aunt Petunia appeared to be in distress, clutching her throat as if choking, on the verge of losing consciousness. As someone who had one foot in the realm of the forbidden origin sorcerers, Harry possessed a fair understanding of human anatomy and could discern that Aunt Petunia's condition was more a matter of psychological distress than a physical ailment. Thus, he resolved to soothe his aunt first. "I'm a wizard." Before he could elaborate further, Aunt Petunia suddenly shrieked, "I knew it. I knew it all along. My sister was one. How could you not be?" Oh, she received the same letter and then disappeared into that school, only to return home during breaks with pockets full of toad eggs, turning teacups into mice. I was the only one who saw through Heron utter monster. Yet my parents remained oblivious, constantly prattling on about Lily, as if having a witch in the family was something to celebrate. She paused to catch her breath before launching into a torrent of words, as if she had been holding these sentiments in for years, eager to unleash them. Then she met that Potter at school. They got married after graduation and had you. Of course, I know you will be just like them, strange, abnormal. Oh, I'm sorry. She left us, she self-destructed, and we had no choice but to raise you. Harry listened patiently, not interrupting. He understood that Aunt Petunia's neurotic outburst was a form of catharsis, beneficial for her mental health. For him, it was also a welcome change. Harry was weary of the individuals from the Borderlands who spoke in riddles, always concealing information and twisting their words. In this regard, Aunt Petunia was far superior. At least there was no need for him to play guessing games. Furthermore, words spoken in a state of mental collapse are unlikely to harbor deceit, though they may be tinged with personal bias. The information conveyed is at least truthful. In other words, Aunt Petunia, you long to attend Hogwarts as well, but for some reason, perhaps due to a lack of talent, you were denied. Penny's countenance stiffened, and her once chaotic mind swiftly regained its composure. She was immediately reminded of a letter she had sent to a certain headmaster in her youth, infused with the naive hopes characteristic of a young girl. However, contrary to the enchanting tales portrayed in theatrical dramas, her aspirations were met with rejection. Thus, it dawned on me, as Harry grasped his chin and scrutinized Aunt Penny from head to toe, that you harbor jealousy, alongside a profound guilt regarding my mother's demise. His tone remained unremarkable, and his expression was devoid of emotion. The amalgamation of these sentiments struck Penny's heart with a piercing blow. "Oh, spare yourself the wild conjectures." Penny forced a smile, her unusually slender neck trembling slightly. "Why don't I share some tales about Hogwarts with you?" Harry nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Indeed. His linguistic prowess was extraordinary, transcending even the boundaries of a different realm. This was acknowledged by the Princess of the Moon herself, who declared that his skills were on par with those of origin magic. Dudley, his cousin, seemed quite intrigued, but was swiftly silenced by his father's hand over his mouth. Vernon's glare at Harry was filled with resentment as he muttered, "Freak," before forcibly dragging Dudley upstairs. In every conceivable way, Harry's uncle was truly obstinate. After an interminable narrative lasting over 10 minutes, Harry gazed deeply at Petunia and softly remarked, "You truly yearn to be a wizard, don't you?" "No. I absolutely refuse to become a lunatic who associates with toads daily." It seemed that in the Dursley household, apart from his cousin Dudley, everyone else was remarkably tight-lipped. Harry deemed it unnecessary to dwell upon such trifles, and he quietly pondered, stroking his chin. According to Aunt Petunia's description, this was undoubtedly beyond his imagination. A remarkably novel world where wizards were isolated from other humans, adhering to a strict policy of seclusion. This was far more stringent than the lockdown policies of the Riddle Academy, where even the very existence of wizards was not permitted to be known by outsiders. Or as they referred to them, muggles. It was indeed a peculiar realm. The wizards here differed significantly from Harry's understanding. Their wands were slender, fragile sticks, easily breakable. Moreover, should they lose this delicate wand, they would be rendered incapable of casting spells. While the wizards of the Borderlands also required wands as a medium for magic, it was ultimately a supplementary tool. He had never heard of anyone being unable to perform magic without a wand. Most intriguingly, wands could also serve as makeshift weapons, and a well-placed blow was not out of the question. Yet, Harry found himself more intrigued than ever by the wizards of this world. His desire surged with unprecedented intensity. This was undoubtedly a novel system he had never encountered before. As long as it did not involve the chaotic external deities, Harry would maintain an insatiable curiosity for magic. Furthermore, the magic here was indeed wondrous. They appeared to manipulate the size and even the essential form of objects at will, transforming a teacup into a mouse, which transcended Harry's comprehension. This magic might merely be a tangible manifestation of an entirely different system, or perhaps it pointed directly to the essence of magic itself. However, Petunia was merely an ordinary person, and he could not expect to glean more information from her. "Well, thank you, Aunt," Harry said, shaking the letter in his hand. The letter indicated that the term would commence on September 1st, and they were to await his owl's return with a reply by July 31st. How much time remained until July 31st? Not many days. What exactly is an owl? Is it a creation of wizards? Or simply a creature that I recall hunting at night, hooting softly? It was only at this moment that Petunia finally recognized the transformation in Harry. He seemed like a different person altogether. Yet, her intuition told her that the Harry before her was still Harry, only unrecognizable to her. Harry refrained from engaging in further conversation with Petunia. Instead, he directly exited the house and immediately noticed an owl perched upon the fence, tilting its head in a curious manner. Upon returning indoors, he casually tore a piece of scrap paper and, seizing the nearest pen, began to write fervently. Although the owl seemed perplexed by the crude and makeshift nature of the paper, it nonetheless grasped the note in its beak and took flight with a flutter of its wings. The reply had been dispatched. The response from Hogwarts arrived sooner than Harry had anticipated. It was barely afternoon when a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Vernon, startled, approached to open it, nearly losing his breath in shock. Standing at the threshold was a towering figure, a burly man whose face was nearly obscured by a mass of unkempt hair and a tangled beard, yet his pair of eyes glimmered like polished onyx. "Who are you?" Vernon inquired, already harboring a sense of dread as his gaze swept over the double-barreled shotgun resting on the table. "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dumbledore sent me to fetch young Harry. Might I come in?" His voice was firm, brimming with pride. Chapter 3, Elbow. The giant named Hagrid hunched down, his head grazing the ceiling as he awkwardly entered the house. At that moment, Dudley had been left in the care of other acquaintances, leaving Harry as the sole occupant of the dwelling. Of course, this distinction was based on physicality rather than spirit. "Be careful, you freak." That was the last of Vernon's words before Hagrid approached Harry. Rubbing his eyes, his voice grew somewhat choked with emotion. "The last time I saw you, you were just a wee babe. You look so much like your father, but your eyes, those are definitely your mother's." Hagrid paused, fixing his gaze directly upon Harry's eyes, whispering, "Absolutely identical, a vivid green, as if a bowl of water had been splashed." "Thank you." Although Hagrid's analogy was somewhat awkward, it was the best he could muster as a simple-hearted man. For reasons unknown, Harry found himself reminded of the earnest and steadfast warrior, Alexander, who always seemed to stumble into pits he could not escape. Honest, sincere, stubborn, loyal. A good man. A good boy. At that moment of mutual understanding, Vernon let out a shrill exclamation. "Now there are 2 freaks in my house." "2," he exclaimed. "Can't you hurry up? For heaven's sake, there will be other guests this evening." Harry glanced back at his uncle, whose emerald green eyes, as pure as a tranquil lake, revealed no warmth, with everything concealed beneath the surface. Vernon involuntarily shuddered. Meanwhile, Hagrid, the well-meaning giant, merely shook his body in discontent before settling his imposing frame onto the sofa. He called out to Petunia, who was bustling about in the kitchen. "Hello. Could I trouble you for a pot of tea, perhaps a little more? The journey was rather sunny, and it would be splendid with a bit more milk." Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed from the kitchen. Hagrid then turned his head towards Harry, a hearty smile spreading across his face. "Harry, do take a seat. I believe we have much to discuss. Of course, once you arrive at Hogwarts, you must visit my little hut often. It's right beside the Forbidden Forest. And I have plenty of delicious treats to share. Harry sat across from Hagrid, his slender frame contrasting sharply with the giant's robust figure. Akin to a fated specter beside a volcanic titan. Well, I might visit often. What can I expect to find there? Rock cakes? They are my specialty, believe me. Rock cakes are truly extraordinary. Upon witnessing Hagrid's proud expression, Harry felt a flicker of curiosity arise within him. Nodding in agreement, I will certainly give them a try. You're always welcome. But before that, Harry, do you have any questions? For instance, about Hogwarts. I've already asked Aunt Petunia quite a bit. Yet I believe there is much more to learn, Harry remarked, shaking a piece of parchment in his hand, which contained the list of required school supplies attached to his acceptance letter, including a history item, indicating that many inquiries need not be made. What I wish to know most is how I can acquire these items. Will you take me, Hagrid? Hagrid patted his massive chest and replied in his deep, resonant voice. Of course, Harry. I am one of Dumbledore's most trusted individuals. I shall see to it that this task is accomplished splendidly. All right. Harry folded the list and tucked it back into his pocket. However, there is a pressing issue, one I am loath to admit. I have no money. Neither Muggle nor Wizarding, not a single penny, and I doubt my Uncle Vernon's family would be willing to part with any. Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh as he chuckled. Harry, from the moment you were born, your name was inscribed in the Hogwarts register. You are to attend the finest school of magic in the world, under the guidance of the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever known, Albus Dumbledore. Nearby, Uncle Vernon waved his arm vehemently, bellowing, I will never spend a dime to send him to some lunatic asylum, allowing a mad old man, a complete fool, to teach him tricks. The rotund uncle trembled, his double-barreled shotgun providing him no sense of security. He feared Harry, feared Hagrid. Of course, Uncle Vernon's bravado was unwavering, unyielding in the face of fear. Yet, this time, he had indeed crossed Hagrid's threshold of tolerance. The amiable giant's expression darkened as he seized the umbrella beside him and pointed it at Vernon, shouting, Never dare to insult Albus Dumbledore in my presence. With a swift motion, the shotgun in Vernon's grasp seemed to melt away, transforming into a length of rope that bound his hands tightly. Harry blinked, extending his hand, and a diminutive gem of light materialized at his fingertips, swiftly slicing through the rope that bound his uncle. The conflict between you is utterly futile, merely a waste of precious time. Let us first discuss my matters. Hagrid, while I am intrigued by your previous assessment of me, it would be more prudent to address my inquiries first. How might I procure the items listed? For Harry, Hagrid approached with a sense of eagerness and reverence, especially upon witnessing Harry's ability to cast spells accurately without any prior magical education or wand. After giving a disdainful grunt towards Vernon, he settled back into the sofa, his expression brightening as he turned to Harry. Oh, Harry, you needn't fret about that. Do you truly believe your parents left you with nothing? They left behind a legacy. Harry suddenly awoke, realizing that he had forgotten a certain rule of this world. The legacies of those who have passed away are bequeathed to the living. With a sense of calm settling in his heart, Harry felt reassured, knowing that all of this would be safeguarded by Professor Dumbledore. He was immensely grateful to the esteemed headmaster. Harry had nearly discerned the vulnerabilities of the amiable giant before him, and thus he readily concurred before voicing his own inquiry. So, Hagrid, what about my parents' inheritance? He offered his thanks, uncertain whether it was due to divine intervention or the benevolence of the Moon Princess, Lonnie, who refused to embrace the Fade. In those days, he and the Fade had wreaked havoc in the Borderlands, slaying every creature in their path, even squashing mere insects whenever they encountered them, until their reason nearly slipped away. Now, the prospect of an unexpected fortune capable of alleviating most of his troubles brought Harry a profound sense of comfort. Naturally, it would be even more splendid if this inheritance were substantial enough to support a thorough, reliable, and safe exploration of magic, validated through rigorous scrutiny. Let us proceed, Harry declared, rising to his feet, his countenance as stoic as granite, betraying none of his inner thoughts. We shall seek out Mr. Dumbledore at once. Hagrid cast a glance at Aunt Petunia, who was approaching with a teapot, then turned back to Harry. He seized the teapot and took a few hearty gulps, whispering, While I would love to do so, Professor Dumbledore is quite occupied at the moment. How then shall I acquire the funds to purchase the items on my list? We shall go to Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Then let us be off. Hagrid drained the scalding red tea in one go, smacked his lips with a puff of steam escaping, and took hold of Harry's hand, or rather, his arm, proclaiming loudly, Harry, gather your list. We are heading to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4. Laughter. On their journey to Diagon Alley, Harry began to comprehend his standing within the wizarding world. the boy who lived, the savior, Harry Potter. To be frank, such praise seemed exaggerated. Although Hagrid had recounted numerous times the darkness and despair that once enveloped the magical realm under the shadow of the Dark Lord, it was Harry's emergence that had torn asunder the clouds looming over the wizards, much like the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead that heralded the dawn of a new era. Harry initially believed that the exaggerated praises were merely the wishful thinking of Hagrid, the affable giant. However, upon entering the Leaky Cauldron, when a throng of wizards eagerly approached him for handshakes and autographs, he began to grasp the reality of his situation. Among them was even a professor about to assume the position of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Although this self-proclaimed Professor Quirrell appeared somewhat neurotic, stuttering as he spoke and adorned with a winding scarf, Harry could not shake off the unsettling aura of menace that emanated from him, a sensation he had often encountered in the Forbidden Forest, always associated with formidable individuals. After navigating through the persistent crowd of wizards, Hagrid guided Harry beyond the bar to a secluded courtyard enclosed by walls. Aside from a lone trash bin and some weeds, the area seemed barren. Yet, Harry could sense an intense magical presence emanating from the wall, behind which pulsed a spiritual energy potent enough to pierce the heavens. Hagrid began counting the bricks on the wall above the trash bin. "Count up 3 bricks and then 2 across," he murmured. "Now, step back, Harry." He tapped the wall gently with the tip of his umbrella 3 times. In an instant, the brick Hagrid had tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually widened. Soon, a broad archway appeared, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Welcome," Hagrid said. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." As they walked through the archway, Harry glanced back to see it constrict and revert to a solid wall. Is this transfiguration? How fascinating, he thought. So different from mere mechanisms. Turning his gaze toward the bustling street filled with wizards and magic, he noticed the brilliant sunlight illuminating a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign that read, "Copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all models available, automatic stirring, collapsible." "Oh, you'll need to buy one," Hagrid remarked. "But first we must visit Gringotts to withdraw some money. Your parents' inheritance is kept there." Harry nodded, allowing Hagrid to lead him towards their destination, all the while observing the bustling alley around them. The ambience here bore some resemblance to the border area, yet it was evidently more pleasant at first glance. The houses in the border region were either excessively plain and dilapidated or impressively grand, yet they shared a common trait, a lack of vitality. Wandering through, one would encounter either menacing foes or the pitiable souls who had lost their wits, neither truly alive nor dead, alongside the unspeakable creatures that even Harry preferred not to dwell upon, such as the royal ghosts or the crystal people. Merely walking through this alley, he encountered more wizards than he had seen in decades at the border, all vibrant, with diverse expressions and individual aspirations. May those who tread upon the stars in this era find such freedom to exist above the border, he mused. At the very least, they should not have to pay with their lives and souls to adhere to incomprehensible laws. They arrived at Gringotts. Hagrid's voice interrupted Harry's reflections, prompting him to look up. Before him stood a towering white edifice, elevated above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a diminutive figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, resembling the finest royal tailor. It was a goblin, as Hagrid clarified for Harry. The two then entered Gringotts to retrieve the portion of inheritance belonging to Harry's parents, while also experiencing the wizarding world's mode of transportation. As for the inheritance, it consisted of heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and mountains of bronze coins, along with numerous items whose value Harry, at his current knowledge level, could not ascertain. In summary, he would no longer find himself lacking in funds. Or rather, he had never been this affluent in his entire life. "This is all yours," Hagrid said with a smile. "Thanks to your parents. Their inheritance will significantly reduce the time I need for my future research," Harry remarked genuinely. "The coins are galleons," Hagrid noted, casting a sidelong glance at Harry's words, and continued to explain, 17 sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts make 1 sickle. Quite simple, isn't it? Well, this should suffice for 2 terms. I'll keep the rest safe for you." Harry declined Hagrid's kind offer, opting instead to add 2 more gold galleons to his purse. "Harry, I must remind you that an excess of wealth may not be a boon, especially not at Hogwarts. Besides the essential textbooks, I plan to procure additional literature." This was perfectly acceptable to Harry, for Hagrid always chose to extend his unwavering trust. Once the two exited Gringotts, Hagrid rubbed his belly and gestured toward a shop labeled Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, muttering, "I must stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a refreshing drink. You wouldn't mind. Would you? That little card at Gringotts was utterly vexatious. Not at all. I shall await you inside, Harry replied. Hagrid indeed appeared unwell, prompting Harry to enter Madame Malkin's alone. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch, her welcoming smile brightening her purple attire. Are you here to purchase your Hogwarts uniform, dear? She inquired. Indeed, Harry affirmed. With a wave of her wand, Madame Malkin summoned a measuring tape that swiftly climbed around Harry, while a quill on a nearby parchment began to inscribe the measurements. This spectacle filled Harry with wonder. How remarkable it was that magic could seamlessly fill the gaps of everyday life, alleviating so many burdens. For instance, he would have to invest considerable effort in tidying up the Gryffindor common room. With the aid of magic, his efficiency would surely be enhanced. Do you require a larger size? Madame Malkin asked after taking his measurements. Young wizards tend to grow out of their clothes rather swiftly. Certainly, Harry nodded. However, I have one inquiry. I have yet to see a weapon shop along the way. A weapon shop? You must be referring to the blacksmithing goblins, Madame Malkin replied, appearing somewhat puzzled. They have been prohibited from engaging in the forging trade since the Goblin Rebellion over a century ago. Why do you ask? Harry pointed at the wizarding robe he was about to purchase and remarked, the impact resistance of this robe may be somewhat lacking, and I would also like a shield. A shield? Madame Malkin was utterly astonished by the whimsical ideas of the young wizard. Not long ago, someone had inquired if she sold swords. However, compared to Harry, the latter at least had some basis for his request, as he could be said to admire the great wizard of Gryffindor who wielded a sword in one hand and a wand in the other. But what on earth was a shield? Ultimately, she dismissed Harry's inquiry as mere childish fancy, responding perfunctorily before attending to other customers. As Harry exited the shop, holding his newly purchased robe, Hagrid happened to arrive as well. After a drink, his complexion had noticeably improved. The two of them proceeded to acquire other essentials, pointed hats, dragon hide gloves, winter cloaks, pewter cauldrons, crystal phials, telescopes, and brass scales. Later, Hagrid even presented him with an early birthday gift, a beautiful snowy owl, nestled comfortably in its wings, fast asleep. To be honest, Harry had nearly forgotten the meaning of the word birthday. This was his first birthday celebration. I am very happy, Harry said, a subtle crack appearing on his previously stony face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Thank you, Hagrid. Ha ha, Harry. Are you smiling? I cannot believe my eyes. Hagrid seemed even more delighted than Harry. He had been concerned about Harry's emotional state. From their first meeting, Harry had been expressionless, resembling a delicate puppet. But now, he had finally smiled. Chapter 5. The Best Wand Maker now. Only the wand remained. Ollivanders was the sole establishment in Diagon Alley that sold wands, and there, one could undoubtedly procure the finest wand. The shop was small and dilapidated, with the gilded sign on the door peeling away, proclaiming, Ollivander, established 382 B.C. Crafting exquisite wands. In the dusty window display, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. Upon entering the shop, the sound of tinkling bells emanated from somewhere in the back. The shop was cramped. Apart from a long bench, it contained little else. Surrounded by narrow boxes filled with wands that reached from the floor to the ceiling, Harry stood in a clearing, his gaze sweeping over the boxes, penetrating through the outer barriers to fixate directly upon the wand. He extended his hand and gently gestured in the air, sending forth an almost imperceptible wave of spiritual energy. Good afternoon. An elderly man stood before them, his pale, large eyes gleaming like two radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. Hello. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Can you perceive them? Well, to be precise, it is not merely a matter of perception. I can also see them. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. He reached out, his fingertips brushing over the wand box, his voice husky with emotion. Harry, you possess a talent that would incite jealousy in all wand makers, myself included. I have spent a lifetime achieving only the faintest semblance of what you have. At this, the old man brought his thumb and forefinger together, striving to convey the gravity of his words. But it is that mere whisper of sensation that has defined my life. Do you understand? Just that subtle essence. Harry, I implore you, could you share with me how they appear through your eyes? Ollivander exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Harry stood still for a prolonged moment, his gaze sweeping over the wands surrounding him. I could perceive their breaths, the ethereal vibrations intertwining and chattering, akin to a quarrel or a shared inhalation, reminiscent of nestling birds still encased in their shells, brimming with vitality. These wands possessed their own essence, their own thoughts. They were alive. Mr. Ollivander, although I have not encountered the wands crafted by other wand makers, I have an undeniable intuition that you are, without question, the finest wand maker in the world. Upon hearing this, Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place, tears unknowingly welling in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. He fumbled to wipe his face, his fingers trembling, appearing more like an ordinary person than a master craftsman. "Thank you." Ollivander's voice quivered with emotion. He covered his eyes and turned away. "I am truly sorry. Today is the happiest day of my life, without a doubt." Harry stood still, not interrupting, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding wands, each representing a pulse of life that at this moment had grown increasingly tumultuous and chaotic. It was nothing. He was merely filled with joy. Harry's voice was but a whisper, inaudible to the two present. After a considerable pause, once Ollivander's shoulders ceased their trembling, he turned back. The previous gloom in his brow now replaced with delight. "Ahem, good afternoon, Mr. Potter. From this day forth, the Ollivander family shall be your eternal friends, forever." His voice resonated with conviction, leaving Hagrid bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange that had just transpired. Before Hagrid could finish his thought, Ollivander eagerly approached, squatting to meet Harry's gaze, and softly remarked, "You possess eyes more radiant than your motheress. I recall vividly when she came here to purchase her first wand. It feels like it was just yesterday. It measures 10¼ inches, made of willow, and swishes delightfully when waved, a truly magical companion." "Isn't it just a wand?" Hagrid interjected. "It was merely a wand before, but from this day onward, it is so much more. I ought to have this confidence." Ollivander replied with a smile, his silvery eyes seeming to pierce through to the very essence of things. He then turned his attention back to Harry. "Your father was different. He preferred a wand of mahogany, 11 inches in length, supple, and of greater strength. It was ideal for transfiguration. When I say your father favored it, I must clarify it was truly the wand that chose its wizard. Now then, Mr. Potter, let us proceed. Allow me to see," he continued, extracting a tape measure from his pocket, embossed with silver markings. "Which arm do you favor?" "Either hand will suffice," Harry replied. "Very well." Ollivander then retrieved a box from nearby and produced a finely crafted wand. "Now, Mr. Potter, do give this a try, a wand of beechwood, with the heartstring of a fire dragon, measuring 9 inches. Harry grasped the wand and immediately felt a surge of intense warmth coursing through his hand, a brilliant icy blue light emanating from it. "How extraordinary. I believe it is essential for the other children to have a chance to try as well." Ollivander gently took the wand from Harry's hand, meticulously placing it back into its box, before retrieving another wand from a slender box nearby. It was made of maple, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 7 inches in length. "Give it a try," he urged. However, before Harry could even lift it, Mr. Ollivander swiftly reclaimed the wand. It resembled the previous one quite closely. Harry believed that both wands were quite suitable. He could sense it, yet he refrained from impeding Ollivander's actions, for he was, after all, the master wand maker. Meanwhile, he was merely a wizard specialized in the art of gemstones. It was best to leave matters of expertise to those who were truly proficient. Willow, birch, and aspen. Harry experimented with wand after wand, the ones he had tried accumulating in a towering heap upon the bench. Yet, the more wands Mr. Ollivander withdrew from the shelves, the more his delight seemed to blossom. With a furrowed brow, Ollivander appeared somewhat troubled, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth remained unwavering. "I must ponder carefully," he mused, "to discern what the issue may be. I believe those previous wands were quite suitable." Indeed, Ollivander clapped his hands together, producing a crisp sound. "It is precisely for this reason that I suspect they might not be the ideal match for you. These young ones yearn to grow alongside you, akin to a child facing a king among children, somewhat domineering, yet not unlikable, choosing to comply within the bounds of order. But I believe," he continued, "there exists a wand that will choose you as its partner, becoming a most harmonious companion." With that, Ollivander retrieved a wand from a nearby box and handed it to Harry, an extraordinary combination, Hollywood, phoenix feather, and 11 inches in length. Indeed, it possesses a certain flexibility. Harry took the wand, and as before, a soft blue glow illuminated everything around him. Ollivander appeared even more cheerful and delighted, his mouth twitching with barely contained excitement. "Dumbledore was indeed mistaken. I have always maintained that fate merely guides the course of life. Mr. Potter, I am thrilled you have escaped the predetermined path of destiny." With that, Ollivander eagerly retreated to the back room, a rustle of cardboard boxes following in his wake. To be honest, Harry was quite eager to comprehend the predetermined fate Ollivander spoke of, which surely aligned with the title of the so-called savior. After a while, Ollivander emerged from the dim corridor, cradling a stack of dusty boxes. These children can be quite discerning and reclusive. I believe one of these may suit you perfectly." With that, he selected the very bottom box and handed it to Harry. The moment Harry withdrew the wand, he felt an extraordinary quality as his fingertips brushed against it. He sensed its essence, akin to a jubilant fawn bounding towards him. Initially, there was a slight obscurity and hesitance, but in the next moment, that sensation vanished, replaced by a profound familiarity and rapport that could only be forged through years of companionship. Harry could not help but wave it. Suddenly, resplendent gemstones coalesced from the tip of the wand, swirling and colliding with one another like mischievous children at play. "I really like it," Harry remarked. Ollivander appeared even more exhilarated than Harry, clapping his hands and performing a slight bow, exuding a gentlemanly charm. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter. A wizard destined for greatness has found a companion to accompany him throughout his life. This is indeed a day worth celebrating. I must go to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink tonight." "Thank you for your kind words," Harry replied, cherishing the wand in his hand, his fingertips gently tracing its every inch. "You are more perfect than anyone I have ever used. Perhaps you may not possess the fame or the rare materials of others, but you are the one most suited for me." Harry raised his head and inquired, "Thank you. How much? Money?" Ollivander's lips and nose quivered in a peculiar rhythm as his eyes blinked. He mumbled, "Well, if I can benefit from the Ministry of Magic, why not? This way, I can craft more fine wands. 7 galleons." He approached the counter and retrieved an ancient tome from the drawer, handing it to Harry. "This book contains all you need to know about wands. Consider it a gift. Perhaps, after your graduation, my shop may welcome an apprentice." "Perhaps," Harry replied ambiguously. Taking the weathered book and casually flipping through it, he discovered that each page was densely filled with personal interpretations and annotations, indeed, a precious volume. "I shall read it thoroughly. Our little savior indeed." Children of your age typically gravitate towards shiny, freshly minted tomes, replete with the scent of ink. I too appreciate them. Yet within these old books lies the wisdom and invaluable insights of those who came before, insights they may not have realized as they penned their thoughts. I am increasingly eager for Mr. Potter to grace my shop as an apprentice." Ollivander clapped his hands, his voice rising with enthusiasm. "Elder wand, phoenix feather. 11 inches, this is your wand. I need not elaborate further, for this one is undeniably a character in its own right, much like yourself." Harry withdrew 7 golden galleons from his pouch, laying them out one by one on the counter. He casually inquired, "Is it possible to enhance this wand?" Ollivander appeared to have heard something remarkable, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Mr. Potter, perhaps I should remind you that I am not looking to alter this wand." As Harry waved the wand through the air, a soft blue beam of light spread out like crystalline ice, exceptionally beautiful. "Do you not think that the wooden shaft is overly delicate? Might I encase it in a layer to protect against the inevitable mishaps of life, such as drops and bumps? Of course, it would also be useful for the occasional need to strike someone on the head with it." "Oh, I see." Ollivander relaxed slightly, stroking his beard, seemingly intrigued. "Perhaps I should explore this notion." "You are quite right, Mr. Potter. These wands are indeed too exquisite." He had contemplated this idea before, but had never put it into practice, believing it more prudent to continue crafting additional wands. However, the thought of his creations being mishandled by a group of rude, boorish wizards ignited a spark of anger within him. Curse those young wizards for their carelessness. Each year, a few are broken due to accidents. Noticing Ollivander lost in thought, Harry chose not to disturb him. Recognizing that he often found himself in similar moments of deep contemplation sparked by inspiration. "Hagrid, we can leave now." Hagrid, whose mind seemed utterly overwhelmed, appeared to awaken from a deep slumber, momentarily dazed before realizing that Harry had already exited the shop. Chapter 6, January. After acquiring the last of the necessary supplies, the two returned to the Dursleys. Despite Hagrid's disdain for the family, he could not determine Harry's residence. Headmaster Dumbledore had cautioned him against removing young Harry from his aunt's home due to personal feelings. Hagrid could not comprehend the reasoning behind this. Yet he held an unwavering trust in Dumbledore. Whatever Dumbledore instructed, he would strive to fulfill. Thus, throughout their journey, he continuously apologized to Harry. In addition, he recounted a plethora of highly subjective insights about the various Hogwarts houses. For instance, how perfectly suited Gryffindor was for him. Merely on the way to purchase the young wizard's essentials, they managed to stir up so much commotion that even the old wand maker, Ollivander, shed tears. What did this signify? It indicated that Harry was a natural-born Gryffindor. Harry stood at the doorway, watching the flying motorcycle depart, rendered momentarily speechless. What could he say? Through Hagrid's subjective and vivid introduction to Hogwarts, his initial impression of Gryffindor was that it was a gathering of reckless troublemakers. Slytherin, on the other hand, appeared to be a cadre of dark wizards who revered blood purity above all else. Ravenclaw seemed to be populated by bookworms who were eager to immerse themselves in their tomes. The remaining 3 houses, with less distinct personalities, fell into Hufflepuff, a haven for those who cherished the simple joys of life, truly the honest and earnest ones. To be frank, after such contemplation, Harry found himself yearning to join Hufflepuff. At the intersection of worlds, apart from the enigmatic force behind the Golden Law, he pondered whether he and the Fade had not both tasted the bitter fruit of destruction. The legendary life that ordinary folk dream of had been experienced by Harry as the protagonist far too many times. He had stumbled, he had faltered, yet he had also delved deeply into various tomes and spells. Whether as a hero or an anti-hero, Harry had traversed the paths that both archetypes were meant to walk. Even encountering the mischief of those deranged wizards, it could be said that he and the Fade were perilously close to the brink of annihilation. They had once stood at the precipice of madness, hesitating at the threshold. Had it not been for Melina's life-giving admonition, Harry might have been the first to push open that door and set an example for the Fade. Now, looking back, Harry yearned for the tranquility of being merely a wizard, to explore the essence and mysteries of magic while adhering to the moral compass expected of humanity, at the very least, refraining from preying on innocent beings as materials for his pursuits. Thus, he considered himself a Hufflepuff, cultivated through experience. Moreover, the faculty across the 4 houses of Hogwarts was uniformly competent. None held an advantage over the others, a fact that made it far superior to the Ria Lucaria School of Magic. Upon returning indoors, Harry chose not to occupy the spacious room on the 2nd floor. He remained indifferent to the quality of his living conditions. Whether it was the best or not mattered little to him. Amidst the fearful and contemptuous glances of his Aunt Petunia's family, he continued to reside in the cupboard under the stairs. His final month with the Dursleys was far from pleasant. Truth be told, Dudley was genuinely terrified of Harry, avoiding him at all costs, while Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon no longer dared to confine Harry to the cupboard, nor did they force him to work or shout at him. In fact, they hardly spoke to him at all. Their silence stemmed from a blend of fear and irritation, rendering Harry's presence virtually invisible to them. While this was, in some respects, an improvement, it inevitably grew tiresome over time. Nevertheless, Harry was unconcerned. He had lingered too long at the threshold to feel any familial affection, which had long since shifted to his mentor, Selian, and his friend, the Fade. Although the outcome was far from ideal, he had at least grasped the essence of familial bonds. In this world, the only thing that stirred any longing within Harry, aside from the allure of a fresh magical knowledge system, were the parents he had never met. Known only through historical texts and the occasional fragment of conversation from his aunt, they must have loved him dearly, willing to sacrifice their lives for him, unconditionally. Yet, Harry pressed his hand to his chest, feeling no stirrings of emotion. Ever since his mentor, Selian, had transformed into a mere magical orb that spoke only of his apprentice, the heart-wrenching pangs he once felt had dissipated following his last soul-crushing cry. He increasingly resembled the Fade, diverging from the innocent, kind-hearted, and upright Harry Potter he once was. During that month, his interactions with the Dursleys were limited to one request: to procure a special steel tube from his uncle's drilling company. Indeed, this was a design crafted by Harry Potter himself, intended to protect his wand. It was made entirely of a resilient alloy, enveloping the wand securely while allowing space for cushioning foam to prevent shock. The end was cut to enable his hand to connect directly with the wand, allowing his magical essence to flow freely. Most crucially, a small steel ball was welded at the top, unassuming in size, yet sufficient to shatter a skull. Uncle Vernon was vehemently opposed to such a request, yet under Harry's earnest pleas and enticements of benefit, he managed to deliver the completed item just before the deadline. As Harry felt the cold touch of the steel in his hands, a sense of relief washed over him. Throughout that month, he had been genuinely concerned that the habits formed at the threshold might lead him to inadvertently damage the exquisite wand. Consequently, he spent most of his time in his room, not practicing spells directly, but rather immersing himself in theoretical knowledge. The only companion in those solitary hours was the delightful owl gifted to him by Hagrid for his birthday, which he decided to name Hedwig, a name he discovered in a book on magical history. Perhaps it was true that pets often mirrored their owners, for Hedwig exhibited a remarkably self-willed personality. If Harry were to become so engrossed in the ocean of magic that he neglected her, than for the next few days. One would only witness Hedwig, with her head tilted to the side, sulking in solitude. Even the delectable cat food, imbued with Aunt Petunia's distinctive qualities, would fail to soothe her displeasure. Harry felt a twinge of confusion, mingled with the delight of encountering charming creatures, an intricate emotion he had not experienced in quite some time. He found great pleasure in it. As for the textbooks Harry had acquired, he had read through them all. However, the knowledge contained within proved elusive without the guidance of a teacher to illuminate its nuances. The specialized terminology posed the greatest obstacle. He was not a genius like Professor Selian, who could discern the general meaning of even the most cryptic terms merely by perusing them a few times. He remained uncertain whether the instructors here would be as unapproachable as those at the Realucalia School of Magic. To this end, he had set aside a considerable sum of galleons as compensation. Perhaps, in light of monetary incentives, they might be inclined to share their invaluable wisdom. Convinced of his own intellectual limitations, he devoted the majority of his efforts to mastering transfiguration. Unlike the spellcasting class, which featured meticulously detailed procedural steps, transfiguration could only be superficially grasped without delving into its true essence. Interestingly, many spells were derivatives of transfiguration. Harry had a strong intuition that transfiguration seemed to directly point to the essence of magic in this world. For this reason, he was willing to invest his time into it. As for herbology and potions, both of which required a vast amount of knowledge as a foundation, Harry merely memorized the essentials to leave a good impression on his professors after class. When it came to charms, to be frank, Harry did not care much. As the knowledge felt too superficial and simplistic, he diligently practiced only a few spells that could enhance his daily life, such as the levitation charm, the vanishing charm, and the mending charm. He had long since outgrown the childhood phase of merely seeking powerful magic. During his peak, even the simplest spell, the starlight charm, was far more potent in his hands than in the grasp of those foolish wizards cloaked in hoods. However, the origins and essence of charms were not described in the textbooks. Just studying transfiguration had already left Harry feeling somewhat overwhelmed. His intellect was not particularly high. In his current frail body, he found it challenging to flourish in multiple areas, which was quite unfortunate. According to the ratings of the Leaky Cauldron Academy of Magic, Harry's wisdom was now merely at 21 points, barely sufficient to wield basic magical abilities. This was a far cry from the magical prowess he once possessed, rivaling that of the full moon and the comet Islar. Nevertheless, on the last day of August, Harry packed his belongings and made his way to King's Cross Station. Chapter 7. Platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4. Vernon's jowls quivered as he let out a derisive laugh, causing all the excess flesh on his body to tremble in unison. After a moment, under Harry's cold gaze, he gradually ceased his mockery and snorted. "You lot of wizards are indeed mad, making a ruckus everywhere. You'll understand soon enough. Just wait and see." Despite having witnessed Harry's remarkable abilities and the wonders of magic over the past month, this man, a contradictory believer and an atheist, maintained his obstinate demeanor. Observing his uncle showing signs of a breakdown, Harry grasped the metal-cased wand in his hand and remained silent. Vernon immediately resembled a startled pig, his belly jiggling as he clearly articulated, "All right, we'll take you to King's Cross Station." Thus, after Harry consumed the last piece of sausage on the table, Vernon and Petunia accompanied him into the slightly outdated car, along with his considerable luggage. Poor Dudley finally experienced a taste of Harry's life during this month. In the past, all he needed to do was wail a few times, and Aunt Petunia would surely respond to his every demand with teary eyes. However, now they were heading to London without him. After several hours of jostling, the trio arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Uncle Vernon placed Harry's suitcase on a trolley and even helped him push it into the station. Just when Harry thought his uncle might have had a change of heart, Vernon suddenly stopped in front of the platform, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Here we are, kid. Platform 9, Platform 10. Your platform should be between these two. But it seems it hasn't been built yet, has it?" He was indeed correct. One platform bore a large plastic sign marked with a 9, while the other displayed a 10. And there was nothing in between. "Wishing you a successful term," Uncle Vernon remarked with another sinister smile before turning away. Harry turned and watched as the Dursleys drove away, accompanied by his uncle's dry laughter. Unfortunately, the swiftness with which they hastily entered their vehicle and accelerated away made it clear to Harry that his uncle's bravado was merely superficial. Harry stood silently before the wall, pushing a trolley, for even he could not discern the precise location of Platform 9 3/4. To his eyes, the wall appeared peculiar. suffused with an ethereal aura that bespoke the essence of magic. Undoubtedly, this was his destination, yet he remained uncertain how to proceed. With Hedwig by his side, he had already attracted numerous curious gazes. To avoid violating the wizarding community's secrecy laws before even starting school, Harry resolved to take a chance. Although several wizards with an elevated spiritual presence surrounded him, he had cultivated the habit in the boundary realm of not asking questions, but rather pressing on. Moreover, he was quite familiar with this phenomenon. Echoes of past experiences surged in his mind. There were hidden paths, but he felt unworthy to traverse them. The mantra reverberated, "You lack the qualification." With determination, he gripped the trolley and aimed toward the spot where the magical aura was most intense, gradually pushing forward. He then passed through, encountering no resistance, as if the wall before him were a mere illusion. This was neither a concealed door nor an illusion. Indeed, the wizards of this world possessed extraordinary capabilities, making even the most adept Harry's task seem exceedingly challenging. Yet, he could easily dismantle the structure if asked. Through his studies of historical texts over the past month, Harry had discovered that wizards' direct destructive power was not particularly formidable. There were no accounts of a single wizard plunging an entire continent into silence. However, this did not imply their weakness. Their seemingly feeble destructive abilities were overshadowed by their incredible prowess to manipulate a person's soul and memories at will. They could compress a space the size of a football field into a suitcase while providing sunlight and sustenance, even creating a self-sustaining ecosystem. In fragments of certain texts, Harry had even unearthed wizards' explorations of time. How intriguing, he mused, his curiosity piqued by the unique wizarding system of this world. Breaking through the confines of the wall, Harry gazed upon the scene before him. A deep crimson steam engine stood beside a platform teeming with travelers. A sign affixed to the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock." Harry turned to look back and discovered that the previously solid wall had transformed into an archway of wrought iron, inscribed with the words Platform 9 3/4. Truly remarkable. The smoke from the steam locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, while an array of colorful cats darted between people's feet. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of cumbersome luggage, owls hooted piercingly, calling to one another in a harmonious cacophony. Harry squeezed through the crowd and found an unoccupied compartment near the rear of the train. He first placed Hedwig inside and then, with considerable effort, dragged his suitcase towards the door. He aimed to lift the suitcase onto the step, but it refused to budge an inch. It appeared that the only thing he had brought back from the borderland was intellectual growth, while his physical form remained exceedingly feeble. Nevertheless, Harry was unperturbed. After all, he was a wizard. He had no intention of studying to become a squib. Nor would he abandon the noble path of a magical knight to pursue the life of a faith warrior shortly after starting his journey. Need a hand? Harry turned to see one of the red-haired twins he had encountered at the ticket gate. "No need," he replied with an expressionless face. He truly wished to break into a smile to convey his gratitude. However, after years of living in the Borderlands, Harry had been wearing a visage that augmented wisdom, resulting in the unfortunate consequence that his facial muscles had become rigid and numb from years of disuse. Even with the return to this youthful form, his soul seemed unable to reclaim control over the corresponding nerves. "Yet, my friend, you truly appear to be in need of assistance." Harry shook his head and withdrew the wand, encased in a metallic exterior, from his waist. With a flick and a wave directed at the trunk at his feet, he uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." The trunk subsequently levitated into the air, though it quivered slightly. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at casting such a spell. A month as time was indeed limited, and Harry was hardly a prodigy. All he could manage was to memorize the entirety of the required textbooks for transfiguration during his spare moments. Save for history, of course. Nonetheless, his aptitude proved commendable. After a few moments of trembling in the air, Harry successfully mastered the spell, retracting his wand, and the trunk obediently glided toward the compartment as per his intent. It seemed we had yet another prodigy. The red-haired man seemed even more delighted than Harry himself, calling out to his companion, "Hey, Fred, come over and see. A first year just cast a spell. What is so extraordinary about that?" Fred retorted, glancing back casually, but his words faltered halfway as he beheld Harry's forehead in disbelief. "Oh my goodness," Fred exclaimed. "Could it be that you are?" His twin brother, noticing Fred's gaze, interjected, "Are you?" "What?" Harry inquired. "Harry Potter," the twins spoke in unison. "Oh, the one chronicled in the history books?" Harry replied, "That would be me." The brothers stared at him, utterly bewildered, and Harry could not fathom their reaction. Just then, a voice called from the open door of the carriage, "Fred? George? Are you in the car?" We're coming, Mom. The twins exchanged one last glance with Harry before leaping from the vehicle. Harry exhibited little reaction as he forcefully closed the compartment door behind him. He had anticipated this moment since that day in Diagon Alley. The name Harry Potter held a unique significance among contemporary wizards. The chosen one, he murmured to himself. Memories of the scenes at the junction flooded his mind, and he shook his head, shoving his suitcase beneath the seat. What savior exists in this world? Even if there were one, it certainly would not be me. What can a mere infant accomplish? Chapter 8. Are you challenging me? Gazing out of the window. The train began its slow departure, houses fleeting past the glass. Yet, Harry's attention was not captivated by these novel sights. He was engrossed in the intricacies of magic. He endeavored to analyze the essence of transfiguration using the techniques he had learned from Tops, but his understanding of magic remained largely theoretical, lacking in practical experience, leaving him at a loss. Not everyone possesses Top's keen insight and analytical prowess. He was a prodigy. Through the development drafts from Top's perspective, Harry discovered that the Tops' magic and prayer were merely strings of analyzable numbers, indistinguishable from one another. Meanwhile, he, Harry Potter, was merely a somewhat gifted latecomer, incapable of uncovering the essence of this world's magic solely through theoretical knowledge and the spiritual vibrations within his perception. As Harry became absorbed in contemplation, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. The compartment door swung open, revealing a boy with fiery red hair peeking in. Is anyone here? He inquired, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry shook his head, picked up the wand resting on the table, and instinctively waved it towards the suitcase in his hand. Instantly, the heavy trunk floated effortlessly to the space beneath the seat opposite him, as if guided by an unseen force. The entire process was remarkably seamless, fluid, and devoid of any hesitation. Wow, could you possibly be a senior? The red-haired boy appeared utterly astonished, standing awkwardly at the doorway. Harry also realized everything that had just transpired. He gazed at the wand in his hand, momentarily rendered speechless. Perhaps, in that fleeting motion, he had touched upon the essence of wizardry? Shaking his head, Harry cast aside these tumultuous thoughts and turned to the red-haired boy, speaking kindly. No, I am a newcomer. Only then did the boy consent to take his seat. He stole a glance at Harry before promptly directing his gaze out the window, feigning disinterest. It was difficult to ignore the boy's expression, which was decidedly unwelcoming. Hey, Ron. The twin brothers have arrived as well. Listen. We should head to the middle compartment. Lee Jordan has acquired a rather large bag of spiders. Oh, Ron muttered. Potter, one of the twins interjected. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. We are Fred and George Weasley. This is Ron, our little brother. See you later. Goodbye, Harry and Ron replied in unison, as the twins casually pulled the compartment door shut. Are you truly Harry Potter? Ron could no longer contain his curiosity and blurted out. Harry nodded. Oh, that's good. I thought Fred and George were merely jesting with me, Ron remarked. So, do you truly believe you know? Harry interrupted Ron's words. To be candid, he had grown somewhat weary of such superfluous flattery. He even found himself nostalgic for the time spent in the fringes with the Fated Ones, when even a scavenging dog would rush forth to bite him. At least with the latter, he knew how to respond. However, the former left him feeling not only annoyed but also utterly powerless. Harry could hardly unleash a curse upon these innocuous individuals, merely prone to idle chatter. He was no psychopath. Frankly, you may refer to me as the boy who lived, but the title of savior is one I shall decline. Harry spoke with a frigid tone, imbuing his words with an indescribable air of aloofness that resonated with Ron. Yet, you are the savior my mother once mentioned. During the dark times when the Dark Lord wreaked havoc, life felt akin to hell. It is Dumbledore you ought to thank, for he is the true bulwark against such malevolence, Harry replied, asserting that the one capable of vanquishing Voldemort could not possibly be an infant scarcely out of the cradle. The focus should rather be on my parents. Logical reasoning is paramount, even as Harry tossed the books on the table, recognizing that the study of magic is not easily articulated, leaning more on rigorous training and elusive emotions. In reality, there exists a certain logic, since on that fateful day Voldemort launched his assault, and only my parents and I were present. It was my parents who must have defeated him, not I, a mere babe. He had hoped this insight might alter the perception of the red-haired boy before him. Yet upon glancing over, he found Ron gasping in terror. What's wrong? Harry inquired. You uttered the Dark Lord's name, Ron exclaimed, a mixture of shock and dread evident in his demeanor. To speak his name is not an act of courage, Harry replied, gesturing to his own head, but rather an understanding of its implications. Even if I were to utter it incessantly, Voldemort would not be able to touch me. According to the tomes, Voldemort may have placed curses and sensing spells upon his name, allowing him to detect its utterance and perhaps even pinpoint my location. Yet Voldemort has faltered. We now sit aboard the train bound for Hogwarts. If he still lives, I, Harry Potter, is sworn enemy. No, he would find me regardless of whether I spoke his name, rendering the question of its utterance irrelevant to me. Ron was momentarily dazed by Harry's words. Yet his conviction in the extraordinary nature of the Savior only deepened, and he eagerly continued the conversation. However, it was mostly Ron who spoke, with Harry merely affirming him with nods and murmurs of agreement. One cannot expect a wizard, steeped in magic and accompanied by a companion who communicates through the fading means of speech, to possess any remarkable prowess in dialogue. Harry's manner of speaking was influenced by Professor Slughorn, while his approach to making friends was inherited from Princess Luna. Nevertheless, he seldom found the need to employ these skills. In the realm of the Fated Ones, individuals were met with disdain and contempt. The blade was always far more effective than mere words. Fortunately, Ron was unconcerned. He was quite loquacious. As they conversed, the train had departed from London, racing through fields dotted with grazing sheep and cattle. They lapsed into silence for a moment, watching the meadows and pastures rush by. Around 12:30, a loud clattering echoed down the aisle as a cheerful woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and inquired, "My dear, would you care to purchase any refreshments?" Harry had a fondness for the culinary delights of this world. Most importantly, he was not short of money. Thus, throughout the journey, he and Ron engaged in a continuous exchange of words. Just as Harry listened to Ron recount his collection of cards, Quidditch, and the peculiar flavors of booger and stinky sock beans, the compartment door was abruptly yanked open from the outside. The action was quite rough, and a disconcerting creak emanated from the wooden door. Harry instinctively raised the wand in his hand, which appeared remarkably distinct, murmuring, "Protego." A faint blue aura shimmered and pulsated around him. In addition to the shield charm learned from textbooks, he also cast Topus's Stance. The former could repel the vast majority of spells and physical assaults, while the latter had the power to bend divine will. Alas, the only being that entered was a girl, rather than an assailant. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville lost one," she proclaimed, her tone laced with arrogance and an air of superiority. She possessed a thick mane of brown hair and a prominent set of front teeth. "I have already told him I haven't seen it," Ron replied, momentarily taken aback by Harry's magic. However, the girl paid him no heed. Her gaze fixated on the extraordinary wand in Harry's grasp and the dissipating blue glow. "Oh, why is your wand different from ours? What spell was that? I've never encountered it in our textbooks." Harry silently regarded the enigmatic young girl, feeling as though he had encountered a group of ill-mannered, riddle-spewing individuals during his travels in the Boundary Realm. Generally, he often found himself embroiled in minor conflicts with the Fated Ones. "Why do you stare at me? I ask you again, why do you remain silent? Are you issuing me a challenge?" Harry proclaimed. Chapter 9. The father's failure to educate the little girl was momentarily taken aback by Harry's retort. "No, certainly not. Why would you think of it in that manner?" Harry nodded, securing his wand, remaining silent. As long as they were not foes, that sufficed. "Hey, what are you doing? Please respond to my inquiry. By the way, what are your names?" Ron Weasley, came the hesitant reply from Ron, a shy young boy, who was awkwardly munching on a pumpkin pasty. Harry did not respond, instead turning his gaze towards the little girl and softly inquiring, "Do you not have parents?" The girl stood frozen in place, momentarily taken aback. Was this person in front of her mocking her? Surely, that must be the case. Or was there something more to it? The intensity of her thoughts briefly restored her composure, and she replied with a displeased expression, "I am Hermione Granger." "Why do you ask such a question? Are you insulting me?" Harry pointed to himself, his tone gentle. "I have lost my parents. Yet, I still comprehend the essence of basic courtesy. Therefore, I can only make a few modest conjectures regarding your lack of manners. It is not entirely your fault, for you have never known the guidance of parents." Hermione was momentarily taken aback by Harry's words. Although he was insulting her, it seemed he had inadvertently included himself in the rebuke, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. "Of course, it is also possible that your parents lacked manners as well. If either of these reasons holds true, I am willing to forgive you." Hermione fell silent, attempting to formulate a retort, yet she found Harry's argument quite compelling, not merely a baseless affront. Reflecting on her own actions upon entering, she recalled her parents' words about her tendency to be somewhat arrogant. After a prolonged silence, her face flushed, and she slightly bowed her head, saying, "I am sorry." Harry nodded, feeling quite gratified. His eloquence remained impeccable, a skill that even the esteemed Lady Lonnie lauded. With remarkable ease, he was able to make a haughty young lady reflect upon herself. "I am Harry Potter," he declared, "now that Ron has addressed your inquiries. I shall state my response. I did not witness anything." With that, and before Hermione could utter another word, Harry waved his wand, propelling her out the door, which he then shut with a firm slam. Ron swallowed the food in his mouth, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he inquired of Harry, "While Miss Granger's demeanor may leave much to be desired, do you not think that your manner of speaking makes you rather susceptible to criticism, and your actions as well?" Harry, with a stoic expression, turned his shimmering emerald gaze towards his very first friend in this world and replied, "I do not believe so. I have always conducted myself in this manner, and any aggression directed towards me surely stems from their malice, not my actions." Ron's response was abruptly interrupted by Harry. "Perhaps my behavior may have had some minor indiscretions, yet my manner of speaking is undeniably sound. Absolutely so. This is something that Lonnie has praised." "What did she say?" "She remarked that my eloquence is comparable to the primordial magic." "Who is Lonnie?" Ron, at that moment, had no desire to know, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it might be a veiled mockery. "Is there a possibility that she is, in fact, ridiculing you?" Harry tilted his head in confusion, questioning, "Why would you say that?" "I do not perceive her words as mockery. Given her position, there is no necessity for such behavior. Furthermore, my manner of expression is influenced by Professor Slughorn, who once stated that it is imperative to articulate one's thoughts, lest they lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, which can be quite detrimental in the realm of magic." At that moment, Ron discerned the root of the issue. It was that very Professor Slughorn. Headmaster Dumbledore must have mistakenly chosen the wrong individual to mentor Harry Potter. "Perhaps you should reconsider," he suggested. "Why?" "Because your words could easily invite trouble." Harry gazed into Ron's eyes, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, revealing no hint of emotion. "Then let's retaliate. My teacher may be biased in her obsession with magic, yet she cannot be mistaken in other respects." Observing Harry's evident respect for the mentor he spoke of, Ron decided to refrain from mentioning the matter for the time being, opting instead to allow Harry to correct his views gradually in the future. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open with a loud bang, unceremoniously pushed aside. This time, however, it was neither Neville, the boy who had lost his toad, nor Hermione Granger who entered. Instead, 3 boys stepped in, none of whom Harry recognized. The leader, with his long golden hair slicked with wax, shimmered in the sunlight, accentuating his pale complexion. "Is it true?" the leader inquired, as whispers erupted throughout the train, with passengers speculating that Harry Potter was in this very compartment. "So, it must be you, then, correct?" Harry remained silent, directing his gaze towards the 2 boys beside him, both of whom were notably stout and rather unattractive, flanking the pale-faced boy like loyal sycophants. "Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle," the pale boy remarked nonchalantly upon noticing Harry's scrutiny. "I am Draco Malfoy." Harry's tranquil emerald gaze bore into Malfoy, rendering him acutely uncomfortable, as though his very essence were laid bare. Just as Malfoy contemplated articulating a retort, Ron inadvertently spewed his food, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. To be fair, he genuinely wished to assist Harry in overcoming his penchant for sharp words. Yet, standing before him was Draco Malfoy, which elicited a sense of delight from Ron. In stark contrast, Malfoy felt aggrieved, convinced he had done no wrong, yet found himself subject to Harry Potter's derision. Wait, had he not also uttered such words? Did that not implicate him as well? In that moment, Malfoy became ensnared in the same quandary as Hermione, unable to discern Harry's true intent. Thus, he resolved to retaliate against Ron. "You find my name amusing, do you? No need to inquire who you are. My father has informed me that the Weasley clan is comprised of red-haired, freckled individuals, overwhelmed by their numerous offspring." He then turned back to Harry, continuing, "You shall soon realize that some wizarding families are significantly more esteemed than others, Potter. You wouldn't wish to associate with those deemed unconventional, would you? I can assist you in this regard." He extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, yet Harry remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. "Unconventional? You are a wizard. As is Ron. We are all wizards, devoid of any grotesque appendages. What, then, constitutes unconventional?" Harry's words left Malfoy in a state of bewilderment. "I comprehend now. Unlike Granger, your lack of manners is not entirely your fault, as it stems from your father's poor upbringing. I choose to forgive you," Harry stated earnestly. Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed with a faint hue, clearly indicating his irritation. "If I were you, Potter, I would exercise extreme caution," he retorted slowly. "You ought to be more courteous. Otherwise, you may find yourself on the same path as your parents, who were equally oblivious." Associating with individuals like the Weasley family or Hagrid could lead to detrimental influences. Ron sprang to his feet, his face flushed, mirroring the color of his fiery hair. "Repeat that," he demanded. "Oh, so you wish to engage in a brawl, do you?" Malfoy sneered. Harry slowly rose to his feet, wand in hand, murmuring softly under his breath. The ironclad charm was cast unnoticed by all present. Harry was exceedingly cautious in all circumstances, a quality that had allowed him to survive his travels in the Boundary Lands. His gaze remained fixed on Malfoy as he quietly asserted, "I can take it upon myself to educate you in manners, unlike your uncouth father. However, this does not imply that I shall assume the role of your teacher or father. I hope that in time, you will come to understand the value of civility, even if feigned." Harry spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his words emanating from the depths of his being, yet it was evident that Malfoy failed to grasp their significance. The faint blush on his cheeks deepened as he glanced at the two companions beside him, signaling them to step forward. Chapter 10. Education. Crabbe and Goyle were indeed far more robust than Harry and Ron. In a physical confrontation, they held a distinct advantage. After all, the occupants of this compartment were merely young wizards, unlikely to possess any extraordinary magic. However, Harry was not among them. With his foot subtly lifted from behind the wooden table, he deftly pressed down as the two stout figures charged forward. The ground erupted in a shattering explosion. A barely perceptible wave of pale blue magical energy surged forth in the sunlight, propelling the three of them forcefully out the door, causing them to crash heavily onto the ground. Their pain cries echoed, grimacing in agony. In confusion, Harry approached the doorway, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. "We are all wizards," he mused. "We have undeniably entered into conflict, so why do your attacks remain so straightforward and physical? If you lack the ability to topple a statue with a mere kick, why not instead embrace your own strengths?" Harry only picked up the shield after undergoing rigorous training with the aid of the Faders. Outside the box, Draco Malfoy wore a look of terror, pointing at Harry, attempting several times to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately remaining speechless. "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to educate you. I shall not assume the role of your teacher," Harry stated after a thorough logical deduction, asserting the sanctity of the teacher-student relationship. "This is merely my counsel as a wizard. Utilize your magic rather than resorting to fists. Should this space be devoid of witnesses, and our conflict remains insurmountable, let us unleash a decisive strike, ensuring they are rendered powerless. For a wizard, that strike is magic." At that moment, Draco immediately concluded that the savior he had once idealized in his mind was nothing more than a madman, and a madman devoid of self-awareness, at that. He staggered as he struggled to rise, speechless, before stumbling away. Crabbe and Goyle, equally terrified, witnessed Malfoy flee and hastily followed suit, their movements frantic. This abruptness caused Harry to swallow back his intended admonitions, and instead, he waved his wand to close the unfortunate push-pull door once more. Once the two settled down, Ron paused for a moment. Then, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Harry, did you know? Young wizards do not cast spells before their enrollment. You truly are the savior." Harry lifted his gaze towards the red-haired boy and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Ron, you are my friend, so I shall reiterate that I am not the savior. Nor do I deserve such a title. The reputation associated with me brings only unnecessary burdens. You, along with others in the wizarding community, should genuinely express gratitude towards my parents, for it was they who vanquished the Dark Lord. Even if there are complexities we do not understand, it is undoubtedly due to their efforts that Voldemort faced defeat." Ron shivered slightly. Each time Harry uttered the name Voldemort, his resistance noticeably strengthened. And he nodded in agreement. "All right, Harry, I will no longer refer to you as the savior. You are my friend. You are Harry Potter." Pleased, Harry nodded in return, though his face remained devoid of any emotion, which left Ron feeling uneasy. "Are you still angry?" Harry shook his head. "Why do you ask that? Since we became friends." "Harry, you have not smiled," Ron pondered before adding, "not even shown any expression." Harry instinctively touched his face, a sensation he had never before acknowledged. Previously, it seemed inconsequential, a trivial matter that few would notice. Yet, many indeed would care. This had to be the work of his teacher, Severus Snape. Ron mused silently. He refrained from voicing these thoughts, choosing instead to resolve to change in the future. "Have you decided which house you will join?" Ron shifted the conversation. "Hufflepuff," Harry replied with clarity. Consequently, Ron fell into a rambling discourse, much like Hagrid, extolling the virtues and greatness of Gryffindor while also delivering scathing remarks about the other three houses, particularly Slytherin, which received the most venomous scorn as the breeding ground for malevolent dark wizards. Harry chose to withhold further commentary on this. Shortly thereafter, Hermione Granger burst into the compartment once more, but this time, she understood the etiquette of knocking. However, it appeared she and Ron were naturally at odds, leading to a minor quarrel. As their argument escalated, it inexplicably turned to Harry. In response, Harry adeptly employed his verbal skills, successfully extinguishing Miss Granger's ire. Regardless, at least the three of them had forged a friendship, had they not? Harry felt quite gratified by this. The train slowed down. He beheld a range of mountains and woods beneath the deep purple sky. Harry and Ron removed their outer garments and donned their black robes. Ron's robe was slightly shorter, revealing his pair of sneakers beneath. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We shall ensure it is delivered to the school for you, echoed the voice throughout the carriage. Harry felt an unyielding calmness within, while Ron's freckled face had turned pale. What is the matter? Fred mentioned that we must undergo a test at Hogwarts before being admitted, and their year had to confront a troll. Harry reminisced about the knowledge he had recorded in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, reassuring Ron, relax, trolls are not formidable, their weaknesses are quite apparent. With a little caution, they can be easily defeated. Given the strength of trolls, this year, the most we might encounter is a boggart, a creature that poses a significant threat but possesses distinct vulnerabilities. Ron's expression grew increasingly grim. As for the young wizards nearby who heard Harry's counsel, their faces turned ashen, clearly consumed by anxiety and fear. They stuffed the remaining sweets into their pockets and surged forward with the throng in the aisle. The train gradually slowed down and ultimately came to a halt. Passengers jostled one another, eagerly rushing toward the door, stepping onto a dark and diminutive platform. The chill of the night made Harry quite uncomfortable. This frail body imposed numerous limitations. A lamp swayed above the students' heads, and Harry heard a familiar voice calling out, "First-year students. First-year students, over here. Harry, come this way, how are you?" Harry looked up to see Hagrid's bearded face breaking into a smile. "I'm well," Harry replied, tugging at Ron to prevent him from being jostled by the crowd. "Come on, follow me. Are there any first-year students? Watch your feet. Now. First years, follow me." As he surveyed the dim surroundings, the only illumination came from Hagrid's lantern, accompanied by a few scattered faint glimmers of light. Harry clearly observed the unease etched on the faces of his peers. Ahead of him lay a steep, narrow path, flanked by an utter absence of light, shrouded in darkness, where only the rustling of leaves suggested the presence of a dense forest. It was an ideal spot for an ambush. In this borderland, treacherous adversaries could be lurking, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Contemplating this, Harry raised his wand high. This simple yet practical spell, called Starlight, had been learned from Topus rather than from Selian. She deemed this spell unnecessary for study, having never mentioned it throughout the entire teaching phase. It was only after Harry inquired that Professor Selian provided a vague rationale, suggesting it was something one could easily conjure without formal instruction. In the darkness, Harry's face, which rarely bore expression, subtly shifted. He cast aside these convoluted thoughts. The restless, chaotic magic surged through his wand, becoming remarkably manageable. A soft blue light emanated from the tip of his wand, shooting upward. Yet, this was not the end. Tilting his wand, he unleashed a cascade of starlight. In total, 20 stars aligned in the air, illuminating the path they were about to traverse. Hagrid and Ron gazed at Harry in astonishment. After a moment, Hagrid stammered, "Harry, you truly resemble your father, and thank you." Harry nodded, his face expressionless. Ron, accustomed to his friend's extraordinary feats, looked on with a sense of pride. The others around them cast glances at Harry, occasionally murmuring their gratitude and awe. Ron felt relieved that they remained unaware of Harry Potter's true identity. Otherwise, the incessant cries of Savior would surely irk him. Such attention would inevitably provoke unnecessary conflict. "Harry, head that way," Hagrid directed, indicating a spot before turning a corner. "You will soon catch a glimpse of Hogwarts. I must ensure these young witches and wizards do not run amok, especially those destined for Gryffindor." Under the illumination of the 20 stars, the already unruly young wizards became even more chaotic, particularly as they reveled in the thrill of witnessing such magic for the first time. Hagrid needed to ensure that this group would not scatter in the presence of light. Observing the tumultuous crowd behind him, Ron rushed to assist Hagrid, leaving Harry standing alone. Noticing his familiar companions had moved to restore order, Harry pondered for a moment before raising his wand once more. An even more radiant star materialized at its tip. However, this time, he did not allow the star to float into the air. Instead, it remained suspended above his head. Harry ventured forth alone, beneath a gem that sparkled more brilliantly than all the stars in the sky. Behind him trailed a somewhat chaotic crowd, their youthful faces reflecting amazement and astonishment. Hagrid walked beside the group, illuminating the path with his lantern, while Ron occasionally spoke to the young wizards attempting to break free from the formation. Malfoy gazed at Harry, who led them onward, a flush of color gracing his cheeks. I ought to be in that position. Yet, upon beholding Harry's slender but remarkably upright figure, Malfoy found himself unable to voice his thoughts or take action. It was not fear that held him back, but an indescribable sense of conviction. It seemed that as long as he followed in Harry's wake, there was no need to fear any dreadful adversaries, for Harry would undoubtedly confront them. The emotions that had been quelled by the morning's conflict suddenly surged forth from within. Malfoy subconsciously recalled the reverence and awe he felt while reading about Harry Potter's exploits at home. Let him bask in glory for now. After all, he is the savior. Under the cool light of the source, the steep and narrow path became less daunting. Upon reaching the spot indicated by Hagrid, Harry raised his wand once more, and a series of glowing gems materialized, forming an arrow ahead. Follow me, Harry's calm voice echoed in the ears of all behind him. Then came a chorus of exclamations. At the end of the narrow path lay a vast black lake. Across the water, a grand castle loomed atop a high hillside, its spires piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling under the starlit expanse. As they approached the shore, Hagrid hastened to Harry's side, gazing at the young wizards who had spontaneously arranged themselves into two lines. Momentarily at a loss for words, after a brief pause, he quietly informed Harry, no more than 4 on each boat. Huh, Harry replied, puzzled as he looked at the giant. Why are you telling me this? I believe you are the only one who can ensure these young wizards behave. Very well. Harry nodded. He turned around, the cool light from the stars casting a glow upon his back, shrouding his youthful, cold visage in darkness. With a slight tremor of his metal wand, the chaotic magical energy stirred by the young wizard swiftly quieted, submissively yielding at his feet. In an instant, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, the lively young wizards blushing and turning their gazes toward Harry. Excellent. Harry's gaze swept over them, his voice low and unadorned. No boat is permitted to exceed 4 occupants. Do you understand? Yes. Draco instinctively responded. Understood. Ron exclaimed, raising his hand enthusiastically. They then exchanged a glance before turning their heads away in distaste. With the two leading the way, the remaining young wizards also joined in, voicing their agreement. Harry nodded and, with a flick of his wand, declared, Now, let's board the boat. With that, he stepped onto a small vessel, closely followed by Ron. Malfoy, clenching his teeth as he observed the two, glanced at his accompanying lackeys before ultimately opting for a different boat. For a brief moment, the only occupants of Harry's boat were he and Ron, as the other young wizards paused momentarily before boarding other empty vessels. It wasn't until Hermione, who understood Harry's nature, arrived with Neville that their small boat was finally filled to capacity with 4 occupants. As silence enveloped the scene once more, Harry, standing at the bow, surveyed the group and gently nodded, saying, I am quite pleased. Perhaps we could become companions in the Borderlands. This declaration further ignited the excitement among the young wizards. With a few trembling in anticipation, yet none dared to utter a word. Harry turned around to glance at Hagrid, who was alone in a small boat beside him, and softly said, Let's go. Hagrid shuddered, as if awakening from a dream, and stammered, All right, let us move on. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread emanating from Harry. A fleet of small boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake, moving forward. An eerie silence enveloped them, as they either gazed at the towering castle that pierced the clouds or contemplated Harry's silhouette. As they approached the cliff where the castle stood, it loomed ominously above them. When the first group of boats neared the precipice, Hagrid glanced back at Harry. Harry nodded in acknowledgement and exclaimed, Bow your heads. Everyone promptly lowered their heads as the small vessel carried them through a verdant curtain of ivy that adorned the cliffside, leading them to a concealed, expansive entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to descend into the very depths of the castle, ultimately arriving at a location reminiscent of an underground dock, before climbing onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Hey, look, is that your toad? The students disembarked, and Hagrid remarked while inspecting the empty boat. Filled with elation, Neville joyfully extended his arms and shouted, only to suddenly swallow the remainder of his words as he seemed to realize something. He glanced around, and aside from Hermione Granger at his side, the expressions of the others appeared rather unsettled. As Harry encountered the inexplicably silent crowd, he directed his attention towards the toad on the boat and waved his hand. The toad, quivering slightly, gradually floated into Neville's grasp. Thank you. We are classmates now. No need for formality, Harry reassured. Upon hearing his words, Neville, who had been anxious, immediately relaxed, taking deep breaths and casting a grateful glance in Harry's direction. The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably, and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, though their voices were hushed, as if they were fearful or perhaps in awe. Under the glow of Harry's starlight, they ascended a tunnel carved into the rocky hillside, ultimately arriving at a damp, flat patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. They climbed a flight of stone steps and gathered before a colossal oak door. Hagrid approached Harry, raising a massive fist to knock 3 times on the castle entrance. Chapter 12, Professor McGonagall. The door swung open immediately, revealing a tall witch with black hair clad in a vibrant green robe. Her figure was well-proportioned, and the years had bestowed upon this professor an air of authority, complemented by an elegance ingrained through a fine education. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," McGonagall replied, her gaze sweeping over the young wizards before settling on Harry. In her tenure, she had never witnessed such orderly first years. It was a considerable challenge to have even the older students line up neatly without a professor present, yet today, these newcomers had accomplished just that. Despite their somewhat uneven formation, many were still whispering to one another. McGonagall's eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness and hair, clearly discerning the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry nodded. Instantly, gasps erupted from behind him, voices intertwining with exclamations of the Savior and the boy who lived. Simultaneously, the last vestiges of defiance within the group of young wizards dissipated. Harry Potter, as they had rumored, was indeed formidable and exceptionally talented, surpassing even their wildest imaginations. Professor McGonagall's stern countenance softened into a faint smile, reflecting her satisfaction with Harry. She had once harbored concerns that placing young Harry in the care of that vain, unruly, and cunning Muggle family would render him a bitter and resentful individual. However, it now appeared that such anxieties could be laid to rest. Harry has become a dependable fellow, much like his father, who merely hopes he does not cause mischief like James did. "Huh." With a wave of his hand, Harry interrupted Professor McGonagall. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the boisterous young wizards. Each time his eyes landed on someone, the once animated chatter ceased abruptly, and the little wizard stood straight, much like soldiers under inspection. Only Ron, Hermione, and the battered Malfoy, who were well acquainted with Harry's penchant for mischief, exhibited slightly different reactions. The two felt an urgent need to silence Harry's incessant talk at once. However, under the weight of Professor McGonagall's authority, they merely shuddered, refraining from taking any action. Harry observed the actions of the two individuals, yet remained indifferent. His sole intention was to clarify matters with these future classmates at once, thereby preventing this troublesome group of young wizards from causing him distress in the future. Once the new students had settled into complete silence, Harry's expression remained as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet an unmistakable pressure, palpable and excruciating, permeated the air around them. "We shall be classmates, and perhaps even friends. Regardless of which house we may be sorted into, we will all study under the esteemed professors at Hogwarts, where there exists no hierarchy, nor any distinction of nobility." Harry's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears amidst the biting cold wind. That previously delicate childhood tone now bore no trace of childishness. It seemed forged from the crucible of blood and fire, imbued with an ineffable authority. "I am not the savior, nor did I single-handedly vanquish Voldemort. It was the combined efforts of Professor Dumbledore and all the wizards who rose to oppose him at that crucial moment. Their endeavors bore fruit on October 31st, 1981, when a pair of parents sacrificed everything to protect their child. The wand in Harry's hand, encased in a metallic shell, shimmered under the soft blue light of the stars. He pointed to himself. Those parents saved a helpless infant, completely unaware of the world, and that infant was I, Harry Potter. It was they, your parents, who defeated Voldemort together, not I." The crowd gazed intently at Harry. Even as he uttered Voldemort's cursed name twice, no one felt fear. It was as if their collective dread of Voldemort was warded off by him alone. From this day forth, I do not wish to hear anyone mention the savior Harry Potter in my presence, such shameless boasts. Do you understand?" The young wizards exchanged glances, then raised their hands in unison, shouting, "Understood! Understood! Understood!" Their voices grew louder and more fervent, their rosy cheeks flushed with a hint of zeal. Even if the young wizards could not fully grasp Harry's intent, it did not hinder their adoration of him, despite its unfounded nature. Recalling the theoretical knowledge imparted by Princess Lonnie on how to make friends, Harry withdrew his hand and scanned the eyes of each individual before him. Gradually, the cheers subsided. For this, Harry nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Whether it was Professor Flitwick's method of instruction or Lonnie's theories on friendship, both proved invaluable. They effortlessly bridged the gap between him and these classmates he had just met. The future is bright. Mr. Potter, McGonagall murmured softly. This scene shattered all her preconceived notions. She stared in astonishment at Harry's retreating figure, her anticipation for the new students, and her delight that Harry had not gone astray, evaporating without a trace. Her smile gradually faded. In her eyes, this moment mirrored a scene from decades past, reminiscent of the man who had once ignited chaos throughout the wizarding world. He too stood casually in a corner, drawing countless individuals eager to hang on his every word, willing to sacrifice everything for his thoughts. Harry turned to Professor McGonagall and asked, "Professor, what is the matter? Are you trying to sway them? Why do you think that?" He was quite perplexed. He had no desire to offend a professor at the beginning of the school year and quickly clarified, "I am merely expressing my sincere thoughts. Professor Snape once taught me not to utter ambiguous words, as they only serve to deepen misunderstandings. Thus, all my words are meant in their literal sense." Professor McGonagall scrutinized Harry intently, discerning no trace of insincerity in his striking green eyes. "That is precisely what concerns me," she replied. Suddenly, she turned and flung the door wide open, revealing the entrance hall to the little wizards who were still engrossed in Harry's words. Perhaps they were still in awe from their earlier glimpse of Hogwarts Castle, as they remained motionless, resembling obedient soldiers. However, Harry was different. He was filled with curiosity about everything in this world, carefully observing his surroundings. This place, much like Gringotts, was adorned with stone walls surrounded by flickering torches. The ceiling soaring so high it was nearly invisible. At the front stood an opulent marble staircase, leading directly to the upper levels. Without uttering a word, Professor McGonagall strode forward, and Harry lagged half a step behind, followed closely by the others as they walked along the stone-paved floor. Harry heard the buzzing voices of hundreds of students emanating from the door on his right. The other classes must have already arrived. Yet Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into a small, empty room at the other end of the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she announced. "The feast is about to begin. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting ceremony is a significant rite, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house's dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house's common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. Throughout your studies at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misdeeds will result in a deduction of points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will bring glory to it." Neville timidly raised his hand. McGonagall glanced at him and quietly asked, "What is your question?" "Mr. Potter said we are not to be separated, so why must we be divided into 4 houses?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Professor McGonagall had never encountered such challenging young wizards before. The fact that they were already causing trouble before the sorting made her apprehensive about what they might do once enrolled. Her gaze shifted to Harry, and the already quiet air became even heavier. Yet Harry met her gaze without a trace of fear. In his heart, it was a matter of politeness. Lonnie once told him that regardless of who you are looking at, your eyes must not waver, nor should you look away first. This is a courtesy in friendship. When the other person eventually shifts their gaze or changes the subject, it signifies that your friendship has deepened. As expected, shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall not only averted her gaze but explained, "This is a rule established by 4 great wizards a millennium ago, and it has remained unbroken to this day." Neville's question seemed to be the last vestige of his courage. He nodded and shrank back behind the others. However, Harry was brave and, after a moment of contemplation, countered, "That is impossible. Everything in the world is dynamic. It is either advancing or retreating. A rule cannot persist for such an extended period without lapses, unless Hogwarts has concealed it. Or perhaps Professor McGonagall is simply weary of seeing me and wishes to return to speak with Dumbledore about how the savior she once believed in has now taken the form of Voldemort's offspring." Thus, she decisively interrupted Harry's analysis to change the subject. "In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and be presentable." McGonagall's gaze flickered momentarily over Neville's cloak and the dirt on Ron's nose before settling back on Harry. "I have not finished speaking," Harry replied with an indifferent expression. "When they are ready over there, I will come to fetch you." Professor McGonagall evaded the question. "While waiting, please maintain silence." She then exited the room, leaving the group to collectively exhale a sigh of relief. Harry pondered for a moment. within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. There undoubtedly existed significant issues of which he was unaware. However, the Arcane Academy of Relialucaria was not much different. It was merely that those who raised such questions had been dealt with by the heads of the classrooms. Harry gazed at the spot where Professor McGonagall had just departed, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After all, he had come here to master the art of magic. The rest could be left to fate. He chose to acquiesce. Harry turned around to face the group of silent little wizards and posed his question. How do you think they should be sorted? In an instant, the silence was shattered. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Some spoke of dueling with trolls, others mentioned achieving victory in Quidditch matches, while yet others claimed they could endure Professor Dumbledore's pressure for a minute. In essence, everyone had their own opinion, all asserting confidently that these were vital insights from their elders. After gathering this information, Harry turned to Ron and inquired, "Do your brother and parents' accounts of the trials not align?" Ron pondered for a moment and nodded. "I see." Subsequently, Harry raised his hand, and instantly all fell silent, directing their attention toward him. "Do not worry, it is likely that there are no trials at all. What your elders mentioned may merely be a trivial jest." "Why do you say that?" Hermione, harboring a deep-seated skepticism towards authority, immediately questioned. "Because your information is overwhelmingly convoluted, especially as it originates from your elders. If it were a secret, it should not be spoken of. If it is not a secret, then what difference does it make to reveal it? Thus, I can only speculate that these are merely jesting remarks made at your expense, not to be taken seriously. Consider your elders. Can you name a single wizard you know who failed to gain admission to Hogwarts or any other magical academy?" The group contemplated this and shook their heads in unison. Harry promptly reached a conclusion regarding the matter at hand. He was utterly distressed by these so-called jokes. Why could they not engage in earnest conversation? It is far more effective to lay everything out in the open, for concealing matters only invites complications. He felt compelled to remind his future companions, with whom he would share the next 7 years, of this principle. Reflecting on Lonnie's teachings, Harry inclined his upper body towards the assembly, palms open, expressing a desire for transparency between them. "In the future, should you have any issues or concerns, do not hesitate to approach me. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall address it. Concealment and subterfuge will only breed gaps and misunderstandings between us, and the words of others may unwarrantedly jeopardize our bond. The pursuit of magical knowledge should not be tainted by the trivialities of deceit, jest, or obfuscation. Even the most well-intentioned deception can yield the most disastrous consequences." Harry ceased his discourse, retracting his hand, his posture straightening as his gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. The chaotic magic whirled around them, yet the spot where he stood remained tranquil. For a moment, the room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the labored breaths of the young wizards echoing in the stillness. Gradually, even the sound of breathing diminished, until it came to a complete halt, leaving only the howling wind outside the castle as the sole remnant of noise. After a prolonged silence, as the suffocating atmosphere became almost unbearable, Harry abruptly shattered the tension, extending his hand once more toward the crowd, his back resolutely upright. "Let us maintain the most unadulterated of relationships, shall we?" Harry spoke with heartfelt sincerity, prompting Ron to momentarily contain his own excitement. While the majority of the other young wizards blushed and responded eagerly, Harry's ears seemed to have been enchanted as he engaged each agreeing young wizard in conversation. After making his rounds and returning to the front, the group of young wizards appeared invigorated and poised, embodying the spirit of loyalty and camaraderie. One might think they had received a significant boon from Harry. Regaining his composure, Ron lamented, covering his face, realizing this must be the doing of Selian and Lonnie. He surveyed the surroundings, noting even the haughty Malfoy appeared genuinely impressed, which deflated Ron's attempt to counsel. This group had undoubtedly misconstrued the situation. The only one who sensed this was Miss Granger, having been incensed by Harry's incessant banter on 2 occasions. "Minerva, are you certain?" Dumbledore's ever-gentle smile began to fade. McGonagall nodded gravely. To be candid, Harry's actions had genuinely startled Dumbledore. He had witnessed a similar intensity once before. Many years ago, Voldemort, with his handsome visage, charismatic demeanor, and extraordinary talent, had amassed a considerable following during his upper years. However, Harry was clearly far superior, managing to command obedience from these young wizards even before his enrollment. In a matter of years, Hogwarts might very well transform into a faction loyal to him. Dumbledore's eyes, obscured by his crescent-shaped spectacles, were unable to discern clearly. He murmured, "It seems our young Harry has grown far beyond our expectations." Gazing at the professors and students in the hall, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. unsure whether to feel pride or fear. At his age, he could scarcely endure the rise of another Dark Lord. The previous two Dark Lords were intricately linked to him. If Harry were to inherit their legacy, he would be the first, guided by Dumbledore. The second, born from his educational failures. The third, the culmination of further failures. Yet, despite his concerns, Dumbledore had learned enough lessons. He would never display his power in front of a child, as that would only encourage Harry's pursuit of strength. What he needed to do was ensure Harry understood the essence of love during his time at Hogwarts. Relaxing, Dumbledore observed McGonagall's serious demeanor and smiled again. Harry was still young, very much so. His perspectives were merely nascent and required guidance. Besides, Minerva, you are far more adept at education than I am. I trust young Harry will flourish under your tutelage. McGonagall's stern expression faltered, and she stammered, Albus, how could that be possible? Why not? Dumbledore raised his goblet in a playful wink at McGonagall. If students do not surpass their teachers, then I have truly accomplished nothing in my life. Would you not agree? Now, Minerva, you need to usher those noisy young wizards inside. It's time for their sorting. Observing the students and professors awaiting the ceremony, he noted their growing impatience. McGonagall nodded and returned to the small room. The previously silent atmosphere was now filled with the chatter of young wizards, their laughter echoing joyfully. Even Harry, whom she had worried about, was surrounded by a talkative Weasley, while Miss Granger appeared to be arguing her point vigorously, though Harry's face revealed no expression. He seemed to be enjoying himself in other ways. Perhaps her worries were unfounded. Now, line up. McGonagall instructed the first-year students, follow me. The group exchanged glances before obediently trailing behind. Line up? Haven't we already done so? Chapter 14, The Dark Lord's Progeny. Harry stood at the forefront, closely following Professor McGonagall as they moved swiftly. Ron and Hermione trailed half a pace behind, while the remaining students formed pairs, hastening to keep up with the group. They exited the room, traversed the hallway, and passed through a pair of grand double doors into the opulent Great Hall. The collective quickening of their steps left them with little energy to appreciate their surroundings or engage in conversation with their companions. This year's first years undoubtedly represented the most efficient cohort in all of Hogwarts history. However, Harry was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His sole concern was not to fall behind. Students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that cast a brilliant glow over the hall. The tables were adorned with shimmering golden platters and tall goblets. At the head of the hall, another long table was set for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first years to that spot, positioning them before the rows of upperclassmen, with the teachers standing behind them. The older students, witnessing such an extraordinary assembly for the first time, cast curious glances at the newcomers. Yet, the young witches and wizards displayed none of the anxiety that had once marked their own initiation. They seemed remarkably prepared. This composure left the upperclassmen somewhat dissatisfied, as they had anticipated the traditional Hogwarts hazing of first years. Why were these newcomers unafraid and unfazed? They remembered their own initiation, which had nearly induced nausea from fear. The flickering candlelight illuminated hundreds of scrutinizing faces, resembling pale lanterns, while ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a ghostly silver glow. The procession naturally parted, creating a pathway. As Harry turned, he found himself once more at the forefront, leading the way. Unfazed by this role, he walked confidently down the newly formed path, capturing the attention of all. Professor McGonagall observed the scene, pursed her lips without uttering further words, and glanced back at Dumbledore before placing a 4-legged stool in a tattered, pointed wizard's hat in front of Harry. The hat, patched and worn, appeared grimy and unkempt, evoking a sense of discomfort. Harry regarded the unremarkable hat with a cold gaze, realizing that this seemingly mundane wizard's hat possessed an astonishing depth of intelligence and magical resonance. Before the commencement of the ceremony, Professor Dumbledore stood to address the assembly, prompting Professor McGonagall to step aside momentarily. The crowd turned their attention towards Dumbledore, who rose slowly and began, I have a few important announcements to make regarding the start of the term. First-year students, please be advised that entering the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, wishes to remind everyone that the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is also off-limits. If you value your lives, do not venture there. Throughout his speech, Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed upon Harry, who, in turn, was acutely aware of him. Upon entering the Great Hall, Harry had been overwhelmed by an almost tangible wave of magical energy that clouded his senses. Even when he attempted to diminish his perception, the nearly destructive presence of that power relentlessly intruded upon his thoughts. He had only sensed such intensity in the presence of those wielding great rune fragments or formidable beings. Excluding Drake. Dumbledore, too, sensed Harry's wariness, but after a moment of silence, he continued, "Thank you." The hall fell into an eerie silence, the strange atmosphere causing discomfort among the attendees. Then, the hat began to twist, splitting open with a wide seam, and it commenced to sing, "You may think me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances. Should you find a hat more beautiful than I shall consume myself. You may adorn your top hats with sheen, or make your high-crowned silk hats smooth and stiff, yet I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to your mere hats. No thought hidden in your mind can escape my keen perception. Don me, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. Perhaps you are suited for Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within your heart, their bravery and chivalry elevating Gryffindor above the rest. Or maybe you belong to Hufflepuff, where honesty and loyalty reign, their students steadfast and unafraid of toil. If you were clever of mind, you might join the wise old Ravenclaw, where the learned gather in camaraderie. Or perhaps you will find yourself in Slytherin, where sincere friendships may flourish. Yet beware of the cunning and devious who will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Come, wear me with no fear. Do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess no hands, you are entirely safe, for I am a thinking magical hat." As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, save for the first-year students, as Harry refrained from clapping. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables, then fell still. "It seems we merely need to don this hat," Ron whispered to Harry. "I swear I'll take Fred down. He speaks as if he is preparing to battle a giant." Harry nodded and softly said, "If you require my assistance, I am more than willing to help. Of course, if you prefer to take matters into your own hands, I can also impart some knowledge of the dark arts." Ron immediately fell silent, harboring no desire to uncover the nature of these dark arts. Simultaneously, he resolved that during their private interactions, he must find a way to silence Harry's incessant chatter. Forget about others who were oblivious. He simply wished to silence Harry's mouth at that very moment. At that juncture, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "I shall call out a name, and that individual will don the hat, take a seat, and await their sorting," she announced. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, standing beside Harry, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, seemingly seeking his approval. Harry found himself somewhat perplexed. What did this have to do with him? After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Hannah, saying, "At Hogwarts, one must heed the professors." "Go on." The young girl, as if granted a reprieve, promptly approached the 4-legged stool, donned the hat, which conveniently obscured her eyes, and took her seat. A brief pause ensued before the hat exclaimed, "Hufflepuff." Professor McGonagall lifted the hat, but did not call the next name. Instead, she turned to Dumbledore. "You see, this is becoming rather absurd. Shall we continue? Or is it time to educate Harry?" Dumbledore's smile appeared somewhat strained. He had anticipated encountering a certain scene, yet witnessing it in reality inevitably stirred unwanted impulses within him. However, his years of teaching had instilled in him the virtue of restraint, and the long course of his life had made him acutely aware of the repercussions of employing forceful measures to alter circumstances. The suppression of his own desires had become instinctual, and upon seeing a young wizard brimming with ambition and talent, he felt not wariness but a profound weariness. Moreover, Harry Potter was his designated hero and savior. This savior was currently racing headlong down the path toward the Dark Lord, showing no signs of slowing. In the past, he would have employed every means at his disposal to safeguard Harry, other than exerting his authority. Yet, such actions had directly led to the emergence of the Dark Lord Voldemort. An excessive wariness would only breed further calamity. Dumbledore lifted his gaze to the seated assembly, finally nodding gently to Professor McGonagall. "Harry, the responsibility of education now falls upon you." Professor McGonagall's face twitched slightly before she continued to announce the subsequent names. As each student was sorted, they exchanged glances with Harry. Although no words were spoken, this silent communication caused a headache for McGonagall and the other professors. They all hailed from that era. Even the youngest professor was aware of Voldemort's second generation and its tumultuous history. Gradually, even some of the more astute students in the audience discerned the underlying tension. The great hall fell into an unusual silence. Rarely, after the sorting was complete, did the corresponding students refrain from applauding. Instead, they regarded the newcomers with an extraordinarily peculiar gaze. This directly induced a sense of nervousness among the new students, who then turned their eyes toward Harry, seeking assistance. Then, under Hermione's elbow, Harry became aware that someone was gazing at him and promptly returned the look, offering a gentle nod. Of course, he himself did not comprehend the significance of this gesture, but as Lonnie had once said, when a friend seeks solace and one is unsure how to respond, a simple nod suffices. Subsequently, attending to the minor matters of their lives would strengthen their friendship. Following Harry's action, the anxious young wizards seemed to receive a shout of encouragement, their tension visibly easing. A few bold ones even initiated conversations with the upperclassmen beside them. Gradually, the hall was abuzz with whispers once more. In times past, the professors on stage would have intervened, but now they hoped the noise would grow louder. As the mood relaxed, the upperclassmen began to engage with the newcomers, providing them with a semblance of belonging. Professor McGonagall observed this from her vantage point, her expression darkening to the point of threatening to spill over. At last, the list reached Harry's name. Harry Potter. The sudden hum of conversation in the dining hall resembled the crackling of a small flame. Within moments, nearly all the wizards were aware of the legendary savior's past exploits, undoubtedly enhancing Harry's aura of legend. All eyes were riveted upon him. Potter? Is she calling for Potter? The savior Harry Potter? The hall was alive with chatter, finally exhibiting the lively atmosphere befitting the start of a new term. Everyone craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of him. Yet, the hat not only obscured Harry's view, but also shielded him from the gaze of others. He heard a faint voice beside him say, "Difficult, exceedingly difficult. Are you speaking to me?" Harry inquired. A somewhat flippant voice replied in his ear, "Indeed, I am the Sorting Hat." A sense of alarm surged within Harry as he instantly recognized that the hat was attempting to probe into his innermost thoughts. "Oh, there is no need for trepidation, nor for vigilance. I can merely glimpse your surface thoughts, the words you wish to articulate, along with fragments of memories that are nearly forgotten." Struggling to suppress the urge to draw his wand and unleash a spell upon the Sorting Hat, Harry's eyes were filled with apprehension. Had it not been for the overwhelming aura of magic emanating from Headmaster Dumbledore, nearly engulfing the entire castle, and the fact that the sorting ceremony had not harmed those young witches and wizards, he would have acted long ago. Indeed, a courageous thought. No. It is simply that your murderous intent is too pronounced, revealing a profound lack of respect for life within you. Wizards of your ilk ought to be dispatched to Azkaban. Azkaban. Harry was well aware of his surroundings. However, before he could ponder further, a thread of benevolent magic attempted to connect with him. No. A flicker of astonishment emanated from that strand of magic, which then projected all of its intricate constructs into Harry's consciousness. Approximately 5 minutes later, in the realm of reality, Harry, drawing upon the magical knowledge he had acquired at the crossroads and his limited understanding of wizards, managed to discern the general purpose of this magic. To be precise, the Sorting Hat did not intrude upon his thoughts. Rather, it was Harry's own thoughts that were projected outward and received by it. In truth, it had the capacity to reveal everything without reservation from the very beginning, but its creator harbored a deep disdain for this aspect, leaving the choice to Harry, to accept or to reject. Harry pondered for a moment, and the visage of Professor Selian, along with her teachings, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Magic harbors no secrets. This knowledge is inherently meant to be shared. As for the latter phrase regarding taboos, let us set that aside. Harry resolutely vowed that he would never permit the existence of forbidden artifacts like the magical sphere within this world. Indeed, I concurred. A response echoed within Harry's heart. In light of this, his experiences in the beyond were by no means clandestine. After the fated ones ascended as Elden lords, their journeys must have reverberated throughout the realm. The magic of the Sorting Hat gradually coalesced at the periphery of his consciousness, and Harry did not impede it. As scenes of his ventures in the beyond flickered unbidden in his mind. Yes, though somewhat nebulous, I could indeed sense your profound regret and despair. My apologies. It was my oversight. You do not lack respect for life. Rather, you have become numb, yearning for life to be honored. My goodness, you possess unparalleled talent, ambition that could make even Merlin envious, and a steadfast loyalty as unyielding as iron. You are, in essence, the very heir that all 4 founders have longed for. Where, then, shall I assign you? Harry suddenly recalled the words that Ollivander had casually mentioned when he acquired his wand, coupled with his own notoriety in this world. Do you not already possess the answer? He remarked with a tone laced with profound sarcasm. Harry removed the Sorting Hat from his head with a swift motion. Standing tall as the hat struggled futilely against his grasp, he observed the look of astonishment on Professor McGonagall's face. as well as the expressions of the other professors behind her. Finally, his gaze settled upon Dumbledore, the embodiment of a predetermined fate. With a deliberate calmness, Harry spoke, withdrawing his wand, encased in a metallic shell, crafted from the wood of a yew tree and adorned with a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches. He then pointed his wand directly at Dumbledore, a deep purple aura coalescing at the tip. Above the wand, an intricate pattern materialized, shifting from light to dark, shrouded in an air of mystery. Instantly, gasps erupted throughout the hall, including from the professors. They had never witnessed such boldness, someone daring to threaten the headmaster during the sorting ceremony. With wand in hand, Harry presented an unmistakable ultimatum: answer me, or I shall act. Such audacity was unprecedented, truly audacious indeed. Harry, came the disapproving voice of Professor McGonagall. Do not fret, Dumbledore interjected, rising slowly while locking his gaze with Harry's. What is it you wish to convey? I did not choose that wand, so which house shall I belong to now? I have rejected the path of predetermined fate. Harry despised all forms of law, having clashed with nearly every otherworldly entity attempting to establish such regulations in the Borderlands. Now, the prospect of being compelled to follow a predetermined path set by another was utterly inconceivable. Dumbledore chuckled warmly, for he had finally grasped a facet of Harry's character. The power of decision has never resided in me. It is, of course, the sorting hat that determines one's fate, he murmured softly. Harry gazed silently at the sorting hat in his hands. Very well. The intricate patterns abruptly faded away as he tucked his wand back into his belt, as if nothing had transpired. However, Dumbledore was acutely aware that this chosen savior of his had never truly relaxed his vigilance. Though he could not comprehend the faint azure glow enveloping Harry at that moment, it undoubtedly instilled him with immense confidence, even leading this composed and haughty young wizard to believe he could withstand it, realizing that the situation had wholly surpassed its understanding. The sorting hat let out two shrill cries, loudly addressing Harry. What do you think? Hufflepuff, Harry murmured. Hufflepuff? Preposterous. Do you truly believe you are worthy of dwelling among those gentle badgers? The sorting hat twisted in agitation, clearly displeased with Harry. You are the first to dare lay hands on me during the sorting ceremony. Not even the notorious Weasley twins, masters of mischief, have ever done such a thing. From the audience, a pair of red-haired twins exchanged glances, a fiery determination igniting within them, as they rubbed their hands together, eager to act. Harry's gaze grew icy, a palpable aura of murder swirling around him unconsciously. Do you believe you can threaten me? I am a creation of the four founders, and I shall not succumb to any threats. Moreover, you dare to threaten the headmaster. Wizards like you deserve to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Azkaban. The sorting hat cried out in exasperation. Dumbledore nearly choked, coughing as he hastily stood up and addressed the sorting hat with a calm tone. Please, temper your anger. This is a sacred sorting ceremony. Aware of the scrutiny, the sorting hat turned, its mouth's cracks reluctantly uttering. You are aware this is a sacred sorting ceremony? I have never encountered a little wizard like this. Then let us place you in Ravenclaw, Harry suggested. The sorting hat ignored his comment, facing the crowd, its mouth widening. Apart from wisdom, do you possess any semblance of calm? Slytherin. Harry settled for second best. For a moment, even the sorting hat was rendered speechless by Harry's audacity. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. Are you serious? Harry nodded. Very well, as you wish. The sorting hat freed itself from Harry's grasp and leaped onto the stool, only to exclaim, Gryffindor. The hall erupted in laughter. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary sorting ceremony, effectively uniting all four houses. When did Gryffindor become so unpopular? Harry heard the hat call out the final name to the entire hall and let out a sigh. Reflecting on his actions, he realized that he indeed resembled the kind of person Hagrid described as belonging to Gryffindor. He had overstepped. He should have waited until after the sorting hat had finished its deliberation before taking action, or perhaps outright rejected the spell. However, if given the chance to start anew, Harry would still choose to agree, for he too wished to discover what he truly was. In the future, he would find a way to break free from the constraints of Gryffindor. Harry recognized that Professor Dumbledore certainly harbored ulterior motives, as he made his way to the Gryffindor table, just as he wished. The familiar Weasley twins immediately pounded on the table, exclaiming, We've got Potter. We've got Potter. And he even took on the sorting hat, something none of us have done. It seemed that everyone had forgotten about Harry drawing his wand and pointing it at Dumbledore. To them, it appeared merely a jest. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, and aside from the furious roar of the sorting hat, even Dumbledore smiled and applauded. showing no regard for the dignity of the little elf that had accompanied him for many years, although the sorting had suffered a loss of face. The joy it brought to everyone restored the hall to the exuberance and merriment befitting the start of term. Such an exchange was well worth it, however. Dumbledore thought he would need to adequately compensate the sorting hat upon returning. Chapter 16. You are free yet, as Harry took his seat. The laughter that had surrounded him abruptly ceased. Except for the carefree red-haired twins, the rest of the students wore downturned expressions, their faces grave. Perhaps it was the residual magical aura Harry had just emitted that instilled a subtle sense of pressure and menace among them. Beside Harry sat a ghost adorned in a ruffled collar, who turned his head to gaze at him, a faint azure glow flickering in his eyes. The spectre was suddenly gripped by an eerie shiver, for it was the first time in centuries that he felt a chilling sense of threat. Following the direction of his gaze, he cast a reluctant smile at Harry. Before he could utter a word, Harry extended a hand and gently patted his shoulder. The touch felt as if it had plunged into icy waters, utterly bizarre. Yet, this phenomenon only piqued Harry's curiosity, his eyes brimming with a haunting desire for knowledge. Hello. I am Harry Potter. Can you? Before he could finish his sentence, the ghost abruptly darted away, decisively relocating to another house, where he settled beside another spectre. Harry felt somewhat bewildered. He had been contemplating the prospect of establishing a cordial relationship with the spirits, with the intention of conducting further research in the future. These ethereal beings, existing in the liminal space between life and death, were distinct from the chaotic mismanagement of mortality in the afterlife. They not only possess self-awareness but also seem to retain the majority of a living person's sensory perceptions to some extent. This fascinating phenomenon was undeniably alluring to Harry. Shaking his head, he noted this curiosity on his to-do list and surveyed his surroundings. The upperclassmen who had initially attempted to engage him in conversation now recoiled, deliberately averting their gaze from Harry, with a few appearing to tremble slightly. Oh, Harry, you're truly remarkable. Could you possibly teach us? Spirits can indeed be quite troublesome. One of the red-haired twins chimed in with a smile, introducing himself as George while pointing to his brother Fred. I can tell that you're actually Fred. Huh? Fred exclaimed with astonishment, exchanging a glance with George, and then exclaimed in delight. Even our mother sometimes struggles to tell us apart. Harry, how did you manage that? Harry's remarks captivated not only the twin brothers but also other students from Gryffindor nearby. Their curiosity triumphed over their negligible fear. Meanwhile, Ron sat beside Harry with a sullen expression, casting discontented glances at his two elder brothers. Though he had been sorted into Gryffindor, their lack of applause was disheartening, especially coming from his own siblings. Did they truly regard Harry as more significant than their own brother? Unfortunately, Fred and George did not even spare him a glance, remaining eagerly awaiting Harry's response. However, Harry gently raised his head and shifted slightly to the side. Shortly thereafter, Hermione and Neville took their seats as well. I perceive not only your appearances but also delve deeper. I can see your spiritual auras and magical energies. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from those around. The newly seated trio could hardly contain their curiosity. Hermione promptly inquired, how did you accomplish that? Indeed, I am genuinely curious if we could do the same. George chimed in, wrapping an arm around Fred's shoulders and sharing a mischievous laugh. Ron instinctively shuddered. He had already endured enough of his brother's antics at home. If Harry were to assist them, who could predict what mischief they might concoct? You should be able to as well. This is, in fact, a magical technique. Professor Selian aided me in this transformation, and I have studied it systematically. If you truly wish for assistance, I can help. A wave of unease washed over Ron, for he was acutely aware of the detrimental influence Professor Selian had on Harry. His mind immediately concluded that this could not bode well. Sure enough, upon noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Harry succinctly explained the general principle behind the magic. At that time, I had yet to transmute my soul into an astral stone, so the transformation carried certain risks. A chill swept through the crowd at the thought. Transforming one's soul into a stone? Merely hearing that conjured images of dark wizards, and not just any dark wizards. Yet, Harry remained oblivious to their apprehension, interpreting their reactions as a natural wizardly fascination with magic. I must caution you that the pursuit of magic is an essential desire, yet it demands restraint, Harry stated with utmost seriousness. Ron and Hermione, well aware of Harry's peculiarities, swiftly understood that he had utterly misunderstood the essence of the matter. Who would pursue magic to such an extent? The very notion of turning one's soul into a stone was an endeavor they would never contemplate. Professor Selian first briefly extracted my soul, inscribing magical runes upon my sensory organs, and then infused my soul with a corresponding essence of life. Though I describe it as simple, executing this magic is exceedingly perilous. Should the magician falter, the soul could risk annihilation, leaving the body alive to endure eternal torment. Thus, if you are interested, you must wait a few years. My current form is still too frail, aside from my innate magical aptitude. I have not undergone any significant transformation to achieve such intricate operations. Harry pointed to his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the twins' exceedingly grim expressions, and continued to elucidate. Thus, my visual organs are, in fact, incomplete. I can only perceive a limited array of things, while the deeper essence remains beyond my grasp. No, George interjected, shaking his head vigorously. Fred then articulated the collective sentiment of the group, stating, I believe it is perfectly adequate for our souls and bodies to remain unchanged. That is truly splendid. However, would this not lead to considerable inconveniences when conducting magical research? The group exchanged glances, and in unison, they turned to Harry, exclaiming, I don't think so. This declaration drew the attention of those around them, including the ghosts who possessed little curiosity. A sudden, searing pain erupted from Harry's forehead. Yet he maintained his composure as he directed his gaze towards the platform. He noticed that all the professors were observing him, particularly a middle-aged man with greasy hair, resembling seaweed, whose gaze was the most intense, as if he were in a trance. However, this was not the source of his agony. Harry averted his gaze, sweeping over the faces of everyone on the platform before finally resting upon a professor who was turned away from him. He distinctly sensed that the professor, known as Quirrell, whom he had encountered once before, was aware of his scrutiny beneath the veil of his hood. Simultaneously, there emanated a familiar yet unsettling aura of malice, a spiritual resonance he had never before encountered. Are you watching me? Harry formed a shape with his lips. The gaze abruptly vanished, along with the ever-expanding waves of spiritual energy. Had it concealed itself? Harry remained composed, quietly etching this newfound awareness into his mind. This individual harbored ill intentions and must be dealt with. In the main guest seat on the elevated platform, Hagrid occupied the nearest corner to him. Among the professors, he alone exuded a distinct demeanor, his gaze differing from the fervent or scrutinizing stares of others. His mouth, largely obscured by his bushy beard, broke into a broad, joyful smile. Upon noticing Harry's gaze upon him, his happiness seemed to swell even further, and he raised his thumb in a gesture of approval. Harry's frosty, stone-like visage imperceptibly cracked, revealing a slight fissure that gently curled upwards at the edges, only to retreat as if nothing had transpired. Hagrid, brimming with excitement, pointed at Harry and vocally summoned the attention of several nearby professors. With a warm smile, Dumbledore raised his opulent golden goblet towards Harry, articulating a deliberate phrase. Though his lips did not move, Harry heard it clearly. You are free, young Harry. May you thoroughly enjoy your studies at Hogwarts. Chapter 17. Dumbledore and Snape. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, his face alight with joy as he surveyed the assembled students, extending his arms wide, as if nothing brought him greater delight than the sight of them gathered together. His gaze eventually drifted away from Harry, as if the prior exchange had never occurred. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before the feast commenced, I wish to share a few words. Fools, crybabies, scoundrels, twist. Thank you all. He resumed his seat, and the hall erupted in applause and cheers. Even the first-year students seemed to have forgotten Harry, eagerly clapping their hands. What sort of person is Dumbledore, really? Harry inquired. He is a genius, the finest wizard in the world. Would you like some potatoes, Harry? Ron asked, clutching 2 drumsticks. Harry turned his head and discovered that the previously empty plate before him was now filled with an array of delectable dishes: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some inexplicable reason, peppermint candies. Once again, he grasped the formidable nature of Dumbledore. Even with the dark arts, Harry was confident he could detect a hint of their presence. However, he sensed nothing amiss with the enchantments that enveloped the entire hall. Indeed, he was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional wizards in the world. In agreement, Harry flicked his fingers, and a beautifully roasted potato soared to his lips. He took a bite. It was exquisite. In contrast to the emerging prominence of Harry, Dumbledore's influence was palpably greater. Following his rather amusing remarks, the hall erupted with lively chatter, even causing a faint blush to appear on the professors' faces as they engaged in conversation. It was evident that their discussions centered around Harry, with occasional pointed gestures in his direction. Although the young witches and wizards beside him initially attempted to converse with Harry, they soon found themselves at a loss for words in response to his forthright manner. Consequently, they turned to one another, leaving Harry to enjoy his meal in solitude. Some exchanged introductions about their backgrounds, while others discussed their studies. And then there was Ron, who was solely preoccupied with eating. As Harry savored the delightful food before him, he absorbed more information through their exchanges, mentally cataloging their names and traits. Lonnie had previously advised him on the importance of remembering the relationships between friends, their interests, strengths, and weaknesses, as these details might prove beneficial in bringing them together in the future. Though Harry did not fully comprehend the purpose behind this gathering, he was eager to learn any knowledge deemed useful under Selian's guidance. This day marked his initial application of those friendship-building skills. After indulging in the sumptuous dinner, Professor Dumbledore led everyone in singing the school song, after which the various houses, under the guidance of their prefects, made their way to their respective common rooms. The prefect for Gryffindor was none other than Ron's older brother, Percy Weasley. With the Gryffindor common room's password, Fat Lady, the portrait swung open, allowing them entry. Percy then directed the girls through one door to their dormitory before leading the boys through another, at the top of a spiral staircase. It was clear they were situated within a tower. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Seamus discovered their respective beds, 5 canopied beds adorned with 4 posts and draped in deep crimson velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered. Yet they were utterly exhausted and had no desire for further conversation. One by one, they donned their pajamas and collapsed into slumber. The feast today was indeed sumptuous, wasn't it? Ron whispered to Harry through the curtains. Get away, Scabbers. You're gnawing on my bedspread. Harry sat by the window, poised to utter a thought, only to realize that Ron's spirited response had waned, and he had fallen into slumber. Gazing out at the scenery, he remained silent. The surroundings far exceeded his expectations. Or perhaps it was the environment of the Rylacaria Magic Academy that was truly abnormal. Harry gently touched Hedwig, who was nestled under her wings and asleep. And his lips quivered slightly. He genuinely cherished Hogwarts, at least for now. Except for the wizard known as Albus Dumbledore. Severus, I knew you would come, Dumbledore remarked. Seated at his desk, a quill in hand, inscribing something on parchment. His demeanor was calm, betraying no hint of vulnerability, as though the previous ceremony had never transpired. Consequently, Severus's apprehension and dread reached a crescendo. He had never forgotten Dumbledore's other moniker, the White Wizard, to safeguard the wizarding world. He understood that this seemingly ordinary old man was capable of anything. The only force that could restrain him was Dumbledore's own excessively meticulous self-control. Upon learning of Harry's experiences, Severus had remained tense throughout the entire opening ceremony, his focus solely on Dumbledore and Harry. He feared that Dumbledore might abandon the self-discipline he had maintained for half a lifetime and strike at Harry with lethal intent, recklessly pursuing the concealed Voldemort. Severus's mental defenses were strained to their limits, a reaction he typically exhibited only in the presence of Voldemort. He had once bared his darkest and most despairing wounds before Dumbledore, earning a measure of trust. But what of Harry? What was he to do? Severus stood before Dumbledore. Lips pressed tightly together, the fingertips gripping his wand turning pale from excessive tension. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore slowly lifted his gaze, having signed the document in his hand. His face still bore a gentle smile, reminiscent of times past. Severus, relax. To my knowledge, Ollivander now stipulates that each wizard may purchase only one wand from him. Dumbledore gathered the papers on the desk, and with a gentle wave of his ancient wand, the thick stack of documents vanished. This was a measure initiated only after little Harry's suggestion. Severus felt no intrusion in his thoughts, indicating that the elder before him had not employed legilimency. For some time, he gazed into Dumbledore's eyes and spoke deliberately. Dumbledore, you are aware of the purpose for which I have lived until now. Enough, enough, Dumbledore replied, reclining in his chair. Look at me, with my head full of white hair. I have aged, Severus. He regarded Severus, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate beyond him, fixated on distant matters. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to fill his eyes. After a moment, Dumbledore removed his spectacles and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. I recently told Minerva that little Harry should be entrusted to her education. Now, I pass the sentiment on to you, Severus. Harry's eyes are as beautiful as his mother's, and he is destined to receive the same admiration at Hogwarts. Our sole responsibility is to guide him well. Harry is now a student at Hogwarts, not the Dark Lord. Dumbledore articulated the pressing concerns that occupied both their minds. Severus's fingers gradually released their grip on his wand, and he exhaled deeply. at the very least. Dumbledore had not deceived him in this regard. Yet, what remained concealed was beyond his knowledge. Albus Dumbledore, I require your assurance that until Harry has not succumbed, you shall not, bang. Dumbledore's palm struck the wooden desk firmly, his smile vanishing, his expression turning icy. Severus Snape, Harry is a student at Hogwarts. My duty is to protect all the students of Hogwarts and to educate these young wizards. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Severus regarded Dumbledore with profound intensity before turning to leave. I hope you remember today's words, Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 18. Buying Magic. Is that not entirely normal? Harry sat by the windowsill, immersed in meditation throughout the night. It was not that he wished to forego sleep, but rather that slumber inevitably led him into dreams, where he would invariably become engulfed in the myriad memories of the Boundary Realm. Ultimately, these dreams would culminate in the haunting visage of that eerie magical orb or the moment when Melina was the embodiment of the flame. Lacking the ability to adopt the reposeful methods of the Faders, Harry had devised his own technique, specifically tailored to refine his mastery over magical intricacies. Thus, when Ron awoke to find the adjacent bed empty and Harry's belongings still unpacked, a surge of alarm jolted through his mind. He feared something had befallen Harry, only to pivot and discover that the troublesome lad was seated at the windowsill, eyes closed. Harry? Harry opened his eyes, stretching his stiff neck as he descended from the sill. Having spent the night in wakefulness, he had not even changed his attire. Ron felt a pang of envy. Although sleeping in the nude was undeniably comfortable, the torment of dressing in the early morning was another matter entirely. Moreover, the purpose of rising was to attend class. Once Ron had completed his morning routine, the two set off for the classroom, as Ron insisted they were on the verge of being late. The schedule for Monday morning included Transfiguration and Charms, with only a herbology class in the afternoon, while the latter were manageable. Transfiguration held a paramount significance in Harry's mind as the cornerstone of magical education, and the classroom was located on the ground floor. In contrast, their Gryffindor common room resided in the upper levels of the adjacent tower. This, in itself, posed no issue. The true dilemma lay in the fact that the stairs had a mind of their own. Harry had initially intended to deduce the patterns of the stairway's movements to escort the anxious Ron to class. However, the confounded stairs would only shift once one stepped upon them. If they were to test each step cautiously, tardiness was an inevitable outcome. While Harry could tolerate being late for most subjects, he could not abide the thought of being late for Transfiguration, a subject that delved into the very essence of the wizarding system, due to his own fractured sense of time. Thus, Harry turned to Ron and inquired, Ron, you wouldn't want to be late either, would you? Of course not. You don't understand. If my mother finds out I was late for the first class, she would undoubtedly send a scolding letter. Understood. Harry nodded. You lie down on the floor, and I'll get you there. Trusting Harry, Ron cast a bewildered glance, but complied without hesitation. This decision would haunt him for the rest of his days. Harry abruptly seated himself upon Ron, brandishing his wand and uttering a decisive flick, Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation charm, while notoriously difficult to cast upon oneself, presented no such limitations when directed at others, a perplexity that Harry found rather curious. Ron, however, was not merely puzzled. He was paralyzed with terror. As Harry levitated him, Ron soared over the banister and plummeted directly from the upper floor. As long as they avoided the staircase, it would not impede their progress. Help! Help! Ron's anguished cries reverberated throughout the tower. Harry led the somewhat dazed Ron to the threshold of the Transfiguration classroom. We've arrived. Can you not stand? Ron abruptly shook off Harry's hand, bracing himself against his thigh as he gasped for breath. Taking a considerable time to regain his composure, though his eyes still shimmered with palpable fear. He longed to showcase his prowess in Quidditch. Yet he was adamantly opposed to plummeting from great heights without the aid of a flying broomstick. Typically, one would expect the descent to be ethereal and slow, buoyed by the charm of levitation. However, in pursuit of speed and efficiency, Harry had deliberately hastened Ron's descent. I'm fine now. Ron managed to stand upright, clutching his textbook and wand, glaring at Harry. From now on, you are forbidden to cast levitation spells on me. Absolutely prohibited. What if it's to save you? Generally speaking, that is not permitted. Understood, Harry nodded. Poor Ron remained blissfully unaware of the considerable distinction between what was deemed general in Harry's eyes and that of other ordinary wizards. Harry entered the classroom with Ron, where a sea of students had already gathered. All eyes turned towards the pair, more specifically, towards Harry. The enchanting experience from the previous night had indeed faded somewhat after a night's reflection, allowing their hazy minds to settle. Yet, The aura of reverence towards Harry remained palpable, even among students from other houses. Glancing at the clock, Ron exhaled in relief and promptly made his way to an unoccupied seat. Meanwhile, Harry lingered, his gaze fixed on the tabby cat perched on the podium, seemingly lost in thought. To him, the cat appeared unremarkable, save for a faint, almost imperceptible aura of intelligence that set it apart from the ordinary creatures. However, this was a transfiguration classroom. It was implausible for an ordinary cat to simply wander in and take a place on the lectern. After a moment's contemplation, Harry surmised that this might indeed be their transfiguration professor, a wizard capable of transforming into an animal. Undoubtedly, this was a witch standing at the pinnacle of transfiguration, a feat unattainable by ordinary wizards who could not perform magic upon themselves. Reflecting on his experiences learning magic in the Borderlands, Harry recalled that apart from his time under Professor Slughorn's tutelage, he was often required to pay a price for his lessons. He reached into his pouch, withdrew a handful of galleons, and approached the podium, arranging the coins neatly before the tabby cat. The feline's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally to indignation. This change in demeanor confirmed Harry's suspicions, prompting him to apologize. "I'm sorry, Professor, it seems I may have underestimated the payment." He then took out 5 more galleons and placed them in front of the cat. "Is this sufficient?" Harry's earnestness was palpable, devoid of any pretense. Yet, it was this strangely sincere tone that pushed the charming tabby cat to its limits. With a leap, the cat transformed midair into a witch clad in a flowing emerald gown, her expression dark and brows furrowed as she glared down at the audacious young wizard. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Paying for your services," came his reply. Professor McGonagall's internal fury was abruptly quelled as she scrutinized Harry's impassive, doll-like face. With a sigh, she instructed, "Please take your money back." This marked the first time in her lengthy teaching career that she felt such a sense of helplessness. "Just yesterday, you were exuding the confidence of a future Dark Lord. Can't you display a hint of the attitude befitting a young Dark Lord?" Harry finally lifted his head to gaze at Professor McGonagall, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Is it too little? I can go to Gringotts and retrieve more. I am quite fascinated by transfiguration." Professor McGonagall was on the verge of reprimanding him, but upon seeing Harry's brilliant green eyes, reminiscent of a sparkling lake, she sighed and murmured, "I meant that learning does not necessitate these, doesn't it?" He queried, "Indeed, you have already paid your tuition at Hogwarts when you purchased your textbooks. And there is also the grant from the Ministry of Magic." While Harry was uncertain about the nature of this grant, it did not impede his comprehension of the professor's words. "To clarify," he inquired, "so, in the future, I will not need to provide the professors with any monetary compensation, correct?" At this moment, Professor McGonagall too began to sense something amiss. Harry's perspective on the wizarding world diverges significantly from that of others. Perhaps he simply lacks a deeper understanding of them. Contemplating this, Professor McGonagall's face softened with a reassuring smile. Striving to embody the gentleness that is befitting of her role with children, she knelt to meet Harry at eye level and said, "Indeed, receiving an education at Hogwarts is a rightful privilege for young witches and wizards. It is both a duty and a reward. Your willingness to engage in study is the greatest reward for us at Hogwarts, and it is also a reward for our esteemed professors, including Headmaster Dumbledore, who is himself a professor." Harry nodded in understanding and adeptly gathered all the galleons from the lectern, for these were the very resources that funded his magical studies. Every coin saved was a coin well spent. Subsequently, he took his seat beside Ron. At that moment, Ron's face was flushed, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty washing over him as he murmured softly, "I thought I knew you well enough, Harry, yet you continue to unveil new tricks." Harry opened his textbook and casually replied, "That's impossible. Lonnie once said that the most intricate thing in this world is the thought of life. We can only alter and control, not comprehend. Altering and controlling is far more frightening than understanding, isn't it?" Ron shrugged, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the teacher named Selian and the princess like Lonnie. What on earth had they taught Harry? Could they not impart something more befitting of a normal education? Chapter 19. Transfiguration. Shortly after Harry took his seat, Professor McGonagall surveyed the room with pursed lips, uttering the most frigid words. "Gryffindor loses a point." Regrettably, only a few responded. Just 1 point, really. Gryffindor was not lacking in points, just in restraint. "I suspect that most of you have perused your textbooks prior to enrollment." Professor McGonagall stood beside the lectern, her gaze sweeping over the group of newcomers. However, this was not the case. Out of an innate fear of their teacher, the majority of young wizards immediately buried their heads in their books, as if the text held an irresistible allure. Only Hermione, with a smile, seemed eager, waiting for the teacher on stage to pose a question. Of course. Professor McGonagall shifted her tone, acknowledging, I understand that transfiguration is an exceedingly profound and tedious subject for most of you, and indeed it is. This discipline is unlikely to evoke the same excitement as the charms class, nor does it offer the direct connection to the beauty of nature found in herbology or astronomy, let alone the practical experience provided by defense against the dark arts and flying lessons. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall abruptly turned, her wand pointing at a four-legged stool beside the lectern. With a gentle shake and not a word spoken, even Harry could perceive a barely detectable wave of magical energy. The inanimate stool transformed at a visible pace into a squealing piglet, its eyes spinning with curiosity as it gazed at the students. The young wizards gasped in astonishment. Harry rose from his seat. Even his countenance, typically as stoic as a statue, betrayed a hint of excitement. Professor McGonagall appeared satisfied with their reactions, though her lips involuntarily pursed when she looked at Harry. This boy was indeed a handful. Mr. Potter, do you have a question? Harry pointed at the small pig wandering about, his voice trembling slightly. It is alive. It possesses life. Indeed, Professor McGonagall cast a sidelong glance at Harry's keen observation, confirming that it was indeed alive, albeit only sustained by the magic of wizards. After saying this, she retracted her wand, and the lively little pig transformed back into a stool. Harry slowly took a seat, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The essence of starlight magic lies in the exploration of the stars and the life force contained within them. It can be asserted that since the time of the stargazers, all wizards have pursued the fundamental nature of magic, which is life itself. However, in the realm of the interstice, the life that emanates from starlight is excessively harsh, derived from the darkness of the cosmos. Yet in this world, it is merely a highly skilled sorcerer who effortlessly accomplishes the creation of life they have long sought. Harry initially believed that the knowledge described in textbooks and imparted by professors merely involved altering the appearance of an object, barely stepping into the essence of magic. Little did he realize that transfiguration vividly reveals the very nature of magic. And one might even assert that the truth sought by wizards lies hidden beneath the surface of transfiguration. In his spiritual vision, that little pig became indistinguishable from life itself. No, Professor McGonagall, Harry murmured, as all eyes turned upon him. What I mean is, it possesses true life. Is it possible that we could create new species? Or even magical creatures? Professor McGonagall was heartened by his keen insight and analytical prowess, awarding Gryffindor 2 points. It was a delight to witness a young wizard with remarkable talent in transfiguration once more. Through a mere demonstration, he had touched upon its essence. Mr. Potter, you are quite close to the 2 rules I wish to caution you about. The young wizards looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend why Harry's recent display earned him praise and additional points. Why not take up your quills? I said I was warning you. Why not think to jot it down? The classroom erupted into a flurry of activity. Once every hand grasped a quill, Professor McGonagall nodded gently, her demeanor serious as she proclaimed, the first fundamental rule of magic, to recklessly alter the deepest secrets of the source of life, the essence of self. One must be prepared to face the most extreme and perilous consequences. This rule pertains directly to transfiguration. Even the dark arts you fear and seek to avoid cannot contend with it on the level of life. The multitude of magical creatures exists due to the reckless and arrogant wizards who, unprepared, have indiscriminately cast spells. For instance, the 5-legged creature, the Mokeskin, is rumored to originate from a foolish wizard who attempted transfiguration upon himself. Harry raised his hand. It seems our Mr. Potter has acquired yet another question. Please, do share. Professor McGonagall offered Harry a reassuring smile. She was exceedingly pleased with his sharp intellect and talent in transfiguration, as long as he meets the foundational requirements in practice. He has a promising future as a master of the art. I have previously observed that the majority of spells target other objects or beings. Could this be the reason behind that wizard's transformation into a 5-legged creature? At this moment, Professor McGonagall was almost entirely satisfied with Harry. Although his inquiry did not directly pertain to transfiguration, it was precisely this question that rendered the rules of transfiguration so stringent. I can unequivocally tell you, Harry, that is indeed the case. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat dissatisfied with such a simplistic response. She transformed into a tabby cat and back again. Then, she brandished her wand, pointing at one of her own hairs. That strand of hair abruptly morphed into a grotesque serpent, brandishing its fangs at the young wizards. With another flick of her wand and a murmured incantation, shatter, the creature, yet to experience the joys of life, disintegrated into dust. I had intended to transform it into a docile, non-venomous snake, but as you witnessed, even I can falter. Nevertheless, the wonders of magic are ever enchanting. Within Transfiguration lies a remarkable exception to this nearly axiomatic magical ritual, the ability to become an animagus. However, an animagus can only transform into a non-magical, ordinary animal. And the entire process is beyond your control. Even I cannot predict what form I will assume during the ritual. Harry etched everything into his mind, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. He had devised a plan, beginning with a superficial study of Transfiguration, tentatively probing its roots. Yet, he harbored an instinctive feeling that the ritual to become an animagus might very well touch upon the essence of magic itself. Professor, when you transformed into that cat, did all your senses transform into those of a cat as well? Indeed. In this exchange of inquiries and responses, both were immensely satisfied with their insights. Next came the second rule, known as Gamp's fundamental law of transfiguration, the cornerstone of transformation in the magical realm. Under Harry's fervent enthusiasm, the other young wizards, too, began to develop a curiosity for transfiguration. After all, this legendary Harry, who had already demonstrated unheard-of magical prowess before even entering school, was so ardently passionate about transfiguration. How could these ordinary wizards not take it seriously? After elucidating the most basic of rules, Professor McGonagall commenced imparting the theoretical aspects of the magic contained within their textbooks. In the final moments of the lesson, she distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. Throughout the entire process, she stood beside Harry, eagerly anticipating his performance. Harry grasped the extraordinary wand, not reciting incantations like the other young wizards directed at the matchstick, but rather plunged into contemplation. He incessantly revisited the theoretical knowledge imparted by Professor McGonagall, infusing it with his own insights. With a decisive flick of his wand, the matchstick instantly transformed into a gleaming metallic needle. Beside him, Ron merely cast a lethargic glance before resuming his struggle with the matchstick, while Hermione began to incessantly pepper Harry with questions. Throughout this exchange, Professor McGonagall remained silent, her smile growing ever more radiant. She eagerly anticipated Harry's inevitable mischief that would lead to his confinement. After articulating his understanding, Harry relinquished his magical focus and attempted the transformation anew. However, this time, regardless of how he waved his wand, the matchstick remained obstinately unchanged. In contrast, with Harry's assistance, Hermione managed to coax the matchstick into a needle, albeit with much of its surface still retaining a wooden texture. Professor McGonagall remained silent, her lips curving upward, as she surmised that Harry was endeavoring to master a more advanced transfiguration. This continued until the conclusion of the lesson. Harry has finally succeeded once more, but this time, it appears he has exhausted all his strength. He lifts his head and lets out a long sigh. Harry, could you share with me what thoughts were occupying your mind just now? Harry nodded, his voice tinged with confusion and fatigue. I willingly cast aside the majority of theoretical knowledge, simply wishing to transform a matchstick into a needle. I succeeded, though his words were ostensibly positive. They bore a somber tone, suggesting his dissatisfaction. Miss Granger's needle, though somewhat incomplete, warranted commendation for successfully performing transfiguration in the very first class, earning Gryffindor 2 points. As for Mr. Potter, due to your exceptional aptitude for transfiguration and the advanced methods you employed to achieve a remarkable transformation, Gryffindor is awarded 5 points. Ignoring the whispers of the other young wizards, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the scattered items in the classroom returned to their original state as if time were rewinding. She surveyed the room and, with a nod, announced loudly, on Thursday morning, you are required to submit a 3-inch essay outlining your understanding of the 2 rules of transfiguration and the theoretical knowledge pertaining to this lesson. The faces of many young wizards paled, as if confronted with a formidable adversary. The class was dismissed, and the group of first years rose in unison, like prisoners granted leave, eager to exit the room. However, upon noticing that Harry remained still, they instinctively halted. McGonagall disregarded them and turned to Harry, saying, Harry, I believe you should visit my office during your evening break. For what? Harry inquired, gathering his textbooks. To study transfiguration. Harry lifted his head and gazed at Professor McGonagall, his voice seemingly imbued with a newfound lightness. How many galleons will the extra tutoring cost? Both Harry and McGonagall exhibited a hint of exasperation. She placed a hand on her forehead and replied, At Hogwarts, your education does not require money. I will definitely attend. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry assured her. Upon hearing that McGonagall was offering Harry additional guidance, Hermione eagerly inquired, Professor McGonagall, may I also partake? Miss Granger, you may continue to practice during your free time. While Harry, unbeknownst to himself, has delved too deeply into transfiguration. To avert any potential dangers, I must provide some guidance as his professor. Too deeply, Harry murmured. Chapter 20. Emotions. Shortly after departing from the lesson, Harry noticed Hermione's displeased expression. Consequently, under the almost lifeless gaze of Ron, Harry began to articulate his understanding of transfiguration with fervor. He endeavored to adopt Professor Slughorn's method of minimizing vocabulary while conveying a wealth of knowledge. This approach led to a state of bewilderment for Hermione and the young witches and wizards trailing behind him, rendering them unable to comprehend the information. Only those like Ron and Neville, who had long since abandoned the endeavor of critical thought, maintained their mental agility. Harry, Hermione said earnestly, clutching her textbook tightly. Resembling a beaver, after you complete Professor McGonagall's tutoring session, will you teach me? Harry nodded and inquired, why not? He then turned around, his gaze sweeping across Ron's face before settling on each of their countenances. Ron shuddered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The realm of magical knowledge was vast and boundless. If you require my assistance, I would be more than willing to help after class. Under the gaze of Ron's eyes, reminiscent of a gasping deep-sea fish, the surrounding young wizards erupted in jubilant cheers. It was evident that they believed Harry would provide them with answers to their assignments. However, Harry's approach was straightforward. He taught, and you learned. There was no room for copying. Clever Ron promptly shifted his focus to another academic standout. Hermione, at least, retained her humanity. Thus, under Ron's encouragement, Hermione agreed to assist them with their studies that evening. It seemed their future assignments were secured. The subsequent lesson was in charms. During the first class, Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, wielding his wand as he conjured a series of enchanting spells that left the young wizards awestruck. His diminutive stature often led others to underestimate his prowess. Apart from Hermione, who had previously informed Harry of Professor Flitwick's esteemed reputation as a dueling master and a legitimate champion, Ron could not help but tease Hermione, suggesting she should simply be called Miss Know-It-All. Harry regarded the title with indifference, yet Hermione appeared exceedingly incensed, neglecting to acknowledge Ron throughout the entirety of the lesson. After Professor Flitwick had demonstrated a series of spells, successfully igniting the curiosity of the young witches and wizards, he commenced the tedious instruction of incantations. Once the explanations were concluded, time in the classroom had dwindled, prompting him to allow a brief practical exercise. However, Professor Flitwick did not anticipate that this group of young sorcerers could master the spell in such a limited time frame. To his astonishment, both Harry and Hermione succeeded on their first attempts. Professor Flitwick, already immensely pleased with Harry's presence, eagerly approached him, hoping he would linger to continue the lesson. Yet, Harry's mind had become entirely absorbed in the intricacies of transfiguration. The so-called spells held little significance for him. Even those seemingly wondrous and formidable incantations were far from lacking in his repertoire, as he had long surpassed such elementary stages. Harry, do you not comprehend that transfiguration is a journey from inception to mastery? There are only a handful of accomplished individuals within the entire magical realm. Transfiguration is akin to a precipice, with but a few deities soaring above. Harry remained unmoved. Thus, Flitwick had no choice but to settle for second best, allowing Hermione to engage in some late-night studies. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Harry, hoping he might find his way back from the abyss of transfiguration. On Monday afternoon, there was only one class, herbology. This subject hardly piqued Harry's interest, had it not been for the professor's vigilant oversight. He would have already drawn his wand to experiment with transfiguration. In the end, Ron left Harry with a peculiar smile before hastily returning to the dormitory, leaving Harry bewildered, unable to comprehend the thoughts of his somewhat dim-witted friend. Hermione headed to the library to continue her studies, vowing to catch up with Harry. Meanwhile, Harry made his way directly to Professor McGonagall's office. After a lesson's worth of inquiries directed at the portraits, he finally arrived at the office not long after classes concluded. During this time, Harry found himself constantly reminiscing about the comforting presence of the disillusioned. All he needed to ensure was that he cloaked the disillusioned in a layer of topaz before the magical onslaught began. The task of navigation was one he need not worry about. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall seemed indifferent to these matters. Prior to Harry's arrival, she had brewed a steaming cup of tea. The moment he accepted the teacup, Professor McGonagall began to articulate her understanding of transfiguration. A cascade of theoretical knowledge spilling from her lips in convoluted, intricate sentences. Harry displayed no reaction. After all, he could easily engage with Lonnie's archaic language. And Professor McGonagall's deliberately complex sentences posed no challenge for him. Yet, he consciously chose to abandon such a mindset, opting instead to comprehend using the common English of this world. Harry comprehended Professor McGonagall's intention. After articulating the final intricate word, Professor McGonagall took a small sip of her red tea, and with a flick of her wand, the meticulously arranged furnishings of the room expanded outward, creating a considerable space in the center. Harry, following Professor McGonagall's gesture towards the mouse in the middle of the cleared area, was instructed to attempt to transform the creature into a teacup. Harry retrieved his wand, striving to keep his thoughts aligned with the understanding of contemporary English, and then summoned his magical power. With a swift flourish, a gust of wind erupted from the center of the mouse, and simultaneously, the unfortunate creature began to transform, ultimately becoming a teacup adorned with intricate fur patterns. "How does it feel?" Professor McGonagall inquired with a glimmer of hope. Harry closed his eyes, liberating his thoughts. After a moment, he opened his eyes and hesitantly remarked, "I seem to have forgotten the knowledge the professor imparted while using magic." Professor McGonagall's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and she generously applauded him. Were it not for the considerable divergence between Harry's worldview and that of others, she would have endeavored to impart a lifetime of knowledge to him. However, at this moment, what he required most was a universal education within the wizarding realm. "You are the most gifted wizard I have ever encountered. Truly, Harry, I believe that even Professor Dumbledore's talent pales in comparison to yours." Professor McGonagall rose, brandishing her wand with a casual flick, transforming the teacup back into a mouse. Gazing into Harry's eyes, she elucidated, "Theoretical knowledge is paramount. It serves as the crucial safeguard against losing control while performing transfiguration. It is akin to a language, and during the act of transformation, we utilize magic as our vocal cords, articulating our desires. However, I seem to have failed to express this clearly. You certainly engaged in meticulous contemplation while voicing those words. It is merely that you were unaware of it," McGonagall replied, resuming her seat and lifting her teacup. "When casting spells, even those incantations that appear to be negated by silent charms hold significant importance. Through your diligent practice, these spells have become etched into your very soul. All you need to do is maintain the corresponding emotion. The emotion requisite for transfiguration is one of supreme calmness and pride. I can accomplish this. I am capable. It is effortless, as natural as speaking." Harry felt a lingering sense of confusion. His prior education had instilled in him a meticulous understanding of magic, which was followed by the construction of corresponding spell models. The most evident manifestation of this was the appearance of intricate patterns. During the casting, he was required to maintain an intense focus. Even the slightest error in construction could lead to irrevocable disaster. Emotionally, Harry sensed that he was on the brink of grasping the essence of wizardry. Was this significant? "This is the essence of all magic," Professor McGonagall had stated. Harry immediately countered, "But how is it possible for a person to consistently maintain the corresponding emotions? For the majority of spells, the requisite emotion is merely that of calmness, akin to the demeanor one possesses when picking up a napkin. It is a state so effortless that one hardly perceives its significance." Noticing the bewilderment in Harry's eyes, Professor McGonagall recognized that the moment had arrived. From the instant Harry entered, she had been orchestrating this opportunity. Initially, she ensnared him with arcane theoretical knowledge, employing convoluted sentences that instinctively distanced him from immersing himself in the intricacies of magic. Although Harry managed to perform transfiguration typically reserved for higher grades, his execution was not as flawless as during class. This was the moment Professor McGonagall had awaited. She seized the chance to impart profound truths that their faculty had spent a lifetime uncovering while Harry was still grappling with uncertainty. Given her understanding of him, it was inevitable that Harry would find himself ensnared in confusion. After all, individuals in the Muggle world seem to place greater emphasis on incomprehensible figures in the compulsive pursuit of precision. Previous observations of Harry's magical performances had revealed this pattern. His spell models were almost too exquisite, resembling works of art. With a solemn expression, Professor McGonagall revealed her intent. "Harry, are you familiar with dark magic?" Harry nodded. "Did you wish to conduct research earlier?" "Yes, Professor." Harry displayed no intention of concealment. Professor McGonagall felt a tremor in her heart. Fortunately, She had decided to expedite Harry's education due to his innate talent. Otherwise, with his perspective, he might have ventured into the restricted section at night to delve into dark magic. Why do you think the wizarding world is exceedingly cautious regarding the study of dark magic? And why do they harbor such disdain for those dark wizards who persist in their research? Professor McGonagall continued to inquire. She understood that for such a proud and gifted young wizard, it was essential to pose questions, allowing him to comprehend the answers himself, and at the crucial moment, she would gently guide him. However, Harry's worldview had already taken on a rather dismal shape. Even after years of wandering the borders, the remnants of that darkness were indelible, which made Lonnie grit her teeth, fearing he might corrupt the fated ones. Thus, Harry was concerned with the first part, the caution required in studying dark magic. He simply did not regard dark magic itself as formidable, finding its destructive capacity inferior to his casual use of levitation spells. Only the curses and the 3 unforgivable curses piqued his interest to a slight degree, yet they still paled in comparison to transfiguration. It was emotion. After much contemplation, Harry provided his answer. Professor McGonagall's expression softened. She snapped her fingers. Indeed, you are astute, Harry. The most crucial aspect of studying dark magic is to maintain one's negative emotions, hatred, murderous intent, jealousy, and loathing. Once one becomes immersed in these feelings, dark magic will retaliate against the wizard. Negative emotions are akin to body heat in winter, gradually dissipating over time, while dark magic serves as a warm blanket, preventing the loss of those negative emotions. Furthermore, as dark wizards continue their unrestrained research, these emotions will accumulate. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Professor McGonagall had elucidated the matter with remarkable detail, as if all previous concealments had been unveiled in her discourse. All right, Harry, you may return now. Today's transfiguration lesson concludes here. May I come back tomorrow? Harry inquired. Professor McGonagall responded with a gentle smile. Of course, why not? The greatest solace for an educator is to have an exceptional student. After Harry bowed in gratitude, he left the office with an expressionless countenance. As he walked towards the lounge, his mind remained immersed in contemplation. He had previously made a discovery. The magic here did not necessitate the extensive foundational knowledge required for learning the spell of the Shining Stone, nor did it demand the construction of corresponding spell models during its execution. All that was required was to hold the spell in one's heart and then manifest it. The entire process demanded no action on one's part. There was no need for spell models, intricate components, or corresponding incantations. Now, he seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Spells should be viewed as a language that has already been compiled. One merely needs to recite it aloud. Transfiguration, in essence, is the language itself. Their magical essence is akin to the vocal cords that support this language, with emotions acting as the driving force behind those vocal cords. Chapter 21. Hermione. Who desires to teach if only I could return to the Borderland? As Harry ascended the staircase, his gaze was drawn to the vast expanse of the starry sky beyond the window. Perhaps I can bring the professor back, he mused. I certainly will. After departing from Professor McGonagall's office, Harry found himself once again lost in the labyrinthine corridors of Hogwarts. He was aware that the Gryffindor common room lay across from the main tower, yet he could not seem to navigate his way there. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time, as after wandering aimlessly for over half an hour, he stumbled upon a first-year student exploring Hogwarts. To his delight, the student was also a member of Gryffindor. At Harry's request, the eager first year led him to the Gryffindor common room. Upon arriving at the portrait of the fat lady, they discovered Ron standing there, his posture almost forlorn. Ron, jolted from his reverie, turned to face Harry with a sheepish grin. Harry, I may have gone a bit overboard, but it truly wasn't my fault. Calm down. What is it? Harry inquired, his hand instinctively brushing against the tip of his wand, ready for action. Seeing Harry's demeanor, which suggested he was prepared for a confrontation, Ron hastily waved his hands. It's not a fight, and certainly not a duel. It's about tutoring. Didn't you just say this morning that you would help them with their studies when you return? Harry nodded, somewhat perplexed. What further surprises could arise from this matter? I told you not to be angry. Ron rubbed his hands together, secretly bracing himself, ready to make a swift exit at any moment. You see, he began. Well, I assumed it would only be our fellow Gryffindors. Ron awkwardly scratched his head and continued. However, the Transfiguration class is not exclusive to Gryffindor students. By evening, students from all houses arrive. Many, indeed, a significant number of first-year newcomers are present. Ron added. Moreover, the fat lady is reluctant to grant them entry. The portrait of the fat lady twisted her ample form, emitting a sharp roar. I am not one to simply let anyone pass by uttering the password. I shall certainly relay your actions to your headmaster. Absolutely. It appears that not only that, but judging by the fat lady's current fury, those young wizards must have had some minor altercations with her. Harry observed numerous scratches on the portrait, noting that this year's freshers seemed particularly well suited for Gryffindor. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that these marks were made by Gryffindor's new students. How did you resolve that? Harry inquired. Ron swallowed hard and slowly replied. They are all in the Great Hall, the very place where we are meant to dine. Oh, Harry turned to head towards the Great Hall. However, as he took his first step, he paused, glancing at Ron and the students nearby, his expression indifferent. How does one get to the Great Hall? It's just on the first floor, replied a student, appearing even more bewildered than Harry. What is there to inquire about? Where's the first floor? Harry continued, revealing his genuine inability to discern directions. Ron seemed to grasp the situation, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, as if all previous guilt had vanished. He quickly took a couple of steps forward and draped an arm around Harry's shoulders. You can't possibly be directionally challenged, can you? What does directionally challenged mean? Harry asked. And upon understanding, Ron chuckled softly. Yet, Ron recognized the urgency of the matter. Harry had already been lost for over half an hour, and if they delayed any longer, the others in the Great Hall might very well leave. Ron turned to another first-year student and inquired, Harry needs to attend a class now. Are you certain you don't want to join us? The student appeared quite hesitant, frequently glancing at the staircase. Harry pushed Ron aside and gazed at the first-year students. Speaking earnestly, you are free. Go and do as you wish. The new students, as if granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously and exclaimed, I plan to explore the grounds for a week. I shall return next week. Fearing that Harry might change his mind, they swiftly vanished from sight. All right then, let us go, Harry stated, unashamed of his imperfections. Whenever he found himself lost in subterranean caverns with the Fated Ones, his inclination was to utilize the mining spells of Rock Shatter and Exploding Rock. He would carve a path in one direction and to avoid attracting adversaries. Harry had diligently studied the art of nocturnal magic. After all, how else could he manipulate Rock Shatter with mere footwork? It was simply a matter of practice. The Great Hall had never before gathered such a multitude of young wizards. Typically, the Gryffindor Lions would be either preparing for mischief or gearing up for nighttime escapades. Meanwhile, their arch-rivals, the Slytherin Snakes, mostly congregated in their common room, discussing the nobility of pure blood or quietly scheming to vex the Lions. The Ravenclaw Eagles preferred to soar through the ocean of knowledge in the library or were often found pondering in deep thought at the entrance of their common room. As for the Hufflepuffs, they were the epitome of everyday life, either indulging in meals, attending to their studies, or occasionally dabbling in culinary pursuits. Yet now, the majority of first-year students from all four houses had converged in the Great Hall. This was because Harry Potter was coming to personally assist them with their assignments and elucidate the mysteries of magic. To be candid, many were not particularly concerned with the so-called mysteries of magic. Their youthful minds were more inclined toward the joys of school life. Their presence here was purely due to the legendary aura Harry had exuded during their journey together, making them feel as if they were living within an epic tale, companions of the protagonists. However, Hermione Granger held a different perspective. In many ways, she was akin to Harry, genuinely here to aid her fellow students in their studies. This was the only means through which Hermione could realize her sense of self-worth, and she approached it with utmost seriousness. Unlike Harry, who was often lost wandering around Hogwarts, she had meticulously borrowed a plethora of useful supplies after attending Professor Flitwick's lesson, setting her sights on the Great Hall with purpose and haste. Clutching the weighty tools in her hands, Hermione's face radiated with joy. Even her steps were light, as if the burden in her arms was negligible. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Hermione struggled to push open the heavy doors, exhaling deeply. The hall was abuzz with activity, filled not only with first years but also with many upperclassmen. The din resembled a flock of crows congregating to discuss the sin of decay. As she entered, only a few glanced her way before turning back to their friends to continue their playful banter. No one paid heed to the petite Hermione, even in today's class. She was the only one capable of holding her own against Harry. Hermione shook her head in frustration, but as she contemplated her forthcoming tasks, a surge of determination washed over her. She made her way to the podium, carefully arranging the teaching tools she had gathered. Following Harry's example, she attempted to quiet the cacophony of youthful wizards with her gaze. However, her efforts went unnoticed, almost on the verge of exhaustion from glaring. Hermione sighed and abandoned her endeavor. She then tapped a metallic cup on the podium with her wand. The sharp metallic clang resonated throughout the hall, instantly silencing the once boisterous crowd, all eyes fixed upon her. Never before had Hermione been the focus of so many gazes, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Leaning on one corner of the podium, she stammered, "Before Harry arrives, let me share some insights on the subject of charms." She added that she might be able to assist with other subjects as well. The upperclassmen couldn't help but chuckle, knowing Hermione was unwittingly embarrassing herself. The first years exchanged perplexed glances, and one brave Gryffindor stood up to boldly inquire, "All right then, Miss Know-It-All. Could you lend me your charms homework to copy?" "Absolutely not," Hermione replied firmly. "I am here to help you learn, not to enable you to copy." Immediately, derisive hisses arose from the crowd of young wizards. "Is it possible that you Haven T completed yours, or is your handwriting just too atrocious?" Another first-year jeered. As a freshly minted student, Hermione had no experience dealing with such provocateurs, and in response to his taunt, she retorted, "Of course not. My handwriting is not ugly. I have just completed my charms assignment from Professor Flitwick. What about transfiguration? Astronomy? Perhaps Miss Granger could teach us Quidditch instead." "Oh, right. Miss Granger's parents are muggles. She may not even have seen a flying broom, so will you use textbooks to teach us how to fly?" Even though Hermione was young, she recognized that this group was simply looking for trouble, especially the Slytherins, who seemed to harbor a grudge against her. In the end, Hermione could only muster a shout, "I am here to help you learn." Hushed murmurs erupted from the Gryffindors, joining in the ridicule. A Slytherin girl let out a shrill laugh. "Oh, it seems our Miss Granger thinks she can stand alongside Harry, just because of her mudblood status? Perhaps only those filthy ones might take a liking to you." The smiles on the Gryffindor faces faded instantly, replaced by furious glares at the girl. The Slytherins, too, shot back defiantly. However, with regard to Hermione Granger, they largely ignored her. Only Neville, who appeared somewhat chubby and dazed, suddenly rose and dashed up to the podium. His face was flushed, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The earlier confrontation had drained most of his courage. Nevertheless, Neville squeezed out the last remnants of bravery and declared to the crowd, "You can't do this." Yet, no one cared. On the podium, Hermione crouched down, burying her face in her knees and quietly sobbing. Chapter 22. Disrespect. The Great Hall was filled with clamor, with the occasional house elf darting between the seats. They carried either trays of food or clutched a few books in their arms. Upon witnessing this, Harry chose not to utter another word and simply stepped forward. Beside him, Ron cleared his throat a few times and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Mr. Potter has arrived." His voice was not particularly loud, yet it was met with the unmistakable sensitivity others held towards Harry Potter. Suddenly, the entire hall fell into silence, including the older students, all of whom turned their gazes towards Harry. The first-year students looked on with an overwhelming sense of reverence, even admiration, chattering excitedly in delight. In contrast, the expressions of the upperclassmen were considerably more nuanced. Many had grown up listening to tales of Harry Potter, while others had merely glimpsed the aftermath of Voldemort's reign of terror, acutely aware of the horrors of that era. Moreover, Harry undeniably exhibited the demeanor and prowess befitting his reputation, leaving them momentarily at a loss as to how to appraise him. Though he appeared merely a boy, excessively slender and undernourished, which diminished their immediate perception of him, his undeniable aura was simply extraordinary. The only individuals who could stand face to face with Harry without feeling overshadowed were the professors. Consequently, most of the upperclassmen merely glanced up, confirmed the visage of the legendary Harry Potter, and hastily departed with their belongings, leaving behind the two rival houses of Slytherin and Gryffindor, who were eagerly exchanging insults. On the verge of confrontation, Harry was oblivious to the psychological musings of this group. His intentions were remarkably straightforward. He aimed to fulfill his promise and guide them. As he strolled toward the elevated platform of the auditorium, he noticed that, at some point, it had become cluttered with an assortment of chaotic teaching supplies, a sight that was rather overwhelming. At that moment, two individuals stood upon the platform, Hermione, who was quietly sobbing with her face concealed in her hands, and Neville, who stood beside her, bewildered and uncertain of what actions he ought to take. Harry paid no heed to the commotion, casting a glance at Hermione and inquiring, "What troubles you?" Miss Granger seemed to find her anchor, unsteadily rising to her feet, her lips pursed as she exerted herself to suppress her tears. Nearby, Neville appeared to draw strength from her, his expression somber as he remarked, They mock Granger." "Who?" Ron exclaimed, suddenly agitated. "Who dares to ridicule my future star of assignments? Who did this?" Taking a deep breath, Hermione dabbed at her eyes, striving to maintain a steady tone, though it still quivered with emotion. They do not listen, they mock my words. Are you instructing them? Harry recalled the agreement they had made that morning and asked. Hermione nodded in response. Harry continued to inquire, are you more skilled than these freshmen? Perhaps, came Hermione's ambiguous reply. Harry, visibly displeased, spoke with a frosty tone. I require but one answer, either yes or no. You ought to recall what I uttered in the foyer. Hermione bowed her head in contemplation, then gazed at the sea of first-year students in the great hall. The earlier scenes echoed in her mind, causing her body to tremble. Yet at this moment, with Harry as her anchor, Hermione's pent-up grievances erupted. She shouted in a fit of hysteria, yes, I am superior to them, even though I have not yet attended other classes. I memorized the entirety of the first-year curriculum during the summer. I possess greater knowledge and a deeper understanding than they do. Understood, Harry replied succinctly. Indeed. Hermione was both arrogant and naïve, a trait characteristic of those newly initiated into the wizarding world, and she would soon face the repercussions of this. Harry was indifferent to this matter. He had been arrogant himself until he encountered the Dwellers and was confronted by a horde of grotesque creatures, leaving him to question his very existence. However, this did not serve as justification for their lack of respect for knowledge. Furthermore, Hermione's proficiency undeniably surpassed that of the first-year students. He turned to Neville and inquired, what about you? What brings you here? I wish to assist Granger, Neville confessed, his voice involuntarily sinking with guilt, but I have failed to do so. If only I had summoned a bit more courage. Harry patted Neville on the shoulder, choosing not to utter another word. He turned to face the group of young wizards, a flicker of disdain and anger gleaming in his eyes. Harry detests all those who fail to respect knowledge, even that which is forbidden. You may suppress it, you may issue warnings, yet you must never tarnish its existence. Naturally, he harbors an even greater disdain for those who, despite possessing the opportunity to enroll in the magical academy, remain ungrateful and unwarrantedly arrogant. The mere existence of such individuals serves as the utmost insult to Mr. Topus. Harry raised his wand, and the restless magic began to converge, a deluge of spiritual pressure bearing down upon each individual's shoulders. As one of the most exceptional wizards at the Boundary, even with his current wisdom and focus rated at a mere 25 points, he far surpassed this group of fledgling wizards who had only just reached 15. In terms of understanding and mastery of magic, even if Harry's knowledge of this world's sorcery was superficial, he stood among the elite few in the entire wizarding realm. The intense pressure rendered these novice wizards breathless, as if a dagger were poised at their throats, ready to strike at any moment. Even the upperclassmen, whose magical prowess rivaled that of adult wizards, felt an unsettling prickle. They sensed that if Harry wished, a mere thought could sever their heads from their bodies. The tip of his wand gathered a rich reservoir of magic, the deep blue glow eclipsing thousands of candle flames, casting a cold light upon Harry's icy visage. With each sharp sound of the air being sliced, the assembled crowd could only watch in astonishment as the wooden tables before them erupted, shattered as if struck by cannon fire. Strangely, the splintered would merely graze their skin, not penetrating their bodies. Nevertheless, some pampered young wizards shrieked in terror, with Malfoy's voice ringing the loudest. Clutching his injured hand, rage eclipsed fear as he stood up, pointing at Harry on the stage and shouted, How dare you harm me? I will certainly inform my father and ensure you are expelled. Harry remained silent, casting a cold glance at him. Malfoy felt as if an ocean of corpses and blood was surging towards him, the palpable aura of murderous intent forcing him to sit back down, trembling and unable to utter a single word. The air around him was thick with a scent so metallic it seemed to congeal into a liquid. This man must have taken a life. Malfoy was resolute in his conviction. Realizing this, he dared not defy him in the slightest, even failing to muster a retort. His head hung low, immobile, tears of fear unwittingly filling his eyes. Among you new students, is there anyone whose magical prowess can rival that of Granger? Silence enveloped the room. I ask you once more, is there anyone whose magical abilities surpass those of Miss Granger? Still, silence reigned. Chapter 23. Apology. All the new students kept their heads bowed, their eyes brimming with terror. They did not even dare to glance at their companions, seeking a shred of safety. The terrifying pressure emanating from Harry seemed to clutch at their hearts, a hand ancient and calloused, with sharp nails incessantly grazing the surface of their souls. Apart from the slightly more mature upperclassmen, who barely resisted due to their marginally developed intellect, most young wizards trembled like quail, filled with unease. They shivered in silence. The more they cowered, the heavier Harry felt a stone weighing down his heart, tormenting him profoundly. In response to the young wizard's demeanor, Harry was consumed by rage. He could not forget Mr. Topps, who wandered the magical academy. Frustrated by his inability to delve into the mysteries of magic, nor could he dismiss the excitement he felt upon receiving the academy's key. In that moment, Harry truly realized that even at the borders of despair, there existed a group of pure souls willing to continue living for their ideals. The shattered war had persisted for millennia, and amidst the chaos, it was rare to find a genuine living being within 1,000 miles. Yet knowledge remained invaluable. Every sheet of paper inscribed with words, every weathered mural, and even the dilapidated ruins were treasures beyond expression for Harry. Those willing to impart wisdom were as rare as flowers blooming in a decaying swamp. No matter how steep the price, Harry would gladly pay it. But now, this ungrateful group of young wizards dared to mock those willing to share knowledge for free. This was inconceivable and utterly incomprehensible to Harry. How dare you? Finally, in this suffocating atmosphere, Gemma Farley, the head of Slytherin, stepped forward. She could not tolerate the presence of someone not from one of the sacred 28 pureblood families standing above her, even if that person was Harry Potter. You have the audacity to judge us? Farley gasped. Harry cast a cold glance, his eyes, filled with anger and murderous intent, made Farley feel as though a sharp blade was pressed against her throat. His voice, however, was chillingly calm. Power. Farley desired to yield. Yet her pride as a pureblood compelled her to persist. Do you wish to duel? Even though the pressure exerted by Harry Potter was formidable, it could not eclipse the fact that he was merely a freshman. If she could draw him into a confrontation she was accustomed to, everything would be easily resolved, and she could attain immense fame and fortune. Harry, growing impatient with such foolishness, merely flicked his wand. In an instant, a sharp object pierced Farley's palm, causing blood to gush forth. The intense pain elicited a scream from her. Yet, before she could continue, a wave of pale blue magical energy propelled her body out of the hall. Bang! A dull thud echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by a woman's whimper. I am posing a question to you, Harry continued. The upperclassmen of Slytherin were the first to relent, lowering their heads, none daring to check on the condition of their house's prefect. The Gryffindor students were also unsettled. They exchanged glances but refrained from whispering, fearful of being overheard by Harry. Moreover, Harry Potter belonged to their house, and it was Slytherin who had suffered humiliation. Thus, these upperclassmen had no need to assert themselves. Of course, the most significant factor was that they seemed unlikely to best Harry in a confrontation. If they were to engage and be thoroughly defeated, it would indeed be a disgrace, and they would find themselves etched upon the pillar of shame at Hogwarts. Fortunately, Harry Potter remained oblivious to their trepidation. Otherwise, he might have rolled up his sleeves and dealt with each of these house-obsessed individuals himself. Is there no one with doubts? Harry inquired. The freshmen nodded in unison, inwardly pleading for the ordeal to end. This was not solely due to Harry's oppressive presence, but also because Hermione was genuinely more formidable than they were. As for the upperclassmen, had anyone dared to raise their hand, even if Harry did not extract their spinal cords to use as whips, they would still find it nearly impossible to hold their heads high, especially when comparing their magical prowess to that of a mere freshman. Very well. I trust you remember our agreement from yesterday in the foyer. There are no gaps or barriers between us. Magic connects us all. I also hope you grasp the nobility of knowledge, for the bloodlines you so pride yourselves upon are insignificant in its presence. As this declaration resounded, only a few from Slytherin attempted to resist. Yet, under the weight of Harry's formidable presence, even their discontent forced them to lower their heads, silently vowing never to return. Harry was oblivious to the foolish thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. Even if he were aware, he would regard them with disdain and choose to ignore them. He cast aside the knowledge that presented itself to him, treating it as worthless, primarily due to the baseless theories of blood purity. Whether they left or not, Harry was determined to drive them away. He could not tolerate the noxious fumes emanating from their ignorant minds, as it would taint others in their vicinity. Since no one opposed him, Harry turned to the side where Hermione sat in a daze and offered an apology. Hermione jolted back to reality, her eyes tinged with red as she rubbed the corners of them. The hall was engulfed in silence. After a brief moment, soft murmurs of apology began to emerge. I apologize. Harry's calm voice resonated through the hall. I am truly sorry, Miss Granger. We should not have insulted you. My sincerest apologies. This time, his voice was particularly loud, as if it could lift the very roof. Hermione gazed at Harry, her eyes filled with gratitude. It was the first time she had shown him such positive emotion. Thank you, Harry, she whispered softly. Harry nodded and then proceeded to arrange. Let us give them a lecture. With that, he willingly descended from the platform, leaving the space open for Hermione. Harry held a deep respect for those who selflessly impart their knowledge, even if their level of understanding fell short of his own. Hermione instinctively turned to seek the guidance of her elementary school teacher, only to find the podium devoid of any presence, which left her feeling somewhat awkward. Ultimately, she was merely a newcomer, and under the weight of so many scrutinizing gazes and the unfolding series of events, she had already surpassed her limits of endurance. An unimaginable tension surged within her, causing her fingers to tremble slightly around her wand. At last, Hermione glanced towards Harry, her eyes pleading for assistance. "Help me. I need a blackboard." A blackboard? What on earth was that? However, upon observing the chaotic assortment of teaching tools on the podium and Hermione's distressed demeanor, an idea sparked within him. He raised his wand, and a cascade of pale blue luminescent stones materialized from thin air, converging towards the back of the podium. Recalling the transfiguration knowledge he had recently acquired, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Harry. With a gentle flick of his wand, the stones melted as if they were liquid, merging with the surrounding stones and spreading outward. Within moments, the stones, under the influence of transfiguration, transformed into a shimmering crystal board radiating a soft blue glow. After a moment's contemplation, Harry's wand leaped upward, and a surge of magical energy flowed forth. The board, not only possessing a self-luminous quality but also reflecting the ambient light of the hall, suddenly dimmed as if struck by a dimming charm, leaving only a faint underlying glow. In reality, Harry had merely caused the surface of the crystal board to develop a densely aggregated irregular texture. Hermione let out a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." A marking appeared as she murmured softly. At the tip of her wand, a flame-like line flickered to life, and as Hermione waved her wand, a series of words began to form. With the presence of the crystal board, the text became remarkably clear. Chapter 24, The Makeshift Ensemble Initially. Hermione's teaching left much to be desired, as she struggled to comprehend the limited capacity for knowledge absorption among these young witches and wizards who had never attended school. Apart from basic literacy, they had not been exposed to any formal education. Only a few Muggle-born students who had attended elementary school could barely keep pace with Hermione's thoughts. However, after encountering several questions, she quickly recognized this issue and willingly slowed her pace, patiently breaking down the knowledge into digestible pieces before imparting it to them. Harry nodded repeatedly. This method may not be suitable for him, yet it undoubtedly resonates with these young wizards. They have entirely shed their fear of Harry, gradually immersing themselves in the pursuit of knowledge, although many still find themselves occasionally drifting off. However, Harry always manages to pinpoint those moments and employs the unique characteristics of night magic to gently rouse their wandering thoughts. After more than half an hour, Hermione gradually ceased her explanations. She had thoroughly covered the material for the day and the upcoming assignments. She believed that if she continued, her classmates would surely struggle to remain seated. Were it not for Harry's presence, it would have been more than mere restlessness at this point. "Shall we conclude here for today?" Hermione ventured to suggest, apprehensive that Harry might overestimate the capabilities of their classmates, as apart from a few exceptional first years, none could sustain their focus any longer. Harry naturally noticed this, and although he felt quite dissatisfied, he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a synchronized exhalation echoed throughout the hall, as if their bodies had all collapsed onto the wooden tables before them. However, Harry spoke up unexpectedly. Everyone's minds jolted, and they immediately sat up straight, fearing they might face another reprimand. The previous version of Harry had been truly intimidating. With a gentle wave of his wand, Harry caused the shimmering stone behind Hermione to dissolve into specks of blue light. Ascending the platform, he gazed at his classmates, who filled him with a profound sense of disappointment, and spoke. "I do not wish to reiterate my discontent, although you have indeed let me down. Except for a select few among you, it appears that most have faltered after less than an hour of study. I cannot fathom why the pursuit of knowledge, which ought to be a source of joy and delight, brings you discomfort." Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement. Ron and Neville, seated closest to him, exchanged glances. Their faces pale. Learning brings joy? What a peculiar notion. This sentiment was not theirs alone. It was shared by many others present. Yet, I shall not compel you. My presence here today is merely to fulfill a promise made this morning, nothing more. Consequently, Harry's expression remained as stoic as ever, his tone devoid of inflection. Yet his disappointment was palpable. "I shall not return. You are unlikely to accept my teachings, or perhaps you are simply not yet worthy of them." Such near insulting words left the group feeling mortified. Neville rose once more, his face flushed, and declared loudly, but, he faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "But what? Speak," Harry urged. "But we need," Neville finally blurted out, an undeniable courage swelling within him. I know I am foolish and often forget important matters. But today, Hermione's instruction truly resonated with me. I wish to continue. Ron slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "So do I." These two seemed to ignite a spark as the freshmen exchanged glances before collectively shouting, "So do we." "Please, Mr. Potter, continue." The chorus of voices surged with a fervor that suggested a willingness to face any challenge. Though Harry could not comprehend the necessity of such zeal in the pursuit of knowledge. Nevertheless, this thirst for learning brought him a flicker of solace. Indeed, Lonnie was right. Understanding an individual is complex, yet transforming a person through collective momentum is remarkably simple. Just moments ago, these young wizards, who had mocked a teacher and displayed a lackadaisical attitude towards their studies, were now choosing to persevere. "Yes, I have heard you." Harry's words once again enveloped the hall in a tranquil silence. However, this time, the faces of the young wizards were devoid of fear, radiating instead with longing and aspiration. They were unwilling to be cast aside by their hero. They wished to accompany Harry on his journey. Yet, I am not suited for teaching. After this morning's transfiguration lesson, I realized that my methods would be challenging for you to follow. The freshman from the two houses walking alongside Harry nodded in agreement. "So be it," Harry declared. Pointing his wand towards the sky, a mark materialized, far more dazzling than Hermione's, emanating a hauntingly soft blue glow as letters floated in the air. Charms, Hermione Granger Transfiguration, not available herbology, not available defense against the dark arts, not available potions, not available from Monday to Friday. Each subject will be conducted in succession. However, I am yet uncertain who among you will be able to teach the other courses, Harry stated slowly. The other houses had yet to grasp the significance of this. But a few Slytherin students felt their minds buzzing with realization. What is the purpose of this? This is the creation of his own society. Harry is consolidating his followers. Instantly, a flame known as ambition blazes fiercely in their eyes. Even the upperclassmen can hardly contain themselves. Is this really about finding teaching staff? The educators for 5 courses are destined to become Harry's trusted confidants, and they are poised to occupy the upper echelons of this extraordinary faction. Currently, this is merely a nascent assembly. Once this critical juncture has passed, any future aspirations to ascend to such heights will be nothing more than a dream. Even Malfoy, who had just been chastised by Harry, finds himself stirred with excitement. At last, a rather enthusiastic upperclassman from Slytherin raises his hand and exclaims, "Let me do it. I possess a greater understanding than any of you." Harry gazed at the upperclassman, pondering for a moment before stating, "Entrusting you with the education of the first-year students is not a prudent choice. Teaching itself is a form of learning, and we must not deprive anyone of this right. So, let me ask, what is your name and year?" The Slytherin student felt an exhilarating rush, quickly surmising Harry's intentions, and bellowed, "Arabella Duncan, 4th year." 4th year. That seems acceptable, Harry mused. Although he could not rival the professors, his proficiency in transfiguration now hovered around the 5th-year level, and he anticipated reaching the standards of a graduate in just a few days. To the upperclassmen, you may relay this message. Anyone willing can come forth. But let us also select 5 outstanding students from each year to take charge of the instruction. Harry felt quite confident, entirely unaware that he was attempting to encompass the entirety of Hogwarts. Outside the door, Professor Snape frequently glanced at Dumbledore, his fingers rubbing the wand while muttering incantations. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. It had been too long since he last used it, and he felt a bit rusty. Facing the greatest wizard in the realm of magic, being rusty was unacceptable. Chapter 25. Power, the justification for kingship. Observing the diverse expressions of the young witches and wizards in the Great Hall, Dumbledore's emotions were complex. He had overestimated Harry's capabilities, yet he was still taken aback by the new developments. It had only been a day, a mere day. In less than a day, Harry had begun to form a society, seemingly intent on encompassing the entirety of Hogwarts. Even Voldemort had not been so extravagant. Tom had toiled for so long, his influence confined to Slytherin, while the other houses remained merely acquaintances. Gryffindors openly expressed their disdain for him. Had they not been unable to confront him, they would have acted long ago. But what of Harry? Dumbledore and Snape's gazes fell upon young Malfoy, who had clashed with Harry upon boarding the train. His face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes, brimming with admiration for Harry, betrayed no effort to conceal his feelings. The downward curl of his lips, however, indicated that he was too prideful to express it openly. Yet, he was not far from complete submission. This child, raised in the Malfoy family with a doctrine of blood supremacy, was likely to become the first pure-blood traitor of his lineage, especially considering his mother's attitude. which suggested that such a tradition might be perpetuated. Young Malfoy's mother doted on him to an extreme, and Lucius Malfoy was known to fear her. Thus, once Harry managed to win over young Malfoy, this ragtag assembly would be free from financial constraints. It was anticipated that within a few weeks, even the most troublesome of Slytherins would likely find themselves either bowing at Harry's feet or yielding through sheer force, or perhaps, in their hearts, submitting willingly. As Dumbledore glanced at the young Weasley children, he could no longer suppress a sigh. Harry's actions had not contravened Hogwarts regulations. In fact, he was actively encouraging other young witches and wizards to keep pace with their studies. Snape, tightly gripping his wand, maintained a facade of calm as he tried to shield Harry from any repercussions. This cohort of students will undoubtedly be the most exceptional in Hogwarts history, I assure you. Dumbledore shot Snape a fierce glare, then realized his indiscretion, rubbing his temples in resignation. I will not intervene with Harry. I assure you, at least not until he commits a grievous act. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, Severus. Snape forced a grim smile, striving to convey his unwavering trust in Dumbledore's words. He understood, of course, that Dumbledore was fully aware of his thoughts. Nevertheless, the appearance of trust had to be maintained. Dumbledore felt increasingly exasperated. Despite his illustrious reputation in the wizarding world, why did he seem so unreliable in front of his trusted confidant? His words were sincere. Severus, can you read my thoughts? Snape jolted, his gaze piercing as he looked at Dumbledore. Albus, you know I can, but what I mean is, I want you to give me a taste of it. Snape narrowed his eyes, a flicker of eagerness evident, but he soon regained his composure. With a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, You are the master of legilimency. Shall I take a truth serum instead? He promptly produced a vial of Veritaserum from his pocket. Dumbledore was taken aback. You carry that with you? Better safe than sorry, came the response. From behind them, Professor McGonagall's voice emerged, filled with confusion. She had just escorted an injured student to the hospital wing and was now witnessing this peculiar scene. Both men were momentarily stunned. As the group of eager young witches and wizards unanimously decided to conclude their learning for the week, they returned with excitement, eager for the next week's teaching arrangements. The subsequent class would undoubtedly be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, Harry, acting as if nothing were amiss, departed the Great Hall with Hermione and Ron. Heading back to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione paused in the common room. Harry and Ron gazed at Hermione, uncertain of what she was about to express. This Miss Beaver, who had been in a state of constant conflict since their first meeting, remarkably displayed a demeanor befitting a girl. She lowered her head, her toes tracing circles on the ground. What's wrong? Harry inquired, noticing Hermione's prolonged silence. After a lengthy pause, Hermione suddenly lifted her head, her face glowing softly in the candlelight. Thank you, Harry. I truly appreciate it. Her complexion grew increasingly flushed as she continued. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have recklessly charged ahead, and I will strive to be more courteous. Harry nodded, feeling a profound sense of relief, for self-reflection was indeed commendable. His actions and words were reminiscent of the origins of magic itself. Witnessing Harry's demeanor, the fragile remnants of a once-awakened youthful heart shattered abruptly. Hermione regained her composure and, turning to Harry, resumed her customary demeanor. However, Harry, today you have harmed a prefect, which is quite unfortunate. Tomorrow, the professor will surely confine you. This thought troubled Harry as well, for he had recently made a promise to his classmates. Would he now be unable to fulfill that pledge? Should he render the professor unconscious to escape confinement? Or perhaps wait for the professor to awaken and explain? Just as this notion began to take root, Hermione patted her chest and proposed, Allow me to handle it tomorrow. Though I am still quite inexperienced and have much to learn, I should be capable of managing these minor affairs. It merely requires organizing them and establishing a set of guidelines, something I have done before while at school. Seeing Hermione speak with such conviction, Harry entrusted the matter to her. As for Ron, when their gazes turned to him, the embarrassment of being a Weasley rendered him momentarily paralyzed. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters. He had already botched things today, and the thought of failing again tomorrow was utterly disheartening. Yet, under the weight of their scrutiny, Ron's insecurities left him no room to assert himself. And he lowered his head, muttering, All right, I will help too. Why had it come to this? After meticulously planning to escape his parents and enjoy a joyous time at Hogwarts, playing wizard's chess during leisure, reading novels, and embarking on delightful nighttime escapades with friends, how had he found himself in such predicaments? Not only did he have to assemble a makeshift team, but he also had to study diligently under the watchful eyes of Hermione and Harry. Knowing their characters, Ron realized that the prospect of seeking help with his homework was a fanciful dream. If he dared to voice such a request, Hermione, let alone Harry, would surely reprimand him. A sigh escaped Ron's lips. Hermione cast a puzzled glance at him, entirely bewildered as to why he would lament such a favorable situation. However, she quickly dismissed the immature red-haired boy from her thoughts and turned to Harry, advising, "Harry, please, do everything in your power to avoid causing any further trouble. Otherwise, Dumbledore may very well expel you." Harry's eyes were filled with indifference, his tone devoid of emotion. "Dumbledore will not expel me. He needs me now." However, Hermione countered, "Hogwarts is not solely governed by Headmaster Dumbledore. There is the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic." Harry pondered, the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic. The knowledge imparted by Lonnie finally took root in his mind at that moment. The treatise on the principles of rulership given to the Fated One, which Harry had previously regarded as mere trivial information for relaxation, now revealed itself as a matter of timing. After all, during the era of Harry's travels with the Fated One, few respectable gatherings of individuals existed. Even if they did, they would face adversaries with knives drawn, leaving no room for compromise. In this world, however, one merely needed to navigate small matters and reflect slightly, allowing once irrelevant knowledge to coalesce into understanding. As long as they lacked wizards of equal standing to Dumbledore, they would forever remain beneath him, relegated to the pursuit of superficial and futile endeavors. Harry gazed up at the stars outside, murmuring, "Power is precisely the reason for kingship." This somewhat melodramatic statement carried an indescribable weight of bloodshed and sorrow, sending a chill through both individuals, who found no trace of embarrassment in the moment. Chapter 26, A Daily Life. Finally at peace the following day, as Harry, Ron, and their companions exited their dormitory, they unexpectedly encountered Professor McGonagall. At that moment, the stern yet graceful elderly woman regarded them with a serious expression. "Harry, as punishment for your harm towards the Slytherin head, you will be confined to my office every evening for the next fortnight." Ron and Neville exchanged glances with Seamus, both expressing their astonishment at the teacher's double standards. This was not confinement at all, it was merely a private lesson. Naturally, they were reluctant to comply. They would prefer the guidance of their peers over the intimidatingly stern visage of Professor McGonagall. After delivering her decree, Professor McGonagall turned and departed, leaving the group in a state of confusion. As Harry and Ron began to speak, they turned to Seamus, who they suddenly realized was an undeniable directionally challenged individual. "Neville." "Seamus, do you know the way?" they asked. Both shook their heads in unison. None of them possessed the slightest clue about navigating this perplexing place. Harry was well acquainted with such matters and confidently set forth. Unfamiliar with the terrain, he reasoned that wandering about might yield unexpected discoveries. However, an unsettling predicament soon emerged. His performance the previous day had perhaps been a tad too theatrical, drawing the unwelcome attention of his fellow students. Throughout his journey, whispers trailed behind him incessantly. Even within the classroom, a throng of inquisitive peers tiptoed, eager to catch a glimpse of his true self. In the corridors, they would pass by him only to turn back and fix their gazes upon him intently. Harry felt increasingly vexed, believing that such distractions had caused them to wander aimlessly for over 10 minutes without any semblance of direction. "Harry, we specifically rose early and have no intention of dining in the Great Hall, so there is no cause for concern," Ron interjected, noticing Harry's gaze drifting towards the necks of their classmates. "We must concentrate on locating our way to the classroom," added Seamus, unwilling to be caught up in a detention. Hogwarts boasted a staggering 142 staircases. Some were broad and spacious, others narrow and precarious, swaying as one ascended. Certain staircases changed their destinations every Friday. Some would abruptly vanish halfway up, requiring one to remember precisely where to leap. Remembering where everything was situated proved tremendously challenging, as everything seemed to be in a constant state of flux. The portraits perpetually visited one another, and even suits of armor roamed freely, rendering them unreliable as markers. Regrettably, neither Ron nor Neville were inclined to accept Harry's modest assistance with the levitation charm. Seamus, emboldened, attempted it once, but thereafter resolutely declined to try again. Harry found himself in a state of exasperation as he continued to grapple with the enchanting yet perplexing Hogwarts castle. Often, just as he intended to open a door, a ghost would suddenly emerge from behind it, nearly preventing him from drawing his wand and facing a fateful demise. Nearly Headless Nick was, of course, more than willing to guide the first-year Gryffindors. However, if one happened to be late for class and encountered the mischievous Peeves, the situation became far more troublesome than confronting two locked doors coupled with a labyrinthine staircase. Peeves would gleefully upend a wastebasket atop one's head, snatch the carpet from beneath one's feet, hurl chalk pieces, or stealthily follow behind, seizing one's nose and exclaiming loudly, "I've got your nose." Naturally, after being ensnared in a cloud of black which smoked by an irate Harry, Peeves learned to refrain from troubling him further. Every Wednesday evening, they would utilize telescopes to observe the night sky, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. Yet, the new celestial panorama failed to ignite Harry's curiosity. Despite being a brilliant wizard, his endeavors beneath the boundless sky felt rather eccentric, as half of his thoughts were consumed by transfiguration. Thrice a week, they were escorted by a stout which named Professor Sprout to the greenhouses at the rear of the castle for herbology classes, where they learned to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi, exploring their myriad uses. Harry memorized the textbook verbatim, while his mind was preoccupied with reviewing transfiguration concepts during class. The most tedious subject was undoubtedly history of magic, which was uniquely taught by a ghost. Professor Binns, having dozed off in front of the staff room fireplace, had forgotten to bring his corporeal form to class the following day. During lessons, his monotonous voice lulled most students into a deep slumber. Harry harbored suspicions regarding the enchantments employed by Professor Binns. The class eagerly anticipated their lessons in defense against the dark arts, as Harry was equally curious to discover the means by which this world fended off its adversaries. However, Professor Quirrell's lesson descended into farce. The atmosphere of his classroom was thick with the pungent aroma of garlic, and he regaled them with tales of how his voluminous scarf was a gift from an African prince, bestowed in gratitude for assisting the royal in liberating himself from the clutches of a zombie. Yet, none could ascertain the veracity of his tale. Harry remained unconvinced. He was certain that a familiar soul was concealed beneath that headscarf, though he couldn't quite recall who it was at the moment. What he could ascertain was that this insidious object bore ill intent towards him. Regrettably, they were within the confines of Hogwarts, a place governed by rules, and during class, Harry had contemplated taking matters into his own hands to eliminate the threat. However, that damn thing was well hidden, and no matter how he prodded, it refused to reveal itself. As for the evenings, Harry would study transfiguration in Professor McGonagall's office. More often than not, McGonagall, bleary-eyed and unable to withstand Harry's insatiable thirst for knowledge, would eventually send him on his way. During this period, it seemed that Ron and the others were faring quite well. Perhaps Harry's previous display of power had been so astonishing that, aside from those upperclassmen who had not witnessed it firsthand and remained skeptical, there were no significant obstacles. Hermione appeared to possess a remarkable talent for organizing people, as within a mere 3 days, she managed to compile a comprehensive list. Harry had no recollection of the names on the list and chose to let them be, as he was solely responsible for maintaining order. Hermione was deeply touched by this, interpreting it as a sign of Harry's trust, and she confidently assured him that she would establish a functioning organization within the next 2 weeks. Friday was a pivotal day for Harry and Ron. They had finally discovered the path to the Great Hall for breakfast, managing not to lose their way along the journey. "What classes do we have today?" Harry inquired, his expression blank as he gnawed on a sausage. "We have 2 potions classes with the Slytherins," Ron replied. "Snape is the head of Slytherin House, and it's said he favors his own students. Now we can see if that's true." "Doesn't matter," Harry shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the matter. At that moment, the mail arrived. Hedwig, having not seen Harry for several days, swooped in and pecked him sharply on the ear before landing crossly on his plate to devour the remnants of his sausage. Harry felt a twinge of helplessness. This was indeed their first successful navigation, although the credit belonged entirely to Ron. Nonetheless, it was still his fault. Harry awkwardly stroked the little creature's head in an attempt to soothe it. After a considerable while, Hedwig's ire diminished significantly. She huffed a few times before resuming her feast on the sausage. As he tidied up the chaotic remnants of the meal, he extracted a note. "Dear Harry, I am aware that you have no classes on Friday afternoon. Might you be able to join me for tea around 3 o'clock? I have heard about your remarkable exploits from the first week, and I must say, they are truly astonishing. I should rephrase that. You surpassed your father in excellence, a feat he only began to exhibit in his 2nd or 3rd year. Please have Hedwig convey a response. Hagrid." After scribbling a reply on the reverse of the note, Harry sent Hedwig off, who had just finished her meal. Off she goes. "Ron, this is our first potions class." Harry rose to his feet. "Oh, come on. I saw you during herbology. You weren't paying attention at all. Who knows how you managed to remember everything?" "Because I memorized the textbook. You could try it too." Ron shivered slightly, his expression one of dismay. "I'll pass. Only you and Hermione can manage that." Chapter 27. Points deducted. The potions class was held in a subterranean chamber, considerably colder than the main castle. Along the walls were various glass jars of all sizes, containing specimens of animals and plants steeped in liquid. Ron and the others trembled slightly, their minds conjuring images of Snape as an evil sorcerer, akin to those in fairy tales, cackling maniacally. However, Harry remained remarkably composed, feeling almost at home. When he had first arrived at the Boundary, he had inadvertently encountered Professor Snape, though at that time, she was not in her true form, but rather concealed within a cellar. Harry grew up in that place, and aside from the natural glow of the gym, he had almost forgotten the color of the sun. Until one day, a Fade Walker, neglecting his duties, in summer, wandering aimlessly, stormed in after killing the guard outside. At that moment, Selian was hiding with Harry, occasionally commenting on the misdeeds of the magical knights. If you choose to study magic, then study magic. If you aspire to be a knight, then pursue knighthood. Blending the two will not allow you to survive long at the Boundary. This might be the reason why the Fade Walker charged fiercely towards becoming a warrior. With this cherished memory, Harry took his seat. Bang! Shortly after he settled in, the classroom door was forcefully swung open from the outside. The poor wooden door slammed against the wall, creating a dull thud, drawing all the little wizard's attention. At that moment, a black figure swiftly entered the classroom, moving so quickly that the flowing cloak rustled dramatically in the air. This lesson did not require you to foolishly wave your wand or recite incantations. Professor Snape, in charge of the potions class, commanded Walk as he ascended the podium, abruptly turning to reveal his somber, frigid visage to the young wizards. Coupled with his earlier demeanor, he resembled a weathered bat. However, there was a stark contrast between his cold expression and Harry's blank face. The former's indifference was clearly a result of suppressed emotions, while the latter's facial nerves seemed perilously close to complete atrophy. Snape's entrance, accompanied by his gloomy aura, immediately intimidated the young wizards, though the effect was short-lived. In recent days, they had been bombarded by Harry, particularly yesterday, when the pressure and menace emanating from him far surpassed that of the potion's master. Snape noticed this as well. Raising an eyebrow, he continued with his long-established script. Therefore, I believe you do not appreciate the profound science and intricate craftsmanship involved in potion-making. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet each word was crystal clear to all. The young wizards finally redirected their attention to the professor. Snape instinctively wrapped his cloak around his chest, frowning as he surveyed the new students. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the marvel of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. You will not grasp the mystical allure of the liquid flowing through one's veins, captivating and beguiling the spirit. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly grave, his pace slow, his gaze fixed intently on Malfoy. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. After this brief opening statement, the class fell into a profound silence. Hermione glanced at Harry beside her, noticing that he appeared lost in thought, his vivid green eyes devoid of focus. It was evident he was once again contemplating transfiguration. He had been like this during herbology, and she was surprised to see him maintain such a posture in potions, particularly since Professor Snape was not known for his amiable nature. Concerned as she was, Hermione refrained from rousing Harry. She felt she had no right to do so before he was truly overwhelmed. Snape's peripheral gaze remained fixed on Harry. However, sensing the scrutiny, Malfoy felt he had an opportunity to regain some ground, as he was, after all, Snape's godson. Speaking of which, Snape's brow was laden with gloom as he slowly lifted his head, his gaze turning towards Harry. Perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts with extraordinary abilities and sufficient confidence. Snape's voice suddenly rose by 3 degrees, sweeping through the classroom like a fierce gale. To think you can disregard listening to my lecture. Harry remained enraptured by the intricacies of transfiguration, his magical essence surging within him, his fingers gently dancing upon the desk, sending ripples of ethereal energy outward. At his fingertips, tiny specks of dust appeared to come alive, intertwining and swirling in a graceful ballet. Undoubtedly, Harry had mastered the art of transfiguration. However, this was potions class. Simultaneously, a fragment of Harry's consciousness did not perceive that the professor was addressing him. Hermione, her brow furrowed with concern, glanced first at Professor Snape, whose expression was so grim it seemed he might weep, and then at Harry, who appeared to be lost in a reverie. Resolutely, she nudged Harry with her elbow. Harry's fingers brushed against the wand at his waist as he turned to Hermione and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Gryffindor loses 5 points. Draco Malfoy stifled a giggle, though his 2 henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, remained expressionless, showing no inclination to join in. They were afraid. Harry turned to Professor Snape, blinking his eyes. his deep green irises as clear as an emerald lake. Snape gazed intently into those familiar eyes, closed his own, and upon reopening them, diverted his gaze. Focusing on the tip of Harry's nose, he descended the podium slowly, loosening the robes draped over his shoulders, a ripple of restless magic emanating from him. "Mr. Potter?" Snape approached Harry, his voice a mere whisper laced with palpable malice, our new generation's celebrity. Yet, Harry felt no such weight. He could only perceive the intent to kill directed at him. The trivial malice was all but inconsequential, if he were to be acutely aware of such things. There would be no need for action. Thus, from a direct perspective, Harry's initial impression of Professor Snape was rather acceptable. What struck him as peculiar was the uncontrollable surge of magical energy emanating from Snape each time he looked into Harry's eyes, a most unusual occurrence for a professor. But that is no excuse for your lack of attention in class. Pray tell, the illustrious Mr. Potter, what were you just engaged in? While mentally processing Transfiguration and contemplating its theoretical underpinnings, he had also been listening to the professor's lecture. Harry replied earnestly. Snape felt his authority as a professor challenged, especially by one whose visage bore a striking resemblance to James. He nearly ground his teeth as he inquired, "What class is it now?" "Potions," came Harry's crisp reply, his expression unwavering, oblivious to any impropriety. "And what were you just contemplating?" "Transfiguration," Harry answered succinctly, showing no signs of concern. "Do you not perceive any issue with that?" Snape's teeth clicked together in frustration. Harry pondered for a moment, not really, for he was indeed attending the lesson, albeit dividing his consciousness into two parts, one focused on the lecture, the other on the study of Transfiguration, as a lesson in disrespecting the classroom. 5 points were deducted from Gryffindor. It seemed our renowned figure was quite confident in his abilities. "Potter," Snape abruptly interjected. "What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry recalled the potion textbook he had memorized, the elixir of life, a sedative. Snape momentarily faltered, his gaze involuntarily drawn to those striking green eyes. "And if I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of dung, where would you go?" "The stomach of a goat," Harry replied succinctly. His approach to knowledge had always been one of brevity, expressing himself with the fewest words possible. "Very well," Snape conceded. Stepping back and averting his gaze, "It appears your reputation is not entirely unfounded. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "There is no difference." Snape suddenly whirled around, his robe sweeping across the face of an unfortunate little wizard. Yet, neither Harry nor Professor Snape was someone he dared to provoke, and he could only grit his teeth in silence. He ascended the podium, and the classroom fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the bubbling of boiling water. "Potter." As a lesson for disrespecting the professor, Gryffindor students take note. 1 point is deducted from Gryffindor. Chapter 28. Division. Harry pondered his words and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Professor Snape, in what manner have I shown you disrespect? I hold in high regard anyone willing to impart knowledge, including yourself." Upon hearing this rebuttal, Snape's anger flared, and he turned to glare at Harry. Yet, as his gaze fell upon those vibrant green eyes, the scathing retort lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled slowly. "Very well, your challenge has wasted the time of other students. Therefore, Gryffindor shall lose another point." "Fine," Harry replied nonchalantly. "If this is the price for you to impart knowledge upon us, the loss of a few house points is a worthy trade." Had these words been uttered by anyone else, the Gryffindor students would have surely revolted. However, since it was Harry who spoke, the boy who had just bested a Slytherin upperclassman and rallied students from the other 3 houses, they felt compelled to support him unconditionally, even if they could not fathom why. Standing behind him, they felt a sense of security. Snape's ire surged. He had remained by Dumbledore's side for days on end due to Harry, until the boy consumed 3 drops of Veritaserum, confirming his earlier statements were indeed truthful. Following this revelation, Dumbledore had expelled Snape from his office with a flick of flame, even singeing the oils he had hoarded over the years. All of this chaos stemmed from Harry's actions, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort's, though they were far more audacious. It seemed that in just a week, Harry was already dismantling the walls that separated the houses. In 2 or 3 years, one could scarcely imagine the extent of his influence. Aside from Dumbledore, it appeared that Hogwarts would soon be looking to Harry for guidance. Voldemort? Merely a fleeting menace, a terrorist casting a shadow over the British magical community. "Gryffindor loses 5 points, Snape announced. "Please, continue," Harry nodded. With that, Snape's thoughts of deducting points dissipated. A ripple of quiet laughter echoed through the classroom. "Silence," Harry instructed, urging Professor Snape to resume his lecture. Remember to respect all who are willing to share their knowledge, regardless of their demeanor. The act of teaching itself is deserving of respect. Instantly, the laughter faded, along with the smiles on their faces. Snape gazed intently at Harry. Suddenly realizing that the boy's features bore little resemblance to James, he lacked such prowess. Surely, this intellect was inherited from Lily, albeit misguidedly. I have taught you so much, Snape continued, endeavoring to instill a sense of authority within the young wizards. Why do you not take notes? The sounds of quills scratching against parchment drowned out the bubbling of potions. The lesson continued. And it became apparent that Snape treated all students equally, be they Gryffindor or Slytherin, dismissing them with deductions and derision. When had Slytherin students lost their esteemed headmaster's favor? Unfortunately, the new students seemed indifferent to the notion of house points. Their expressions remained unchanged even after deductions, which irked Snape immensely. Nevertheless, as a professor, he remained dutiful. For those who could endure his jibes and scorn, the snippets of wisdom imparted by the world's foremost potions master were invaluable. Snape paired the students into twos, guiding them in the preparation of a simple potion to treat boils. He strode through the classroom in his long black cloak, observing them as they crushed nettles and ground serpents' fangs. Almost every student had faced criticism, yet none seemed to care. Just as Snape took a moment to collect his thoughts, a surge of acrid green smoke erupted from the basement classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Somehow, Neville had managed to distort Seamus's cauldron into a misshapen mass, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes in their classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class stood atop their benches, while Neville, drenched in potion, cried out in pain, his arms and legs covered in inflamed boils. "Idiot!" Snape roared, sweeping his wand to vanish the potion from the floor. "I imagine you didn't bother to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you?" Blushing, Neville looked up at Snape, his nose suddenly sprouting boils as he sheepishly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Professor Snape. I truly was careless. I always forget the knowledge from the books." "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape ordered Seamus sharply, casting a venomous glare at Harry. It was Harry's actions that had led to this predicament. A forgetful and somewhat timid first year dared to meet his gaze. He then circled around Harry and Ron, who were seated adjacent to Neville as he worked. "Potter, why did you not advise him against adding the porcupine quills? Did you think his mistake would somehow reflect positively on you?" Without raising his head, Harry's hands moved with the precision of a finely tuned instrument as he prepared the potion. Even the act of picking up herbs devoid of the slightest tremor characteristic of an ordinary person. I paid little heed to it. After all, failure invariably imparts valuable lessons. Professor Snape, I am confident that he will remember this crucial point in the future, and for that, I owe you my gratitude. Such sincere words, however, sounded no different to Snape than the mockery that often accompanied them. Yet, he had gleaned much about Harry's character from Professor McGonagall. The boy's words and thoughts were in perfect alignment. This was indeed his genuine sentiment. This revelation left Snape in a rather perplexing predicament. Moreover, Harry's movements were truly flawless. Exhibiting not a trace of oversight, the potion-making prowess inherited from his mother, Lily, seemed to manifest in him with remarkable clarity. Unconsciously, Snape's tightly furrowed brow began to relax, and his gaze softened considerably. It was as if he could see the serious expression of the red-haired girl from many years ago as she diligently brewed potions. Indeed, it resembles you, Ron thought, unable to comprehend fully, sitting upright while allowing Harry to perform in silence. Both he and Hermione were acutely aware that Harry had never devoted his full attention to the class. The vacant look in his eyes made that abundantly clear. Unfortunately, Snape, positioned behind Harry, failed to notice this nuance. However, as a preeminent master of potion-making in the wizarding world, he would soon discern the irregularities with a keen eye. Harry had achieved an excessive perfection, an almost textbook replica. Even the utterly pointless ritual of turning his fingers 3 times over the herbs was included. Lily would never have behaved in such a manner. With this thought, Severus Snape suddenly realized something, and he quickly strode to face Harry, gazing into those striking green eyes. A tumult of anger and sorrow erupted within him, causing this brooding wizard, who had lived a life shrouded in darkness, to tremble slightly. The anger stemmed from the fact that Harry, possessing Lily's remarkable talent in potion-making, was so recklessly squandering it on transfiguration. Did he not know that transfiguration was a treacherous path? The sorrow arose from the vacant, lifeless green eyes he had seen before, on that fateful day in 1981 when he held Lily's lifeless body, staring into those unblinking eyes. "Harry." "Yes, Professor, what is it?" Harry responded, almost like a machine. Snape forced himself to guide this oblivious young wizard through the final step. slamming it down upon the wooden table with a resounding thud. The surrounding students turned their gazes, only to discover it was Harry, and with a mere "oh." They turned away, losing interest. "What are you doing?" "Completing my assignment." Slowly, the spark in Harry's eyes began to revive, akin to pouring fresh water into a parched lake bed. "Then why aren't you paying attention in class?" Snape rebuked, shaking his head. Harry, at last, merged his fragmented consciousness and looked up at Professor Snape, saying, "You cannot say that, Professor. I have dedicated 1/3 of my consciousness to this class. Moreover, I have memorized all the text you required. It only takes that much mental effort to accomplish these tasks." Snape felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What had he just heard? This insufferable young wizard had fragmented his own consciousness? "Do you realize what you are doing? Brewing potions?" "I mean your methods, fragmenting your consciousness." "Oh." Harry perked up. "This is a little technique deduced by Professor Selian after examining my soul. When casting spells, one must always concentrate on a single aspect, even if the spell is the simplest and can be conjured effortlessly. This is undeniably a wasteful practice in combat. So Professor Selian proposed a hypothesis based on the uniqueness of my soul. I have accomplished it. Currently, I can operate 2 streams of thought simultaneously. If I attempt a third, my soul will spiral out of control." Snape remained silent for a considerable time, twisting his head as his fist cracked ominously. He aimed to strike the wizard called Selian. After a week of running around for Harry, this wretch had begun to play with his own soul and consciousness. "Tonight, you are grounded. That is unacceptable." Harry's expression hardened like stone as he glanced at the clock. "I must serve detention with Professor McGonagall. Besides, class is about to end." "Gryffindor. 20 points deducted," came Snape's furious bellow from the hallway. He disregarded the other students and hurriedly departed, making his way towards the headmaster's office. He needed to inquire of Dumbledore what repercussions might arise from such a division of consciousness. Harry glanced around the room, then stood up and declared loudly, "I sincerely apologize for Professor Snape's departure before completing his lesson." As he spoke, he bowed to the audience, genuinely remorseful. Although he could not fathom the source of Snape's ire, given that he had been attentive and had brewed the potion flawlessly, he felt compelled to make amends. "Rest assured, while my skills in potion-making pale in comparison to Professor Snape's expertise, I am still capable of assessing the elixirs discussed in this lesson." Chapter 29. The body of a wizard, is it not simply replaced when damaged? At 5 minutes to 3. They exited the castle and made their way across the grounds toward Hagrid's dwelling. Hagrid resided in a small wooden cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots stood at the entrance. As Harry knocked on the door, they heard a flurry of tense struggles and a few low, deep barks emanating from within. Then came Hagrid's voice, "Back off, Fong, back off." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he said, urging Fong to retreat. He ushered them inside while struggling to hold onto the collar of a massive black hound. His cottage consisted of a single room, with hams and game hens hanging from the ceiling. A fireplace crackled, with a copper kettle bubbling away, exuding steam. In front of the hearth stood an enormous wooden table and chairs, while a large bed, adorned with patchwork quilts, occupied one corner of the room. It appeared rather shabby. Yet, in Harry's eyes, the chaotic spiritual energies seemed on the verge of bursting through his eyelids. Every seemingly simple and somewhat worn item was handcrafted from magical materials. Hagrid's rough craftsmanship, combined with the intrinsic worth of these materials, presented an understated elegance. Regrettably, Harry's focus was entirely consumed by transfiguration, leaving him little energy to delve into herbology or potions, with alchemy being an elective only available in the 5th year. To him, these materials held only the value of galleons. With a swirl of complex thoughts, Harry began conversing with Hagrid, accompanied by the 2 smaller companions. Most of the conversation was dominated by Ron, with Hermione chiming in, while Harry found his mind wandering, absorbed in his studies of transfiguration. Nonetheless, Hagrid appeared delighted, seemingly content as long as he could see Harry and engage in conversation. He soon extended an invitation, as promised, to sample his specialty, rock cakes. Hermione covered her mouth, revealing a pained expression, while Ron feigned enthusiasm. Only Harry, with his teeth shimmering a ghostly blue, bit into the rock cake, producing a satisfying crunch. It tasted surprisingly sweet. Indeed, he had enchanted his teeth, enveloping them in a layer of hard, resilient material. Relishing the unique aroma of the food, Harry nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Delicious." Hagrid let out a hearty laugh, convinced that rock cakes were the epitome of culinary delight. Hermione and Ron immediately turned to him, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Harry, are you sure?" Ron could no longer contain himself. Harry nodded and said, "Indeed, I have only consumed moss that grows in the earth's depths or a few wild fruits. The meat was merely roasted over an open flame without any seasoning. Of course, he added, patting his stomach, I am quite famished. Having only had 3 meals since the commencement ceremony. Hermione gazed at Harry, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Ron interjected, but we did have lunch and breakfast together. Indeed, Harry did not dispute this. Aside from those 2 meals, he had only eaten a biscuit in Professor McGonagall's office. The atmosphere grew heavy. Hagrid wiped away tears and added a few more rock cakes to Harry's plate. Harry, I shall certainly discuss this with Dumbledore. Take some more rock cakes home. I hope you grow tall soon. Ron had already buried his face in his hands. Ever since meeting Harry, he had encountered wonders. It was evident that Harry had become so engrossed in his studies of transfiguration that he had lost track of the necessity of meals. Hermione, now alarmed, exclaimed, Harry, you cannot do this. If you continue, your body will suffer. She silently resolved to keep a close eye on these 2. Ron, by nature, was unreliable, possessing little more than a knack for organizing people. As for Harry, he appeared dependable but was as naive about life as an infant. However, Harry seemed unconcerned. It had already been a feat for Professor Selian to identify Moss's sustenance. This was not something to worry about. Harry picked up another rock cake with a crunch, declaring, my proficiency in transfiguration has reached a level suitable for graduation. Next year I shall attempt to create a new body. If this one fails, I can simply discard it. It is not a grave matter. Ron chose silence. Hagrid, standing by, seemed hesitant, unsure whether to intervene with a stern word regarding Harry's perilous thoughts. Hermione nearly rushed forward to grasp Harry by the collar, expressing her vehement disapproval. She stood up, advanced toward Harry, and shouted, you cannot. Harry, this is absolutely forbidden. Transfiguration is not dark magic. It merely involves changing bodies. What is wrong with that? Harry's eyes were filled with confusion. Were it not for Professor Selian's true form being imprisoned elsewhere and the stars being locked away, her puppet body might have been a moonlit form. In this regard, Harry's perspective was strikingly aligned with that of Selian. A body, when damaged, could be discarded and replaced. This is a significant problem. Hermione shouted again, realizing her outburst was inappropriate. She took a few steps back and took several deep breaths to regain her composure. Through their close companionship over the past few days, Hermione had gradually come to understand some of Harry's peculiarities, realizing that his worldview was vastly different from theirs. Initially, Ron had asked if all muggles were like this, nearly provoking Hermione's wrath. Nevertheless, this realization helped her comprehend Harry's mindset. Very well, Hermione replied gloomily, seemingly surrendering. But if your body is not damaged, I would say it's quite normal, so continue using it. Creating a body requires considerable effort. Hermione narrowed her eyes, pursing her lips, scrutinizing Harry's appearance in the dim light of the room. His untamed hair was greasy and reflective, clearly unwashed for quite some time, and grooming was out of the question. As for his attire, well, Harry's disheveled appearance could be considered a compliment. Harry, please tell me you have at least bathed? Bathed? Harry pondered, shaking his head. Of course not. It does not aid me in any way. Before his travels in the Borderlands, his survival skills were derived from Professor Selian's teachings. Sustenance from moss and water was sufficient. What use was there for anything else? Mastering magic was paramount. After embarking on his journeys, Harry adopted the lifestyle of the fated, who had spent many solitary years in perilous exiles. Bathing? What is that? Just jump into a river and rinse off. That suffices. Naturally, Harry's standard of living as a wizard was somewhat higher than that of the fated. When his nails or hair grew long, he would allow them to petrify and then shatter them, along with the dirt on his skin, following the Rattan offering. He had severed the fated's body for protection, found a puppet body, and inserted a source gem thereafter, never again fretting over such trivialities. What else do you wish to say, Hermione? She finally said, covering her forehead in silence. After a prolonged silence, Hermione, her face flushed, looked up and said, Let me handle it from now on. Ron and Hagrid exchanged perplexed glances. Harry maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. I declare, Hermione thought of Harry's nature, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash away. From now on, I will manage your daily life. Meals, bathing, changing clothes, and haircuts. Ron did not seem particularly affected by this, even feeling a sense of relief. He had previously wished to assist Harry in this regard, but found it too cumbersome. Furthermore, he was certain Harry would never agree. True to form, upon hearing Hermione's resolution, Harry shook his head in refusal. I do not wish to waste your time on such matters. Learning magic at Hogwarts is what truly matters. I do not mind. I do mind. I do not wish to hinder your studies. Hermione realized she needed to find another way to alleviate this lifestyle burden's concerns. If you continue like this, let alone whether your body can endure until next year. The other professors will undoubtedly consider you a filthy child and will be reluctant to share knowledge with you. Harry abruptly lifted his head, questioning in disbelief. Really? Hermione glanced at Ron. Sensing the girl's wavering murderous intent, Ron stiffened and immediately concurred. Yes, Harry, of course. The professor can pretend he hasn't seen you like this. But if this continues, they will certainly not agree. In the wizarding world, maintaining a tidy appearance is of utmost importance. After some contemplation, Ron felt he had not emphasized this enough and added, it's extremely important. Then Harry pointed at Hagrid, who was lost in thought. Why is he here? He's the keeper of keys and grounds, not a professor. Hermione, disregarding Hagrid, bluntly spoke the heart-wrenching truth. Hagrid scratched his head, feeling indifferent. For he was indeed not a professor. At this, Harry finally nodded in agreement. Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance, both exhaling in relief. They had managed to preserve Harry's dignity in his current state. Chapter 30. Love with Harry's concession. The atmosphere in the small cabin noticeably lightened. The group then engaged in a discussion about the latest news and the Daily Prophet concerning the break-in at Gringotts. To their astonishment, Hagrid revealed that the stolen vault was a place he had previously visited. Unfortunately, no matter how much Ron inquired, Hagrid remained reluctant to disclose what treasures lay hidden within the plundered vault. He remarked that Gringotts, like Hogwarts, was one of the safest places in the world. A claim they could no longer uphold. Ron scoffed, feeling a sense of pride in being at Hogwarts. Hagrid and Hermione concurred. All three held a unified admiration for Dumbledore. As long as he was at Hogwarts, it remained the safest place in the world, except for Harry. He maintained a wary disposition towards Dumbledore. An inevitability given that a wizard with an intelligence quotient hovering around 60 was undoubtedly someone Harry needed to be cautious of. Yet, he could not fathom why the headmaster had yet to seek him out. Whether regarding his fated trajectory or the subsequent series of events, Dumbledore should have taken the initiative. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, Harry realized it was time to head to the office for detention. He stood and announced, "Let us go." The two, who had been incessantly discussing magical creatures with Hagrid, promptly fell silent, bid farewell to Hagrid, and prepared to depart with Harry. Before leaving, out of courtesy, they felt obliged to accept Hagrid's goodwill, their pockets brimming with rock cakes. Of course, Harry was an exception. His pockets were not merely filled, but also cradled a stack of these storable, hunger-satisfying starchy delights, which he genuinely relished. When necessary, they could even serve as a weapon, their hardness rivaling that of a metal pipe. Upon reaching Hogwarts Castle, the trio parted ways. Ron headed to the Great Hall for dinner, intending to bolster their ranks and fill the roster. As a member of the Weasley family, he possessed a natural rebellious spirit. The thought of being able to recruit under his older brother Percy filled him with boundless enthusiasm. He even set aside wizard chess for the moment. Of course, he also planned to confront his twin brothers once the team centered around Harry was fully established, as he had grown weary of their pranks. As for Hermione, she was more direct, racing to the headmaster's office to seek out Professor Dumbledore. Hermione believed she had only temporarily stabilized Harry's precarious nerves, knowing his unique worldview would surely erupt at some point. If she were absent, Ron would likely stoke the flames of chaos. Thus, she resolved to request an audience with Dumbledore and have a thorough discussion, hoping to draw more of his attention to Harry. Harry was indeed frightening. His perspective of treating his body as a disposable tool was utterly absurd. At least Hermione found it difficult to accept. As for the thoughts of these two, Harry was not inclined to speculate. All his energy was now devoted to transfiguration. In just a few days, he would be able to achieve an outstanding grade in the transfiguration section of the Ultimate Wizarding Examination, known as N.E.W.T. Then, Professor McGonagall said, "I fear I can no longer teach you." Her hand trembled slightly around the teacup. She had never encountered such an outrageous wizard in her lifetime, not even Professor Dumbledore. Which young wizard memorizes the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, the Intermediate Transfiguration Guide, and the Advanced Transfiguration Guide, books revered among wizards as from entry to grave before even starting school? Beyond the specialized terminology he had yet to encounter, Harry could even draw parallels. Throughout the week, Professor McGonagall spent more time clarifying Harry's thoughts than lecturing, explaining these terms along the way. Then she witnessed the growth of a prodigy. On the first day, he reached the level of a typical fourth-year wizard. And in the following days, he thoroughly absorbed those texts with astonishing speed. Why? Harry's hand unconsciously reached for his money pouch. "I believe my skills are still significantly lacking compared to yours, Professor. If it's a matter of finances, I have plenty. My inheritance from my parents is substantial, Professor. Very substantial. Fearing that Professor McGonagall would be displeased, Harry emphasized this point. Professor McGonagall placed her teacup down heavily, intending to reprimand him. But upon seeing the insatiable curiosity in Harry's eyes, her irritation dissipated. Put that away, Harry. I have stated before that all learning at Hogwarts requires no expenditure from you. Why is that? McGonagall rose, extracting her wand and gently waving it, causing everything in the room to seem to dance as though animated, yet nothing transformed into another object. This is the limit of what I can currently achieve, Harry. She feared he might not comprehend, so she waved her wand once more. The multitude of objects began to undergo transformation, but halfway through, a significant leakage of magical energy occurred, as if the world were rejecting her efforts. You cannot summon more magical power. That shouldn't be the case. Harry noticed something amiss with Professor McGonagall. Professor, your magical aptitude should enable you to draw upon greater power. According to the assessments of the Leaky Cauldron Academy of Magic, McGonagall's intelligence exceeded 50 points, with a corresponding level of focus. Yet, for some unknown reason, her output was stuck at the threshold of 40, unable to break through that barrier. That is the problem. Harry. McGonagall had been troubled by this issue for many years, unable to advance beyond this point. More than a decade ago, she had made no progress in this regard. Compelled to delve deeper into transfiguration, knowing she could perform more wondrous magic, yet unable to access it. Moreover, this is a unique aspect of my transfiguration. I cannot teach it to you, nor can I articulate these sensations. A rare look of despondency appeared on McGonagall's stern face. I have consulted Professor Dumbledore about this, but his answer remains beyond my understanding. Harry was immediately intrigued. He was genuinely curious about Dumbledore's answer. What could the greatest wizard in the world possibly say? Professor McGonagall's voice was as faint as a whisper. Her eyes appeared somewhat glazed, as if she were peering through Harry's very being to perceive something far beyond. Albus had once remarked that love could shatter this barrier. Otherwise, one would face calamity. Regardless of my inquiries, his response remained singular. A palpable silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the objects around them, which danced and leaped under the influence of transfiguration. After a long pause, Harry suddenly lifted his head and asked, somewhat off-topic, I trust that Headmaster Dumbledore would be pleased to see more exceptional wizards emerge, yet is this not an answer he cannot elaborate on? Would clarifying it inevitably lead to our ruin? Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly grasped something, and her aged frame trembled slightly. After a considerable silence, she gazed deeply at Harry and said gravely, I should not have shared this with you. It was my error. Harry Potter, I hope you, before she could finish. Harry interjected, I won't speak of it. He understood the significance of secrets and had witnessed the dire consequences faced by oblivious wizards who disregarded warnings from their predecessors and recklessly engaged with forbidden magic. Until I comprehend it fully, I shall refrain from any action. Professor Dumbledore has his own considerations. Although Professor Selian had stated that magic held no taboos, Harry fell into a prolonged silence, a rare hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. I believe there are, he murmured. The existence of these taboos itself constitutes a form of knowledge. McGonagall exhaled deeply. She finally comprehended Harry's perspective. He was undoubtedly a mature wizard. He respected knowledge, cherished it, yet maintained a wary stance towards it, though his worldview diverged somewhat from that of most. However, the latter could be altered. Chapter 31. Overindulgence and Flying Lessons once again. Professor McGonagall heard about the enigmatic sorceress Selian from Harry, and her curiosity was piqued. In Harry's words, the sorceress was undeniably an exceptional witch, her very existence a symbol of wisdom. Yet, something significant must have transpired, as even Harry, who had been nurtured under her guidance, had experienced a divergence from her in certain respects. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall deemed it both impolite and unwise to inquire about this lady at present. Both she and Headmaster Dumbledore shared this sentiment. It would be more prudent to wait until Harry was fully integrated into Hogwarts, at which point he might share the experiences of those years. Otherwise, such inquiries would only heighten his aversion and caution. As a reward, Professor McGonagall returned to her seat, lightly waving her wand. The disordered objects returned to their places as if time were reversing. By next Wednesday, your confinement will be completely lifted. Harry was unconcerned about this. His focus lay instead on how to progress in transfiguration. At his current level, it was challenging to revert the conjured sphere. Will I continue alone after this? Just like you, Professor? McGonagall chuckled softly. shaking her head as she retrieved a magazine from her drawer and handed it to Harry. Certainly not. We are no longer in an era long past. Even if we cannot articulate it, we can always describe certain aspects in less than precise terms. For ordinary wizards, this may be a poison. However, for those of us who stand at the pinnacle of transfiguration, it serves a purpose. When you reach a particular juncture in your studies, that vague description will guide you on how to proceed. Harry took the magazine and glanced at it. Professor McGonagall continued to explain, the magazine is quite expensive. Yet the publishers are losing money, as the readership is exceedingly limited. Do not worry, my inheritance is substantial. If possible, I would gladly offer more galleons to that publisher. Harry held a deep respect for this publisher. Harry, how many times must I reiterate? Attending Hogwarts does not require wealth. As Harry was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Professor McGonagall. For the time being, observe closely, and by next weekend, I shall organize all the magazines in my possession and deliver them to your dormitory. After all, I never anticipated discovering such an exceptional disciple among the young wizards. Even those who are prodigies in transfiguration often do not have the opportunity to engage with these texts until they are on the verge of the ultimate wizarding examinations. After a prolonged moment, Harry bowed slowly and expressed, "Thank you, Professor. I am truly grateful. Apart from Professor Selian and Mr. Topps, you are the finest instructor I have encountered." Time flowed gently, and soon it was Wednesday evening. During this period, Harry began to delve into the essence of transfiguration, and the knowledge he had accumulated in the interstice erupted forth like a geyser. He believed his proficiency in the art of gem magic rivaled that of the two original spellcasters, for he had directly engaged with the essence of life itself, or perhaps, even further, the essence of the world. However, this very realization led to an increase in Harry's confusion. He had always been a perfect circle. Even if he remained in the interstice, standing alongside Lonnie, it would merely serve to embellish that circle. Yet here, these enigmatic wizards had forcibly breached that circle, creating a gap. The vast expanse of external knowledge was boundless, while he felt woefully small and ignorant, compelled to cautiously explore the mysteries of magic, piece by piece. Standing on the playground, Harry gazed vacantly at the infinite sky, surrounded by the cacophony of young wizards. Through the relentless efforts of Hermione and Ron, they had finally mustered a makeshift team worthy of use over the past few days. Most importantly, they had elucidated Harry's current state before the crowd, leaving the young wizards, who had only witnessed Harry's legendary side, astonished to discover that, in certain respects, he was just like them. Harry finally descended smoothly from the lofty statue of the hero. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, Harry's stature inexplicably seemed to grow a few degrees more imposing. A living, breathing individual is far more vivid than a solemn statue. They began to shed their fear of Harry, yet their respect for him deepened. Initially, the young wizards were cautious, but upon realizing that Harry truly did not mind, their boisterous nature erupted in full force. At present, several professors found themselves bewildered by the sudden influx of rule-breaking antics from the first-year students over the past couple of days. Professors McGonagall and Snape reminisced fondly about the first week when the young wizards were subdued by Harry, how obedient they had been then. Students from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered on the grounds for their first flying lesson. Malfoy, with great fanfare, lamented that first-year students were unqualified to join the Quidditch team, regaling everyone with long-winded and self-aggrandizing tales, invariably concluding with an account of how he narrowly evaded a Muggle helicopter. His gaze occasionally flicked towards Harry, and upon noticing Harry's lack of reaction, he exhaled in relief. Yet, he was not the sole braggart, listening to Seamus Finnegan. It seemed he had spent much of his childhood soaring through the skies on a broomstick. Even Ron, whenever someone would lend an ear, would recount a tale of nearly colliding with a hang glider while riding Charlie's old broom. Each student from a wizarding family chattered endlessly about Quidditch, save for Neville, the earnest one, who remained silent. When questioned, he sincerely admitted that he had never ridden a broomstick, as his grandmother had never allowed him near one. Hermione Granger was nearly as anxious about flying as Neville. However, most of her focus was on Harry. Upon witnessing his calm demeanor and exceptional magical skills, her tension gradually dissipated. She believed that should any trouble arise, Harry would undoubtedly come to her rescue. She considered herself Harry's devoted companion and assistant, resolutely determined not to overlook anything. At breakfast, she incessantly recounted flying tips from a library book titled The Marvelous Quidditch Ball, much to their annoyance. Only Neville listened intently to every word she uttered, eagerly hoping to glean useful knowledge that would help him stay securely on his broomstick. After a while, their teacher, Madam Hooch finally arrived. She was a striking woman with short gray hair and sharp, golden eyes that glimmered like an eagle's. Harry initially thought he had encountered one blessed by the golden tree, yet upon noticing that it was merely the hue of their eyes, devoid of any golden radiance, he relaxed his grip on the wand at his waist. He harbored a certain aversion to the golden laws, instinctively desiring to vanquish anything associated with them. Professor Hooch commenced with an extensive discourse on the art of flying, a topic that Hermione had already covered the previous evening. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she commanded sharply, urging each student to position themselves beside a broomstick. "Hurry, hurry, make haste." Chapter 32. The Transformed Malfoy. Harry cast a glance at his battered broomstick. Worn and tattered, with several twigs protruding haphazardly, he extended his right hand above the broom handle as Madam Hooch shouted from the front. "Up, up!" Everyone echoed. Harry's broom immediately leaped into his hand, yet such obedient brooms were a rarity. It seemed that in the wizarding world, no matter the skill, it was invariably intertwined with one's emotions. He glanced at the surrounding young wizards. Hermione Granger's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom remained utterly still. Ron and Malfoy's brooms fared slightly better, spinning in the air. Frustration crept into Neville, who muttered incessantly to his broom, nearly on the verge of shouting. "Don't be concerned," Harry suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him, filled with hope. Whether Muggle or wizard, flight had always been one of humanity's dreams. And Harry was undoubtedly the most accomplished among them. Hermione, now the de facto leader of this group of first years, inquired with anticipation, "Harry, could you explain?" "Why explain?" Harry retorted. "This is something you all can accomplish. You're simply too anxious." Hermione pondered this, her lips moving silently. And her broom immediately levitated before landing steadily in her grasp. Here we go again. The young wizards were becoming accustomed to Harry's cryptic words, often requiring Hermione as an intermediary for comprehension. In just a week, Hermione had shed the cautiousness she carried from the Muggle world upon entering the wizarding realm. She confidently surveyed the group and reminded them, "Do you recall Professor Flitwick's words?" Professor McGonagall similarly emphasized the connection between our emotions and spellcasting. "This is the essence of wizardry. We are all wizards, and the ability to soar freely through the skies on our brooms is an inherent gift." Neville's demeanor noticeably calmed. He gazed at his broom, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to dismiss his grandmother's admonitions, muttering, "Up." With a whoosh, the broom shot into Neville's hand with such speed that he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yet, his face bore no trace of panic. Instead, he grinned widely, exclaiming, "I did it! I did it!" With Neville's triumph, the other young wizards soon followed suit, achieving the same feat in quick succession. This brought a smile to Madam Hooch's face, her keen eyes softening. She proceeded to demonstrate how to mount a broom without sliding off, moving through the line to correct their grip. "All right, when I whistle, you kick off the ground with both legs. You need to push off firmly," Madam Hooch instructed. "Hold your broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Neville, just as the whistle touched Madam Hooch's lips, launched himself upward. "Come back, child," Madam Hooch called out, but Neville soared higher, akin to a cork popping from a bottle. Reaching 12 feet, then 20. Above, Neville's terrified voice echoed, "Ah." Harry observed his terrified, pallid face gazing down at the swiftly receding ground. Witnessing him gasping with his mouth agape, sighing, he acknowledged that regardless of Neville's occasional displays of timidity and bravery, he remained but a child. However, having been educated by Luna, he understood that attempting to rescue him might lead to embarrassment. Sometimes, the gratitude for being saved is not as profound as one might envision. Harry drew his wand and pointed it beneath Neville. Immediately, the ground trembled. A massive piece of glowing stone erupted from the earth and stretched skyward. "You won't fall to your death," Harry's voice, though soft, eerily reached Neville's ears. "Just fly." As Neville heard Harry's words and saw the approaching luminous stone, the panic within him dissipated significantly. Recalling Hermione's advice, he held his breath and forced himself to regain his composure. Then, with a commanding shout, "Descend." The previously erratic broomstick abruptly stabilized in midair, causing Neville to shift several inches forward. However, due to nearly tumbling off the broom earlier, he now found himself seated firmly in the center. Feeling the chill of the high-altitude air, Neville was acutely aware of the cold sweat trickling down his back, sending shivers down his spine. Without further thought, he guided the broom gently back to the ground. Simultaneously, the applause of Gryffindor and Slytherin students surged like a tide. Expecting ridicule, Neville was taken aback when none came. After a moment of stunned silence, he lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, and returned to the group, one hand sheepishly brushing his hair. Upon witnessing this, Harry chose not to utter another word, retracting his wand as the sizable piece of bright crystal shattered into countless pale blue specks, vanishing from sight. Had this occurred in the Boundary Lands, the initial requirement would have demanded an intellect of 40 points. However, with the aid of transfiguration, a mere 25 points sufficed. Ms. Hawke's complexion remained somewhat pale as she approached Neville, chastising him briefly, yet her reprimand was lost amidst the laughter and merriment of the other young wizards. Very well, she thought, glancing at Harry, perhaps I ought to express my gratitude to you. And Neville, your ability to regain composure in the midst of panic is truly commendable. Gryffindor shall be deducted 3 points, yet in recognition of your bravery, an additional 5 points shall be awarded to Gryffindor. Subsequently, she reiterated the requirements for flying and once again blew her whistle. All present soared into the sky, none lagging behind. Professor McGonagall stood by the window, observing the scene before her, and for once, a rare smile graced her lips. However, that smile quickly faded. At this moment, Ron and Malfoy, both endowed with prodigious talent, disregarded Ms. Hawke's fierce gaze and began to execute acrobatics typically reserved for Quidditch. Yet, it was evident that both were engaged in a contest, their skills proving rather lacking. After several missteps, they both tumbled from their brooms, fortunate that Ms. Hawke and Harry had been vigilant enough to catch their hands, preventing them from plummeting to the ground. As the lesson concluded, the group descended slowly, with Ms. Hawke departing along with the flying brooms. However, the young wizards remained in a state of exhilaration, lingering on the lawn, engrossed in conversation and reluctant to depart. Surrounding Harry were Hermione and a few others. Not far off, Malfoy approached with an air of arrogance, flanked by 2 sycophants. Look, Malfoy declared, brandishing a gleaming memory orb. What is this? Neville rummaged through his pocket and exclaimed, my memory orb. Malfoy scoffed, nodded, and tossed the orb back to him, then turned his gaze toward Harry, winking. And thank you for your assistance, Potter, he added before pivoting to leave. Wait, Harry suddenly interjected. Malfoy turned back, regarding Harry, his pallid complexion betraying a slight flush on his cheeks, possibly from the recent exertion or the excitement of the moment. In the past, he would have seized this opportunity to mock Neville, yet now he found himself incapable of such behavior. What is it? Malfoy maintained a haughty demeanor befitting a member of a prestigious pure-blood family, as if the prior incident with Harry had never transpired. Neville has yet to thank you. Harry lifted his chin towards Neville. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Neville's plump face as he bowed slightly to Malfoy, then took a few hesitant steps forward to extend his hand. Thank you for retrieving my memory ball, Malfoy. I forgot to express my gratitude. Throughout his life, Malfoy had only ever pretended to be compliant in front of those who wielded power and wealth, or flaunted his superiority over those beneath him. It seemed that no one had ever sincerely uttered words of thanks to him. In that moment, it felt as though he and Neville were equals. No, he was indeed on equal footing with Neville. Malfoy turned his gaze towards Harry. His mother was a Muggle witch. By bloodline standards, he ought to be more esteemed and formidable than Harry. Yet, the truth was that Harry had long since transcended their realm. According to his father's words, Harry stood on par with the likes of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort, terrifying figures that existed almost solely in the annals of history. The only distinction was that Harry was still quite young. Yet, did this not render his father's insistence on blood purity a mere farce? Even though the Potter lineage was pure blood, what of his mother? Malfoy glanced at Hermione. This girl, at first, had reacted with the astonishment typical of an ordinary Muggle witch, marveling at the commonplace wonders of the wizarding world. No matter how well she disguised it, her ignorance was difficult to conceal. That was how it should have been. Yet the reality was that Hermione surpassed him in merit. Over the past few days, Malfoy had tossed and turned in bed, attempting to disregard this fact, but in class, she consistently excelled beyond all others. Harry is not to be counted. He is a celestial being, incomparable to others. After a prolonged period of chaotic contemplation, Neville's smile remained unwavering, still extended in a gesture of reaching out. The previously chattering voices gradually subsided. At this moment, both Gryffindor and Slytherin students gazed at him in anticipation. Very well, Malfoy finally spoke. Chapter 33. Neville's choice. Malfoy felt as if a colossal weight that had burdened his shoulders for years was lifted in that instant. As if even the flow of his blood had become more invigorated. He reached out his hand, clasping Neville's firmly. Truly, Thank you ever so much, Neville said with an awkward grin, lifting the memory orb in his hand. Within this crystal-clear sphere swirled a crimson mist, undoubtedly signifying another forgotten memory for Neville. Malfoy regarded Neville with curiosity, observing his very first true friend. But I have no idea what I've forgotten, Neville confessed, his expression tinged with bitterness. Malfoy immediately withdrew his hand, rubbing it on his clothing as if he had touched something unclean. A chorus of laughter erupted among the young wizards. And Neville felt a twinge of embarrassment, awkwardly chuckling while scratching his head. He did not perceive this as a significant issue. Indeed, his memory had never been particularly reliable. Harry's gaze first settled on Neville, then gradually shifted to the memory orb in his hand, which seemed to share similarities with the Sorting Hat. Its function was not to read, but rather to project certain information from its owner into the external world for processing. Of course, the memory orb could never be compared to the Sorting Hat, the latter being a living entity in its own right. Thus, this red mist, in a certain sense, represented Neville's current state. Neville, show me the memory orb, Harry suddenly spoke. The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased, all eyes turning to the two. Following the flying lesson, Neville's trust in Harry had nearly reached the level of his grandmother's. He quickly approached Harry, ready to hand over the orb. You keep it. No need to give it to me. Harry bent down, inspecting the memory orb with meticulous attention. The red mist appeared entirely normal, yet to his discerning eyes, there was an almost imperceptible flaw, as if something had fractured within. Neville's body stiffened, unsure of what to do. Among those present, the sharp-minded individuals like Hermione, Ron, and Malfoy immediately sensed that Harry had likely noticed something and fell silent, awaiting the outcome. As the more resolute members of the group adopted solemn expressions, the others quickly subdued their smiles, standing still and waiting in quiet anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, as Neville thought his foot might collapse from the tension, Harry abruptly stood, placing his palm atop Neville's head, his thumb pressing against Neville's brow. Just as Neville was about to speak, he caught sight of Harry's tightly shut eyes and the rolling orbs beneath his eyelids, prompting him to seal his lips once more. Even the most oblivious could discern that this legendary future hero was about to inscribe a new tale. Neville felt as if his mind were being gently pried open, a pair of cold eyes sweeping through his very soul. Yet, he felt no chill. Instead, a sense of hope surged within him, as though Harry were rescuing him. After a prolonged pause, Harry's eyes slowly opened. His face remained as rigid and expressionless as a marionette, and his gaze was as tranquil as still water, as if nothing had transpired. Just as Neville thought the matter would end inconclusively, Harry spoke. Your soul has suffered an attack. Pardon? Neville's eyes widened in astonishment. Or perhaps not an attack. Had it been one, your soul would have been shattered long ago, leaving no room for you to have grown to this point. Harry instinctively stroked his chin, tilting his head toward the ground in quiet contemplation. The spectators' gazes turned toward Neville, now laced with pity, understanding that his memory issues were not of his own making. After a pause, Harry continued. Though his tone held an air of uncertainty, the part of your soul responsible for memory has a fissure. This clearly indicates a clumsy method employed by a wizard unskilled in soul magic. If this was aimed at your memories, I can only surmise that this inept wizard sought to erase or alter a portion of them. They succeeded, but at the cost of leaving you with a lingering amnesia. Upon hearing this, Neville felt tears welling in his eyes. His uncle had once shoved him into the Black Lake to force him to manifest his magical potential, nearly drowning him, and when that failed, had dangled him out a window by his ankle, inadvertently releasing him just as he turned to fetch a cake. It was this that had finally allowed him to showcase his magical talent. Without that, he would have been lost. Moreover, he had always struggled with memory, facing ridicule throughout his childhood. These painful memories surged through Neville's mind, twisting his features as he fought back the urge to cry. It dawned on him that none of this was his fault. He was, in fact, quite remarkable. He was not inherently dull-witted. Harry, Neville's voice trembled, laden with hope, like a child clinging to a piece of driftwood in a raging river. Can I still recover? Yes. Neville's words stumbled out, his hands gripping Harry's shoulders tightly. I'm not worthless? I'm not inherently useless, am I? Harry, I'm not worthless, right? Indeed. Harry nodded, unreserved in his praise for Neville. Even with this acquired flaw, you have shown remarkable courage. While many waver in indecision, you chose to step forward decisively. You have never been worthless. You never were. Harry's praise unleashed years of pent-up grievances within Neville, causing him to release his grip and cover his face. As torrents of tears streamed through his fingers, his body trembled, and a sound akin to choking on a stone echoed from his throat, producing disjointed swallowing noises. After a moment, Neville sank to his knees, pressing his forehead firmly against the grass, utterly unable to restrain his emotions, and wept uncontrollably, his cries piercing the heart. Those around him exchanged glances. Witnessing their classmates' humiliation brought them no joy whatsoever. Draco, initially intent on appearing indifferent, glanced at Neville's trembling form on the ground, surveyed his entourage, and, with a determined resolve, hastened to Harry's side. Harry maintained an expressionless demeanor, with his eyes betraying no hint of excess emotion. In the past, Malfoy would have felt fear, but now he was overtaken by a sense of disdain. It seemed that all the expectations he had harbored within were dissipated beneath that icy visage. Harry directed his gaze towards Malfoy. The successive blows had instilled an involuntary sense of fear within Malfoy, yet this time he stood resolutely, locking his eyes onto Harry's. Gritting his teeth, he articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. The Malfoy family has never been lacking in wealth, Mr. Potter. Harry raised his hand to interrupt Malfoy, placing a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Professor McGonagall once imparted to me that within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, all learning is devoid of expectation. Thus, since Neville is my friend, there is no need for remuneration. The two notions are akin. Neville trusts me, and naturally, I shall reciprocate that trust with equal measure. The calmness in my tone concealed any hint of emotion from Malfoy, yet he grasped the underlying meaning, standing frozen in place, realizing for the first time that he could not purchase what he desired with money. Furthermore, the other party sought no monetary gain, but rather extended their trust. Malfoy lowered his head to Harry, acknowledging his fault, whether on the train or in the Great Hall. I apologize. My arrogance was my downfall, Harry. If it is within your capacity, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Harry crouched down and lifted Neville up, saying, I never considered that to be a significant mistake, as long as you can recognize it. May I accompany you? Just like Weasley, Granger, and Neville, Malfoy's voice trembled slightly. So far, I have only sent away one girl, whom you should know. Harry replied, That's irrelevant, Malfoy. I have never dismissed you. Thank you, Malfoy murmured, lowering his head, and gradually retreated to the side of the group, falling silent. Harry remained silent until Neville's tear-streaked eyes ceased their weeping, at which point he spoke, I possess the ability to heal you. Worry not. My mentor has instructed me, and has previously repaired my own soul while also refining it. Although I may not possess the innate talent of my teacher, I believe my proficiency in ether magic is not inferior to theirs. The essence of ether magic lies in exploring the life of the stars, and naturally, the soul is an unavoidable aspect of this pursuit. However, as Harry shifted his tone, a collective tightening gripped the hearts of those present, as if something unseen had ensnared them. Currently, my intellect stands at a mere 26 points. Even with the foundation of Great Rune, I cannot guarantee a complete cure unless you are willing to wait another year. Neville, brushing the tears from his cheek, softly inquired, And what of after that year? I shall undoubtedly be able to heal you. Neville shook his head, offering a grateful smile to Malfoy. Malfoy stiffened, hastily waving his hands. It is not for your sake. I simply cannot allow the reputation of Hogwarts to be tarnished. Yet, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you, Neville murmured. He then cast his gaze upon Hermione, Ron, Seamus, and every young wizard's face, seemingly imprinting their likeness in his memory. He had already made his choice. Chapter 34. The soul. Neville understood that his memory could not keep pace with his classmates. A year's delay would surely result in his inability to catch up with them in the future. His academic journey at Hogwarts was entirely unlike the tales his grandmother had recounted. All his peers were diligent, aside from the first day, which somewhat conformed to the stereotypes. The majority of his fellow first-years willingly spent each subsequent day studying within the Great Hall, except for the Hufflepuff students, who maintained a certain leisurely demeanor characteristic of wizards. The other three houses exhibited an intensity in class that was nearly incomprehensible. Even the previously haughty Slytherins walked the corridors laden with copious notes. Neville straightened his posture, declaring, I wish to recover now. I want to follow Harry into the future, forever. In a year, you can accompany me, Harry replied, his head lowered, his tousled bangs obscuring his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to glimpse the diminutive, self-pitying tailor, Parker. Their choices mirrored one another. Yet, at this moment, Harry was devoid of the Fated Ones and Melina. No, Neville resolutely shook his head. I will undoubtedly be unable to follow you in a year. You need not be so concerned. You simply must wait a year. Ron and the others chimed in to offer their reassurances. Even Malfoy could not contain himself, unwilling to witness a newly formed friendship extinguished here. Upon hearing their comforting words, Neville wiped away his tears and rose, determination etched upon his chubby face. Undoubtedly, he had made up his mind. At times, his courage was boundless. Harry nodded, drawing his wand from his waist, the tip pressing against Neville's forehead. At present, I possess only an 80% chance of restoring your soul. Hermione appeared poised to inquire further, yet ultimately found her voice silenced. Draco pushed through the throng. Standing beside Harry, his gaze fixated on those emerald green eyes, trembling with urgency as he implored, "What will happen if you fail?" He could not bear the thought of losing his very first friend. Not in the slightest. Death or madness. Indeed, I have frequently employed similar methods in the past. So there exists a greater likelihood of slightly mending the rift in Neville's soul. Hermione, Draco, and Neville slowly closed their eyes, the decision made without further inquiry. Yes. Harry pondered briefly, closing his eyes in unison, channeling the omnipresent magic into his wand, which served as the finest of hands, gently probing into the depths of Neville's soul. In the fleeting moment of connection with Neville's consciousness, he discerned a distant, furious roar. "Potter, what are you doing?" The aged voice resonated with weariness and ire. "Who is it?" "Never mind, let me concentrate on navigating Neville's soul." As Harry's consciousness flowed, tendrils of subtle magic, imperceptible in the material realm, enveloped Neville's soul. Akin to an octopus extending its appendages to delve into every crevice of the spirit. He had never been one to deceive. He had employed such methods countless times before. The adversaries in the Borderlands were nothing but vile creatures, compounded by the loopholes surrounding death and the chaotic management of mortality, with the undead and spectral beings abundantly present. Physical means appeared less effective in such circumstances, though the Revenant, a formidable entity nearing the embodiment of law, was an exception. Nonetheless, even the Revenants might occasionally fall short, necessitating the intervention of a wizard as a strategical resource. He could either designate the Revenant as a target of enmity, while he himself provided substantial support from the rear, or enchant the Revenant's weaponry. Regrettably, once he grasped the Darkmoon Greatsword, his enchanting capabilities became considerably diminished. In his predicament, Harry was compelled to explore alternative methods for more effective confrontation. Undoubtedly, research targeting the soul was an unavoidable threshold. Moreover, though the luminary magic appeared to be a physical approach, its essence lay in the exploration of life, a domain he would never neglect despite his extensive studies. Furthermore, Neville's soul was hardly a significant dilemma. Harry's soul was truly a tapestry of wounds. This was the assessment given by Professor Selian, marking the first time he had witnessed such fury in his mentor. Surveillance? Or dominion? Surely, you can hear my words, can't you? An unknown parasite, daring to engage in such behavior, displays a profound contempt for humanity. Mark my words, this individual is the beloved disciple of Selian, the sorceress of the arcane. And the transgressions of this parasite are sufficient grounds for my curse. Do not presume that a swift demise awaits you. Contemplate the agonizing future that lies ahead. For the following days, the echoes of anguished wails reverberated in Harry's mind, persisting until his magical prowess reached a level deemed acceptable by Professor Selian. Indeed, this also signified the end of Harry's days of torment, as the cries became a form of suffering for his tender age. Subsequently, Professor Selian devised a meticulous plan for the restoration of his soul. The separation of the parasite from his essence was nearly impossible. They had become nearly indistinguishable. Thus, the parasite became a source of sustenance for Harry, while also leaving behind a bountiful reward. His thoughts could transcend those of ordinary sorcerers, allowing him to think in parallel, serving as a filter to absorb the great runes as nourishment, much like the fated ones. It can be said that Professor Selian, through her exquisite magical prowess, imparted to this nameless parasite a taste of the world's malevolence. Yet, why could she not afford her disciple a moment's patience? Why could she not trust that he would reject all edicts from the divine? Just a little longer, just a little longer. The era of the beings of the liminal space is upon us. Harry's consciousness flickered through a series of vivid images. After a considerable time, he regained his sense of self, realizing the nature of his actions. Your soul is far better than I had imagined. Harry's voice resonated within Neville's mind. This was an undeniable truth. The essence of the curse he had envisioned, inscribed with malicious magical patterns, was starkly different from the reality. The caster bore no ill intent. Rather, their magical proficiency was simply lacking, resulting in some residual flaws. That individual merely sought to erase a fragment of memory. Regrettably, no matter how adept Harry was in magic, He could not mend the memory that had been deliberately obliterated. His magic transformed into the purest form of energy, filling the fissures while simultaneously coaxing forth a lingering trace of magical essence. Subsequently, Harry's magic adopted a new approach, akin to a surgical scalpel, meticulously stimulating the area around the cracks, drawing the surrounding souls toward the void. This task was not arduous. Even though Harry's intellect was on par with that of other ordinary first years, he was capable of executing this soulful restoration. After all, his exploration of the soul was profoundly profound, and the souls of this world bore no fundamental difference from those at the threshold of the other realm. The death of the physical body did not equate to true demise. As he withdrew his magic, Harry's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He had succeeded. Chapter 35. Dumbledore's compromise. As his words fell, all the young wizards around him erupted in cheers, excitedly embracing one another, indistinguishable from one another. The centuries-old feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor had utterly dissolved among this new generation. Malfoy, his face flushed, pushed away Ron, who attempted to embrace him, signaling to his two burly companions. Yet, those simple-minded fellows were engrossed in the merriment with others, completely oblivious to his plight. The celebration was short-lived. As an elderly voice suddenly boomed, "Silence!" As the most formidable wizard in the magical realm, Dumbledore's influence only grew stronger with time. Even though their leader, Harry, stood before them, they dared not defy the seemingly benevolent, white-haired elder. Harry turned around, his hands clasped behind his back, one hand gripping his wand. "Professor Dumbledore, I never expected you to come in person." A soft blue aura enveloped the surroundings, emanating from Top's stance, as the ironclad charm subtly activated. Simultaneously, a flicker of black and white, resembling a flame in the midst of burning, appeared at the tip of the wand. This was Dumbledore's first encounter with Harry at such a close proximity. He soon realized how foolish his previous negligence had been. Setting aside the faint aura of magical energy radiating from Harry and the palpable sense of readiness to strike, Dumbledore extended his palm towards Harry, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. "After all, I am the headmaster and a professor at Hogwarts." Harry nodded and withdrew the dark flame. At his current state, it remained exceedingly challenging for him to conjure the death capable of hunting deities without proper preparation. The ability to magically replicate prayers was his sole breakthrough in the realm of the liminal, and even this rudimentary source was attributed to Mr. Topus, who had first demonstrated that magic and prayer were indistinguishable. He felt it was time to elevate certain strategies to the forefront. "I believed you were still a child," Dumbledore remarked with a serious tone. However, his hands were clasped together, indicating no intention of drawing his wand. "Yet I was mistaken, Mr. Potter. You have indeed matured into a formidable wizard. That sorceress named Selian must be exceptionally talented, for you, as her student, have proven to be remarkably accomplished." Harry nodded. His teacher was indeed exceptional, undoubtedly the finest in the world. However, she might not be perfect in every aspect. Dumbledore's words were quite tactful. Yet, Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, barely restraining themselves from exclaiming, "Not just a few shortcomings. She is hardly what one would consider normal." Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. His teacher, Severus Snape, was indeed remarkable, yet he exhibited a significant flaw in his obsession with magic. An excessive pursuit of it is undoubtedly the worst choice one can make. Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that his words might induce some dissatisfaction in Harry. After all, from Professor McGonagall, he learned that Harry held his teacher in the highest esteem, akin to a child's adoration for their mother. Yet, what was the situation now? His understanding of Harry remained insufficient. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Dumbledore resolved to continue speaking, his tone markedly softer, reminiscent of the elderly man who once sat upon a dais, smiling as he welcomed young wizards to their first day. "Harry, you ought not to proceed in this manner. You are still too young and not yet mature enough, and you also comprehend the inherent risks." "I am aware," Harry replied noncommittally, "but this is Neville's choice." Dumbledore's eyes, concealed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, flickered slightly. He blinked but restrained the urge to employ legilimency. No matter the circumstances, he would never resort to such improper means against his students. Neville is still young. Age is no excuse. He has made his choice, and I respect that, Harry countered. Even without the use of legilimency, Dumbledore could discern that Harry spoke the truth. This understanding stemmed from a lifetime of experience. As Professors McGonagall and Snape had remarked, he never lied. Rather, his perspective diverged significantly from that of the average individual. Thus, what had Harry endured to cultivate such a distinctly different worldview? Even those aged wizards who had witnessed both world wars and had directly confronted the terror of the First and Second Dark Lords would not possess such a perspective. With a sigh, Dumbledore opted for compromise. He turned his gaze to Neville, who appeared somewhat disoriented, yet the magical aura emanating from him was not chaotic. On the contrary, it flowed unexpectedly smoothly. Harry has succeeded. He has performed an almost perfect soul surgery, and he has only just begun his studies. Am I too old? Dumbledore's lips trembled, and even the flutter of his eyelids had slowed down. Yet you, Harry, are extraordinarily exceptional, immensely gifted, the finest wizard I have ever encountered in my life. The astute young wizard clearly perceived the underlying meaning. There is no little, only wizard, which signifies that Headmaster Dumbledore has acknowledged Harry as a true wizard. After decades dedicated to education, Dumbledore merely glanced around, and he could roughly surmise their thoughts. However, this time he chose to let go. No defenses, no targeting. As a headmaster and professor, he would fulfill his duties while shielding the tumult of the wizarding world from Hogwarts. This would suffice, provided he didn't create any more trouble. Dumbledore stepped back, a familiar warm smile returning to his face. He surveyed the circle of vigilant and excited young wizards and proclaimed, all right, at least your classmate has regained his health. It is indeed a time for celebration. It is I, this oblivious old fool, who has dampened your spirits." As an educator, Dumbledore tapped his forehead and offered an apologetic smile to the crowd. "Thus, as headmaster and professor, it is time for me to depart. I must not intrude upon your festivities." The pure-hearted young wizards blinked excitedly, eagerly anticipating his departure, showing no trace of the reverence one might expect for the legendary wizard Dumbledore. Children are ever so changeable in their sentiments. Of course, I understand your excitement. But tomorrow is Friday, and there are classes to attend. Do not forget. Observing the children's lack of decorum, Dumbledore decisively poured a bucket of cold water on their fervor. Alas, it still failed to extinguish their enthusiasm. Finally, Dumbledore shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze back to Harry, considering the repercussions of his breach of Hogwarts rules. Harry nodded and promptly inquired, "What is the score this time?" For reasons unknown, Dumbledore refrained from deducting points. Rather, he felt inclined to revive the strict disciplinary measures of the wizarding world of yore, wishing to administer a few firm smacks to Harry. 50 points, and Harry, you are to face a month of detention. Oh, Harry raised his chin and surveyed the crowd. 50 points. Understood. One voice rang out in enthusiastic affirmation. I scored 3 points today. Another student exclaimed excitedly. Gradually, even the Slytherin students joined in the cheers. Dumbledore gazed fondly at this unified band of young wizards. Reflecting on the state of affairs, it seemed that the regulations at Hogwarts were due for a revision. Slytherin and Gryffindor were not inherently adversaries. Finally, Malfoy made a decisive proclamation, puffing out his chest with an air of aristocratic pride. The courage of Slytherin is no less than that of Gryffindor. We are not solely defined by schemes and ambition. Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore looked at the young lad with surprise. Could it be that Harry had not yet fully won him over? It appeared that Lucius Malfoy's teachings had left a deep imprint. It was my failure to restrain Harry, and I ultimately allowed Neville to deduct 25 points from a Slytherin's. Gryffindor's points had already hit rock bottom. Dumbledore glanced toward Hogwarts Castle as the headmaster. He had the authority to check the current standings of the 4 houses. Indeed, Gryffindor's hourglass was utterly empty. One might mistakenly assume that Professor Snape had devoured every last point. Very well, Dumbledore chose to compromise, deducting 25 points from Slytherin. At this, the Slytherin students erupted in jubilant cheers, and Malfoy, as one of their cornerstones, wore a face of pride and satisfaction. He turned to face the crowd, striving to emulate Harry. Alas, Harry had forgotten how to control his facial expressions, a skill beyond the grasp of most. Malfoy managed to keep his lips from curling into a smile, raising a hand triumphantly. We have triumphed. Oh, the Slytherin students were even more exhilarated. One might think they had gained an additional 25 points. No, Dumbledore covered his face, struggling to accept the scene before him. Even were they to receive 100 points, Slytherin's nature would not warrant such exuberance. Upon returning, Dumbledore murmured softly, withdrawing his wand, "By next year at the latest, I shall thoroughly reform the point system at Hogwarts." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a throng of young wizards who had longed for the departure of this vexatious old man. Chapter 36. Mercy before the young wizards could revel in their excitement, the Slytherin head, Professor Snape, appeared among them with a stormy countenance. It seemed he had cast a disillusionment charm to conceal himself in the crowd, thus he had witnessed all that had transpired. Snape's expression was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water, his grip on his wand turning pale, with barely contained fury. Did they think Slytherin's repeated victories in the House Cup were due to mere chance? Why were these new students so disobedient? Failing to appreciate the hard work of their predecessors, even audaciously requesting point deductions, he scrutinized Malfoy, expecting to see a face mingled with fear and regret. Instead, he found Lucius's son standing proudly, arms crossed, flanked by two cronies. "Malfoy, what are you doing?" "Professor," Malfoy replied, his throat dry. Taking a moment to suppress his instinctive fear of the headmaster, "I am attending flying lessons." "Humph." Upon hearing this answer, Snape's brow furrowed deeply, struggling to refrain from resorting to violence against these wayward students. Slytherin deduct, the statement hung in the air. Indeed, it seemed that due to that potions class, Slytherin's points were dwindling as well. It appeared Slytherin was truly in the same boat as Gryffindor, even contending for the last place. "Class is over, now. Leave this place immediately." Snape could not bear to remain among this group of first years for another second. This year's students had been utterly ruined by Harry, failing to inherit the fine traditions of Hogwarts. The young wizards had just experienced a legendary moment and were far too preoccupied to concern themselves with the headmaster's mood. Upon learning that Professor Snape was allowing them to leave, they all rejoiced and flocked toward the great hall, surrounding Harry. Snape stood rooted in place, watching their retreating figures, particularly Harry at the forefront. The boy's slender frame bore a striking resemblance to Lily. After observing for several days, he had seen no trace of James within Harry. This, indeed, was a good thing. Yes, it was a good thing, as long as he was not like James. Snape forced himself to believe this conclusion and turned his gaze toward the protruding structure of the tower, which housed the headmaster's office. He needed to seek Dumbledore's insight once more. Reaching for his chest, he recalled there remained half a vial of Veritaserum. "Harry, perhaps we should wait for half an hour," Hermione suggested. "Why?" Harry responded, perplexed. "Shouldn't they hasten inside to finish dinner and engage in peer tutoring?" Ron and Seamus assisted a somewhat weakened Neville, glancing at Hermione with equal confusion. Sensing their gaze, Hermione squared her small chest, striving to emulate Professor McGonagall's tone. "You ought to understand that we are the minority here at Hogwarts. Although we have united as first-year students over the past week in the upper years, only a few from the second, third, and fourth years are willing to join us, and their numbers are still quite limited. The upper years are predominantly found in Slytherin." Malfoy, with a face full of pride, surveyed the crowd, as if to say, "See, our Slytherin knows how to conduct themselves." Ron felt like a disgrace to the Weasley family. He certainly did not resemble a traitor from a pure blood family. Malfoy was the true traitor. Thus, Hermione overlooked Malfoy's antics. A valuable lesson learned in recent days. Sometimes, one must allow them to act out a little. We are outnumbered and too young. There are many clubs, both large and small, at Hogwarts, and some members already look down upon us. Hermione endeavored to clarify her point, analyzing the pros and cons, but alas, she was still too young and lacked systematic knowledge, relying only on some innate talent to barely keep up. Harry nodded and then spoke. "Have we disturbed them during their meal?" "No," Hermione replied. "Have we interrupted their studies?" Harry continued to inquire. "Not at all. Most students prefer to study in the common room. The Great Hall is primarily used for dining." "Ah," Harry said, feeling resolute. "Then let us proceed inside." Hermione paused, surveying the expressions of those around her, ensuring they shared the same sentiment before asking, "But shouldn't we take a step back at this moment?" Her tone lacked its previous assertiveness, and her inquiry felt genuine, merely seeking clarification. Harry cast a glance at the girl beside him, who had recently been a persistent intrusion in his life. Recalling Lonnie's teachings, he explained, "At times, one must retreat, while at other times, one cannot. Excessive kindness often leads to chaos. When you are too benevolent, others will inevitably take advantage of your goodwill. People tend to offend those they admire far more readily than they would those they fear. Of course, there is more to consider. Affection is sustained by favors. Should the nature of benefits change, the bond can be severed in an instant. A ruler must instill fear, yet should never be subjected to hatred." However, Harry felt that this last part need not be articulated, for according to Lonnie, it sufficed to convey certain truths while withholding corresponding knowledge, lest one invite even greater turmoil. Harry abhorred chaos. He was willing to embrace the students of Hogwarts as classmates and friends. The sole reason for this was his desire to explore the realm of magic freely and without constraint in the future, and to prevent the tragic fate of Professor Slughorn from recurring. If possible, Harry wished for the world to improve, at least to avoid descending to the depths of the Boundary Lands. That was all. Yet, despite this, Hermione merely nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner, feeling as though she comprehended, yet sensing an elusive gap in her understanding. Well, Hermione took a step back, choosing to continue following Harry. Should any significant issues arise, Harry would undoubtedly resolve them, while she would be responsible for managing the subsequent minor inconveniences. Of course, Draco Malfoy, raised under the tutelage of Lucius Malfoy, grasped Harry's words with remarkable precision, albeit with a slight distortion in interpretation. He boldly strode through the crowd to join Ron and the others, entirely oblivious to any sense of incongruity. Harry, shall I take the lead? Harry cast a glance at Malfoy and shook his head, remarking that excessive kindness is detrimental. Yet a lack of compassion inevitably leads to great misfortune. Outwardly, one must exhibit kindness. He then strode purposefully towards the Great Hall, for he was indeed feeling somewhat famished. In recent days, his routine had been remarkably health-conscious. Each morning, Hermione roused him from the balcony of the common room, and as long as Ron and the others remained in slumber, she initially endeavored to awaken the lazy group. However, after 3 consecutive days, she relinquished this endeavor. The indolent ones were beyond redemption. Rising from bed was their perpetual adversary, and only the urgency of classes could compel them to leave their slumber. Hermione, a prodigy capable of perusing the entirety of Hogwarts history, adeptly guided Harry through the labyrinthine corridors, ensuring they reached their destination in the shortest possible time. Being fellow Gryffindors, they spent the entirety of their day in one another's company, which naturally led to Hermione overseeing their lunches and dinners, compelling Harry to consume his meals under her watchful gaze. According to Hermione, this was a privilege sanctioned by Headmaster Dumbledore and endorsed by Professor McGonagall. After consecutive days of structured meals, Harry's tolerance for hunger had significantly diminished. The days when he could endure hunger pangs for mere hours had vanished, replaced by a constant rumbling in his stomach as soon as hunger struck. Moreover, neglecting meals adversely impacted his efficiency in studying magic. Upon entering, he was promptly followed by a clamorous throng of first years. This group, even without prompting, had developed the habit of lining up in a long queue behind Harry. This spectacle had persisted for several days. Initially, there were expressions of surprise and dissatisfaction, but gradually, such behavior became commonplace, and they began to view Harry's actions as entirely reasonable, for he did not disrupt their own dining or leisure. Chapter 37. Percy, of course. This does not imply that no one sought to create trouble. After all, the events of today were rather outrageous. Harry single-handedly reduced Gryffindor's points to an unprecedented 0, an act that may never be duplicated. As the head boy of Gryffindor, Percy, who harbored aspirations of restoring the Weasley family's former glory, could no longer tolerate this situation. Although he had previously not only refrained from thwarting Harry's actions, but had secretly learned from and emulated him, he was, after all, the head boy of Gryffindor. The desire for power was overwhelmed by a sense of duty, prompting him to stride towards Harry with determination. His tall and slender figure overshadowed Harry's frail form under the flickering candlelight, obscuring his face. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired, lifting his gaze, his expression remaining as indifferent as ever. Percy felt a sudden chill run down his spine, an instinctual urge for self-preservation urging him to flee. Yet, this eerie sensation soon dissipated, leading him to instinctively reassess his stance, concluding that Harry posed no lethal threat to him. Percy began, stepping forward, attempting to draw from the knowledge contained within the book on how head boys acquire authority. You should not behave in this manner. However, the reprimand he had prepared faltered on his lips, stifled by an unspoken fear. In what regard? Harry pressed further. At that moment, several onlookers had turned their attention towards them, their expressions reveling in the unfolding spectacle. After all, the spectacle of Gryffindor's points plummeting to 0 was indeed a curious and delightful affair. Yet, the first-year students behind Harry were far less amused. They were still famished. Percy had obstructed Harry, thus hindering their path to sustenance. They would not take their seats until their leader had settled in, a basic understanding they all shared. Percy comprehended the sentiments of the newcomers, his thoughts tangled in complexity. It was he who had led them to the common room, and who had initiated their warm welcome. It was he who had arrived first. "Points," Percy stated, maintaining a composed demeanor, revealing no hint of emotion. "Gryffindor will not be able to win the House Cup this year because of you." The words hung in the air, though they were undeniably true. Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had not performed well in this regard. Of course, if given another chance, he would not change a thing. After all, the points in the House Cup held little significance, serving only to satisfy the trivial vanity of young wizards and contribute to the division within Hogwarts. This was indeed true. Harry returned, crossing over Percy and making his way directly to an empty seat, apologizing as he did so. His disregard for Percy's authority as head boy infuriated Percy. But before he could express his anger, he caught sight of his dear brother, Ron, wearing a mischievous grin as he scrutinized him. As he followed Harry, Ron whispered, "Fool." This completely ignited Percy's fury. While Harry had the capability and reputation to act this way, how dare his own brother, Ron, defy him, the head boy? Ron Weasley, Percy bellowed. Ron, who had been trailing behind Harry, froze for a moment. This was a habit formed at home. Whenever Percy and their mother called his full name, it meant he was in for trouble. However, as he glimpsed Harry's unwavering back, that flicker of anxiety faded. He tilted his head slightly, a smile lingering on his face. "Sorry, brother." His words were polite, yet laced with sarcasm. This was a lesson Ron had learned from Harry. Although he lacked the nuanced blend of sarcasm and genuine emotion, Percy could clearly sense his brother's intentions. He was simply itching for trouble. All right. Ron realized his brother was genuinely upset. In the Weasley household, Percy was indeed different. He was the only one with aspirations for power and, of course, the most accomplished. At least in front of their parents, Percy was regarded as the exemplary child. "Ron, I heard that," Harry said softly as he took his seat. "And indeed, it was our mistake." Hermione huffed lightly, sitting beside Harry without saying much. Even Malfoy wore a smug grin, whispering to Ron as he passed, "Politeness, Ron. Remember that scene on the train? Be courteous." Indeed, the rivalry between the Weasleys and the Malfoys was eternal. Their budding friendship had capsized before it even set sail. Ron knew he was partly to blame and cast an annoyed glance at Malfoy. Although he was reluctant, he sincerely apologized to his brother. "Sorry, Percy. I shouldn't have said that." Percy looked at his disobedient brother in astonishment, then realized something and immediately shifted his gaze to Harry. This was undoubtedly because of him. Why would this brother, who had never made things easy for him at home, heed the words of an outsider? Why were the new students so willing to listen to someone in the same year, especially one who was neither favored by the professors nor held any official position? What could be the reason? As the young wizard settled in, Percy remained standing, conspicuously so. Malfoy, noticing Percy's discomfort, instinctively wanted to mock him. But the words caught in his throat as he suddenly realized his current status. He was no longer a Slytherin student nor a pureblood aristocrat. He now represented Harry. Reflecting on his father's demeanor, Malfoy imitated that very air as he addressed Percy. "Head boy Weasley, I know there's a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Percy was genuinely amused, retorting. "Are you certain this is merely a misunderstanding? And you are a Slytherin, right? I recall Mr. Potter is a Gryffindor." Now, the Gryffindor students, upon realizing that Harry single-handedly reduced their points, immediately shifted from a friendly demeanor to a cold one. And when Malfoy intervened, their already tenuous regard plummeted further. How could a Slytherin speak on behalf of a Gryffindor? Whose side are you on? Yes, misunderstanding, of course. But that does not deny our role in deducting points from Gryffindor. Head boy Weasley, we have never denied that. Malfoy, influenced by his surroundings, instinctively used the ambiguous term we. Meanwhile, the other students showed no inclination to disagree, quietly eating as if the conflict with Percy had never existed. After glancing at Harry and confirming that their leader showed no signs of dissent, Malfoy continued. Today, he set down his cutlery, surveying the room with half-closed eyes. Finally, at long last, it was his turn to bask in the attention of others. Our leader, Harry Potter. He saved Neville's soul with his exquisite magical skills and flawless execution. After the flying lesson, Harry had identified Neville's memory issues and remedied that acquired defect. Malfoy raised his arms high. "Harry Potter saved my friend." After his outburst, Malfoy's expression suddenly turned cold. He returned to Harry's side. The metallic clink of cutlery against plate ringing in his ears, a fierce courage and ambition igniting within him. Naturally, this was against Hogwarts rules. Although none knew the origins of these centuries-old regulations, it did not prevent the great Dumbledore from deducting 50 points from Gryffindor. Chapter 38. Unwritten rules are not rules. The more Malfoy spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Those once vexing and perplexing political concepts began to collide and fuse in his mind. He spoke only the truth, yet subtly infused his subjective opinions into the narrative. manipulating his audience's self-perception. Hermione elbowed Harry, who was enjoying his meal, whispering, "Aren't you going to stop him? He's getting more outrageous." "He*s not lying," Harry replied, spearing a sausage with his fork. "If there were no falsehoods, why intervene?" Hermione pondered for a moment and replied, "True." She resolved that when she returned home for the holidays, she would gather management knowledge from the Muggle world to study thoroughly. The crowd was increasingly displeased with Malfoy's disparagement of Dumbledore, and whispers rippled among the older students, their glances turning ever more hostile. Of course, I was present at the scene. Our Slytherin first year was there. Facing those stares, Malfoy felt no fear. He turned to the other Slytherin table, his youthful face seemingly ablaze. "So, I too bear some blame. I lack the ability to prevent this all. I implore Headmaster Dumbledore to deduct 25 points from Slytherin, and thankfully." The great Dumbledore acknowledged this and recognized the slight imperfections in our Hogwarts house system, consenting to my request. After inciting widespread disdain, he swiftly shifted the topic and corrected his remarks where they were most unwelcome, a clever tactic indeed. In our realm, Slytherin and Gryffindor share both triumphs and trials. You should be aware that Professor Snape is my godfather, yet he has never shown favoritism in class. Point deductions are always equal. Malfoy suddenly turned to Percy, observing the confusion on his face. "I apologize. It is our collective error that has led to this outcome." Malfoy's face was etched with regret. "This is my apology." With that, he settled down beside Ron, picking up his knife and fork to eat. He appeared to be emulating Harry, at least superficially, with considerable success. Percy's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for how to counter their actions. After all, they had apologized, and with sincerity no less. Most importantly, they had also included Slytherin in their antics. To involve this group, notorious for their cunning schemes and fierce rivalry with Gryffindor, was akin to chasing a fool's dream. Especially considering their head boy had recently been dealt with by Harry. The chatter gradually rose in volume, becoming increasingly boisterous, some voices friendly, others filled with disdain, and a few even laced with threats. These discussions targeted both Harry and Malfoy, even escalating to encompass all first-year students, yet none paid heed to such remarks. They evaded the inquiries and gazes of other students, conversing solely with their immediate companions. The long table, which was ostensibly divided by the four houses, had clearly bifurcated into two factions, those who supported Harry and those who opposed him. The animosity was largely siphoned away by Malfoy. This maneuver left Hermione bewildered, entirely at a loss as to how it had been executed. As for Ron, he remained captivated by the recent flying lesson, eagerly discussing Quidditch with Harry, while Neville, revitalized, joined in the conversation. Not everyone can grasp the nuances of politics. It is a skill that often requires innate talent. For Harry, his experiences in the Borderlands had revealed that power was the fundamental source of control over all things. "Too bad first years are not allowed to participate in Quidditch," Ron lamented. Grumbling, "Why not? We are just as capable as they are." Hermione's mind raced, ultimately deciding to disregard it all. Let others act as they pleased. If they had the courage, they could take direct action. After all, Harry was presently commanding the room, and they had no reason to fear. Of course, it was wise to remain cautious. They were still newcomers, and, aside from Harry, stood little chance in a confrontation. However, in 2 or 3 years, once they had developed their abilities, they could afford to be more assertive. Having reached this conclusion, Hermione allowed her thoughts to drift along with the conversation around her. She took a sip of her milk and, without looking up, replied to Ron's question, "For safety. Am I the only one who finds this quite unreasonable?" Ron sought out a kindred spirit in his quest for understanding. Harry and Hermione were undoubtedly among the few exceptions. His assessment was accurate concerning Quidditch, the most renowned sport in the wizarding world. Nearly everyone, save for the two of them, exhibited varying degrees of interest. This sport represented the swiftest and most accessible avenue to fame. Even Draco, with whom he had always clashed, displayed an eager enthusiasm, not to mention Neville, Seamus, and others. The younger wizards seated closer to Harry joined the fray, vocally expressing their discontent. Gradually, the clamor grew louder and drew nearer to Harry. Yet, he seemed oblivious, continuing to engage Hermione in discussions about topics that other young wizards had yet to explore, all while attending to his meal. Faced with his indifference, the others could only sigh in resignation, abandoning their attempts to rally their leader. Nevertheless, this did not extinguish their passion for Quidditch. The conversation soon shifted to debates over which of the four houses boasted the strongest team. Thus, the argument ensued, restoring the hall to its familiar atmosphere. However, some upperclassmen were reluctant to linger, hastily departing after their dinner. As time passed, the Great Hall was left with only those eager to participate in Harry's tutoring sessions. With no outsiders remaining, not even the usual onlookers, for they had no desire to become the center of attention themselves. Hermione. Harry set down his knife and fork and spoke suddenly. Hermione, having finished her meal and absent-mindedly wiping her plate, turned her head, looking somewhat puzzled. What is it? Harry? Harry's tone was characteristically monotone, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as though he were discussing a matter of little significance. Do they truly enjoy Quidditch? After a moment's reflection, Hermione nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she observed the faces of those around her, including the Muggle-born wizards, all of whom seemed to relish it, or at the very least, did not harbor any aversion. Sometimes, curiosity could be regarded as a form of affection. I see. Harry picked up the napkin to wipe the remnants of grease from the corner of his mouth, then rose to his feet. Suddenly, the hall fell into an abrupt silence. Since you all seem eager, then by all means, proceed. Harry ascended the platform, accompanied by a levitating four-legged stool, settling into his familiar corner. His emerald green eyes remained as impassive as ever. However, the first-year students' hearts raced, as if something were about to spring forth. Was Harry about to defy the rules of Hogwarts once more? Or perhaps, the unspoken conventions? Ron, there are several teams within the school. Ron glanced at Malfoy and Neville, rising with a hopeful expression, for teams, each representing the respective houses. Indeed. But Hermione, are there any regulations at Hogwarts that permit only 4 teams to exist? It was only at this moment that the realization of Harry's intention dawned upon them. For the upperclassmen, it mattered little, as they had already joined the teams long ago. However, the first-year students were far more agitated, filled with excitement. Feeling the weight of their eager gazes, Hermione, albeit reluctantly, conceded, "There is none. At least not in the books. So, this implies that it is merely an unspoken rule? Yes, that simplifies matters. An unspoken rule is not a rule at all." Chapter 39. The Kalia Wizarding Research Society. Since you all seem enthusiastic, why not form a team yourselves? Ron, Percy is your brother. You can inquire with him about any upcoming matches. Malfoy, your family holds considerable reputation in Slytherin. You might attempt to approach the Quidditch captain directly, bypassing the prefect. Anthony, I have previously exchanged insights on transfiguration with your prefect, Penelope Clearwater. So please take my request to her, and ask if we might arrange a friendly match with our new team. Hannah, I leave the prefect matter to you, generally speaking. Hufflepuff members are more amiable. After Harry had arranged the fundamental matters, he fell silent, allowing the atmosphere to be filled with the exuberance of the young wizards. Lonnie once remarked that one may acquiesce to trivial requests from friends, but only when they believe there is no possibility for change. Furthermore, one must never become personally involved. Otherwise, it may lead them to assume such desires originate from you, inevitably creating rifts in the relationship. In the worst-case scenario, it may prompt them to scrutinize the friendship itself. Most importantly, as the focal point, you must not possess any hobbies beyond your duties, at least not outwardly. Only your most trusted confidants should be privy to your true passions. Such confidants should possess the wisdom to discern when to advance and retreat, understand right from wrong, exhibit profound insight and foresight, and remain unwaveringly loyal, free from any ulterior motives. Upon acquiring this knowledge, Harry nodded thoughtfully, his gaze immediately fixating on the fader, only to be swiftly kicked aside by the petite Lonnie. After all, he was destined to become the Elden King, confounded by the intentions of these two. Harry shrugged and turned his attention to studying the fate of death, a precious piece of information he had obtained from Melina, which was no easy feat to extract from the wooden entity. Among the entire group, the most composed was surprisingly the former deity, Lonnie. Life was arduous, she sighed. Nevertheless, she casually shared the latter part of the knowledge, to let those loyal to you perish before the eyes of your other friends alongside your passions, which henceforth shall transform into your abhorrence and intolerable loathing. Regrettably, Harry had not encountered such individuals. Thus far, only Hermione and Neville exhibited such tendencies. As for Ron and the others, they remained mere friends, friends with whom one could entrust their life. With Harry's suggestion, the group began to chatter animatedly. Gradually, even those indifferent upperclassmen joined in, for every witch and wizard adored Quidditch, or at least pretended to. However, a pressing issue emerged. We lack flying broomsticks and a ball. Ron lamented, covering his forehead in despair. Neville beside him also appeared disheartened. Ron spoke the truth. They could not possibly use the training brooms from flying lessons in a match. If that were the case, no matter their skill, it would be futile. and no one would be interested in a competition destined for failure. They believed Harry could resolve this dilemma. Yet if they had to seek his assistance for even these trivial matters, what was the purpose of forming this group? Were they merely to exploit Harry's generosity? Not only the fiercely proud Gryffindors and Slytherins, but even the most accommodating Hufflepuffs found this notion difficult to accept. Upon hearing Ron's words, Draco Malfoy's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been unable to interject during previous discussions, as only this small group of Gryffindors had initially engaged with Harry, and his own conflicts with Harry were well known. Even the Hufflepuffs had a closer relationship with Harry than he did. Despite having just rebutted Percy, it merely indicated his desire to integrate into Harry's circle, which remained a formidable challenge. However, an opportunity now presented itself for him to gain entry. Draco Malfoy picked up a spoon and tapped it against the nearby metal cup. The sharp sound drew the attention of Hermione and the others. Clearing his throat, Draco maintained a neutral expression, took a sip of his drink, and slowly stated, "I might have a solution." "Just you?" Ron scoffed, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope. He was not foolish. Despite their differences, competition for resources was essential. Of course, he held a genuine disdain for Malfoy. Provoking him was inconsequential, and this was precisely the opening Draco had awaited. He was indifferent to whether Ron or Neville spoke first, nor did he care if their words were taunts or pleas. As long as there was an opportunity, it was beneficial. Sensing the gazes of his peers upon him, Draco cleared his throat and said, "I could perhaps persuade my father to invest in a batch of flying broomsticks. It should not be too difficult, especially since my father is one of Hogwarts' board members." Harry lifted his gaze towards the clock and caught a fleeting glimpse of a deep purple scarf outside the hall. He discreetly averted his eyes and clapped his hands. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention to him, including Malfoy, who had just proposed the plan. It was time to learn. We had 2.5 hours before the curfew, and my detention was nearing its end as well. Noting the despondency in the eyes of his peers, Harry maintained his composure and continued, "Of course, I understand your sentiments, Malfoy." Upon hearing Harry's voice, Malfoy immediately rose from his seat. "Let us accomplish this task, and then, Hermione, you can rearrange the seating and order." Malfoy licked his lips, nodded at Hermione, and then cast a challenging glance at Ron. Ron, in turn, playfully waved his fist, though inwardly he was elated. Today, Malfoy was undoubtedly Ron's best friend, at least for today. Harry paid no heed to the subtle machinations of the group, drawing forth his wand and gently gesturing in the air. 4 distinct azure halos materialized, segmenting the hall into 4 distinct sections, each safeguarded by a silencing charm to ensure soundproofing between the partitions, allowing only the voices from the elevated platform to resonate within the 4 areas. At the forefront of each section stood a matte-finished slab of luminous stone. Each grade was assigned a slab, permitting you to nominate the instructor of your choice to deliver a lecture. With that, Harry rose to make his exit. "Understood." A harmonious chorus of agreement echoed throughout the hall. "Harry, wait." Hermione suddenly stood, calling out. Harry halted his steps and promptly lifted the silencing charm, allowing the others to hear Hermione's words. "What shall we call ourselves?" Hermione inquired. "What do you mean?" Harry replied, puzzled. Hermione straightened her posture, her gaze intense. "What should we be called? Every society within Hogwarts has a name." "Oh, I see." Harry was utterly indifferent to this trivial matter. "What is your opinion?" Harry knew that since Hermione had posed the question, she must have been contemplating it beforehand. As expected, after glancing at the few individuals beside her, Hermione declared, "We intend to name it the Potter Wizarding Society." Harry stood frozen, an indescribable emotion leaving him at a loss for words. As he sensed this feeling, he concluded that it harbored a disdain for the name, particularly for the surname Potter. It was simply too distressing. "Let us omit Potter. The society belongs to us, and it should not bear any individual mark," Harry asserted. Hermione had anticipated that Harry would appreciate the name, or at the very least, not oppose it. However, she was taken aback when he dismissed the most significant parts so readily. Consequently, the name Wizarding Research Society seemed far too broad and lacked allure, leaving Hermione somewhat flustered. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and continued, "What prefix do you think would be suitable, Harry?" "Anything will do," she emphasized. Given the exclusion of the name Potter, it was essential for Harry's involvement to be reflected in the organization as title. Otherwise, it would merely be something Harry could easily discard, lacking personal ownership and, therefore, the value of cherishment. Harry recalled the wisdom contained within the prince, and found it difficult to counter Hermione's sentiments, especially given her recent tireless efforts on his behalf. Although he was not particularly fond of the idea of haircuts and baths, A thought of Professor Selwyn and Princess Ronnie surged forth in his mind, giving rise to a most audacious notion. This idea took root almost immediately. Even he himself could not fathom the reason behind it, yet upon its execution, a sense of relief washed over him. Thus, he proposed the name Kalia. The Kalia Wizarding Research Society, perhaps? Hermione nodded in agreement, offering no objections. For her, as long as it was not a bizarre appellation, it sufficed. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students, particularly those of higher years, exchanged amused glances. They had awaited this day. A group centered around Harry Potter had finally acquired an identity. And with that identity came the revelation of their fangs. Moreover, he was formidable and youthful. What was Voldemort but a mere relic of failure? From this day forth, Voldemort would be officially disavowed by Slytherin. They had but one son. As for the acceptance of the older students, that could wait until their graduation. A fourth-year Slytherin named Duncan shifted the atmosphere dramatically. Having long anticipated this moment, he raised his voice in a rallying cry. For Potter. For Kalia. For Potter. For Kalia. Chapter 40. The Double Standard. Old man, my master. My master. He has surely discovered me. Quirrell hastened through the corridors of Hogwarts. And had it not been for the necessity of maintaining a professor's composure, he would have sprinted. Even in his peripheral vision, he sensed the chilling intent emanating from Harry's gaze, an unrelenting malice that could easily extinguish his life, despite Harry being merely a fledgling newcomer. Quirrell dared not voice a thought that flickered through his mind. It seemed that Harry was even more terrifying than his master, Voldemort. In truth, Voldemort, who resided in the shadows of Quirrell's mind, shared this sentiment, yet he could not afford to display it. Having ravaged the wizarding world of Britain for decades, and having personally slain hundreds, he felt an overwhelming intensity of murderous intent radiating from that small boy, an intensity that surpassed even his own. Regardless, Voldemort at least experienced a modicum of negative emotion when taking a life. Yet Harry, to him, treated existence as no more significant than a mere tool. Whether alive or dead, it made no difference. What had that wretched boy endured? What price had Dumbledore paid to educate Harry? I know. Voldemort's chaotic thoughts echoed in Quirrell's mind. But he is merely a first year. I could easily extinguish his life as one might squash an ant. Quirrell, my loyal servant. You ought to comprehend the horrors of the killing curse, and that boy bears no trace of the unforgivable curses. It appears that, despite Dumbledore's training, he still holds something back. Voldemort incessantly belittled Harry, disregarding Quirrell's increasingly desolate and weakened spirit. He needed to vent his frustrations. Despite his meticulous plans to seize the Philosopher's Stone, toy with Harry, and ideally ensnare the so-called savior in Dumbledore's eyes, it now seemed that merely not being killed or enslaved by Harry was a significant victory. He had not possessed such courage in his youth. He had not dared to confront Hogwarts regulations head-on or directly challenge Dumbledore. Even when rallying allies, he had waited until he was in higher years, equipped with a measure of influence, and had garnered the goodwill of professors and students alike. But Harry, how dared he? And Dumbledore, that insufferable double-standard old man, why had he remained as placid as a Hufflepuff in the past, while Dumbledore had remained wary and antagonistic, yet turned a blind eye to Harry's brazen behavior? Quirrell felt a surge of indignation. Quirrell, master. Quirrell gasped, his voice tinged with humility. Now, under the pressure of the situation, Voldemort's chaotic spirit found a rare moment of stability, and his former intelligence resurfaced. Go find Dumbledore. Master, seek out Dumbledore? A rebellious thought flickered through Quirrell's mind. Could Voldemort's spirit have truly lost its sanity? Though he was already quite mad. In the next instant, Voldemort, ever vigilant in his mental dominion over Quirrell, inflicted a searing pain. The agony caused Quirrell, who had been hastening, to collapse to the ground, instinctively curling up as he fought to suppress a cry of anguish. Yet, having once been a Ravenclaw, he managed to retain enough composure to stifle any sound. If he attracted the attention of the other professors, he would be utterly ruined. Voldemort realized the foolishness of his actions and promptly ceased his assault, coldly hissing in Quirrell's mind, "Fool! The only one who can stop that boy is Dumbledore. If he could guard against me, he would surely guard against him as well." Harry's actions had clearly crossed Dumbledore's threshold and trampled upon it with great force. He would not stand idly by. Absolutely not. Quirrell wiped the sweat from his brow, prostrating on the ground, gasping for breath, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to rise. Yes, master. Stumbling towards the headmaster's office, he recited the password and stepped into the place he had once longed to enter. However, contrary to his expectations, Dumbledore's office appeared rather disordered. Books of various sizes were haphazardly arranged on the shelves, some even whispering to one another. A hat upon a bamboo pole was incessantly exclaiming, "I knew it! I knew it! Albus, you should have sent that boy straight to Azkaban. Azkaban is where he belongs. How dare he trample upon school rules? I shudder to think what he might do in the future. Only Azkaban is the place he should be." At that moment, the Sorting Hat was sharply pecked by a nearby phoenix, causing it to scream even louder in pain. Dumbledore, seated in a chair draped with a thick blanket, watched with a smile as Professor Snape engaged in conversation. Quirrell's intrusion elicited no reaction from either of them, as if they had long anticipated his arrival. "Albus, perhaps you should consider expelling Harry." Severus Snape pressed his hand to his forehead, his already brooding visage now contorted to an extreme degree. Before them, the scenes from the Great Hall played on a continuous loop. Initially, Snape instinctively sought to shield Harry, but he soon relinquished that notion. This was no longer about Voldemort. It was Grindelwald. Their only distinction lay in the fact that Harry had yet to uncover the manifesto that would lead them, for now. He merely relied on his personal charisma and strength to rally a following. Once he discovered a cause worthy of the majority's struggle, inciting turmoil within the wizarding world would be utterly feasible. Moreover, given the current disposition of the magical community, no one could rise to impede Harry. Surely they would not call upon the centenarian Dumbledore to intervene personally? Or worse, summon Voldemort to confront Harry? In contrast to Snape's trepidation, Dumbledore appeared remarkably composed, cheerfully indulging in cockroach candies while occasionally addressing the unexpected entrance of Professor Quirrell. "Professor Quirrell, you seem rather unwell. Would you care for some cockroach candies?" Quirrell, glancing at the candies that scuttled about on the table, resembling genuine cockroaches, paled and shook his head fervently. "No, no, thank you, Headmaster." The Master of Voldemort was in a state of chaos and madness, spending 9 out of 10 days in a frenzy. Dumbledore, it seemed, was not faring much better. Quirrell had overheard their previous exchange quite clearly. Snape, ever the loyal subordinate of Voldemort, toiled on despite the uncertainty of his master's survival. But what was Dumbledore's role in all of this? Was he perhaps addicted to nurturing the Dark Lord? Or was it possible that the notion of defeating the Dark Lord was merely a scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore, fostering these figures to create turmoil within the wizarding realm, only to emerge as a savior after the suffering of others? As this thought flickered through his mind, a sharp pain pierced his skull. Voldemort was once again descending into madness without regard for the hour. Fortunately, his former rationality only inflicted a modicum of pain rather than excruciating torment. "I support Professor Snape," Quirrell stammered. "Headmaster, are you not aware? Potter, he is rallying supporters in the Great Hall, just like Grindelwald in the history books." Chapter 41. An elder having uttered these words. Quirrell appeared to have completed a monumental task, leaning wearily against the doorframe, drenched in sweat and discomfort. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Quirrell, his crescent-shaped spectacles reflecting a halo of light that obscured his eyes. "I am already aware, Professor Quirrell. Is there anything else?" The kindly smile, gentle words, and the strangely oppressive atmosphere caused Quirrell, tormented in spirit, to shudder. He lowered his head deeply, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze, and after a moment of hesitation, managed to reply, yes, nothing more. I shall take my leave." With that, Quirrell stumbled away, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Once Quirrell had vacated the office, Snape dropped his hand from his face. "Albus, are we not to take action? Surely you have noticed that something is amiss with that fellow. Why should we act?" Dumbledore countered. "He is currently our defense against the dark arts professor, despite the scorn of the younger witches and wizards. One must recognize that securing this position is no small feat." Dumbledore, seemingly indifferent to Snape's concerns, appeared eager to assume the role himself. "Since young Harry has already brought us so many surprises, let me, an old man, observe what he is truly contemplating." Words often prove inadequate. Even legilimency encounters the resistance of mental barriers. Given Harry's capabilities, even Veritaserum might yield little result. At this, Dumbledore reclined wearily in his chair, casting a glance at the reticent Snape. "I am not eager to consume Veritaserum again. It is quite unpleasant. The last time, you nearly singed my hair. Let us not dwell on that. Was your prior suggestion genuine, Severus?" Snape nodded emphatically. Although it entailed deceiving Quirrell and the uncertain existence of the Dark Lord, he was sincere in his proposal. As for being ousted from the school due to a broken wand, if Harry were to become a pariah for this, Snape would dare to wash his hair upside down every day. "You are too extreme, Severus," Dumbledore declared, though I also find it difficult to trust young Harry at present. As an educator, I am inclined to grant him a bit more time. You must learn to have faith in your students. Professor McGonagall excels in this regard. I can sense that young Harry has developed feelings for her. My sole concern remains what Harry truly intends to do. Dumbledore rose, removing his spectacles, his eyes seemingly piercing through Snape's very soul. This was no mere spell of legitimacy. It was the seasoned judgment of an elder who had weathered numerous storms, deriving insight from experience regarding the youth. What do you think, Professor Snape? Unconsciously, Snape averted his gaze from Dumbledore, lowering his voice slightly. I think well. What do you intend to do? You know that my only purpose in surviving thus far appears to be rather straightforward. I hardly need to worry too much about it. Dumbledore turned his gaze to the mirror positioned in a corner of the office. Snape followed his glance to the ancient, dilapidated mirror and uncertainly inquired, "The Mirror of Erised? It reveals our innermost, most fervent desires," Dumbledore replied noncommittally. Snape displayed a hint of impatience. Truth be told, he yearned to understand Harry's intentions. Otherwise, he would find himself sleepless each night. Even if he truly wishes to become the third Dark Lord, he ought to provide some assurance. I might as well prepare to clean up the mess myself. And when shall we let Harry take the lead? I plan to allow him to do so after the Quidditch match, as they have formed their own team, have they not? I find it intriguing. Dumbledore mischievously winked, embodying the spirit of a playful old man. However, in an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, rendering Snape profoundly bewildered. Severus, you must understand that desires within the human heart are mutable. Just as I once envisioned myself standing atop a multitude, side by side with Grindelwald, commanding the entire wizarding world, with the entire planet revolving at our behest. This marks the first occasion when Dumbledore unveils his innermost self before outsiders. Much like when Snape implored him for trust, he lays bare his most unsightly moments for all to see. Confronted with this profound truth, Professor Snape instinctively holds his breath, and a lingering doubt deep within him is finally resolved. Indeed, the chaos wrought by Grindelwald in Days of Yore had his fingerprints upon it. Furthermore, it was only after this revelation that his vigilance against Voldemort began to take shape. Now, with the addition of Harry, two confirmed dark wizards loom over Dumbledore, along with one whose allegiance remains uncertain. Whether he is a Dark Lord or a White One is yet to be determined. I sense your thoughts, Severus. Are you astonished? Dumbledore readjusted his spectacles, and before, Snape could see clearly. Even in his advanced years, a flicker of his former ambition still shone in his eyes. Perhaps this is the reason why the greatest wizard in the realm of magic has consistently shunned any pursuit of power. Dumbledore's yearning for authority is immense. But what now? Snape furrowed his brow, gazing at the elderly man, his voice quivering with trepidation. Once filled with disdain and respect, he now felt a disquieting fear towards Dumbledore for the first time. The aged visage of Dumbledore betrayed signs of fatigue. He slumped back into his seat, an aura of desolation emanating from him, visible even to Snape's naked eye. Does he desire death? I am too old, too weary. Severus, I have committed numerous transgressions. In that moment, Dumbledore resembled an ordinary old man, rambling on. Do you know, at my age, the sole motivation that propels me forward is memory. Yet these memories incessantly torment me. His voice trembled, reminiscent of a penitent muggle in a church. Do you not wish to inquire what I perceive behind this enchanted mirror? I can certainly divulge it. I see myself surrounded by family by the hearth, next to a Christmas tree, exchanging joyful conversation with my aged sister and brother while holding a pair of thick woolen socks. I see my dear friend entering the room, bearing Christmas gifts. I see our descendants encircling us, chattering animatedly about their lives at Hogwarts. Tears brimmed in Dumbledore's eyes. Such longing, so tantalizingly within reach. Yet it has been utterly shattered by his ambition and folly. Snape sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the decrepit mirror, rendered speechless. He too understood what images awaited him. He once possessed that opportunity. Chapter 42. XS After Quirrell had reported to Dumbledore alongside Voldemort and returned to his quarters, Harry wandered the halls of Hogwarts, his wand emitting a flickering azure light. He pondered whether he would be expelled for employing mining spells within the school. Indeed, he had lost his way once more. If it were the Borderlands, it would be inconsequential. After marking the opponent, he could trace them across any distance. But this is Hogwarts. Moreover, Quirrell and the malevolent spirit inhabiting him were quite cunning. To this day, Harry had failed to find an opportunity to confront him. Even when he stationed himself at the doorway, Quirrell opted to leap from the window. After a moment of contemplation, Harry chose to relent. He then surveyed his surroundings. The corridor, illuminated by candlelight, cast a dim yellow glow, while the portraits adorning the walls curiously scrutinized the young wizard. Alas, there were no windows. Even the option of escape through a window had vanished. Harry shook his head, intending to stroll about and locate a position from which he could leap through a window, provided that the space behind it was not some accursed, mysterious classroom. Just as he took a couple of steps, a familiar voice reached his ears. Harry, where are you?" It was Hermione. A ripple of unease surged within Harry as he hastened towards the source of the sound. In just a few strides, he beheld Hermione. The tip of her wand emanating a brilliant white light, illuminating the dim, profound corridor ahead. She tread cautiously along the passage, pausing intermittently to listen attentively. Her wand was held aloft, while her other hand pressed against her chest, her complexion a pallid shade. The desolate corridor, coupled with the animated portraits adorning the walls, sent a chill down Hermione's spine, as if some sinister presence were gazing at her with ill intent. The nighttime atmosphere of Hogwarts indeed resembled a castle from a horror film. Most notably, the place was inhabited by numerous ghosts. Even though Hermione understood there was no genuine threat within Hogwarts, the fears instilled in her from childhood horror films were not easily dispelled. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from behind her. Hermione's hands instinctively tightened, causing her wand to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. The wand soared through the air. Harry gazed at Hermione, inexplicably seized by an impulse to laugh. Yet, he had forgotten how to express such mirth. Grasping Hermione's wand, he stepped forward, his eyes fixed on her as she nearly stumbled to the ground. His voice remained devoid of inflection. The Daily Prophet recently reported Mr. Ollivander's statement that each wizard may purchase only one wand from him. Hermione's tone was laced with a profound sense of grievance. "What is the matter?" Harry failed to detect the emotion in her voice, but he extended his hand and pulled her up from the ground. Clearing her throat, Hermione coughed, then shot Harry a piercing glare, rolling her eyes discreetly. She felt that harboring feelings of indignation was tantamount to insulting Harry's worldview, if he could perceive it. "There must be something amiss." "Of course, it's because of you," Hermione replied, brushing off the dust clinging to her robes as she accepted the wand from Harry's hand. "I only realized after you left that you have an atrocious sense of direction. When insulting words lack exaggeration, they become the most awkward of truths." However, Harry remained unperturbed, surveying his surroundings with an impassive demeanor, his heart untroubled. "So, did you come specifically to find me?" "Indeed," Hermione affirmed with a nod, not denying the assertion. "I promised Hagrid I would." During their time together, Hermione had keenly observed that Harry not only refrained from lying, but also held promises in high regard. As expected, upon mentioning the word promise, Harry visibly paused, then ceased to resist her proximity. With a triumphant smirk, Hermione reveled in this newfound sense of agency. "Moreover, I have sought permission from Professor Dumbledore to oversee your daily life henceforth, compensating for your deficiencies." "Such as my poor sense of direction?" Harry inquired. "Precisely," Hermione nodded. Then she took Harry's hand and began leading him toward Professor McGonagall's office. Harry glanced around, then recalled Hermione's earlier demeanor, uncertainly inquiring, "Do you know where we are?" "Of course I do. I've memorized the Hogwarts map, and I'm certainly not directionally challenged." "Then why are you still so frightened?" Harry asked with remarkable candor. After Harry once again proved his lack of navigational skills, Hermione became thoroughly attached to him, fearing he might lose his way again. Not only was she responsible for waking him and reminding him of meal times, but she also insisted that Ron accompany Harry to the bath. Ever since Harry attempted to cast a spell on his hair with his wand, aiming for a bald look, Hermione took it upon herself to help him with haircuts as well. Initially, her efforts were rather clumsy, leaving Harry with an unsightly mushroom cut, but within a few days, her skills improved dramatically. Ron and Neville contributed significantly to her learning process. Had it not been for Malfoy's relentless pressure, his slick golden pompadour would have undoubtedly suffered the same fate. Fortunately, this practice allowed Harry to finally attain a hairstyle befitting a leader. This transformation was largely thanks to Hermione's daily styling sessions. She even forcibly acquired a bottle of hair gel from Malfoy. At first, Malfoy resisted, insisting that while he was indeed close to Harry, such theft would be embarrassing for him, considering his status as the leader of Slytherin. However, upon learning that the gel was not for Hermione, but for Harry, Malfoy arranged for a whole box to be sent via owl. As he integrated into this small circle and became aware of Harry's peculiarities, Malfoy grew increasingly anxious. He feared that if Harry were to act erratically, it would reflect poorly on him. Soon, his owl, along with Hedwig, flew to Malfoy Manor, heading straight for his mother. Unfortunately, such matters were not to be trusted to his father. Consequently, Hermione acquired a set of antique grooming tools. Over the course of the month, under the relentless efforts of these two, Harry's appearance advanced steadily towards a resemblance to Grindelwald. Dumbledore, upon witnessing Harry's new look, could hardly hide his astonishment. Professor Snape, too, could not resist mocking Harry in class. However, upon discovering that this transformation was not of Harry's own volition, but rather the work of Hermione and Malfoy, he ceased his taunts and stood by the window for an extended period. Fearless Ron immediately jested, "Look at Professor Snape. He seems one step away from slapping himself. He must have broken up with his girlfriend because he didn't manage his hair properly in his youth." As fate would have it, Snape overheard this remark. And according to Malfoy, he had never seen his godfather's expression so foul. Consequently, Ron was sentenced to detention for a full fortnight. Time passed languidly, and soon it was the eve of Halloween. On that fateful morning, a delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin wafted through the corridors. The house elves indeed excelled in serving wizards. For them, service was the sole pursuit of their existence. Harry refrained from passing judgment on the matter, recognizing it as a typical remnant of historical issues beyond his consideration. Nevertheless, with the assistance of others, the morning of this day was imbued with a festive spirit. Apart from Harry, who had scarcely experienced the essence of celebration, the others were reveling in the ambiguous festivities of Halloween. Of course, there were two individuals who, like Harry, had no time to concern themselves with this vexatious holiday. In Nocturne Alley, a hooded Quirrell hurriedly advanced, disregarding the malevolent gazes that surrounded him, making his way towards a dim corner. Awaiting him was a wizard, shrouded in layers of clothing. "You are late," the wizard remarked. "No time for pleasantries." Quirrell, having accumulated a wealth of resentment during his time at Hogwarts, snapped back, his gaze fixed intently on the wizard. "Where is what I requested?" The cloaked wizard shrugged, accustomed to the impatience of such clients. "First, let me see the galleons." "Shall we?" Quirrell, articulating with surprising fluency, far removed from his stammering demeanor at Hogwarts, retorted, "You expect me to present them here?" Behind them lurked a group of desperate dark wizards, and the mere sound of clinking coins would send them into a frenzy. Even if Quirrell possessed the ability to escape, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries unless his master intervened. Very well. The wizard ceased his chatter, rising to slightly open a trunk beneath him. An ear-splitting growl emanated from within. Through the narrow gap, Quirrell could distinctly see the hulking troll and the club resting nearby. Excellent. A cunning smile crept across Quirrell's otherwise pitiful visage as he reached for the coins at his waist. Suddenly, Avada Kedavra, a blinding flash of green light surged forth, and the hooded wizard's eyes widened in horror as life ebbed from him, his body slowly toppling backward. Seizing the trunk, Quirrell's eyes blazed with a crimson hue as he turned to face the malevolent dark wizards behind him. Their almost frenzied demeanor caused them to avert their gazes from the mad and who dared to cast an unforgivable curse in such a place. Even in Nocturne Alley, the use of the killing curse would surely attract the attention of the Aurors. Yet Quirrell was indifferent to such concerns. He intended to leave Hogwarts before the academic year concluded. Even if the Aurors did extend their reach to Hogwarts, he would have already departed. With a swift turn, he disapparated from Nocturne Alley. Holding the tattered trunk, the bloodshot hue in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a timid smile. "Master, it is done. Very good. Remember our objective. Once their attention is on the troll, proceed to the fourth-floor corridor." A coarse voice echoed in his mind Voldemort's. "Then locate the Philosopher's Stone and eliminate Harry Potter." "Master, I understand, but what if the professors remain?" Quirrell, ever cautious, feared that Voldemort might uncover his trepidation regarding the plan, which he deemed foolish, utterly nonsensical. He had emerged from Ravenclaw and could easily identify the flaws within this ill-conceived scheme. If Dumbledore were truly deceived, there would undoubtedly be a trap. Should this plan succeed, Quirrell mused, he would gladly offer his head as a quaffle. Yet, alas, Voldemort's mind resembled that of a madman devoid of intellect, immersed in his self-righteous scheming. Just a bunch of incompetent professors. If they do not follow, then eliminate them. Voldemort roared within Quirrell's mind, followed by an incomprehensible string of words that Quirrell suspected were mere gibberish spawned from Voldemort's madness. It became evident that he had lost his sanity. His greatest folly was the global journey he undertook, leading him to this madness in the depths of the forest. After a prolonged silence, as Quirrell felt his mind teetering on the brink of collapse, Voldemort finally emerged from his chaotic state. "Master," Quirrell whispered from his concealed corner, cradling his aching head, "we may still have more to accomplish." What else is there to do? This plan is flawless. Quirrell forced himself to suppress further thoughts, fearing that revealing his true concerns would lead to a grim fate. It was unreasonable to expect a madman to maintain composure. "We could add a minor detail to this perfect plan. Master, I believe you will appreciate it. Speak, but if it does not satisfy me, you know the consequences." Quirrell felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of contributing to the scheme, realizing that the plan was indeed absurd and devoid of any chance of success. "We cannot indiscriminately cast the unforgivable curses within Hogwarts, but minor hexes are permissible, such as the Confundus charm. Your greatness is beyond comparison, and that insufferable Harry Potter surely cannot rival your supremacy. How could I allow him to establish his own circle so easily?" And Dumbledore, a mad old fool, despite Harry revealing his ambition, remains oblivious. As he spoke, Quirrell cautiously probed Voldemort's thoughts, relieved to discover that the madman bore no intention of punishing him. "Master, we can bewitch a member of the Kettleburn Wizards Association, positioning that young wizard close to the troll. This way, should Harry disregard caution and intervene, Dumbledore, even in his madness, will discern Harry's standing among the other students and harbor suspicion." These were all excuses birthed from Quirrell's mind, tormented by Voldemort's dark influence. Dumbledore had long recognized Harry's position and actions. His current stillness must conceal some unknown motive. But what of it? The objective of Quirrell and Voldemort was to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, not to target Harry Potter. Yet, Voldemort's current disposition was utterly irrational, fixated solely on opposing Harry. What advantage does this yield? Quirrell could not fathom. Their singular goal was to utilize the troll as a distraction, simultaneously placing a student in peril to compel Dumbledore to divert his attention. In doing so, they would secure genuine opportunity to pursue the Philosopher's Stone. "Yes, very good." The nearly deranged voice of Voldemort gradually resonated. "Splendid." Slowly, his tone softened, though it still retained an odd quality. Nevertheless, it was discernibly the voice of a human. Quirrell held his breath, fully aware that Voldemort's state was stabilizing, albeit still tinged with confusion, starkly contrasting with his prior incomprehensible demeanor. It was precisely for this reason that he, the unfortunate soul, had not been taken away by a killing curse upon encountering Voldemort, but instead had been possessed. The only vexation was the unpredictable duration of this state. "My master," Quirrell trembled. "Yes, splendid." Voldemort's throat felt as though it had been seared by flames. Yet it possessed a peculiar allure. "I understand your meaning, my loyal servant. Maintain this composure." Quirrell nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with emotion. He was acutely aware that Voldemort's intention was to stabilize him during his moments of madness, rather than allow him to spiral into chaos. Even if it was a form of deception. Of course, such sentiments were unspeakable for Voldemort. "Whom do you intend to seek?" Voldemort inquired. Quirrell pondered briefly, picking up the attendance sheet on the table, his eyes scanning it. "How about Hermione Granger, my master? This girl is quite close to Potter." "Do not choose anyone associated with Potter," Voldemort retorted. Quirrell recognized the folly in this, yet he had to leave room for his master's involvement. Although in a stable state, Voldemort could hardly be called wise, yet he was always shrewd. In previous encounters, Harry had showcased his abilities. Naturally, attempting to cast a Confundus charm in his presence would be tantamount to courting death. Voldemort would wager the lives of hundreds that should he act, Harry would retaliate fiercely. At that moment, Harry had but one reason not to attack Quirrell. They were at Hogwarts, and the headmaster was Dumbledore. Should they dare to resort to dark measures? An excuse would surely provoke Harry into a deadly response. "Quirrell, you must understand one thing. Potter is no ordinary wizard. You are not even in the same league." In the face of Voldemort's scorn, Quirrell felt no shame. Was it not entirely reasonable that he could not compare to Harry? What were Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Harry Potter, and Voldemort if not extraordinary beings? Did he truly merit comparison with such figures? "Well then, my master, whom shall you choose?" "Hannah Abbott. Kill her. Hasn't Harry Potter just formed his own society? Now, let us use a life to dismantle it." Chapter 44. I have endured you twice. 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining table, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker erratically. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden platters, reminiscent of the banquet at the start of the term. On Harry's plate lay a meticulously selected array of delicacies prepared by Hermione. exhibiting a harmonious blend of both meat and vegetables, all while remaining gentle on the teeth. Ron, momentarily taken aback as he savored a pumpkin pasty in one hand and a fried chicken leg in the other, swallowed his mouthful and jested, "Hermione, it's Halloween. And you're still eating so healthily? Goodness, there's even a tomato." In response, Hermione playfully smacked him on the back of the head. It was unclear when exactly she had transitioned to a more direct approach, opting for physical reprimands rather than verbal persuasion in the face of such trivial matters. Not far away, Neville was speaking with utmost seriousness, his lips moving rapidly, while Malfoy occasionally nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the textbook in his hands. Having regained his composure, Neville was indeed deserving of Harry's praise, having surpassed numerous young wizards in just half a month. Emerging as one of the most distinguished students in the eyes of the professors, the remaining two contenders were Harry and Hermione. However, Neville, now exhibiting an impressive memory, seemed to have developed an obsession, fervently striving to match Hermione's prowess, dedicating himself to memorizing the entire textbook. Initially, Ron and Seamus were willing to lend a hand, but upon reaching the third book, they were thoroughly disheartened and resolutely refused to continue. Must you be so competitive? Ultimately, the only one still willing to assist Neville was none other than Draco, the quintessential overachiever of Slytherin. Harry peeled the potato, took a bite, and gazed at his companion, suddenly overwhelmed by a long-forgotten sensation. He relished this feeling. Everything before him was what he had been yearning for, tranquility. Abruptly, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his large scarf askew atop his head, his face a mask of terror. Everyone turned to him as he staggered to the wooden table beside Harry, gasping and exclaiming loudly, "A troll in the dungeon! I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos, and Professor Dumbledore had to produce several bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand to restore order. "Prefects," his voice was deep and serious, "immediately escort your houses to the dormitories." Percy, of course, was adept at this. "Follow me. Stay together, first years. As long as you heed my instructions, you need not fear any troll. Now stay close behind me." "Wait." Harry approached Percy, turning his head to glance at the first-year students, his gaze sweeping across them. "Potter, I have no time to quarrel with you. There is a troll." "A troll?" Harry paid no heed to the anxious Percy. Instead, he turned to Hermione and inquired about the missing individuals. Hermione did not respond immediately. Instead, she promptly sought out the heads of the four houses, who also bore expressions of urgency as they questioned those familiar to them. In this moment, the students who had joined the Collegia Wizarding Research Society displayed the most composure, for they held unwavering faith in Harry, the one who continually crafted legendary experiences. At least on their faces, there was little sign of panic. Many young wizards were seizing this final opportunity to indulge in the sumptuous feast. Such a lavish dinner was a rarity at Hogwarts, and they were reluctant to forfeit it. Among this group, Harry cast a glance around, discovering that the majority present were Hufflepuffs. Upon witnessing this scene, Percy grew increasingly anxious and called out loudly, "Look around you, is anyone missing?" Yet, no one paid him any heed. Ron, having finished the last morsel of meat from his chicken leg, ambled over to his brother, using his greasy hands to nudge Percy. "Don't panic, Percy. Trust Harry." It was not a matter of panic. Percy, too preoccupied to concern himself with the grease staining his clothes, furrowed his brow. The immediate priority was to ensure the first-year students were evacuated. "Look at Ron," he gestured, who appeared utterly nonchalant. "You say you're not worried, but do you see any of us in a state of alarm?" Ironically, it was the nearly graduated students who were hastily making their exit, blocking the entrance to the hall, as if it were merely a troll. Merely a troll? Percy's temper flared. However, upon observing the chaos within the hall, his frustration dissipated. Ron's observation was indeed accurate. The most tranquil and orderly among them were, in fact, the first-year students, along with those from the second, third, and fourth years, the members of the Collegia Wizardry Research Society. Hermione, having gleaned the information, rushed to Harry's side and, casting a glance at Ron, who was still engaged in a tug-of-war with the prefect, hurriedly reported, "Two students are unwell. One has gone to the hospital, and another has retired to the common room. The most troubling matter is that one of our own is currently in the restroom on the first floor." "Who?" "Hannah Abbott." Harry turned his head to glance at Quirrell, who lay on the ground, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes. Why was she there? He pondered. It was said that she had sought help from the prefect and had been denied. Hermione felt a twinge of doubt. This explanation seemed rather implausible. Surely, being turned away would not lead one to weep in the restroom? If it were a case of rejection and humiliation, it might offer some clarity. Yet the crux of the matter was that Hannah belonged to Hufflepuff. Would the Hufflepuff prefect truly lose their temper over something as trivial as a Quidditch practice match? They were hardly like Slytherin. Hermione was deeply conflicted, but recalling Harry's disdain for deceit, she decided to voice her suspicions. There was something amiss. The Hufflepuff prefect would never bully Hannah, even if she was involved with the Collerio Wizarding Society. Moreover, if Hannah had been mistreated, she would not remain silent. Her friends would surely come forward and inform us. Harry nodded, drawing forth the wand encased in a metallic shell, its small iron tip glistening under the flickering candlelight. Striding purposefully to the wooden table, he first glanced at the somewhat anxious prefect Percy. Percy, you may lead the other students back to the common room. I can handle a mere troll. Even if there are other threats, Professor Dumbledore and the faculty will manage them. Percy, aware that this was not the time to instigate any discord, nodded in agreement but was about to inquire further when he was left speechless. His mouth agape at the scene before him. Harry cast a glance downward at Quirrell, who appeared to have fainted at his feet, and raised his foot to stomp forcefully upon the turban. I have tolerated you twice, precisely twice, he murmured. However, one cannot awaken a person feigning slumber. Quirrell's lips pressed against the ground with such force that he remained unresponsive. Only the piercing echoes of Voldemort's furious roars reverberated within his mind. A visage grotesquely contorted behind the veil of the turban. I must kill him. I shall undoubtedly kill him. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life, being trampled upon by a mere young wizard. Yet, he merely roared within Quirrell's mind, unwilling to act upon it. Dumbledore was still present. Was he merely putting on an act? Harry did not indulge the entity beneath his feet. He raised his wand, and a shimmering aura of black and white materialized from thin air, enveloped in a chilling, ghostly essence. Harry, Professor Dumbledore, who had just descended from the podium, felt a sudden jolt of alarm and swiftly intervened. What are you doing? Without turning his head, Harry continued to channel his magical energy. Of course, I am going to eliminate this oblivious creature. Professor Snape drew his wand, aiming it at Harry. Disarm. A crimson beam surged towards the unsuspecting Harry. Or at least he appeared to be unsuspecting. Chapter 45. The first confrontation. The onlookers watched in awe as the red beam hurtled towards Harry. Suddenly, a subtle cerulean glow, overlooked by all, erupted into brilliance. Upon encountering this luminous barrier, the crimson beam immediately bifurcated, one half refracted as if piercing through water, shooting towards the ceiling, while the remaining portion continued its relentless advance through the azure shield towards its intended target. Without a backward glance, Harry firmly kept his foot planted on Quirrell's head, extending his arms as his wand gracefully waved. The previously flickering black and white flames dissipated, replaced by a ribbon of pale blue light. As the remnants of Professor Snape's magic encountered this ethereal glow, they vanished completely. Subsequently, the tip of the wand suddenly coalesced into a deep blue orb, which swiftly expanded, forming three small swords that floated behind him. Harry slowly turned his head, his emerald green eyes devoid of any emotion. Behind him, three small swords, forged from blue light, floated gently. Two pointed directly at Snape, while the third aimed menacingly at Quirrell beneath his feet. You wish to protect him? The tone remained flat, yet it conveyed a starkly different sentiment than before, cold, numb, indifferent to all life. Professor McGonagall, having had the most interactions with Harry, understood his nature well and swiftly turned to Professor Dumbledore, inquiring urgently, Harry is indeed at fault, but Professor Dumbledore, what exactly is the situation with Quirrell? Professor Snape, in a more straightforward manner, after having intervened, seemed to regard his actions as complete, disregarding the two gleaming swords aimed at him, and subtly nodded in Harry's direction. However, his hand did not stray far from his wand, its tip now directed at Dumbledore. Feeling the weight of three distinctly different gazes upon him, Dumbledore sensed an unprecedented heaviness in his shoulders, a profound fatigue washing over him. Severus, over the years, I have had to prepare for various outcomes, have I not? Yet the current situation indeed exceeds my expectations. Who could have imagined that young Harry would evolve into what he is now? He then turned to Professor McGonagall, managing a strained smile. Minerva, do try to relax. This is merely the result of an old man's muddled mind. But Dumbledore's voice suddenly turned icy as he clasped his hands tightly, fixing his gaze on Harry. Mr. Potter, Quirrell is still a professor at Hogwarts. Harry had grown weary of the incessant presence of a sinister individual lingering nearby. He remained indifferent to the professor's misguided intentions, even though they were purportedly for his benefit. As for Dumbledore's imposing stature, Harry felt little of its impact. After all, which demigod or monster he had faced in the realms of battle lacked formidable power. Dumbledore had first revealed his malice during the opening ceremony. That was the first instance. The second came when he had intruded upon Harry's very life in class. And now, this was the third confrontation. Professor. Harry spoke slowly, sheathing his wand at his side. Yet, from his palm emerged a flicker of flame that, merely by its presence, evoked thoughts of death. Harry's intentions were unequivocal. The wand restricts you, not me. This is the second time. And the professor's mere justification is insufficient to persuade me to release him. Dumbledore's brow furrowed in concern, while behind him, Professor Snape subtly lifted the corners of his mouth, his typically somber demeanor noticeably easing. This is good, very good. He had long been displeased with Dumbledore's air of omnipotence. As for Quirrell, although the nature of his connection to Voldemort remained unclear, one thing was certain. Their intentions were far from benevolent. Given their association with Voldemort, their ill intentions were evident. Shouldn't they be eradicated at the earliest opportunity? Were it not for Dumbledore taking the Veritastrum himself to explain the possible contingencies Voldemort might have in store, Snape would have acted preemptively. Silence. Observing the uproar within the Great Hall, Dumbledore could no longer contain himself. He rubbed his throbbing temples and conceded, "Very well, Harry. I shall acquiesce. But you must not take a life, absolutely not." Harry's eyes remained unblinking as he awaited the full manifestation of the dark flames in his grasp. As for refraining from taking lives, what a feeble rule that was. On his very first day traversing the Borderlands, he had already claimed numerous souls. Observing Harry's utterly indifferent demeanor, Dumbledore's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear at Harry's side. For him, the complex charm of apparition had become second nature. Moreover, he was still the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the countercharm against apparition held no sway over him. Regrettably, Harry had long grown desensitized to such tactics. His wand, which hung at his waist, flickered briefly before vanishing from sight. How could he possibly relinquish his wand at such a moment? Although Harry could indeed cast spells without it, the enhancement provided by the wand was far from negligible. Willingly forsaking it would be an act of sheer folly. Upon witnessing this scene, Dumbledore's eye twitched. He felt as though he were engaged in a duel with a battle-hardened veteran, where every movement was shrouded in deceit, every action serving the pursuit of victory. Yet, he had no intention of striking. Had the wizarding world truly changed, or had Dumbledore's vision become clouded? Why did his esteemed reputation seem to carry no weight whatsoever? Harry had little regard for Dumbledore's thoughts. His figure, once poised upon Quirrell's head, seemed to don a gossamer veil, appearing exceedingly ethereal. Moments later, he vanished entirely from the Great Hall. The disillusionment charm. In the wake of Harry's disappearance, a layer of mist, shimmering with white motes, emerged, assuming a resplendent silver hue. The Night Witch's smoke, augmented by transfiguration, expanded swiftly, enveloping the room and enhancing the already magnificent starry ceiling. Dumbledore gazed upward. For a genius steeped in magic for decades, he could discern the surface of a spell, even one from a different system. Undoubtedly, this magic bore an ominous nature, capable of insidiously eroding life itself. Yet, Dumbledore could not glean any emotion from this evidently dark magic. It appeared to be merely an ordinary spell. However, Harry was undeniably feeble at this moment. Even if the magic he wielded was unfamiliar, constructed entirely differently from the sorcery of this realm. Dumbledore finally drew forth his fearsome Elder Wand, raising his hand slowly, its aged skin trembling slightly. With a whoosh, orange flames, accompanied by a whirlwind, consumed the mist, forming the shape of a phoenix above. Concealed nearby, Harry observed clearly. This phoenix, born of flames, possessed genuine life. Dumbledore's mastery of transfiguration was profound, and layering spells was second nature to him. Just this display made it evident to Harry that he could not contend with the old wizard now. Yet, he pondered that in 2 or 3 years, when his intellect surpassed 50 points, the balance of power might shift. At present, he felt stifled, constrained by numerous methods he could not employ. Moreover, Topaz's stance inexplicably only obstructed part of the magic of this world, leaving another segment entirely defenseless. Sighing, Harry dispelled his disillusionment charm. It was futile. Although Snape and the others had not noticed him, Dumbledore's gaze had never strayed. "I cannot triumph over you." Harry spoke slowly, devoid of any bitterness. He had encountered this scenario countless times. His encounters with the Fade were fraught with peril, facing insurmountable foes repeatedly. However, stepping forward, he fixed his gaze intently on Dumbledore. "It is impossible for you to obstruct me. I prepared long before arriving at Hogwarts. Even if it shatters my soul, I shall return decades hence." As he spoke, the tip of his wand glowed with a soft blue light aimed at his forehead. If he could not win, he would flee, returning once his intellect had grown. This was not his first experience, and he bore no burden. Witnessing this, Professor Snape decisively raised his wand toward Dumbledore, his lips quivering slightly. A green aura swirled around his hand. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, retracting his wand and crossing his hands before him. He felt overwhelmed. It was apparent that Harry was resolute, and Snape's intent to eliminate him was equally earnest. The fiery phoenix above dissipated into embers. "Cease, young Harry. I truly harbor no malice." Dumbledore felt utterly fatigued. "And as for you, Severus, I believe there are still ample Veritaserum vials in your possession." Snape swayed slightly, the cold sweat on his brow finally ceasing as he lowered his wand and retrieved 2 vials from his pocket. "I possess 2, one infused with honey, the other with milk. Which do you prefer?" Chapter 46. The troll. Dumbledore longed to utter an expletive, yet the presence of numerous students in the hall restrained him. Moreover, having devoted a significant portion of his life to education, he had forgotten how to curse. The students of the Kalia Wizarding Society had not departed. Their gazes toward Dumbledore were notably complex, devoid of any trace of past reverence. Clearly, he had lost all reputation in their eyes. With a sigh, Dumbledore yearned to cast off the burdens upon his shoulders and embrace the ideals of his youth, traversing the world freely. "These matters can wait, Severus." He approached Harry, halting just before his wand was to touch Harry's forehead. "Hogwarts is safe, Harry." "I do not share that belief," Harry countered. "It may be safe for the other students, but for me, this place is not secure. I have ventured through castles far more perilous, yet I had reliable companions by my side. We recognized our enemies. Here, I cannot decipher." Dumbledore lowered his head slightly, the myriad candle flames illuminating the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses, obscuring his eyes. "I am sorry. This is my failing. I had envisioned you as a principled and kind young wizard, destined to grow into a true savior under my guidance, much like the tales in the books." Harry's once unchanging visage finally shifted, yet this development bore ominous tidings. The furrow between his brows slightly deepened, his already austere demeanor solidifying further, as the heart that had reluctantly begun to soften over the past months once again became fortified. "I detest this. Of course, I comprehend your sentiments," Dumbledore continued, his interlaced fingers trembling subtly, "for I too was once in a similar plight." "You are akin to us," he elaborated. "Severus, hand me that vial of Veritaserum infused with honey." Dumbledore then turned his gaze back to Harry. "Harry, you grasp the nature of this substance." Naturally, Harry nodded. Snape stifled a laugh, stepping forward to present the vial of Veritaserum enriched with milk to Dumbledore. "I referred to the honey-infused one. That vial is of inferior quality. Albus, you must understand that altering the flavor of potions is a formidable endeavor." Dumbledore sighed, suddenly feeling the weight of disfavor from those around him, save for Professor McGonagall. Receiving the Veritaserum, Dumbledore consumed half the vial before Harry's eyes, his body stiffening momentarily, swaying slightly. He clutched his head. "This sensation is most unpleasant. How many times has it been this month?" "The third," Professor Snape murmured, steadying Dumbledore and whispering in his ear. Dumbledore shook his head, sighed, and fixed his gaze upon Harry. "At Hogwarts, I shall protect all students and professors." After a brief silence, Harry gradually lowered his wand. "What is your true intention?" "To ensure the healthy development of young wizards. At the very least, allowing them to graduate as wizards who harbor no animosity towards the wizarding world and do not disrupt it. I have committed numerous transgressions in my lifetime, living much of it in service to the stability of the wizarding realm." Dumbledore rambled on, his expression unknowingly hardening. "Indeed, the rumors circulating among wizards hold some truth. He is akin to a white wizarding overlord. For the sake of the wizarding world, he is capable of undertaking many actions, some that could rival those of dark wizards. His research into dark magic parallels that of Voldemort and Grindelwald. In this regard, Harry felt a sense of reassurance. For such individuals never stray from their inner convictions. They dedicate their lives to these beliefs, and to shatter them would be akin to sentencing them to death. "So, have I deviated?" Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, his lips moving faintly. "I fear you may stray." "No, it is highly probable that you will deviate in the future." Harry pondered for a moment before completely relinquishing his wand. "Then there is nothing to worry about." Dumbledore was momentarily unable to grasp Harry's line of thought. Sensing the elder's confusion, Harry reluctantly elucidated, "That was merely your intuition, or perhaps a premonition regarding my future." Since there is no cause for concern in the present, why should I still worry? This revelation left not only Dumbledore but also the surrounding professors and students in a state of bewilderment. What is the essence of Harry's thinking? How does it diverge so completely from that of others? However, those who have been acquainted with Harry for some time are no longer surprised. They have long been aware that his worldview is markedly different from the norm. Speaking of which, Harry gazed at Quirrell, who lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear. What are your thoughts on him? Will you release him? Dumbledore shook his head. I shall confine him, at least until I have unraveled certain matters. I will not act against him just yet. Why? Harry inquired. Dumbledore struggled to contain himself as he spoke the next words, deliberately altering his phrasing. To prevent the resurrection of the master behind him. Harry's figure suddenly shattered, resembling a layer of ethereal bubbles. The eyes of the onlookers widened in surprise as they surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that Harry had never truly left. His foot remained firmly planted upon Quirrell's head. The night magic of the enchanted town of Celeria transformed into the intangible. You are truly remarkable, Dumbledore's weary voice resonated. That is indeed the case, Harry replied, not perceiving any irony in the statement. My teacher once told me I was her pride, her finest pupil. Thus, I am certainly exceptional. Then in the future, you may speak to me directly. I detest anything that seeks to control life, whether it be a mere mortal or a lofty deity. That is certainly understood, Dumbledore responded. Releasing his foot, Harry turned to face Dumbledore, inquiring further, what of the giant and Hannah Abbott? As everything was laid bare before the assembled crowd, Dumbledore shed all burdens. His tense form gradually relaxed as he turned, a smile gracing his features. Naturally, it is yours to handle, Harry. Will you not intervene? Harry asked. I am but a centenarian, lacking such prowess, Dumbledore chuckled. This is undoubtedly your domain. Clearly, the effects of the Veritasrum had waned. Moreover, Snape's skills had deteriorated considerably. A half bottle of the potion had only lasted a brief moment. Of course, Professor Snape's thoughts were far from this concern. He was more preoccupied with the fact that this old man continued to deceive him even after ingesting Veritasrum. A half bottle had only yielded such a fleeting effect. What purpose did a few drops serve? Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape's now darkened demeanor, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. The peculiar flavor of Veritasrum seemingly transcending time to settle upon his tongue. Upon returning, he resolved to indulge in more sweets to at least dull the memory of the potion's taste. With determination, Dumbledore extended his palm and pointed toward the great hall's door. Suddenly, the entire castle trembled slightly, issuing a cacophony of stone collisions and peculiar roars. The crowd collectively held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the hall's entrance. A deep murmuring and the sound of colossal footsteps scraping against the ground reverberated through the air. Outside the great hall, a monstrous figure was advancing toward them. The young wizards, still present, hastily retreated to the sides, anxiously watching as it gradually entered the hall. Except for the members of the Kalia Wizarding Society who remained seated. Their confidence in Harry had never been as high as it was on this day. Harry, he actually managed to confront Dumbledore, although he found himself at a disadvantage. This was Dumbledore, after all, a mere giant of a troll. Chapter 47, The Kalia Magic. This troll stood 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling the ashen hue of granite. Its immense, clumsy body resembled a heap of massive rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short legs were as stout as tree stumps, ending in broad, calloused feet, and it exuded a foul odor that was nauseating, causing students near the entrance of the great hall to cover their noses. Clutching a thick wooden club, it dragged the stick across the ground. The troll paused at the entrance to the great hall, lowering its head to peer inside, its long ears twitching, before slowly making its way into the room. Its bloodshot eyes appeared menacing, and it breathed heavily with excitement, thoroughly pleased with the sight of its potential feast, noting that none had yet fled. However, as it entered the hall, it caught sight of Harry, who was staring intently at it from a short distance away. The troll's walnut-sized brain raced as primal instincts urged it to swing the heavy club at the oblivious little sprout. Yet, a flicker of remaining rationality whispered to it, "Flee." Harry partially closed his eyes, taking a step forward while raising his wand high. Lacking any intent to kill, his movements were as mechanical as a machine. Consequently, the troll shook its head and decided to continue its assault on Harry. Observing the foolishness of his foe, Harry, who had initially intended to cast a couple of spells, hesitated and ceased his incantation. He glanced back at his classmates, still seated, his thoughts a tumultuous mix. Although this was not Harry's intention, the undeniable reality was that he had unwittingly drawn these young wizards into the fray. They struggled to keep pace with him and appeared somewhat feeble. It was not that Harry looked down upon the magic of this world. Rather, based on the information he had gathered. Apart from the killing curse, an unequivocally lethal spell in one-on-one combat, most other spells lacked significant destructive power. Even the killing curse could be easily thwarted. A mere wooden table would suffice to render the casting ineffective. Since I have prefixed this association with Kalia and you have chosen to place your trust in me, I shall impart to you the magic of Kalia, Harry declared to the members of the Kalia Wizardry Research Society. The audience collectively held their breath, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they looked at Harry, eagerly anticipating his next move. I will confront this troll using Kalia's magic. With that, Harry raised his wand and began to move it rhythmically through the air, his steps unceasing. A series of intricate, mysterious patterns emerged, coalescing into a swirling blue luminescence at the tip of his wand. Even as he continued to move, his spell casting remained uninterrupted, perpetually in motion. Remarkably, he did not utter a single incantation nor perform any corresponding gestures. As the troll closed in on him, approximately 10 meters away, the first magical vortex transformed into a sharp sword, slicing through the air toward its target with a swift whoosh. Harry set down his wand and sauntered towards his adversaries, as if leisurely strolling through a garden, betraying not a trace of anxiety. This was the radiant sword of magic. Upon forming the corresponding magical array, it would manifest a luminous blade that could advance towards foes, and through the accumulation of energy, the formation of the sword could be delayed. In this moment, whether it was the members of the Kalia Wizard Research Society, other students, or even professors including Dumbledore, all listened intently. It was Harry's first formal articulation of his magic. Regardless of their individual sentiments, none could escape the awe inspired by this magic from an entirely different paradigm. The young wizards could only perceive the surface, captivated solely by Harry's ethereal demeanor. However, for those esteemed professors, who were already at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, a different spectacle unfolded before their eyes. It signified a renewed hope for their own progress. This was unequivocally a form of magic that stood in stark contrast to that of traditional wizards. Harry was indifferent to the opinions of those around him. As long as someone sincerely sought his guidance, he generously imparted his knowledge of magic to him. The noble yet unpretentious nature of such knowledge was the ideal he aspired to. His mentor, too, was unconcerned with these matters, finding great joy in witnessing the moment when everyone could master the art of magic. Just as he took a few steps forward, the first enchanted sword pierced the chest of the giant. The sharp blade of magic momentarily hesitated upon contact with the creature's hide, but once it breached the layer of magically resistant skin, it surged through with relentless force. Most terrifying was the fact that this sword was composed of magic, signifying that once the attack was completed, it would dissipate. With the sword's barrier gone, blood gushed forth, creating a path of crimson before the giant. A gaping wound, half a foot long, split open on its chest, exposing the distinctly layered and quivering white fat beneath its flesh. With a mournful cry, it halted, clutching its chest. Following this, 3 more magical swords struck in rapid succession. The piercing sounds echoed as they were directed with precision towards the giant's belly, ultimately creating a vast gaping hole. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered behind it, painting a gruesome scene. With a resounding thud, the giant dropped the club it had been wielding, futilely attempting to press down on the wound. A heart-wrenching wail escaped its lips in that moment. It transformed from a fearsome creature terrorizing young wizards into a slaughter-bound lamb in a butcher's yard. Harry stood unwavering, his foot planted firmly upon the blood-stained path, his indifferent visage illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling a lifeless puppet. Such entities, possessing corporeal forms yet devoid of intellect, are invariably the easiest to confront. With this judgment rendered, Harry relinquished any notion of utilizing this feeble creature as a pedagogical tool, for it lacked the requisite merit. He raised his wand, and a mysterious arcane sigil flickered into existence. The once unremarkable wand was suddenly enveloped in a layer of magical patterns, rapidly extending outward until it manifested into an extraordinarily colossal greatsword, its length rivaling that of a giant. This was the Kalia Greatsword, a spell of the Kalia Royal House, capable of conjuring a sword of pure magic, executing sweeping strikes, and allowing for successive incantations. Harry's calm and unremarkable voice resonated as he swung the great sword, delivering a decisive blow to the kneeling giant, whose eyes were filled with despair. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through, severing the creature in two. In my introductory remarks, I can candidly state that the most direct inspiration for this book is the demon hunter, Harry, from the series' conclusion. This is indisputable. However, the trajectory of the narrative diverges entirely post-train, for my Harry has returned from the Borderlands. That wretched place is, in its own right, even more brutal than that of the demon hunter. Initially, my intention was for Harry to supplant the Fading One. But the thought of the Fading One arriving at Hogwarts made me reconsider. It seemed likely he would clash with Dumbledore before even being admitted. And the Fading One's mindset is exceedingly unconventional. If I were to avoid shattering character integrity, this story would inevitably fall apart. Thus, the result is the journey of the Archmage from the Borderlands and the Elden King. Even so, I have endeavored to suppress Harry's character traits, striving to retain the inherent goodness of the original Harry. Otherwise, the narrative would falter. After all, Harry Potter is fundamentally a fairy tale, despite its gradual departure from such themes beginning with the Goblet of Fire. Of course, if one were to argue that the Warhammer fairy tale conceived by GW also qualifies as a fairy tale, consider it unspoken. As for the attributes of a beauty enthusiast, one might interpret it as Harry's horizons being broadened by Melina and Ronnie. Regarding the notion of rewards for additional chapters, I implore you to spare me. That is genuinely beyond my capabilities. It is exceedingly challenging. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers who have journeyed alongside me thus far. Your support is deeply appreciated. I humbly request subscriptions. Chapter 48. Aftermath. With a decisive slice, blood erupted forth. The giant's face retained the contorted expression of its anguished cries, as its body was cleaved in two at the abdomen, crashing heavily to the ground. The damage inflicted by the great sword of Kalia was less a matter of mere cutting and more akin to a brutal force, smashing open from the initial gash. Flesh flew in all directions, and the giant fell silent. Harry leapt back lightly, evading most of the blood, yet a small portion still splattered across his face. He turned away, no longer harboring any interest in an enemy who had already lost his life. The delicate features of his face betrayed no hint of the innocence expected of a child. Rather, the blood only intensified this perception among the onlookers. What they beheld was not merely Harry, but a far more mature wizard, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, devoid of any hint of savagery, possessing instead an air of profound indifference. The professors cast downward glances at one another, each lost in their own calculations. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, in resignation, covered his face, lamenting that this was even worse than Grindelwald. At least his dear friend was still a semblance of a normal person, albeit with somewhat extreme views. Yet, in comparison to the Harry before him, both Grindelwald and Riddle could at least sense the weight of life. When they had similarly slain a giant beast, they would inevitably experience corresponding emotions. But Dumbledore could discern not a single trace of reaction from Harry, as if he had merely walked across a lawn, crushing an ant hidden in the grass. It dawned upon Dumbledore just how gravely erroneous his actions had been. Harry did not require the trials that foster growth. All he yearned for was a life of ordinary learning, engaging in discussions about the future and magic with his friends, exchanging knowledge with professors, savoring exquisite delicacies, and mischievously bending the rules with fellow young wizards during nighttime escapades at Hogwarts, perhaps even partaking in a game of Quidditch. He had no need to confront adversaries directly, become entangled in sinister plots, nor pursue any so-called self-affirming choices. Dumbledore's lips trembled, unable to articulate further words. Unlike the professors, whose thoughts diverged, the young wizards present were filled with exhilaration, oblivious to any terror that Harry might embody. The blood staining his face represented not only his achievements, but also bestowed upon him an air of chilling intensity. Regrettably, no one among them possessed a camera or any device to capture the moment. In their hearts, this was merely a chapter in Harry's legendary tale, a first-year student, a nascent leader triumphing over a troll. All they needed to do was cheer. Potter, 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 Potter. The silent professors starkly contrasted with the exuberant crowd. Harry clasped his wand behind his back and steadily approached Dumbledore, raising his gaze to meet the elders. "This is me," he stated simply, unremarkable in its essence. Dumbledore remained silent, locking eyes with Harry for a considerable duration before a slow smile spread across his face. He nodded gently, acknowledging, "I understand. What about Hannah Abbott?" Harry inquired further, for he held dear the well-being of all his trusted friends. "We have already escorted that lovely young lady away from the restroom as soon as we received the news," Dumbledore replied. directing his wand towards one side of the Great Hall's entrance. Is she not there? As Harry gazed in the direction indicated by his wand, he was taken aback to discover, seemingly out of nowhere, a shy girl with freckles and a ponytail standing in a corner, casting him an admiring glance. Realizing that Harry was looking at her, Hannah nervously waved her hands in a haphazard manner, then covered her face and scurried over to her friends. Hermione, witnessing this, initially let out a disapproving huff, but soon broke into a warm smile as she approached Hannah, turning to embrace her while softly reassuring her with gentle words on her back. Harry, of course, could not comprehend Hermione's actions. He cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention back to Dumbledore's aged visage. This is for the best. Rest assured, we will ensure that Quirrell will not pose any further dangers within Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore's tone had grown unexpectedly frosty. Never again. Harry paid no heed to the words, harboring but one sentiment towards his adversary. Should he safely emerge from Hogwarts, I shall take his life. Even if he were to be dispatched to Azkaban, I would not hesitate to journey to that prison with the means at my disposal. I trust that Professor Dumbledore comprehends the gravity of my resolve and the likelihood of my follow-through. Is this child not a tad too consumed by his desire for vengeance? Upon hearing Harry's declaration, Professor McGonagall felt an urge to interject, yet upon the sight of Dumbledore, she restrained herself, opting instead to seek a means to influence Harry in her own manner, as any professor ought to do. Severus Snape exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Harry, you truly are being rather extreme. Not every matter warrants a life-or-death resolution. There exists much in this world. He paused, fully aware that such wisdom would resonate little with an individual whose worldview was both distinct and firmly entrenched. Contemplating further, Dumbledore decided to align his counsel with Harry's perspective. If a wizard wishes to forge ahead, Harry, what you require is love. This is not merely the musings of an old man imparting advice to the youth. It is a truth within the wizarding realm. Every great wizard who aspires to reach the pinnacle without succumbing to chaos possesses a heart imbued with love. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. In a certain sense, Dumbledore had indeed struck a chord within him. I understand now, and I shall make an effort. Dumbledore's warm smile faltered, becoming somewhat rigid as he turned to McGonagall. Minerva, this matter will rely on you, for love is not something that can be attained merely through effort. This left Harry in a state of confusion and disbelief. In his mind, if love was an essential part of a wizard's growth, there must surely be a way to attain it. Dumbledore shook his head and raised his wand towards Quirrell, who was attempting to escape amidst the chaos, a flash of pale blue light flickering out. Quirrell, with his back turned to the crowd, let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. However, just as his body was about to touch the floor, a gray-blue aura erupted, and he vanished. Along with Quirrell, Dumbledore disappeared as well. Unfortunately, no one cared for a professor of defense against the dark arts who was hardly esteemed. Everyone's concern was solely for Harry. With Dumbledore's departure, Harry was reluctant to linger any longer. Aside from Professor McGonagall, he was not well acquainted with the other professors. Turning, he made his way back to his seat. Since he had made a promise to Professor Dumbledore, there would not be any drastic conflict until one of them broke it. After all, this was Hogwarts. And he was still quite weak. At least in the face of Dumbledore, a pinnacle of the wizarding world, Harry felt diminutive, relying on small tricks to escape. Potter. Mr. Potter. The clamor was incessant. Ron and Malfoy exchanged glances, rising to address the crowd, exclaiming, "It's time for the ceremony. Harry, has tea had a proper bite yet?" Laughter erupted throughout the hall, although now many seats were conspicuously empty. Only members of the Caleria Wizarding Society remained seated, while those students who had not managed to leave in time or who had fled in panic hovered uncertainly, unsure whether to return. The corpse of the troll lay there, still stained with blood. After some discussion among the professors, Professor McGonagall, demonstrating clear authority, announced on behalf of Headmaster Dumbledore, "Now, for those gentlemen and ladies still present, please continue the uncompleted celebration." Chapter 49. Arrangements. After the ceremony concluded, an unusual trio gathered in the headmaster's office. Aside from Severus Snape, who lived for Harry, Professor McGonagall was also present, purely for the sake of her students. Snape was visibly displeased, his already somber eyes growing darker, his tone exceedingly unfriendly. Professor Dumbledore, I believe you should be aware of this. Meanwhile, Dumbledore merely picked up a cockroach sweet from the table, popping it into his mouth with a smile. Skillfully avoiding Snape's gaze, Minerva, how did the little wizards fare during Halloween? McGonagall's brow furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together. She hardly cared about Snape's demeanor, as he treated everyone the same. Her true concern lay with Dumbledore, who felt increasingly unfamiliar to her. Albus, this is no longer decades ago. I want an answer. What else are you concealing? Dumbledore's chin, adorned with white whiskers, continued to chew, while Snape's gaze remained fixed on the old man. The office fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere oppressive. After a long pause, Dumbledore finally broke the stillness, swallowing the confection. Yes, much. McGonagall shook her head. Her anxiety evident in her furrowed brow, the two thin, arched black brows drooping like a pair of parentheses. I am referring to Harry. I do not wish to inquire too deeply about other matters. My concern lies solely with my students. She chose to compromise to the greatest extent, merely ensuring her responsibilities were upheld. Professor Dumbledore, how much concerning Harry are you withholding from me? A great deal, Dumbledore replied, his previously serene demeanor hardening into something colder. No longer applicable. Currently, my greatest worry is Harry's own thoughts. For this, I have devised a plan, which Professor Snape has also agreed to. Minerva, I understand your concerns. But rest assured, this will be the final test. We merely wish for Harry to take a look at the Mirror of Erised. Upon hearing the name of the mirror, McGonagall paused, and as the realization dawned upon her, her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. She could not accept actions that might harm a student, even if they were initiated by Dumbledore. Even if Harry were to become the new Dark Lord in the future, that was still a matter for later. For now, he was simply her student, nothing more. Very well, promise me, Headmaster Dumbledore, this will be the last time. McGonagall leaned forward, her expression gravely earnest. Otherwise, she would do everything in her power to prevent him, even at the risk of her dismissal. I promise you, and I have also promised Harry, should anything arise, I will discuss it with him. Dumbledore had long made his decision. As long as Harry did not resolutely tread the path of the Dark Lord, he would not pry further. He stood from his chair, his foot faltering as he nearly stumbled back into his seat, using his hand to brace himself on the table. Moreover, after he gazes into that mirror, I will be there to accompany him. At last, McGonagall's tense form began to relax, reverting to the stern yet graceful elder she was known to be. However, I must remind you, Headmaster Dumbledore, that your actions today have rendered a month's worth of progress futile. Harry has reverted to his original state. McGonagall shook her head, casting a glance at the sullen-faced Snape beside her. It is not merely Harry, it includes his friends, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and others. Their collective efforts have been entirely undone by you. Dumbledore felt a pang of guilt. He had simply relied on past experiences, never anticipating such a debacle. His original plan had been to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait, allowing Quirrell to wreak havoc without any significant repercussions. Moreover, with the defense against the dark arts class empty, finding a fool willing to teach was no easy task. Though Quirrell was incompetent, he was at least a graduate of Ravenlaw, was he not? And the plan concerning the Philosopher's Stone had been in place for many years. It could be said that shortly after Voldemort's retreat, he had sought out Nicholas Flamel, the world's foremost alchemist. However, he had never expected that upon discovering his carefully crafted hero training plan, Harry would incinerate it completely, not only confronting him with a wand but also challenging him as the planner. The reasoning was rather absurd and malicious. Dumbledore felt an urge to curse. Could Quirrell not be a little less foolish? Or could the Voldemort lurking within him not possess some semblance of intelligence? He had not shown such incompetence during his time at Hogwarts. At least conceal your malice somewhat. Were you not quite successful while at Hogwarts? Grindelwald could not match your level of disguise. The Professor McGonagall, upon realizing that their objective had been achieved, expressed her reluctance to linger and posed her final inquiry. Albus, regarding Quirrell, why not summon Harry now? A simple word from you would suffice. He would comply. Conversely, this clandestine approach, fraught with deceit, would surely displease him. Harry cannot abide any form of falsehood, even if it is well-intentioned. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Snape. As Dumbledore pinched a mischievous cockroach sweet from the table and placed it in his mouth, he mused. I wish to witness Harry's thoughts when he stands at the pinnacle of his power. The Quidditch matches are approaching, are they not? They commence in November. Although Professor McGonagall appeared as a mere academic, she had once been an ardent enthusiast of Quidditch. Dumbledore swallowed the candy, the sweetness diluting the unpleasant taste of the truth serum. Hasn't Harry formed a Quidditch team for the Caliban Wizards Society? I would support their participation, regardless of victory. Harry's stature among the young wizards would reach its zenith this academic year. I yearn to understand what Harry truly desires at that moment when he holds power and aspires to lead the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall paused, noticing the absence of Dumbledore's usual serenity in his eyes, replaced by a chilling frost. He will agree, Professor Snape interjected, expressing curiosity about Harry's desires, stating that all it would take was a catalyst for Harry to comprehend everything. At that moment, Dumbledore merely needed to present himself, and Harry would not object. McGonagall bowed her head, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. She then turned on her heel and departed the headmaster's office without a farewell. Minerva was irate. Dumbledore sighed. She was an exceptional educator, but he had to focus on the broader wizarding world. Snape emitted a derisive snort and shifted the topic. What do you intend to do with that fool Quirrell? Don't tell me you plan to persist with that foolish scheme. Professor Snape, I am still the headmaster. You ought to show me some respect. Dumbledore replied with a hint of exasperation. Snape nodded earnestly. I refrained from saying much in McGonagall's presence. Very well, Dumbledore conceded. I intend to devise the simplest, most foolish plan for Quirrell, ensuring he realizes my absence at a critical moment and discovers the Philosopher's Stone is located in the corridor on the 4th floor. And then what? Snape inquired, his expression darkening. Do you still plan to let Harry proceed? Abandon that notion, Albus. Your little hero's trial is no more than child's play to Harry. You don't believe me? Harry will undoubtedly surmount every obstacle and turn to find you. I am aware. Dumbledore nodded, but I have no alternative. Voldemort must see the stone before him, with Harry, whom he perceives as his greatest adversary, beside him. Only then will he divulge further information. Neither Dumbledore nor Snape intended to extract information through torture. That was utterly foolish. As the atmosphere fell into silence once more, Dumbledore observed Snape's retreating figure and glanced at the open potion dictionary on the table, suddenly exclaiming, Professor Snape, this book states that the truth serum is odorless. Snape, who had been halfway out the door, halted momentarily, then quickened his pace, only responding after exiting. That is merely the perspective of an ordinary potion master. As a master of potions myself, I have naturally made improvements. Dumbledore squinted thoughtfully, ultimately deciding it best not to inquire further. Chapter 50. Transition and Quidditch following Halloween. Hogwarts gradually returned to its original tranquility. Both Professor Quirrell and the lurking threats seemed to have vanished. Yet Harry suspected that Dumbledore was still concealing some malevolent intent. However, this concern was quickly alleviated by Professor Snape. During the potions lesson on Friday, Snape's typically gloomy countenance bore an even grimmer pallor, causing a chilling atmosphere that rendered even the first years, emboldened by Harry's presence, unusually silent. Even Ron chose to focus intently on brewing potions, trembling with trepidation. After requesting a private conversation with Harry, Professor Snape candidly laid bare Dumbledore's plans moving forward. Quirrell's future was now clearly delineated, and as recompense, Dumbledore intended to bestow his Transfiguration textbook upon Harry. Harry readily agreed. In comparison to Voldemort, that half-dead wretch, Transfiguration held far greater significance for Harry. At last, his life began to take on a semblance of order. He divided his consciousness during classes, dedicating a third to the lessons while the remainder was consumed by the exploration of Transfiguration's intricacies. He perpetually clutched a tome on Transfiguration in his hands. Regarding the study of this magical discipline, Harry believed Professor McGonagall was overly modest. Conversely, the assessments from Professors Flitwick and Snape were notably astute. Supported by a comprehensive magical framework from another realm, Harry found himself stagnating in his studies of Transfiguration. He had become ensnared in the realm of non-corporeal transformations, such as spells and energies, making further progress exceedingly difficult. No matter the methods he attempted, he was unable to advance. This predicament was familiar to Harry. During his formative years in the borderlands of magic, he often found himself in similar straits, where the once clear path ahead would suddenly vanish, plunging his vision into darkness. However, at that time, Professor Seraph had guided him on how to proceed, and with just a few words, Harry understood that his journey was not misguided. Even when Professor Seraph had transformed into a magical orb for the study of origin magic, he still had Lonnie nearby as a mentor. Now, devoid of anyone to engage in magical discourse, Harry's expertise in Transfiguration had surpassed that of the students at Hogwarts, even exceeding the proficiency of most wizards. The only individuals capable of offering him guidance were Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. The former, however, found herself unable to assist, limited to expressing her feelings through vague terminology without offering substantial instruction. This situation persisted until Harry received Dumbledore's textbook on Transfiguration. With a mere glance, he discerned the path forward. Confidently, Harry approached Professor McGonagall to acquire the complete steps for becoming an animagus, along with her insights from her own experience. Yet, A challenge arose. The first requirement was to hold a leaf of mandrake during the full moon, continuing until the next full moon, which posed a significant obstacle if the subsequent full moon occurred on a cloudy night. Congratulations, you must start over. Even if successful, another hurdle awaited. A thunderstorm was necessary. The uncertainty was overwhelming, and Harry concluded that he could not achieve this in the near future. Given the winter season in England, he reluctantly shifted his focus from transfiguration to explore other forms of magic. Professor Minerva McGonagall, as the transfiguration instructor, felt a sense of relief, believing that Harry had finally begun to resemble a proper individual. However, both she and Dumbledore were less than pleased. With a surplus of free time, Harry consistently attended the daily meetings of the Calia Wizards Research Society, where he readily addressed the inquiries of all members, although he initially struggled with some questions. After a brief period of consultation with the textbooks, Harry could analyze the key points with remarkable clarity. Consequently, as days passed, Harry's already impressive reputation soared even higher, with a few fervent admirers nearly proposing to erect a statue in his honor. The members of the Calia Wizards Research Society were entirely enveloped in their second-year studies. This represented a qualitative leap. Furthermore, nearly half of the third and fourth-year students participated in the nightly sessions, leading to the acknowledgement of Harry's leadership by a third of Hogwarts' population. Dumbledore and Professor Snape managed to maintain their composure, while a few other professors began to feel the strain. Hermione, the brightest of all the professor's pupils, astutely recognized this and visited the offices of each professor that evening to discuss the matter. Consequently, Professors Flitwick, Sinistra, and Sprout also joined the nightly teaching activities. According to their reasoning, this ensured that no regrettable oversights occurred during the students' mutual instruction, and as professors, how could they neglect to assist when witnessing such proactive learning? In response to this rationale, Headmaster Dumbledore chose silence, opting to remain aloof. As November arrived, the weather turned exceedingly cold. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, both frigid and unyielding. Each morning, frost coated the ground, and from the upper windows, one could see Hagrid, enveloped in a long moleskin coat, donned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, clearing frost from the Quidditch pitch. The long-awaited Quidditch season finally commenced. Harry was led by Ron and Neville to their dedicated practice room. The members of the Calia Quidditch team stood in a line, their posture straight and proud, awaiting Harry's inspection. However, being utterly ignorant of Quidditch, he could only nod repeatedly and feign approval. Nevertheless, the faces of the team members were alight with excitement. In their eyes, this was an affirmation from their leader, a supreme honor. As for Harry joining the team, no one dared to entertain such a notion. The only one bold enough, Hermione, was well aware that her interest in the sport was as non-existent as his. Moreover, should Harry be allowed to join, the other four teams might as well cease to exist. As a newly established team, they were not without the possibility of victory. In their possession were the latest model of Nimbus 2000 brooms, gleaming with a polished sheen and emanating the scent of varnish, supplied by Malfoy. Even so, the two principal architects of this team's formation, be it Malfoy or Ron, were not members of the squad. They were still too young and had been outmatched by a few upperclassmen, relegated to the role of substitutes. However, neither bore any resentment. They accepted their limitations, recognizing that failure was simply part of the journey, and resolved to enhance their training in the meantime. After several weeks of rigorous practice, this fledgling team participated in their inaugural match against Hufflepuff. They emerged victorious. Next came Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and once again, they triumphed. Although the matches were fiercely contested, they indeed won. With a reckless disregard for their own safety, they played as if the risk of broken limbs or falling from their brooms was inconsequential, driven by an almost frenzied desire to score, resulting in 3 consecutive victories. It was only when they faced Slytherin that they finally met their match. The opposing seeker fortuitously collided with the Golden Snitch, inadvertently swallowing it mid-flight. The previously tense scoreline thus reached its conclusion. However, the price of this victory was steep, as half of the Slytherin team, known for their penchant for skirting the boundaries of foul play, was left incapacitated. In the weekend's grand hall, Harry stood on the platform, reciting the speech that Hermione had meticulously prepared for him. Even his emotionless delivery stirred a fervent atmosphere among the crowd, who were initially teary-eyed. The players, still bandaged from their recent exertions, erupted into frenzied cheers, which irked Harry somewhat. "Silence," he commanded. Suddenly, the raucous hall fell into a profound hush. All eyes fixed on Harry, reflecting unabashed admiration and reverence. Those who had managed to retain their rationality, who could still think independently, gradually succumbed to a sense of personal adoration for Harry, fueled by the atmosphere cultivated over the preceding days, coupled with Harry's outstanding and unique presence. He merely needed to stand there, exuding an aura that was simply irresistible. Everyone awaited his guidance, hoping he would unveil a new legend. Chapter 51. The Reward on the Platform. Harry exuded an air of authority. He was clad in a fitted wizarding robe, specially ordered from Malfoy's tailor, with Hermione having taken his measurements. As a trade-off, Harry's long hair had been significantly shortened and styled upward. According to Malfoy, this was his lifelong request. Even if it wasn't a full slickback, it should at least resemble one. Hermione acquiesced, acknowledging that it indeed rendered Harry's demeanor more formidable. Yet, despite his commanding presence, Harry's thoughts were consumed with how to quell the raucousness of the crowd, wishing for a moment of silence amidst their boisterousness. However, having absorbed the teachings of Lonnie, he understood that unless absolutely necessary, one should never suppress the actions of friends during a celebratory occasion following a victory. As long as they did not overstep their bounds or treat him with irreverence, he could merely observe. After all, this victory was but a nominal triumph. Celebrations, aside from the battlefield, are the most potent moments for deepening bonds and conflicts among comrades. They naturally become more obedient to their leader, reinforce their allegiance to the organization, and delineate their social circles. There was no need for intervention. All that was required was to solidify his dominion. Yet, after articulating this, Lonnie swiftly rephrased the concept of dominion as the dynamics of friendship. Harry often felt as though she were merely speaking nonsense, unwilling to admit her lack of friends. Yet, paradoxically, this theory proved remarkably effective. At the very least, it had enabled Harry to gain the acknowledgement of most of her classmates regarding her statements and identity. And she found herself receiving answers to her inquiries in daily interactions. The sole inconvenience lay in the heightened emotional responses these individuals exhibited in her presence. After contemplating for a moment and observing the celebratory atmosphere beginning to cool, Harry resolved to persist with this theory of Lonnie as well as the principles of monarchy. It was time to bestow rewards. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her emerald green gaze seemed to illuminate the eyes of everyone present. After a brief pause, Harry spoke slowly. "We have one." The corners of the mouths of those in the hall began to curl upward involuntarily, and the pent-up tension in their chests was suddenly released. The previous incarnation of Harry had been truly intimidating. Merely standing there had rendered them breathless. "Quidditch players, step forward." Harry's tone remained as casual as ever, yet to these Quidditch players, her words resonated like divine music. Harry has acknowledged victory. It turns out that the leader is indifferent to their defeat against Slytherin. The anxiety that once gripped them suddenly dissipated. These few individuals suppressed their inner excitement, stepping in unison onto the stage, lifting their chins before the other young wizards, their gaits seemingly imbued with an ethereal grace. Under normal circumstances, there would have been discontent or jeers from the crowd. However, at this moment, the members of the Kalia Wizarding Society gazed with nothing but envy in their eyes. With the exception of Hermione, even Draco could not escape a twinge of jealousy. Although he had contributed the flying broomsticks and necessities for Quidditch, he was now relegated to a table closest to Harry. As the group ascended the platform, their elevated chins gradually lowered, yet their eyes involuntarily flickered upwards, yearning to catch a glimpse of Harry's visage. "As a reward, I shall impart to you a spell of luminous brilliance, one of my most proficient magics." A collective breath was held. According to what was stated on Halloween, any member of the Kalia Wizarding Society could learn that spell, which appeared extraordinarily impressive and possessed formidable power. But the spell of luminous brilliance, was this an exclusive reward for Quidditch players? Envy surged. Some young wizards who initially intended to remain mere spectators could no longer sit still. Although they held a fondness for Quidditch, their interest had been somewhat lackluster. However, the prospect of a magical reward compelled them to vie for participation. Yet, these individuals were purely overthinking. If they were to inquire of Harry, he would undoubtedly share his knowledge. After all, most spells were devoid of taboos. Even summoning vengeful spirits, which many would classify as dark magic, could be openly discussed with Harry. The notions of maintaining mystery, preserving the purity of magic, or keeping one's south cards close to the chest simply did not exist in Harry's worldview. Regrettably, to this day, these young wizards only dared to seek knowledge from their textbooks, and even Hermione refrained from asking Harry about his seemingly extraordinary spells. Their lines of thought remained bizarrely entrenched in parallel, never intersecting. Harry, without further contemplation, pointed his wand at the gauntlet of one of the players. A deep blue aura emanated from the tip of his wand, swiftly enveloping the protective gear. In mere moments, the radiant blue light encompassed the entire gauntlet. This enchantment, known as the Magical Shield, was originally a type of gem magic from the Lilacaria School of Magic, capable of enhancing the damage resistance of shield-like items. Now, observing the exhilarated Quidditch player whose face was flushed with excitement, Harry awaited the outcome. The player licked his lips, glanced around, approached a wooden table, seized a metallic cup, and carelessly splashed its contents before violently striking the gauntlet. A dull thud resonated through the air as everyone watched, unblinking, the gauntlet shimmering with a faint blue glow. Remarkably unharmed, the magical shield absorbed the impact effortlessly, rendering the blow inconsequential. The unfortunate metallic cup, however, had crumpled under the force. The player glanced at the still effective gauntlet, turned to face Harry, and without hesitation knelt on one knee, resting the back of his hand against his forehead in a gesture of respect. "I shall remain ever loyal to Kalia, forever devoted to Lord Potter." With a thunderous applause echoing through the air, one player led the charge, and the others, caught up in the fervor, followed suit, kneeling on one knee and similarly placing their hands against their foreheads, chanting in unison, "I shall remain ever loyal to Kalia, forever devoted to Lord Potter." Harry gazed at the individuals before him, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling within their minds. Should they not inquire about the intricate construction of this particular spell, along with the corresponding techniques for its application? Had he not declared it one of his most proficient magics? What were these individuals engaged in? Never mind. He would simply continue along the path laid out by those two theories. At the very least, Lanico had never deceived him or the fated ones. Rising, Harry spoke. The players kneeling on the ground rose in unison, yet they kept their heads bowed, unable to meet his gaze. "Hermione, please hand me a piece of parchment." Startled, Hermione, seated at the nearest long table to the podium, quickly reached into her pocket and retrieved a blank piece of parchment. As a diligent student, she always carried such items. Stepping forward, Harry ascended to the podium, extending his hand to receive the parchment. With a gentle tap of his wand, the entire sheet emanated a soft blue glow. Harry unfurled it, casting a swift glance to ensure no detail was overlooked before slowly descending from the podium. He approached the player who had first pledged his loyalty, extending his hand. The player, towering over Harry, knelt once more, trembling as he accepted the parchment inscribed with the magical shield. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and gritting his teeth, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within, declaring, "I shall not disappoint you, Lord Potter. In the next match, we shall secure victory in your honor." Harry was utterly speechless in the face of this group. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to proceed according to Lonnie's theory. He uttered a non-committal HM and nodded, then turned and descended the platform once more. This utterly uninformative demeanor truly conveyed something to the assembly. One member stood upright, his posture impeccably straight, solemnly tucking the parchment into his breast, his expression betraying a sense of vigilance. As he returned to the platform, Harry suddenly realized something and added, "Speak to me, and I shall personally instruct you." The already agitated Quidditch players appeared to have been struck at their most vulnerable point, freezing in place. They lifted their gazes, their faces filled with reverence and gratitude. "We shall strive with all our might." Harry nodded, recognizing the commendable spirit. To master the art of magic, one must possess such fervor. He too had traversed this path in his earlier days. Consequently, Harry resolved to complete the theoretical aspects in one go. Suddenly, just as he was about to speak, the grand doors of the hall were violently thrust open from the outside. Leading the charge was the president of the Slytherin Student Council, followed by a throng of individuals in a chaotic procession. Such an imposing presence. One might mistakenly believe that the followers of Kalia had claimed victory in the recent competition. Chapter 52, The Objective. Harry gazed at the uninvited guests, and an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall as all eyes turned towards this group. The abrupt shift in atmosphere evidently unsettled them. And what instilled even greater trepidation was the profound silence of the members of the Kalia Wizarding Society. Despite their faces betraying palpable dissatisfaction, with some even displaying unabashed animosity, none of them vacated their benches. They merely regarded the intruders with a cold indifference. This unthreatening gaze, paradoxically, evoked a deep sense of fear within the uninvited guests, many of whom instinctively sought refuge beside others to evade the collective scrutiny. As the president of the student council, I, Joyce, swallowed hard, steeling myself against the peculiar tension that permeated the air, and continued, "We have merely uttered two words." The once formidable figure from Slytherin, who had commanded respect and influence, now found the words lodged in his throat like a scalding stone, unable to articulate further. Harry stood atop the platform, gazing down at him in silence. Feeling the weight of that stare, Joyce immediately bowed his head, having personally witnessed the harrowing events involving Harry during the Halloween feast. The image of the giant's severed body, crushed by immense force, flooded his mind, accompanied by the chilling visage of Harry, stained with blood. Yet, Dumbledore had subdued him. Indeed, Hogwarts belonged to Dumbledore. Joyce repeatedly murmured this to himself, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to lift his chin, though his eyes dared not meet Harry's. His lips moved rapidly as he spoke. "We have received authorization from Professor Snape. The Great Hall permits us to host the celebration." Having uttered those words, he retreated 2 steps as if a colossal weight had been lifted, yielding the foremost position to the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. However, the captain was even more forthright, pulling Joyce back into the fray. They were merely responsible for the uproar, unwilling to take the lead. The image of the Slytherin prefect's palm, pierced by a shard of glittering stone, remained vivid, as did Harry's words from Halloween. This individual was truly capable of violence. Sweat beaded on Joyce's forehead as he trembled, at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the Great Hall abruptly fell silent, save for the rapid breaths of the uninvited guests. At last, it was Harry who shattered the stillness, and then Joyce lowered his head, his mind consumed with visions of his own lifeless body, mercilessly slain by Harry. "No, we still have authorization from the heads of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw." As he spoke, Joyce retrieved 3 parchments from his pocket to present to Harry, affirming that this was sanctioned by the professors. Harry did not respond to his words, but instead directed his gaze towards the uninvited guests. After surveying the group, he discerned that they were predominantly upperclassmen. All 4th-year students and above, and apart from Hufflepuff, representatives from the other 3 houses were present. It appeared to be a coalition. Harry nodded with satisfaction, finally. They had made some progress. The division system at Hogwarts was inherently flawed and served no significant purpose. At the very least, they were willing to set aside their trivial disputes and unite together. Was he being sarcastic? As the leading student council president, Joyce felt a pang of realization. Yet it seemed otherwise. Based on the information he had gathered, Harry never lied. His words held their literal meaning. However, how could someone who had stirred such a commotion in their first year and personally founded the Collio Wizarding Society, rallying nearly a third of the Hogwarts student body, possibly refrain from deceit? Joyce felt she had uncovered the truth and immediately retorted, "You have no right to challenge the traditions of Hogwarts. These customs have endured for centuries." Unchanged? Always unchanged? Harry shook his head, realizing that placing expectations on these individuals had been a miscalculation. He had hoped this group would repent and abandon their frivolous squabbles, redirecting their focus towards mastering magic. It seemed his assumptions had been misguided. Always right? Harry descended the platform slowly, his slender figure cast in the shadow of an imposing and formidable presence. "You have greatly disappointed me," he stated, with profound discontent. After a moment's contemplation, Harry resolved to establish a definitive goal for the organization once and for all. Lonnie had once remarked that the stability of an organization largely depended on this goal. Otherwise, its members would merely be a swarm of headless insects, aimlessly floundering without purpose. If left unchecked, this organization would inevitably disintegrate, causing considerable harm to all its members. Harry turned to the members of the Collegia beside the wooden table and said, "Hermione, I have yet to establish a clear objective for the Collegia Wizarding Research Society." "Have I?" Hermione nodded, her expression one of discontent as she gazed at the group of individuals wielding the endorsements of 3 professors. "Well then, allow me to set a modest goal for us now." Harry's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "We are one, all of us wizards united within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. The division of houses merely reflects our geographical positions during the night, not a delineation of our identities. What do you all think of this objective?" The crowd fell silent momentarily before, in unison, they raised their hands. "I am willing to follow Potter." "So am I." The response from the 1st and 2nd year students was somewhat muted, as they felt this unity had already been achieved, particularly among the 1st years. The concept of houses had ceased to exist within their first week of enrollment. Nonetheless, this did not deter them from supporting Harry's proposal. After all, they were eager to unconditionally follow any request he made, at least for the time being. Feeling the fervent cheers from one side, this unexpected gathering shifted slightly towards the wall, only pausing when the outermost individual was pressed against it and cried out. In terms of magical prowess, they should not have feared the group of young wizards seated before them. Yet, fear inexplicably gripped them. a fear stemming from the disarray of the masses confronted by an organized force. Although the Kalia Wizard Research Society was, in essence, a club, even the most indifferent professor regarding Hogwarts current affairs would not dismiss it as merely that. It was evidently a burgeoning political entity. And who could predict the upheaval they might incite upon graduation? The only entity capable of curtailing their ambitions would likely be the Ministry of Magic, which operated on a system of assessments rather than elections, allowing individuals to ascend the ranks gradually. The position of Minister of Magic was, in fact, a career one could hold until retirement. Headmaster Dumbledore deemed Fudge fortunate. By the time of his retirement, Harry would still be young and presumably uninterested in vying for that position. As for the next election, by then, he would likely be deceased. Why concern himself with such matters? Dumbledore's sole wish now was to ensure that Harry remained on the right path in his presence, regarding everything else as secondary. As the cheers gradually subsided, Harry redirected his gaze toward the crowd. He extended his hand, asking, "So, are you willing to join us?" Of course, there were some who were unwilling. Joyce thought to herself, "If I join you, wouldn't my position as student council president become meaningless? I've waited until nearly graduation for this opportunity." However, others did not share her sentiment. They exchanged glances, and finally, one individual slowly raised their hand. I want to speak." I first looked at Harry, but then I averted my gaze. "I don't know, but can I leave first?" Harry nodded, fully aware of the individuals before him. "Let us proceed," he declared, turning towards the platform. "Those who share my sentiments, depart now." The cacophony of hurried footsteps drowned out the conversations among the members of Kalia. When Harry returned to the platform and faced the crowd, less than a third of the originally imposing group remained. "What do you all think?" Harry pressed further. Joyce glanced back at the remaining individuals, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. It became evident that there were indeed those who could discern right from wrong. Recognizing that Harry embodied the very essence of a Dark Lord's demeanor, even though many among them were Muggle-born wizards, he resolved to abandon his prejudices, at least refraining from uttering the derogatory term mudblood in their presence. "However, we agree with your perspective, but joining the Kalia Wizarding Society is perhaps a step too far," came a voice from the crowd. Joyce turned to identify the speaker, and indeed, it was a member of Ravenclaw. Only a group as calculating and devoid of humanity would voice such sentiments, each one waiting for the opportune moment to flee upon sensing danger. Did they truly believe it would be that simple? Did they think Harry would remain indifferent? "Very well," Harry replied, surveying the uncertain expressions of the crowd. Joyce, momentarily taken aback, found himself devoid of fear as he gazed at the platform. Simultaneously, Harry scrutinized them. Although he lacked Dumbledore's cunning insight, he had been raised under Selian's guidance, making him intimately familiar with logical reasoning. Since the decayed tradition of sorting had already taken root in the minds of these upperclassmen, they were left with only two choices: to maintain the status quo or to follow him. This conflict was unavoidable, laid bare for all to see, with no middle ground. Ironically, those who had departed earlier might very well choose to walk the path Harry had envisioned in the future. They simply could not adapt to the shattering of their familiar norms and instinctively opted for flight. The remaining group would ultimately split into two factions, one resolutely determined to follow the student council president, having already placed their stakes too high to withdraw. Despite any internal acknowledgement of Kalia's merits, their actions would align solely with their self-interests. As for the other faction, according to Lonnie, they were akin to fickle reeds swaying in the wind. This type was universally despised by both factions, yet their numbers often proved significant. Thus, at critical moments, it would be prudent to invest some effort to sway them, though they must never be fully integrated into the fold. Otherwise, one day, these opportunists would inevitably betray him for a greater gain. They might not even require a tangible benefit. A few casual words could sway these narrow-minded individuals, leading them to betray without a second thought. "You are free to leave. I hold no authority to prevent you. This is Hogwarts, and you are its students," Harry said, reclining slowly as he intertwined his fingers, exuding an air of casual authority. However, the group merely exchanged glances, continuing to watch him, seemingly awaiting something. Joyce, now realizing the implications, felt his mind buzzing. After all his efforts, was it true that only those he had nurtured over the past 7 years were willing to assist him? What a pitiful collection of misfits they seemed to be. Harry had little inclination to linger with this group, for they were not his friends. His true companions were eagerly anticipating a grand celebration. Ron and Malfoy, along with others, had been preparing for this occasion since morning, diligently visiting each classroom to relay the arrangements to the members of Kalia. Hermione had even taken the initiative days prior to request her parents to send Muggle recipes via owl post, which she personally handed over to the house elf. And on that very day, she secured the authorization from Professor Dumbledore. The only oversight Hermione had was in coordinating with the other professors. Logically speaking, given her extensive efforts in organizing various matters and her direct engagement with the headmaster, the other professors should certainly have been aware that the Great Hall was reserved for today. Moreover, the Kalia Society typically convened for study half an hour after dinner. However, herein lay the dilemma. The true overseer of Hogwarts affairs, managing its operations, was not Professor Dumbledore, but rather Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor. Also serving as head of Gryffindor House, Director of Studies, and Deputy Headmistress. Hermione's misjudgment stemmed from her failure to discern the discrepancies between titles and actual responsibilities. In her mind, it was a given that public servants would fulfill their duties without question. She overlooked the fact that Professor Dumbledore also had numerous additional commitments. Should he attempt to shoulder every task at Hogwarts, it was conceivable that this centenarian might meet an untimely end at his post. Each of these oversights formed a parallel line, allowing Joyce and her companions to traverse effortlessly, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Little did they realize that Harry, in addition to possessing magical prowess far exceeding theirs, also bore the weight of having to impart the entirety of his education. Pieced together from a moment of stubbornness on Lonnie's part, Harry withdrew his wand from his waist, gently caressing its tip with his fingers. As a friend to the king, it was imperative not to keep them waiting too long. Since you are reluctant to leave and seem uncertain of your next steps, allow me to offer my assistance. With that, Harry pointed his wand at the crowd, declaring that they now had 1 minute remaining. Joyce, resolutely facing the pressure, shouted, "Do not be afraid." Suddenly, the battered doors of the hall were forcefully pushed open from within, and upon noticing Harry's intent, the fence-sitters hastily retreated, their feet barely touching the ground as they fled in disarray. Following closely were several companions who had stood by Joyce for many years. They had no desire to be harmed. A few shouts were acceptable, but should a real confrontation ensue, they would not engage. Feeling the rush of wind behind him, Joyce halted his words, turning in confusion to see that the once crowded assembly had thinned to a sparse few. Among those remaining were his childhood friends. Yet even they exhibited expressions of intense anxiety, their eyes darting about as if prepared to flee at any moment. Joyce stared stiffly at Harry, at the wand sheathed in a metallic casing and the iron ball atop it, bowing his head in acknowledgement of their oversight. "We should leave." Throughout the entire ordeal, Harry had not summoned any magical energy to his wand. He merely wished to test the validity of Lonnie's theory. According to her, drawing a weapon in a place of established order negated the necessity for aggression, causing even the most imposing adversaries to fall silent. And those in the right would even choose to apologize. This indicated a significant advancement, such as reclaiming the benefits they had previously monopolized. The reactions of Joyce and the others confirmed that they had indeed reached this stage. With a heavy heart, he turned away, heading towards the exit of the hall. Still clutching the application approved by the 3 house heads, Harry watched the departure of the last uninvited guests, sheathing his wand as his eyes gently closed. Before him appeared a regal figure dancing with a lion. Indeed, Gofrey's words held truth. The underlying reason for such formidable presence today lay in his demonstration of power, which they could not withstand, compelling them to submit to the rules he had established. Harry had never anticipated such a smooth journey. Essentially, everything he had done with the Discolorers mirrored the actions of Gopher, who once led an army to crush all dissenting foes and establish new rules. If it were not for the Emperor sharpening his blades against his own kin and instigating rebellion, would the Golden Law have been so easily overturned? Yet, what if, in the near future, a new law were to descend from the starry skies? Harry slowly opened his eyes, yearning to leave the hall and return to his chamber, where he could delve into the intricacies of magic, even if it meant merely meditating to enhance his mastery over his own power. Strength is the ultimate justification for dominion. Harry watched as the grand doors of the hall were firmly shut, carrying with them their final sense of reluctance. A fleeting smile graced his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a mask of composure. The hall erupted once more into a cacophony of chatter. Members of the Kalia Wizarding Society engaged in animated discussions, their glances occasionally drifting towards Harry, who was lost in contemplation upon the elevated platform. In truth, as long as Joyce continued to brandish those 3 parchment scrolls in a dramatic fashion, he would have chosen to retreat. Yet, he found himself momentarily disoriented by Harry's abrupt change in conversation, Failing to grasp this notion immediately, Harry caressed the wand in his hand. A subtle ripple of ethereal energy emanating imperceptibly outward. However, if sheer power were to dominate all, there would be little distinction between him and those deities. Contemplating this, Harry gazed down at his lively and vibrant friends gathered below. He would not become the supreme while behind the law. An era of starlit skies. One that serves the interests of the majority is truly the finest. Harry had made up his mind. Chapter 54, The End and the Mirror. Out of courtesy, Harry did not leave first. He took a seat beside Hermione and dined with the others. However, apart from Hermione, only a few individuals exchanged a few words with him, while the other members of the Kalia merely stole glances, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze. Unbeknownst to them, a thick barrier had formed between them and Harry. Nonetheless, Harry did not perceive this as an issue. According to Lonnie, it was quite normal. It was the presence of some impertinent individuals that truly posed a problem, especially if other friends remained indifferent in the face of such behavior. In that case, at least one of them or the organization itself would be doomed. Although Harry struggled to grasp the reasons behind this, he deduced logically that there was no error in this reasoning. Time passed slowly, and after the last group had greeted Harry and departed, the ceremony finally came to a close. Hermione, seated beside him, visibly exhaled in relief, despite a minor mishap. They had successfully completed the event. She puffed out her small chest and glanced at Harry, inquiring, "How did I do this time?" Harry rose from his seat, silently nodding in affirmation, a gesture that indicated his satisfaction. In the past, Hermione might have felt some trepidation, yet after days of companionship, she had come to understand that eliciting even a modicum of response from him was no small feat. With a proud smile, Hermione also stood, gesturing grandly. "Let us go. Ron, Malfoy, cease your chatter. We have effectively embarked on a nocturnal adventure. If we wish for Kalia to continue hosting tonight's gathering, we must not trouble the professors." Malfoy closed his mouth, pouting slightly in discontent. However, upon observing Ron turn to continue his idle banter with Neville, he subtly inclined his head towards Harry in a gesture of respect and reached out to lift Ron up. Thus, Hermione and Harry led the way, followed by the others who were playfully bickering as they exited the Great Hall. As they gazed at the pair in the forefront, Neville and Ron exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths curling into a mischievous grin. Ultimately, it was Ron, ever unperturbed by potential trouble, who stepped closer to Harry and proposed, "Harry, shall we embark on a night adventure?" Harry contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, deeming it a futile endeavor. Ron seemed to have anticipated this response. He cast a glance at the others, feeling an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. Rubbing the back of his head, remnants of the previous celebration muddled his thoughts, prompting him to exclaim, "Harry, how can it be without purpose? During our last nocturnal escapade, we discovered a rather intriguing mirror in the abandoned classroom near the library." "A mirror?" Harry abruptly halted, forcing his scattered thoughts to coalesce as he fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Ron. "You all know about this?" The group came to an immediate standstill, exchanging wary looks, seemingly hesitant to meet Harry's gaze. Ultimately, it was Malfoy, who had recently sought counsel from his father, who stepped forward to clarify, "That is not what I meant. It is not our intention to conceal this from you. Ron discovered it a couple of days ago, and we all sought out Hermione afterward. However, with all the recent busyness surrounding Quidditch and the celebrations, it slipped our minds." Harry cast a glance at Malfoy, whose emerald-like eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. He seemed poised to continue explaining, but then promptly sealed his lips and took a step back. It was Neville who once again demonstrated his courage, straightforwardly apologizing to Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry. I had no idea. I thought they had all informed you. However, from now on, I promise to share everything with you. The Kaleo Wizarding Research Society will have no secrets." Neville vowed earnestly, entirely oblivious to the skeptical gaze Malfoy cast upon him from behind. What is going on with them? Harry was curious about the nature of the mirror and wondered how it came to be. He also questioned how his friends, despite their busyness, found time for nocturnal escapades instead of dedicating themselves to the study of magic. However, he ultimately decided it was best to keep his thoughts to himself, as it did not interfere with their magical education. As for their daily lives, he felt no compelling reason to inquire further, nor did he wish to. What could it be? Harry continued to ponder, contemplating how it could captivate them all. Ron, taken aback, shifted uncomfortably, his discomfort palpable, but soon his not-so-bright mind kicked in, and he cast aside the unease. "It's a mirror that reveals our future." "Not at all," Hermione countered, having consulted a professor that very day. "According to the inscriptions, It is a mirror that reflects one's deepest desires. Oh, Ron's expression fell instantly, as he had thought it was a glimpse into his own future. Harry paid no heed to Ron's despondency, knowing that he would soon recover from it. The responses from the two of them hinted at something unusual. Reflecting on his desires? After a brief contemplation, Harry swiftly realized that this was likely the handiwork of Dumbledore. Ron, Harry turned, his countenance growing increasingly cold in the shadows. How did you discover this mirror? Huh? Ron, still engulfed in the remnants of his shattered spirit, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry. I found it while wandering at night. Such coincidences are rarely fortuitous. Think again, Harry pressed further. With a pained expression, Ron furrowed his brow in recollection. After a considerable pause, he suddenly clapped his hands together, exclaiming, I've remembered. I ran into my two brothers in the corridor and happened to overhear them mentioning something amusing near the library. So, during my nocturnal explorations, I began to search around the library, since George and Fred insisted it was quite entertaining. It was, however, a month ago. Ron held a firm confidence in his two brothers. Harry nodded, and at that moment, he could confirm that it was indeed Dumbledore's doing. Lead the way. I wish to see, he declared. Ron cast a bewildered glance at Harry, surprised by his swift change of heart. Yet, the mere thought of the mirror's enchanting properties dissipated any lingering doubts, even if it could not reveal one's future. The ability to reflect one's deepest desires rendered it an intriguing artifact. With newfound resolve, the group followed Ron's lead to the abandoned classroom. However, upon their arrival, everyone came to an abrupt halt, for there stood Professor Dumbledore, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. His face bore the familiar, warm smile. Yet the darkness obscured their view of his features. The prospect appeared genuinely fascinating, enough to pique the interest of our young hero. Dumbledore's voice, aged yet teasing, resonated through the dim corridor, and one by one, candles ignited, illuminating the surroundings. Harry observed his surroundings with an air of calmness. Since Ron began to lead the way, his hand had remained firmly upon his wand. Numerous frames adorned the walls, yet not a single figure inhabited the portraits within. You all should leave first, Harry urged, slightly turning his head, his eyes vigilantly assessing Dumbledore. Now, at once, depart. Hermione appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, with a touch of resignation, rubbed his face, pondering why he had always been favored by young wizards. Why? Then, were they now regarding him with such suspicion? Sighing deeply, he addressed Harry. Enough of this. I merely wish for you to gaze into a mirror, to comprehend the desires that dwell within your heart. Only then can we, as your professors, discern the issues troubling you. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the individuals behind Harry. Do you truly believe I would assume the role of a dark sorcerer from a fairy tale, lurking in the shadows to prey upon innocent young wizards? Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Quirrell, the troll, Ron muttered under his breath. Though his voice was barely audible, Dumbledore caught the remark, and his previously sharp gaze softened, drifting elsewhere. Oh, come now, Harry, why not take a look? This is my humble request as an utterly weary old man. Dumbledore remarked unabashedly, pushing open the door. You should remember our agreement. If anything arises, I shall inform you. Otherwise, why would I be standing here waiting for you? Harry pondered for a moment, first reaching out to his contingency plans left outside Hogwarts, confirming there were no oversights before he stepped forward and addressed the few individuals behind him. You all should leave first. I will make my way to the Gryffindor common room afterward. Coco, you truly have a poor sense of direction, Ron pointed out bluntly, identifying the crux of the issue. Professor Dumbledore, unable to tolerate Ron's obstruction any longer, took the initiative and entered the abandoned classroom. I am the headmaster. I will escort Harry back. With the headmaster's assertion, Harry's confidants reluctantly agreed to depart from the scene. Throughout the entire episode, not one of them considered it inappropriate for students to openly defy school regulations under the headmaster's gaze during their nocturnal escapade. Harry, after leaving a magical mark at the classroom door, stepped inside without hesitation. The scene that unfolded before him resembled a forsaken classroom. Numerous desks and chairs were heaped against the wall, casting large, shadowy forms, alongside an overturned wastebasket. Yet, on the wall directly facing him, there rested an object that seemed entirely out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of space. Harry was aware that this was undoubtedly a deliberate act by Dumbledore, intended to draw him closer while alleviating his concerns. Before him stood a magnificent mirror, soaring to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by claw-like feet at the base. Despite its grandeur, It bore the marks of age, exuding a sense of time. Inscribed at the top were words that yielded no useful information when read normally. However, when recited in reverse, they revealed, "I do not show your face, but rather your desire, should this be what you wish to see." Harry spoke softly as he approached the mirror. "I do not mind, for I too yearn to understand what it is that I truly desire." Chapter 55. Beauty signifies deception. The autumn leaves carried tidings. The fated one had ascended to become the Elden King, alongside the divine Runny. He had vanquished all outer gods from the realm between worlds, bestowing freedom upon all beings, treating them with equal regard. Even the offspring of ill omens shed their tarnished reputations, while the power of the Life Forge once again illuminated the skies. The once divine Marika and Diagon faded alongside the Elden Beast, and the Supreme Will departed from the land. The Lord of Moan City found his daughter, Elena. Relinquishing his stubbornness and obsessions, resolved to live for her sake. The demi-human tailor, Birk, assumed the role of the new royal tailor. His bedside adorned with a photograph of himself alongside the fated one, Harry Potter, and Melina. Diallos remained in the Potter's village, shedding his elegant and intricate armor, abandoning the familial glory that had bound him for a lifetime, and discovering a true passion. The Potter's village thrived in peace and tranquility, with little Pot setting out on a journey, becoming a formidable warrior under Alexander's guidance. Rykard departed from the Round Table Hall to establish his own blacksmith shop, with Roderica by his side, continuing her spirit-tuning work. Topes emerged as a professor at the Raya Lucaria Academy of Magic, also founding a new classroom. Now sitting stiffly upon a wooden chair, while a sculptor nearby compared his own visage to the one before him. Harry's sculpted visage became marred by fissures, his facial muscles spasming uncontrollably. His fingers gently grazed the surface of the mirror. Within its depths, fleeting images of astonishing beauty flashed before him, only to abruptly vanish, revealing Harry's current reflection. Such a sight could not possibly exist. Harry understood that these were not his true desires, but merely a figment of his own imagination. Those individuals had long since departed from this world, and even the mightiest of deities could not resurrect them. The journey towards the celestial expanse was not an endless one. The moon of Lonnie could only safeguard the threshold for a millennium, and the Supreme would not relent. Within the depths of the Eris mirror, Harry's yearnings remained unattainable. Dumbledore stood silently behind him, observing quietly as he realized that the mirror was still in operation. After a brief interval of darkness, an image re-emerged. It depicted an opulent dining hall. The fated figure occupied the central seat, a frost-covered helmet resting upon the table, while at his side sat the puppet-like Lonnie, who at that moment tilted her chin and murmured something softly, her lips curled downwards in apparent dissatisfaction. Upon the wooden table lay incongruous and crude items, such as withered fruits, haphazardly stewed shrimp, and scattered pieces of bread. The tightly shut door was suddenly opened. Harry, adorned in the professor's robe of the Ray Lucaria Academy of Magic, entered first, nodding towards the two with a hint of helplessness as he shrugged his shoulders, then shouted something towards the outside. Shortly thereafter, another figure stepped in. It was Professor Selian, who, like Harry, removed her ever-present hood. Her meticulously styled short black hair contrasted with her rigid expression, mirroring Harry's own. Yet, Selian appeared in considerably better spirits, though at first glance, her form seemed more puppet-like than Lonnie's. Anyone could discern her discomfort as she locked eyes with Lonnie. Harry's hand trembled against the mirror's surface. His mouth covered as his eyes glistened with moisture. Selian. The scene continued to unfold. Noting the reluctance of his teacher to take a seat, Harry exchanged a glance with the fated one, then took Selian's hand, guiding her to the opposite side of the wooden table, pressing firmly on her shoulders to compel her to sit. Despite Harry's frail physique betraying signs of fatigue, a smile, emblematic of happiness, lingered at the corners of his lips since the moment he opened the door. The fated one nodded, seemingly urging the teacher on, while Selian, initially resistant, finally settled with a soft hum. In her stead, Lonnie began to fidget again, striking the fated one with both hands, her mouth flapping as she spoke. Before the fated one could respond, Selian launched her counterattack. Outside the mirror, Harry's form slowly sank to his knees, pressing against the dust-laden floor, his throat convulsing as muffled sobs escaped his lips, 2 streams of tears cascading down his cheeks. The droplets fell steadily to the ground, merging into the thick dust. The wooden door swung open once more, and through his tear-blurred vision, Harry struggled to wipe away the moisture, attempting to discern the image reflected within the mirror. A plainly dressed woman appeared, her simple yet practical attire draped with a brown-black cloak. One eye was closed, a mysterious rune etched at its corner. standing in stark contrast to Lonnie's gaze. Her exquisitely doll-like features overshadowed her modest garb, and her soft pink hair seemed to carry a gentle fragrance as she entered the dining hall, nodding lightly towards Harry. Bang! Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Harry struck the enchanted mirror with a fierce punch. His frail, thin fingers turned pale as the ancient surface merely quivered twice. "No," Harry murmured, his expression regaining its former coldness, a hint of cruel indifference lurking beneath. "This was not my desire." Melina had become a mere spark. She was dead. Dead. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely, Harry could no longer articulate his thoughts. The image within the mirror pierced his lungs like a sharp blade, suffocating him. Dumbledore observed Harry's demeanor and the reflection in the mirror, letting out a soft sigh. His long-held concerns seemed to have been unwarranted. Harry is not a mature adult, nor does he bear the shadow of the Dark Lord. Everything that preceded is merely a thick veneer, akin to a deceptive reality. He possesses intense and profound emotions. Yet the cruel experiences he has endured have eroded them entirely, leaving behind a numbed soul. Even though Dumbledore does not fully comprehend what has transpired within Harry, the visual fragments provide him with a semblance of clarity. After all, Harry has never concealed his thoughts. The information gleaned from his words has now coalesced into a coherent narrative. It is likely that at the moment his magical talents awakened, young Harry's spirit transcended into another realm. That must have been an interminably long journey, fraught with pain and despair. Dumbledore understands while that excessively harrowing experiences do not foster personal growth, they must be accompanied by an equal measure of love. Otherwise, only age matures, not the spirit. He remains oblivious to the events of that other world. However, with a fleeting glimpse, the aged Dumbledore can still piece together fragments of imagery, a world in decline, devoid of hope. At least during Harry's formative years, it was thus. What he genuinely yearns for is to transform this wretched world and the lives that brush past him. Yet, Harry is too rational. He recognizes this as mere illusion, swiftly extricating himself from the grasp of the Mirror of Erised. Even Dumbledore himself does not believe such a feat to be possible. The richer one's experiences, the harder it is to break free, conversely. Those young wizards whose greatest concerns are grades and what to eat tomorrow can easily cast aside the mirror's allure. Dumbledore observes Harry, who stands before the mirror, his lips moving silently yet ultimately unable to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 56. Clearing the confusion for them, regret pervades their existence, incessantly tormenting their souls. The Mirror of Erised gathers these regrets and presents them to the user, akin to a relentless, soul-piercing torment. Those who are fortunate may view it merely as an intriguing magical artifact. Yet for them, it is a cruel instrument of torture. Dumbledore gazes at Harry, pondering the turmoil within his heart. Harry has frequently mentioned that Selian and Lonnie are likely still alive, though Selian's condition may not be particularly favorable. However, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. The individuals who first appeared in his life were merely transient figures, and while their absence is regrettable, it does not lead him to such despair. It is only the arrival of the girl at the end that serves as the greatest catalyst for Harry's uncharacteristic behavior. It is time to bring this all to a close. Dumbledore has achieved what he desired, employing the most despicable of methods. Those who have spoken are correct. He is indeed a white wizard of darkness, a wretched being. Harry, it is enough. With that, he withdrew the Elder Wand and aimed it at the ancient mirror, vanishing without a trace. With a sudden pop, the Mirror of Erised shattered like a burst bubble, disappearing from the abandoned classroom. Harry slowly turned around, his eyes tinged with bloodshot hues, his demeanor somewhat listless. Yet, the confusion that had once enveloped him dissipated entirely. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Yet it was precisely this transformation that caused Dumbledore considerable concern. The aura that now emanated from Harry was all too familiar to him, reckless and unscrupulous. Such individuals either become agents of change or succumb to the darkness of a Dark Lord, or perhaps embody both extremes. The dead cannot be resurrected, Dumbledore gently admonished. These simple words encapsulated the greatest truth he had gleaned throughout his life. Harry gazed into the old man's eyes, returning his wand to his side. I know. I am acutely aware that Melina has perished. She died right before my eyes. With her powers, how could she possibly have lulled me to sleep? I witnessed the moment she ignited the golden tree, standing alone as a spark. I could only watch helplessly. I once believed my greatest regret was that Professor Selian's pursuit of primordial magic had transformed into a magical sphere. Harry turned his gaze towards the classroom door, where the flickering candlelight cast another thin shadow. Yet, as long as I can continue forward, I could bring my teacher back. But Melina is gone, her body slain by her own hand, and her remaining spirit has been reduced to mere embers, leaving nothing behind. Harry observed that Shadow trembled distinctly twice. She is not returning. Dumbledore's breath caught in his throat at this moment. The extensive tapestry of his life's experiences rendered him unable to decipher the thoughts of the person before him. However, one thing was certain. The thoughts occupying his mind were exceedingly perilous. This was his intuition. Dumbledore slightly turned his body, catching a glimpse of the shadow outside the door, sighed, and returned his wand to his waist. What do you intend to do, Harry? Harry did not directly respond to Dumbledore's inquiry. Instead, he gazed out of the window. The resplendent galaxy illuminated the earth, while the silvery glow of the moon cast a delicate veil over the ground. The lakes, adorned with a thin layer of ice, mirrored the brilliance of the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After a moment's pause, Harry posed a counter-question. What do you think of this world, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore followed Harry's gaze, his eyes capturing the splendid starry sky. It is beautiful. This world is indeed beautiful, he murmured softly, seemingly speaking not just to Harry, but to himself. It is filled with ugliness and sin, yet in stark contrast, the beauty manifests in every individual at every moment. I would willingly sacrifice everything to protect them. This is all that remains for me. After uttering these words, the abandoned classroom fell once more into silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of those outside, which lent a semblance of life to the room. After a while, Dumbledore chose to shatter the stillness. Could you tell me about that girl named Melina? Of course, there is nothing to conceal, Harry replied dismissively. The elder and the youth stood before the window of the dilapidated classroom, their eyes reflecting the starry expanse that belonged to this world. From the moment of her birth, Melina was burdened with the fate of death, destined to ignite the golden tree that envelopes the world as the chosen one. Harry was indifferent to whether Dumbledore understood him. He murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if conversing with himself. Throughout her lengthy existence, she had accepted her fate and was willing to sacrifice herself for this purpose. Even as the borderland teetered on the brink of destruction, rife with suffering and despair, and beyond redemption, countless outer gods greedily gazed upon the nearly depleted beings. Both I and the fated one believed that this world was not worthy of her sacrifice. Dumbledore tilted his head, gazing intently at Harry's face. Perhaps she did not share this belief. Indeed, she held the conviction that as long as life endured, the world could perpetuate itself, and all would eventually transform into something beautiful, even if she had never witnessed it herself. All splendid things within the borderland would inevitably perish. Without exception, her mission ultimately became her own desire. Melina was right. The borderland had finally improved, at least in this millennium. Dumbledore endeavored to piece together Melina's visage from these fragmented words. Although still shrouded in a veil of mist, he could discern the essence of the flame-haired girl. He harbored a suspicion. Perhaps it was not merely the denizens of that shattered world that led Melina to accept her fate, but also the influence of Harry. If this were indeed the case, then Dumbledore recalled Hermione's earnest request to care for Harry, that adorable young wizard. She must have lost all hope. No one could conquer the memory of the departed white moonlight. The transformation of Harry into his current state could be attributed not only to that exceptional Selian sorcerer but also to Miss Melina. Yet, the fates of both were far from favorable. Wandering through such a desolate world, with all remaining loved ones having departed save for the fated one, it was no wonder he chose to close off his heart. This ultimately allowed Miss Lonnie to seize the opportunity, causing knowledge that was evidently rooted in imperial ambition to become Harry's guiding principles. Dumbledore, Harry suddenly spoke. Dumbledore, interrupted in his contemplation, turned to look at Harry. What is it? You are undoubtedly one of the greatest wizards in the wizarding world. I care not for your desires. I am solely concerned with your purpose for living at this moment. Is it merely for the wizarding world? After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore nodded, offering no rebuttal. For apart from the wizarding world, he had no other attachments. His dearest friend was self-imprisoned, and the only remaining family member harbored hatred for him. In this world, he was left with himself. Very well, Harry's voice chilled the air. Then our objectives are aligned. I shall inherit Melina's wishes, regardless of the world. I shall strive to protect it and endeavor to make it a better place. Yet, one day, I shall seek the borderland that wanders among the stars. There lie my teachers, my companions. They need me. Bang! Professor Snape outside the door struck the panel forcefully, his countenance dark as he strode toward the two. And what of this world, Harry? What of this world? Do you mean to say that Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley are not your friends? And Professor McGonagall, has she not treated you well? Chapter 57. Professor Snape, perhaps you should take a rest. Harry paused at the window, his emerald green eyes reflecting everything like a serene lake. Professor McGonagall is undoubtedly admirable, yet she has her own life and other students. I am merely a rather special one among them. Hermione and Ron, both dear friends, yet they remain just that, friends. This is their world, and after my departure, they will continue to thrive. It is yours too. Severus Snape, having completely lost his former composure, shouted at Harry with a near-manic fervor, "This is your world. Your mother was born here. It was Lily who protected you. Harry, it was your mother. Do you truly wish to walk away like this?" Harry remained silent, quietly observing Professor Snape, noting the disarray that had overtaken him. It was as if the emotions that Professor Snape had long suppressed had been ruthlessly torn asunder. Clutching his thigh, he gasped for breath, glaring at Harry with fierce intensity. "If you dare to leave, I will do everything in my power to prevent you. Everything. That world is not your true home. You are merely an observer there. Now you have returned home. Returned home. Stay, Harry, stay." Gradually, Snape's voice grew increasingly subdued. Shifting from fervor to desperation, his words barely a whisper. "I beg you." His hair fell forward, obscuring his face. It seemed neither the elder nor the youth heard his final plea. Harry turned to face the professor, whose attitude toward him was exceedingly enigmatic. In that moment, he finally comprehended the profound connection that Severus Snape shared with his mother, a bond that was beyond the grasp of outsiders. Nevertheless, this revelation did not alter his perspective. To Harry, Professor Snape remained merely a transient figure, albeit a rather peculiar one. His mother had long since passed away, and the remaining relatives he had were devoid of any significant emotional ties. In Snape's presence, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. Harry cast his gaze downward, observing Snape's trembling form. He cherished Hogwarts, despite its myriad of unreasonable rules and customs. At least within its walls, most individuals were safe. To be candid, he also held a fondness for this world, even with the looming threat of the Dark Lord Voldemort. It was a realm of beauty that was almost unfathomable. In his eyes, even during the most tumultuous and dark times wrought by Voldemort's reign, there existed a certain splendor. Harry, in a rare display of verbosity, conveyed an unwavering determination. Here, you are unshackled, free from the oppressive laws that often govern, and the outer gods remain but a distant whisper. The stars above dance in the heavens, and there is no need to fear the descent of a malevolent meteor cloaked in sinister life. Professor Dumbledore stood resolute, like an ancient tree with roots firmly entrenched, seemingly oblivious to Harry's words. However, upon hearing the term "you," Professor Snape raised his head, his greasy hair cascading over his face, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable emotion. Yet, the Borderlands are not so easily relinquished. Even if I were to exhaust all efforts alongside the fated ones to expel the laws, it would merely cleanse the superficial threats. The outer gods will not abandon the Borderlands, especially since I have incurred the wrath of the Supreme Will. Harry turned to Dumbledore, his tone increasingly flat. "Surely you do not wish for an Elden Beast and the Golden Tree to descend upon us one day? Whether for this world, the Borderlands, or for myself, my departure seems the wisest choice. Would you not agree, Professor Dumbledore? Answer me." Dumbledore slowly turned, his movements reminiscent of a tattered doll, his white beard disheveled, obscuring his lips. "Harry, this is your home." "No, perhaps it once was, but it is no longer." Harry gazed into the eyes of the centenarian, perceiving the anguish within, which also signified his tacit agreement with Harry's thoughts. "You wish for it to be so, do you not?" Dumbledore's lips moved slightly before he finally articulated his response. "Yes." Suddenly, Snape rose abruptly, his wand aimed menacingly at Harry. "I disagree. Absolutely not. Have a rest, Severus." Dumbledore intoned softly, his hand emerging slowly from beneath his robes. "A slumber will allow you to forget all that transpired tonight." Snape's eyes brimmed with disdain and hatred, and as his wand merely shifted by a fraction, his entire body slumped unexpectedly. Dumbledore retracted his hand and stepped forward to steady Snape, then turned to Harry. "Professor Snape will forget everything that occurred this evening." "That is for the best," Harry replied. "After all, it matters little. Even if I were to depart, it would likely be a long time from now. By then, according to the average lifespan in this world, unless certain measures are taken, you may well have already passed on." Dumbledore stroked his beard, revealing a smile that was both genuine and tinged with artifice. "Indeed, this old man cannot expect to live for many more years. Do you not possess the Philosopher's Stone? Nicholas Flamel has used it to prolong his life until now." "No. Harry, the secrets of this world are no less plentiful than those in the realm beyond." Dumbledore's expression grew more intricate, his smile now imbued with deeper undertones. The serene embrace of death is, for wizards such as us, merely the commencement of a grander adventure. To cling stubbornly to life exacts a harrowing toll. Even Nicholas Flamel is not exempt from this truth. Harry remained non-committal, for he was unfamiliar with this world, regarding the information spoken of by Dumbledore. He held a skeptical attitude. He had encountered such cryptic statements far too often. Either the speaker was an insufferable enigma themselves, or could only articulate their thoughts in riddles. He tended towards the latter. Yet, what did it matter to him? He merely wished to regain his former strength, to master the wizarding system of this world, and to become a sorcerer capable of traversing the cosmos. Nevertheless, this was indeed the place of his birth. Professor Snape was not entirely wrong, to be precise. This was his true homeland. However, when a homeland is devoid of those with whom he shares a bond, it merely becomes a geographical location. For now, I will assist you in addressing the issue of Voldemort. Harry turned and walked toward the classroom door, showing no intention of lingering. After all, he was ultimately my adversary. Despite my lack of animosity toward him, whether due to my parents or personal reasons, I would deal with him. Dumbledore, I refer to the genuine Voldemort. Should further chaos ensue, I will take responsibility for quelling it. But that Voldemort who murdered my parents and harbors ill intentions toward me, I shall eliminate him. With that, Harry stepped through the door. Dumbledore remained, pondering Harry's words, sensing that they carried deeper implications and concealed secrets unknown to him. Supporting the unconscious Snape, Professor Dumbledore gazed at Harry's distant figure, softly murmuring, "The true Voldemort, but what of the false one?" After a moment, lost in contemplation, he suddenly jolted back to reality. Alas, it was too late. Harry had already vanished from view. Well, it seems he has failed even to fulfill his promise to his student, a true dereliction of duty. Chapter 58. Aftermath with Lucius and Christmas. Ultimately, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, guided by a ghost. As he had anticipated, his closest companions awaited him, their faces marked by anxiety. The moment the door swung open, Ron rushed forward, shaking with guilt as he stammered, "Harry, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't realize this was a conspiracy." "This is not a conspiracy," Harry reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, visibly alleviating Ron's distress. "This was inevitable. In truth, it was akin to him speaking directly to me." Dumbledore had a penchant for employing such seemingly subtle methods, even when he understood he could communicate plainly. People tend to favor their most adept approaches. Hearing Harry's explanation, both Ron and Neville exhaled in relief, evidently reassured that no misfortune had occurred in their absence. Yet Hermione remained tight-lipped, her instincts warning her that something was amiss, very much so. The previous Harry had been ethereal and grand, yet tangible. Now, he seemed to be shrouded in a veil of illusion, appearing increasingly unreal. His already aloof demeanor had intensified, as though he might vanish with the slightest blink. Yet this unsettling sense, devoid of any definitive origin, left Hermione uncertain, compelling her to suppress such thoughts and muster a smile. "As long as you're fine, Harry. Besides, we ventured out in front of the headmaster and didn't lose any points." "But aren't house points meaningless now?" Ron retorted. "As it stands, we're still at 0 with Slytherin, and I saw Ravenclaw had 11 points this morning. Hufflepuff has soared to 22. Neville chuckled, and with that laughter, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. The unease that had lingered since Harry's return seemed to vanish as well. After a lively exchange, Ron, under Hermione's watchful gaze, reluctantly pulled Harry toward the bathroom to freshen up. Truth be told, after such a long day, he felt utterly exhausted and yearned to collapse into bed for a restful slumber. Time meandered into mid-December. During this period, Hogwarts experienced an unusual tranquility. Aside from the nearly stagnant house points, no distressing events unfolded. Following the recent celebration, even the most audacious individuals hesitated to provoke the Kalia Wizarding Society. After all, to confront Kalia meant facing Harry directly, which was far more daunting than confronting dark wizards, providing a semblance of safety. Heaven knows what transpired that day. Harry's presence had grown increasingly formidable, casting an oppressive atmosphere merely by his standing there. Although Harry refrained from disclosing the specifics of that night, even the least perceptive Neville sensed something was amiss, let alone the others. The pace of Harry's actions has evidently accelerated, as though he is in pursuit of something. Previously, he was willing to allocate a third of his consciousness to his classes. However, now, with the professor's consent, he has chosen to forego certain lessons altogether. He spends nearly all his time in the library, perpetually surrounded by towering stacks of books, many of which are daunting merely by their covers. Numerous texts are beyond the comprehension of even the most outstanding Ravenclaw students. Aside from the likes of Neville, the chaotic scripts alone are enough to induce a headache. The books pile upon one another, yet the one constant remains Dumbledore's insights on transfiguration. It appears that in this realm, knowledge is not necessarily better with age. As one of the most illustrious wizards in the magical community, Dumbledore's reputation is not merely superficial. His mastery of transfiguration is undeniably exceptional. Although his writings possess a distinct ambiguity typical of wizards, they are also laden with imprecise terminology. After becoming accustomed to this style, Harry has managed to outline his future path, succinctly categorized as the evolution of transfiguration. First level, transformation. Second level, transmutation of inanimate objects into living beings. Third level, the transformed beings possess life. These three tiers represent the capabilities of the vast majority within the wizarding world, as long as one does not falter at Hogwarts. Achieving the third level upon graduation is attainable. Beyond this point, the number of practitioners diminishes exponentially. Fourth level, transformation of the intangible. The most significant manifestation of this is the ability to alter the spells cast, such as the seemingly mundane and rather trivial Night Witch's smoke in Harry's grasp. Given sufficient intellect, he could manipulate it with ease. Currently, Harry remains at this level, unable to progress further, despite having perused nearly every book on transfiguration in the library. To no avail. In fact, those texts are less useful than Hogwarts textbooks. Thus, Harry is left with no choice but to brace himself for the Animagus ritual. At present, he holds a leaf of mandrake in his mouth. As Christmas approaches, Hogwarts awakens from its slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow. The lake's surface frozen solid. A few owls traverse the stormy skies, delivering letters, having endured considerable hardship. They must recuperate under Hagrid's care before they can take flight once more. Everyone eagerly anticipates the holiday break. Although the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall are ablaze with roaring fires, the corridors, pierced by drafts, remain bitterly cold. And the classroom windows rattle under the onslaught of the icy winds. Harry let out two soft huffs, his gaze displeased as he spat the leaf onto the ground. It was evident that with such dismal weather, encountering a full moon was out of the question. The most unfortunate aspect was that Professor Snape conducted his lessons in the underground classroom, where the students' breaths formed clouds of white mist before them, compelling them to huddle near the steaming cauldrons for warmth. We ought to take account, Harry, Draco Malfoy suggested during potions class. There must be several individuals who will remain at Hogwarts over Christmas. Perhaps we could arrange some activities for those who stay. Yet, as he spoke, his eyes scanned the room, but no one echoed his sentiments. Indeed, very few would remain. Among the first-year students, it could be said that only Harry and Ron, for various reasons, would not return home for the Christmas holiday. Harry chose to forego a return home, largely due to the unfriendly demeanor of his blood relatives from the Holly family, and he could not be bothered with them. He was fully prepared to depart and remained oblivious to the significance of Christmas. Ron and his twin brothers also opted to stay behind, as the Weasley parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. Professor Snape, walking alongside them, emitted a derisive snort. Although Dumbledore had erased his memories from that night, he could not extinguish the emotions he had experienced. Snape remained unaware of the specifics of the events. Yet he was undoubtedly an exceedingly cautious wizard who discerned the gaps in his memory within just a day. However, both Dumbledore and Harry evaded his inquiries, which resulted in Snape's escalating irritability and a deteriorating attitude towards Harry, which had never been particularly amiable to begin with. As they exited the potions classroom, they encountered a substantial fir tree blocking the corridor ahead. Noticing the large feet protruding from beneath the tree and hearing the loud huffing sounds, they deduced that Hagrid was behind it. "Hey, Hagrid, need any help?" Ron inquired, peering through the branches. "No, I can manage, thank you, Ron," came Hagrid's reply. Harry stepped forward and asked without preamble, "Hagrid, how did everything go?" Hagrid, with a Christmas tree cradled in his arms, poked his head out, revealing his pearly white teeth before exclaiming in his booming voice, "Of course, no problem, Harry. But why do you need so many odd items?" "Because the materials required to conjure the magic I need are quite substantial, and I currently cannot journey to Gringotts," Harry replied. Hagrid shook his head, as if the unicorn feathers, the teeth of Acromantulas, or the bile of toads were merely trifles one could casually gather. To him, moonstone, a rare gem coveted by wizards, was akin to a common pebble, albeit a little less plentiful. The only aspect that troubled Hagrid was Harry's exacting requirements, demanding that these items be embedded within a clay adorned with mysterious engravings. I can complete that tonight. But Harry, could you tell me what it's for? Hagrid inquired. Curiosity piqued. At that moment, it was not just Hagrid's curiosity. Those around Harry were equally intrigued. Particularly Hermione, who, despite spending all her time with him outside of classes, wondered when he had arranged this task for Hagrid. Could Harry truly navigate to Hagrid's hut alone without her guidance? It's for use during the holidays. Perhaps a bit later to confront my adversary, though I bear him little animosity, Harry explained. Hagrid looked bewildered, his mind momentarily stalled, with questions lingering. The group gathered in the Great Hall, marking the final day before Christmas. Compared to previous festivities, the atmosphere was less exuberant, for this was not a banquet. The young wizards were preparing to return home to celebrate Christmas with their families. Nevertheless, the hall was adorned beautifully, with garlands of holly and mistletoe hanging from the walls, and 12 towering Christmas trees standing proudly, some adorned with shimmering icicles while others sparkled with hundreds of candles. By midday, many had already departed, leaving only a few in the hall. Harry and his companions dined in silence. Beside him, Hermione occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction, her lips parting and closing as if she wished to speak, only to ultimately focus on her meal, her fork digging into the food with renewed vigor. The metallic clinking of cutlery against plates produced a disconcerting, grating sound. Is this the etiquette of Muggle wizards? A haughty voice suddenly pierced through their quietude. Ron abruptly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings to determine who possessed the audacity to provoke Harry so brazenly. How utterly reckless. Just as he turned, he beheld a man clad in an exquisite, form-fitting suit, his platinum hair reminiscent of Draco's, albeit much longer and cascading down in a meticulously groomed manner that, rather than appearing disheveled, exuded an intriguing charm. Father? Draco Malfoy exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you here? At this, Hermione, who had been brimming with indignation moments before, found her ire dissipating. After all, he was the father of Malfoy. How much decorum could one expect? Chapter 59. A chill in the air. Even though young Malfoy had matured rapidly over the past few months, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation in the presence of his father. He had recently cast aside all notions of pureblood glory, trampling upon every taboo, nearly bold enough to publicly declare his stance against the Black family. Not even the most rebellious Weasley would dare to call himself a traitor to pureblood lineage in his presence. What do you say? Lucius Malfoy had been closely observing his only son. After all, he was one of the Hogwarts governors. Draco, I do not recall teaching you how to interact with a Muggle. Bang! Harry forcefully slammed the metal cup onto the wooden table, interrupting Lucius's words. As Draco's father, I can feign ignorance this time. Harry's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the speaker. He slightly turned his face, lifting his gaze toward Lucius. I had my suspicions earlier, although it is rather impolite for a son to recount his father's shortcomings. I choose to be rude once for the sake of Draco's future, so he does not waste energy on such trivial matters. Lucius Malfoy, your education is woefully inadequate, to a degree that is beyond my comprehension. Even if you are coercing Draco to grow under the guise of pure-blood supremacy, compelling him to attain greater power, I would not question it further. It is merely a somewhat extreme method. However, what you are imparting is nothing more than decayed and outdated notions. What purpose does this serve other than stifling his growth? Lucius Malfoy was incensed by Harry's unrelenting words, feeling as though he had been slapped in public. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he took a deep breath to suppress his rising anger and turned his gaze toward Draco. We are leaving. At this command, Draco's already pale face drained of color. Despite his reluctance, he chose to stand and follow his father, casting a glance of guilt and pleading toward Harry. Wait. Harry interjected once more, halting the movements of the father and son. When they looked back at him, their expressions were markedly different. Draco's was one of entreaty, while Lucius's bore unmasked malice. Harry remained with his head bowed, cutting a small piece of beef with his knife and fork before placing it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Due to Quirrell's influence, I had Hermione and Neville monitor the movements of the members of Collia daily. They informed me that as of noon today, a total of 17 students had departed early, including Crabbe and Goyle. As your friends, what did they say before leaving? Throughout the entire exchange, Harry did not cast a glance in their direction, yet his nonchalance conveyed a familiar sense of threat to Lucius. Ignoring his father's thoughts entirely, Draco succinctly divulged everything he knew. They mentioned that this year's Christmas was particularly special, hence their early return. Indeed, it appears that this Christmas holds great significance for the former Death Eaters, or rather, for most purebloods. Harry's tone was monotonous. The 17 who left had parents who were, to varying degrees, entangled with that individual. The anger on Lucius's face had long dissipated, turning to face Harry. He released his grip on Draco and crossed his hands over his palms. In that moment, he erased all initial impressions of Harry from his mind. This was not some arrogant little wizard, but rather an emerging Dark Lord, just as he had once anticipated. The one capable of defeating Voldemort would undoubtedly be an even more formidable Dark Lord. However, judging by appearances, Harry was excessively superior. This was not favorable news. What he desired was a Na'vi figure, one who could safely allow Draco to cling to him and continuously extract benefits for the Malfoy family, rather than a ruler attempting to control everything. Someone like Voldemort would suffice, but a figure akin to Grindelwald was out of the question. The former could be toppled and escape judgment with countless excuses, while the latter would bind the entire family as fuel. Harry Potter, Lucius began slowly, his gaze extraordinarily calm. Devoid of the haughty demeanor typical of pure-blood aristocrats. What is it that you seek? Harry continued to consume the food on his plate. And after swallowing the morsel of beef that had been chewed by his teeth, he finally turned to Draco and inquired, Draco, what is it that you truly desire? To become like your father, a seemingly unassailable pure-blood aristocrat? Or to continue following me? This is not a decision made in haste, Harry inquired with an air of calmness. Revealing his aspirations for the future, Draco gazed at his father, hesitating. After a prolonged silence, he opened his mouth and stammered, I don't know. Very well. Finally, Harry was willing to lift his gaze, meeting the eyes of the father and son. Lucius, I have finally deduced your rationale behind Draco's upbringing. It is a clever method. Yet, such an approach necessitates a formidable lineage akin to that of the Malfoys, which is not feasible for the majority of wizards. I must confess, I was previously impolite, and I extend my apologies to both of you. Draco, you have a commendable father. Draco's face was a canvas of astonishment. He first looked towards his father and then back at Harry. Yet, from the two of them, he discerned nothing clear. One was a familiar figure of kinship, while the other was a leader he aspired to follow. Harry lowered his head once again, while Hermione and the others beside him seemed oblivious to the conversation, continuing to partake in their dinner. The remaining guests in the hall cast glances in their direction, their chatter silenced. This included the parents who had come to collect their children alongside Lucius. Unfortunately, this fade was about to crumble. Although my knowledge of Muggle history is limited, I have recently perused the entirety of wizarding history. Lonnie was correct. Sometimes, merely studying history can illuminate many truths. Even if these histories have been subjected to attempts at erasure or alteration, the act of recording them leaves an indelible mark. Lucius's grip on his wand quivered slightly. In that moment, Harry's slender frame and somewhat youthful visage transformed entirely into that of another being. He would not become Voldemort, never would he. Instead, he would emerge as the next Grindelwald. Lucius bowed his head, his gaze fixated on Harry, seeking any flicker of emotional turbulence upon his face. I wonder, does Dumbledore know? Not long ago, Dumbledore accompanied me to view the Mirror of Erised, a fascinating artifact, no less captivating than a Cruciatus curse inflicted upon me. Harry turned his head, for the first time directing his emotionless gaze towards Lucius's eyes. What do you suppose Professor Dumbledore has seen? What accord has he reached with me? After I shatter the rules of Hogwarts houses, trample upon the noble competitions for the House Cup and Quidditch, what will he do? Lucius's eyes remained fixed, sensing that he was not confronting a burgeoning Dark Lord, but rather one who had firmly established his objectives and commenced the planning and execution of his designs. After a moment's pause, his lips quivered as he articulated his response. He has done nothing. Correct. Harry acknowledged the satisfaction of his answer and lowered his head once more to tackle the final part of his dinner, seemingly disinclined to engage further with the Malfoys. Yet this time, it was not Harry who hindered their departure, but rather their own reluctance to leave. Lucius felt an ominous intuition that the Malfoy family was on the verge of forfeiting a profoundly significant opportunity, or perhaps facing an impending catastrophe. As Harry concluded his last piece of steak, Lucius exhaled slowly, choosing to concede. Would you like to inquire? I may provide an answer, albeit one of dubious accuracy. Harry picked up the napkin and dabbed the sauce that had stained the corner of his mouth. My friend, Mr. Draco Malfoy, will he be unwell after Christmas? It is quite cold during the festive season, and our Malfoy family must traverse to numerous gatherings. It is inevitable for a child of Draco's age to fall due to the chill, Lucius spoke slowly. Having grown up under Professor Severus's tutelage, I have little knowledge of the recuperation time for such ailments. as my teacher preferred to replace my physical form when I caught a cold. I wish to ascertain how long it takes to recover properly. Replace your form? What sort of teacher is that? Lucius cast a sidelong glance at his child. Was this truly the peculiar instructor Harry Potter had mentioned? Nevertheless, Harry, unfazed by Lucius's subtle gestures, turned his attention to Draco and remarked, "He is currently a vital member of the Calier Wizard Research Society, no less significant than Ron Weasley, wouldn't you agree?" Lucius shot a sideways glance at Ron, who was seated beside Harry, a twinge of jealousy rising within him. Another Weasley. Despite frequently deriding the Weasley family as a clan of impoverished wretches, to claim he did not envy them would be sheer folly. The Weasleys, thriving as one of the most prominent families in the wizarding world, seemed to have achieved such a status without significant effort. They consistently fostered remarkably loyal friendships with the influential figures of their time, while the Malfoy family found themselves ensnared in a web of high-stakes choices, risking decades of seclusion upon failure. In stark contrast, the Weasleys had never strayed from the epicenter of the wizarding realm. With a heavy sigh, Lucius glanced at his son, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. It seemed imperative to commence certain lessons that were typically reserved for adulthood, with the current generation of remarkable individuals maturing at such a rapid pace. Draco must not lag behind. Indeed, I maintain good relations with several members of the Weasley family. Ron and those twin brothers are truly entertaining and quite gifted. Gifted? Draco observed Ron, who sat next to Harry, his nose smeared with steak juices, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The look of utter confusion on his face certainly diminished the impression of a prodigy. Yes, Draco, Ron is exceptionally talented. He excels at wizard chess, Harry asserted. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Even the clinking of cutlery against food ceased, as if all eyes were fixed upon them. Enough. Lucius interrupted the inconsequential chatter, his expression suddenly cold as he seized Draco by the collar and turned away. Since the illustrious Harry Potter is oblivious to the consequences of a cold, I shall gladly enlighten you on behalf of the professors at Hogwarts. Recovery typically requires 3 days, and to regain one's former state may take approximately 2 weeks. Of course, individual constitution varies, and perhaps one might return to school within a week. Chapter 60. Insects. With that, the father and son departed the hall in a huff. Lucius's sullen demeanor revealed no semblance of subtlety. A wealthy individual, historically documented for his connections with Muggle aristocrats, yet still occupying a position among the 28 sacred pure-blood families. One would be a fool to think that Lucius Malfoy's disdainful arrogance encompassed his entirety. The hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, with expressions varying among the spectators, particularly the parents who had come to collect their children. Their inner thoughts were almost palpable on their faces. Yet, no one seemed inclined to leave, including the young wizards who remained bewildered by the unfolding events, their instincts hinting at an impending significant occurrence connected to Harry. After all, a pure-blood aristocrat like Lucius Malfoy had been bested in his presence, and it felt rather peculiar. Harry, Hermione's voice trembled, lacking the usual confidence she exuded. What were you and Draco's father discussing? And you? Harry turned his head to gaze at her, remaining silent as he simply observed her. Under such an intense stare, Hermione, already feeling apprehensive, felt a shiver run down her spine, and the lingering questions remained unuttered. The person before her seemed no longer to be the Harry she once knew. Indeed, her earlier intuition had proven correct. That night, something transpired between Harry and Dumbledore that she was unaware of. Why won't you tell me, Harry? Hermione's voice suddenly rose a couple of octaves as she attempted to drown out her inner fear with volume and instinctive dread. Did you not promise that we would have no secrets between us? Harry fell silent and slowly turned around. After a moment, he finally chose to speak, revealing a fragment of the truth. Danger loomed on the horizon. I am aware of this, yet my inquiry does not center on such matters. Quirrell is not dead. Professor Dumbledore has other plans for him, and coincidentally, I desire his demise. At this point, Harry evaded Hermione's probing questions, opting instead to mask her true concerns with an alternative response. It was best that the events of that night remained known only to him and Dumbledore. Hermione, taken aback by Harry's answer, felt her recent doubts swiftly buried beneath another revelation. Upon hearing the names Dumbledore and Quirrell, her astute mind immediately began to piece together the truth. Was not Dumbledore regarded as the greatest white wizard in the realm of sorcery? Everyone seemed to believe so. Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper. Before arriving at Hogwarts, she had harbored high hopes for Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster. However, after spending time alongside Harry, She realized that Dumbledore was not quite the magnificent and luminous figure depicted in the books. He appeared somewhat unhinged, perpetually shrouded in ambiguity. And even the smile upon his face seemed to oscillate between authenticity and deception. Now, it seemed that Harry too was gravitating towards Dumbledore's eccentricities, perhaps even embodying a more extreme disposition. Harry responded to Hermione's inquiry, affirming that he was indeed one of the greatest white wizards in the realm of magic. A fact beyond dispute. Hermione, it seemed, was still burdened with questions. Despite Harry's attempt to redirect her curiosity with the truth, she sensed an underlying issue that remained unaddressed. Although he had fulfilled the promise he made in the Great Hall in a literal sense, it left her with lingering doubts. "All right," Hermione said glumly, hoisting her suitcase as she reluctantly prepared to depart, glancing back multiple times. As she reached the entrance of the Great Hall, a sudden realization struck her. She peeked back at Harry and the others, calling out, "Ron, I know you've been slacking these days. At the very least, you must make Harry take a bath." Ron nearly buried his face in his plate, forcing a smile as he nodded in response to Hermione. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the praise Harry had bestowed upon him regarding his talents. Once Hermione had departed, the Great Hall gradually returned to the festive atmosphere it should embody. However, as parents passed by Harry with their young wizards in tow, they paused to greet him warmly before hastily ushering their children away, as if Hogwarts were a den of dragons and tigers. Of course, Hogwarts harbored neither dragons nor tigers. Only the ever-looming presence of Voldemort, whose fate remained uncertain. The current Ministry of Magic could hardly be described as effective, perhaps even likened to a dismal failure. Yet, this was precisely the chaotic legacy Dumbledore had bequeathed. His self-restraint had reached an almost pathological level. Despite the entire wizarding community of Britain yearning for a leader to guide them from the shadows, the very figure they revered resolutely rejected the call, retreating into Hogwarts to pursue his educational endeavors. Aside from his role at the International Confederation of Wizards, he virtually shunned any opportunity that might grant him power. Consequently, this paved the way for Fudge, a man whose lofty ambitions far exceeded his capabilities, to ascend to the position of minister. According to critics, even a bumbling giant could perform better in that role than Fudge's misguided antics. The conversation between Harry and Lucius within the hall was undoubtedly overheard by others, not to mention the parents who had received some early whispers and wished to evade the matter. The young wizards returning home by train would surely convey the details of the hall's exchanges to their families. Christmas is a splendid occasion meant for gathering with loved ones. For these young wizards, what could serve as better dinner conversation than Harry? Whenever Harry's name arises, it inevitably leads to discussions about his confrontation with a pure-blood aristocrat on the eve of Christmas at Hogwarts. Any wizard with a penchant for gossip would attentively listen to their children's accounts. After all, hearing about a lofty pure-blood noble facing humiliation is undeniably a delightful morsel of gossip. Once the parents receive that somewhat baffling information, as long as their minds are sound, a simple verification through their networks would confirm its authenticity. Yet, despite this, the wizarding world remained enveloped in an atmosphere of revelry and joy. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, somewhat helplessly tossing the newspaper onto the table. He pondered whether allowing Fudge to continue in his role as Minister of Magic was a grave mistake. The current situation was such that even the most uninformed wizards could sense an impending storm. Yet, the Ministry of Magic remained utterly unresponsive. Surely, dispatching some auras to Hogwarts wouldn't be too much to ask? Dumbledore understood the Ministry's inclination to maintain a facade of stability, projecting an image of tranquility as if nothing were amiss. However, could they not at least address the situation discreetly? Was it too difficult to send a few auras to Hogwarts? At present, Hogwarts was sparsely populated during Christmas, with most professors having returned home. Surely, auras could not be allowed to leave for the holidays, only to return to work post-festivities? Dumbledore sighed deeply, feeling a sense of futility. For a moment, he considered that the current ministry officials might not even compare favorably to the young wizards within the Collio Wizard Research Society. At least the latter could tackle issues, and if necessary, deal with those who raised them. In contrast, the ministry remained blissfully ignorant. Very well, Dumbledore consoled himself. He resolved that once he dealt with Quirrell's matters, it would be time to visit New Mongert Castle. Since he could not resolve the issue himself, he would defer to the professionals. With this determination, Dumbledore cast a glance toward a chamber within the headmaster's office, where the magic had been corroded by dark forces to a precarious state, ready to shatter at the slightest touch from the one behind it. Externally, all appeared normal. Undoubtedly, even the deranged Voldemort, driven by survival instincts and mastery over dark magic, still possessed formidable skills. How did you manage to relay information to those Death Eaters without my knowledge? Dumbledore muttered softly. Chapter 61. Voldemort, can you kill me? The soundproof charm of this chamber had been severely eroded, exposing every action within the headmaster's office to Quirrell and Voldemort. Of course, Dumbledore was aware of this. Or rather, he knew that Voldemort was aware that he was aware. It was an open conspiracy. If it came to a confrontation, Dumbledore could have easily cast a powerful curse on Voldemort to demonstrate what it meant to be the White Lord. Even in punishment, he should have sent Quirrell to Azkaban, rather than imprison him in the headmaster's office. Voldemort was acutely aware of Dumbledore's intentions. It was a bait thrown by the old man, attempting to reel in more secrets. But Voldemort was no fool. If it was an open conspiracy, he would engage in a fair game of wits, with no certainty of who would prevail. After all, he was immortal. Moreover, before being confined, Quirrell had deceived Voldemort into contacting those still loyal Death Eaters. Upon realizing Harry's current strength, he understood that his teaching career at Hogwarts would not be smooth. Although he could not fathom why a mere first-year wizard would be so formidable, reality would not bend to accommodate his doubts. While Voldemort remained in a stable state, Quirrell laid out all the plans he had pondered during his torment. It was time for those still loyal, or perhaps fearful of him, Death Eaters to take action, even if it was merely to make an appearance. After all, the situation could hardly worsen. The rational Voldemort agreed, though not for long before he began to spiral into madness once more. In the chamber, after the near-constant tirades against Dumbledore and Harry subsided in his mind, Quirrell dared to lift his forehead from the floor slightly, trembling as he cautiously inquired, Master, Master, how did it go? A faint groan emanated from Voldemort. After a prolonged silence, Voldemort finally spoke again. 16. Huh? What 16? Only 16 responded to me, 16. Voldemort roared inside Quirrell's mind, with hints of madness creeping in once more. Quirrell clutched his head, kneeling on the ground, wailing, Master, Master, 16 is enough, enough. Our aim is to draw Dumbledore's attention, not to confront all of Hogwarts head-on. Suddenly, Voldemort fell silent in Quirrell's mind, not uttering a word. Exhausted from his torment, he did not realize this, and in his weariness, he lay upon the cold floor, covering his head and silently praying. After a while, Voldemort's voice, akin to one scorched by a branding iron, emerged once more, devoid of any hint of madness this time. Quirrell, oh Quirrell, I have encountered many cunning little wizards like you. Most of them once knelt before me, swearing loyalty, yet many were not sufficiently devoted, their efficiency and capabilities lacking. Those wavering souls, I had no choice but to eliminate, yet I never anticipated that someone like you would prove useful. Quirrell trembled all over, both fearful and expectant of Voldemort's return. He hastily turned over, forcing his weakened body to kneel, his hands clasped over his chest in a pitiful manner. Master, it is my greatest honor to be of service to you. There is no need for such formality before me. Let me see, let me see. Little did he know that after merely 11 years, the responding Death Eaters had dwindled to just 16, half of whom were imprisoned in Azkaban, while the remaining 8 were untrustworthy. Look at this response. Dear Master, what do you require? Master, being in France, I shall fulfill your wishes. All excuses, all tests. Voldemort remarked dismissively, yet a chilling aura of violence radiated from him, filled with murderous intent. Quirrell knelt in trepidation, afraid to utter a word, let alone entertain any thoughts. For if he were in Voldemort's position, he too would respond in kind. Nevertheless, this was for the best. Dumbledore needed an excuse to depart. So let him have it. How many did not matter. Rather, it was the Death Eaters in Azkaban who needed assistance. Voldemort's voice suddenly grew louder, tinged with a hint of madness. Quirrell, my loyal servant, remember that after Dumbledore finds an excuse to leave, you must immediately seek the Philosopher's Stone. He yearned for my secret, and thus it was inevitable that Harry Potter would be summoned to deliver it to me, accompanied by a Philosopher's Stone. Yet, Quirrell feebly countered, the current Potter may prove difficult to withstand. Remarkably, Voldemort refrained from punishing Quirrell for his audacious words. In his rare state of normalcy, he had no time to indulge in such matters. It was perhaps wiser to let him continue his chaotic endeavors. Indeed, Voldemort's tone was imbued with an extraordinary personal charisma. Even though his voice could silence a child's night cries, I understood that without his presence, Dumbledore would never feel secure enough to reveal the true Philosopher's Stone. I know Dumbledore well. He would undertake such actions because the stone served not only to lure me but also to test Harry, much like in years past. Quirrell wore an expression of complete acquiescence, his surface thoughts in perfect sync with his demeanor, while deep down, he longed to escape from these nightmarish days. In his normal state, Voldemort could easily perceive the parasitic thoughts of Quirrell, yet he remained indifferent. Long ago, he had realized that such individuals were plentiful and at times quite useful, especially when it came to discarding them without remorse. Most importantly, whether it be Albus Dumbledore or Harry Potter, neither dared to take my life before uncovering my secret. Voldemort reassured Quirrell. Of course, even if he were to acquire that secret, who could kill him before gathering all his Horcruxes? This was his greatest source of confidence. Amidst a tranquil atmosphere, Hogwarts finally welcomed the Christmas season. After the holidays commenced, the already sparsely populated dormitory was now utterly deserted. Apart from Harry and Ron, most had vanished. The dormitory was entirely at their disposal, and the common room was similarly empty, with upperclassmen having mostly returned home. Ron was particularly delighted, for he could finally claim a more comfortable armchair by the fireside. There he sat, indulging in all manner of food that could be speared with a roasting fork, bread, pastries, mushrooms, while engaging in a game of wizard's chess with Harry. Wizard's chess bore a striking resemblance to Muggle chess, yet its pieces were alive, lending an impression of commanding an army in battle. Ron's chess set was quite old and tattered, but the age of the pieces did nothing to hinder Ron's familiarity with them. He effortlessly commanded their movements. Harry employed the chess set left to him by Simon Finnegan, the pieces conversing with him in a delightful manner, each offering their own opinions. This is precisely why he was willing to invest a certain amount of energy into it, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to strategizing in warfare. Ron, as Harry picked up a piece, suddenly inquired, "What's the matter? Perhaps we could introduce some additional rules." Instantly intrigued, Ron thought if it were anyone else suggesting such a thing, he would certainly deem it a pretext for failure. However, as Harry was a worthy adversary with whom he could engage in a game of chess on equal footing, he would not speak without purpose. "Do tell," Ron exclaimed, filled with excitement. Harry's visage remained unchanged as he pointed his wand behind him. "Come forth." With a flurry of motion, a dozen identical chess pieces and boards gracefully descended onto the wooden table. Observing these toys before him, Harry proposed the addition of 2 new rules: reinforcement of troops and the expansion of the battlefield. As he spoke, 4 chessboards soared from the table, seamlessly connecting with a series of sharp claps. Chapter 62. The General and the Invisibility Cloak. Once Ron expressed his interest, the two commenced a spirited discussion regarding the new rules. Gradually, the regulations took on greater complexity through their dialogue. For instance, the enlarged chessboard must be draped in black cloth. Information could only be conveyed through the reinforcements, and there existed a hierarchy among the pieces, wherein one could not consume another without corresponding rules. However, as the proponent of these new rules, Harry soon found himself utterly exhausted. Initially, he matched Ron's intellect and parallel thinking in their exchanges, but as the chessboard expanded to 16 squares, even he began to feel overwhelmed. The most significant distinction between wizard chess and ordinary chess lies in the former's sentience and independent thoughts. If confined to a singular board, Harry could still maintain control, as the pieces would heed his commands. Yet, once the board exceeded 10 squares, communication became exceedingly challenging. Coupled with the intricate web of competing dynamics, Harry ultimately found himself at a loss. Most critically, the information relayed from the lowest-ranking soldiers transformed from human language into something incomprehensible by the time it reached him. In contrast, Ron, after a brief bout of perspiration, became increasingly nonchalant, indulging in snacks as the board extended to 8 squares. "I concede," Harry lamented, tossing his piece onto the central board. Ron, however, exhibited little reaction. Throughout his life, he had never lost at wizard chess. This was merely a rather unconventional game of wizard chess, and it seemed that the ability to play such a game was not particularly remarkable. "Ron," Harry said, waving his wand in the air, causing the hundreds of pieces scattered around to autonomously return to their box behind him. "How did you manage that?" "What do you mean?" Ron replied, chewing thoughtfully. "I meant, how did you operate when the game expanded to 10 boards?" Ron pondered for a moment, his fingers still gesturing in the air, seemingly recalling the brilliance of their recent match. Yet, the more he reflected, the more he felt it was inconsequential. After some time, he finally attempted to articulate his prior sensations. "It felt like this, then that, and so forth." To lend credence to his words, Ron animatedly gestured with both hands in the air. However, Harry could not discern what his friend was attempting to illustrate. Nevertheless, at this point, he began to grasp the nature of Ron's talent, realizing that such a person could indeed possess a second gift. Harry had indeed encountered a figure reminiscent of the one he knew, namely Ronnie's esteemed elder brother, Laton. During the early days of his travels, he held a profound admiration for this heartbroken general, particularly after personally partaking in Laton's battle festival. At that youthful juncture, how could he not venerate such an almost flawless embodiment of masculinity? This admiration persisted until he stumbled upon Laton's gravity magic manuscript, which was adorned with an array of cryptic symbols. First this, then that, followed by a rather alarming illustration. Then feel that particular thing, and seize it while it is unsuspecting, accompanied by an anatomical depiction that was more grotesque than any creature. Draw it out, do it. Haha, success. Such was the entirety of Laton's manuscript. It rendered the fated one speechless and caused Ronnie to cover her face in dismay. The mere thought of that manuscript made Harry's hands tremble. Ron. Perhaps you should refrain from writing books in the future. Harry collected all the chess pieces, deeming it possibly unsuitable for him. Oh, I see. Ron scratched his chin, then nodded emphatically as if I would ever write a book. What did you think of the last game? Harry inquired. Ron squinted slightly, reminiscing about their recent match. It was exhilarating. Is that so? Harry rose to his feet and cast a downward glance at Ron. You would make a fitting general. Really? Ron responded, his curiosity piqued. You possess the ability to articulate our newly established rules in a manner befitting the diverse pieces on a chessboard, each wielding their own unique magic and hierarchy, while simultaneously maintaining their individual thoughts. You consistently decipher those vague, and at times nonsensical orders, and are adept at swiftly assessing the prevailing circumstances to issue the most straightforward and unambiguous commands. No amount of complex battle scenarios can cloud your judgment. You even find time to indulge in a snack. From the very first chessboard, you begin strategizing for future moves, even if this awareness remains unexpressed in your mind, instinctively. You have already commenced your actions. Ron listened intently to Harry's words, momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape as he pointed to his own nose. Am I really that remarkable? Indeed, Harry affirmed with a nod. The next day, Harry emerged from his meditation. The first sight that greeted him was a plethora of packages nearly overflowing the entire dormitory. Ron, too, had awakened, rubbing his eyes as he fumbled to get out of bed. Merry Christmas, Harry. Yes, and Merry Christmas to you as well, Harry replied, his gaze lingering on the multitude of parcels, momentarily taken aback. The sheer volume suggested that every member of the Kalia Wizarding Research Society had sent a Christmas gift. Ron, it seems you may have quite a busy day ahead. No, Harry. Ron shook his head, his eyes widening in fear as he beheld the towering stacks of packages at his feet. He quickly shifted his gaze to the side of his bed. I have my own gifts, and they must be opened by me alone. Harry nodded and drew out his wand. However, he noticed that the packages were distinctly divided into two parts, with the portion closest to him being rather meager. He picked up the topmost parcel, which was a handcrafted flute from Hagrid, as always, a remarkably fine magical material. The next gift was exceedingly hefty. It was a substantial collection of textbooks on Muggle studies, gifted by Hermione, encompassing all subjects from primary to secondary school. Only one parcel remained. Harry picked it up and touched it. It felt remarkably light as he unwrapped the paper. A silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded to the floor, gathering into a shimmering heap. Ron gasped in astonishment. I've heard of this, he murmured, discarding the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Hermione had given him. If I am not mistaken, this substance is exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. What is it? Harry picked up the shimmering fabric from the floor. It felt peculiar in his hands, as if woven from water. What intrigued him most was the complete absence of any spiritual aura emanating from it, not even a trace. Even the tiles beneath his feet ought to possess corresponding vibrations. It is an invisibility cloak, Ron remarked, a look of awe on his face. I am certain we should try it on. Harry draped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and glanced at them, only to find, as expected, that they had vanished completely. However, this was merely the application of a rather advanced disillusionment charm, nothing of great significance. As Harry removed the invisibility cloak, a letter slipped from its folds. It bore an unfamiliar, elongated script, intricately looping in circles, inscribing the following lines. Your father left this item to me before his death. It is now time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a heartfelt Merry Christmas. Albus Dumbledore. Harry gazed at the note, lost in contemplation, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. If I could possess such an item, I would forsake everything else, he declared emphatically. I would relinquish all. What if it truly is an invisibility cloak? Questioned Ron, his bewilderment deepening. Harry lifted the silvery gray object that resembled liquid in his hand, his pupils contracting momentarily. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, he could not detect the slightest trace. It was undeniably in his possession. This invisibility cloak might not be intended for wizards, he murmured. But for what purpose was it created? Regrettably, even Dumbledore could not provide an answer to this enigma. As of now, no one in the world had managed to gather all 3 Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore's role was merely to return this relic to Harry. Chapter 63. The unspoken escape. As time flowed on, the Christmas festivities finally came to a close. However, the usual clamor had yet to return. Hogwarts remained steeped in an eerie silence, with ghosts outnumbering humans within the castle walls. Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this, as a notification was dispatched across the British Isles, coinciding with the students' return to school, carried by a flurry of owls. Dear students and professors, the Christmas holiday has been extended by 1 week due to urgent repairs needed at Hogwarts Castle. Consequently, the summer break will also be postponed by 1 week. Albus Dumbledore. Upon receiving this news, even parents who had arrived at King's Cross Station immediately whisked their children back home. Dumbledore's letter undoubtedly confirmed recent whispers circulating, which were indeed true. Who could believe that Hogwarts Castle had sustained damage? Not even Voldemort, in his rise and fall, had managed such a thing. Of course, some remained obstinate. Like the Weasley family, the 4 Weasley brothers continued to revel in the unmonitored freedom within Hogwarts, particularly George and Fred, who had been frolicking with excitement, nearly exhausting every corner of the castle. Alas, their adventurous steps halted at a particular room in the right corridor of the 4th floor. The 3-headed dog was simply beyond their capabilities. Thus, the brothers were now scheming to infiltrate the headmaster's office, intent on tampering with the Sorting Hat. 3 days later, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore leisurely indulged in breakfast, a newspaper spread across the wooden table before him. He squinted as he read carefully, occasionally popping a cockroach cluster into his mouth. He cast a glance at the Weasley twins perched outside the window, choosing to ignore them and continuing with the day's news. The headlines remained filled with trivial matters, a stark contrast to the chaos that had befallen Hogwarts. Even the dark wizards scavenging in Knockturn Alley were aware of the troubles at Hogwarts, yet the Ministry of Magic feigned ignorance. Bang! The door burst open, and Filch stumbled in, his face, etched with the wrinkles of a lifetime of dedication, now twisted with fear. Professor Dumbledore, something terrible has happened. Indeed. Dumbledore peered through the narrow slits of his half-moon glasses at Filch. What is it, Argus? Speak slowly, perhaps a cockroach cluster would calm your nerves. Filch, upon seeing the cockroach clusters crawling across the table, shook his head vigorously. After a few deep breaths, he continued, there's a layer of black mist enveloping the castle. I cannot venture outside. Even Mrs. Norris is frightened of it. A faint sound emitted from the left, but Filch, in his anxiety, failed to notice. I see, Dumbledore remarked, casting a discreet glance at the distant sealed chamber. It appears I must investigate. Hogwarts is not a place for anyone to wander into, wouldn't you agree, Argus? At that moment, Filch began to sense something amiss with Dumbledore's demeanor. In the past, should any issue arise at Hogwarts, the headmaster would rush to address it without delay. Yet now he seemed almost prepared for the situation. He shook his head. Perhaps, Professor Dumbledore, should we not proceed together? Of course. Dumbledore drew his ancient wand from his belt, placing a hand on Filch's shoulder, and with a disapparation, they vanished, leaving only a sharp crack of sound in their wake. Simultaneously, the sealed chamber erupted violently, and Quirrell emerged, his face darkened with concern. It seemed that Dumbledore had ceased to play his part, displaying an unmistakable air of indifference throughout the ordeal. The recently deranged Voldemort had inflicted further torment upon Quirrell, who inadvertently shattered the already fragile seal. Yet, even in this situation, Dumbledore remained unhurried, engaged in casual conversation with the mute caretaker, treating the matter with a dismissive air. The more Dumbledore showcased his nonchalance, the more insecure Quirrell felt, murmuring under his breath, "Damn it, who are you cursing?" Voldemort's frenzied voice erupted in response. "Ah, my master, I was referring to Harry Potter. That accursed little wizard," Quirrell quickly clarified. As for Dumbledore, since being confined within the chamber, he had learned that any disparagement or slander against him in Voldemort's presence would result in a merciless curse. Quirrell was baffled by the connection between Voldemort and Dumbledore. "Are you deceiving me?" "Certainly not, my great master," Quirrell replied, hastily making his way towards the headmaster's office. Bang! The window of the headmaster's office swung open abruptly. Before Quirrell could turn, he heard Voldemort's roar, eliminate them. Quirrell was momentarily perplexed, his foot just crossing the threshold as he turned to discover the loathsome Weasley twins, grinning mischievously with snowballs in hand. In the next instant, the snowballs split into 3, hurtling towards them. Even if Quirrell wished to retaliate, he was unarmed, lacking a wand. Thus, he was soon engulfed by the barrage of snowballs, along with the sorting hat by his side. "Master, I have no wand," Quirrell screamed. "Foolish servant," Voldemort's shriek echoed, as a wave of dark energy tore through Quirrell's headscarf, surging towards the twins. Spotting Quirrell's grotesque visage, the once grinning twins exchanged glances, their smiles vanishing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they mounted their broomsticks and soared towards the common room. "We must warn Harry Potter." And who else was there? "Forget it. That is of little consequence. We must convey the information regarding Quirrell and the noseless creature affixed to the back of his head to him." George and Fred have always possessed strong opinions and a keen sense of self-awareness. What could have been dismissed as mere pranks has transcended into a matter far more serious upon encountering Quirrell. It is imperative that we enlist Harry Potter to confront this situation decisively. Were it not for Dumbledore and Filch mysteriously vanishing for reasons unknown, coupled with the absence of any other professors within Hogwarts, they would not resort to seeking the assistance of a young wizard. Alas, the strongest ally they can procure at this moment is none other than Harry Potter. "George, I firmly believe that Quirrell and that slimy creature will indeed seek out Harry," Fred asserted earnestly. "No, I contend that the slimy creature is far more endearing than that monster." "Well, on that point, I find myself unable to counter your argument." The two soared swiftly on their broomsticks towards the common room. Not far away, Dumbledore held the trembling Filch suspended in midair, his smile absent, and the eyes concealed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles emanated an ominous chill. However, as his gaze shifted towards the brothers, his previously formidable demeanor softened, reverting to that of the gentle headmaster. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Filch stammered, straining to keep his head raised, "are we not going? This is Hogwarts. And you are Dumbledore." Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No need for that, Argus. You should return to your office and prepare for the upcoming term. As for the other matters, our young hero, the future leader of wizards, will take charge of addressing this issue. My only concern is how Harry will proceed. I sincerely hope he does not recklessly attempt to eliminate Voldemort without due consideration. At the very least, he should extract the secret first." Chapter 64. Surely no one is that foolish? Within the Gryffindor common room, Ron pondered the rules of the new wizard chess, contemplating whether he could refine them further to align with reality and introduce additional complexity. The current rudimentary rules felt rather simplistic to him. Meanwhile, Harry sat in an armchair by the fireplace, perusing the books in his possession, a stack already amassed beside him. These were all Christmas gifts from Hermione, encompassing textbooks from elementary to high school. Harry was thoroughly engrossed, and the slight disdain he had harbored for Muggles during his education at Hogwarts began to dissipate. The knowledge contained within these textbooks starkly contrasted with magic, as they described the laws of the universe through the simplest and most abstract formulas. Science delves into the essence of the world. Newton's laws alone propelled Harry's understanding of gravitational magic significantly forward. Not to mention, this was merely high school knowledge. "How absurd we wizards are," Harry muttered. It now appeared that it was not wizards who occupied the forefront of this world, but rather Muggles. The scientific perspectives they proposed resonated profoundly with Harry's own views. Consequently, even after the ideological shifts brought about by Grindelwald decades ago, the wizarding community stubbornly clung to the code of secrecy, remaining aloof and thus appearing particularly foolish. Harry formed his current judgment. He then felt a desire to meet Grindelwald, who was imprisoned in Nurmengard. "Huh?" Ron, who was nearby, looked up in surprise upon hearing Harry's voice. Had he misheard? Wizards? Foolish? Wasn't that a description of Muggles? Before Ron could finish his thought, a series of knocks echoed from the window. Looking up, he was startled to see his two elder brothers perched on their flying brooms, faces filled with urgency, their fists repeatedly striking against the glass. By the looks of it, the glass would not hold for long. Harry merely glanced up, then closed the book in his hands, meticulously arranging the volumes on the table. He did not need to guess. He was already aware of what had transpired. Drawing his wand, he opened the window. "Harry, Quirrell is here for you." Fred's urgent shout, clad in a sweater emblazoned with an F, echoed through the room. George chimed in. "And there's an abominable, noseless creature lurking on the back of Quirrell's head, even uglier than a slug." "George, I've told you not to use slugs as a comparison. They're our partners in mischief." Noticing the two brothers veering off topic, Harry donned his wizarding robe and approached the window. Perched on the sill, he turned to Ron and asked, "Do you want to come over?" Ron was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Oh, Ron is here too. Hey, I've been in the common room all this time. You're my brothers. Ron protested indignantly. George waved his hand dismissively. All right, my dear brother. He then turned back to Harry. Should we bring him along? Or perhaps it's best not to. After all, it's Quirrell and a monster. Fred added, moreover. Dumbledore has left with Filch. They surely mean no good. The twins spoke in unison, witnessing their banter. Ron's face flushed with embarrassment as he slammed the chess piece he held onto the table, striding purposefully toward the window. Harry nodded in satisfaction. He then aimed his wand at Ron. Upon being targeted, Ron trembled, unwelcome memories flooding his mind. Harry, please tell me you wouldn't. Harry nodded. No, you cannot. You promised that, under normal circumstances, it would not happen. With Quirrell and Voldemort about to ensnare them, Harry's wand twitched and waved. This was far from a typical moment. Wingardium Leviosa. Accompanied by Ron's piercing scream, the four of them swiftly soared down the corridor on their broomsticks. With the guidance of the twins, who had nearly traversed all of Hogwarts, they reached their destination in less than a minute. However, Ron was clearly in distress, clutching his chest and trembling violently. His complexion pale, uncertain whether from the cold or sheer fright. Harry patted his shoulder and stepped into the corridor that Dumbledore had expressly forbidden during the opening ceremony. The spiritual fluctuations before his eyes resembled the tumultuous waves of a storm-tossed sea, layered and surging with fervor. The door emanated a blend of diverse spiritual energies, most of which were subdued by an overwhelming malevolence. It seems you are not entirely foolish, Harry murmured as he advanced. The Weasley brothers exchanged glances, the twins displaying expressions of delight while Ron remained ensnared by his earlier fears. A crack had formed in the door, indicating that someone had clearly been there before. Well, you see, right? George whispered. Quirrell must have already entered. Perhaps he is waiting for us just behind that door. Or maybe he is enacting his sinister plan. Fred shrugged. The twins shared a knowing look, their lips curling into smiles as they flanked Ron, urging him to follow Harry. Upon seeing the ajar door, a heightened awareness of the peril they were about to face dawned upon them. If you wish to turn back now, I shall not hold it against you, Harry said, his hand brushing against the rough wooden door, for I cannot guarantee your safety thereafter. What do you think, George? Don't be absurd, Fred. This is the adventure we have longed for, Fred retorted, nudging his brother with his elbow, inadvertently jostling Ron. With a cry of surprise, Ron extricated himself from the grasp of his older brothers and hastily moved to Harry's side, reasoning that entering the door was safer than remaining with his siblings. Let us proceed. I shall follow, as always. Harry turned to the trio and gave a nod. As the door creaked open, a foul stench suddenly assaulted their nostrils. The four of them lifted their gazes and immediately spotted a three-headed dog collapsed against one side of the wall, which bore a significant crack. Each of the beast's 3 heads had a gaping wound the size of a bowl, from which blood flowed profusely. The repugnant odor they had previously detected emanated from this very source. The twins covered their noses, their eyes twitching in disgust, while Ron doubled over, clutching his stomach as he retched. After confirming there was no threat, Harry chose to disregard it and strode forward, pulling open the trapdoor that led to the depths below. The four of them peered into the abyss, where darkness reigned, seemingly bottomless. George and Fred immediately burst into laughter, convinced that bringing their broomsticks had been the wisest decision of the day. However, Ron's expression was far less cheerful. He helplessly hugged his arms and looked expectantly at his 2 brothers, reminding them, I am your brother. George waved dismissively, showing no inclination to relinquish the broomsticks. Seeing is not believing, Harry suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of the trio. Producing his wand, he whispered towards the pit beneath them, reveal your true form. A flash of blue light erupted, and the once pitch-black opening transformed. Through the sunlight filtering in, the four could now discern the writhing dark tendrils nearby. The Devil's Snare, Harry announced. He was well aware of how to tackle these plants, but he had little time to deal with such trivialities. These trials, crafted specifically for him, could be left for others to confront. Incendio. With a resounding crack from his wand, a swirling orange fireball erupted, swiftly incinerating the vine-like plants into ashes, revealing the tiled floor not far beneath. Harry stepped forward and landed directly on the ground with a thud, with a dull impact echoing in the air. He rubbed his knee and rose to his feet, scanning his surroundings. He heard, besides the sound of their own footsteps, the soft dripping of water trickling down the walls. This corridor sloped downward, and not far ahead, a beam of bright light caught his attention. Simultaneously, a distinct aura of magic lingered on the ground. exuding a palpable sense of malevolence. Harry understood that this was a deliberate act by that individual. Voldemort was aware that this was a trap, yet he remained unfazed, undoubtedly relying on some form of assurance. Recalling Professor Slughorn's description of the fragment of soul that resided within him, Harry's lips twitched imperceptibly. What a pitiful creature. Utterly clueless about his own actions. Did Voldemort truly believe that he could attain immortality and invincibility through the splitting of his soul? Had no one ever imparted to him knowledge regarding the essence of the soul? Surely he did not stumble upon such knowledge in the restricted section and act upon it without a moment's contemplation? Harry shook his head. Who would be so foolish? Chapter 65. Swift passage with the aid of 2 flying broomsticks. The 3 Weasley brothers gracefully descended to the ground. As soon as they landed, George, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "There's a light ahead. I see something moving." They reached the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room awaited them, its ceiling soaring high with arches. Countless small birds, shimmering like precious gems, fluttered around the room, while a heavy wooden door stood at the far end. "Do you think if we cross the room, they will attack us?" Ron inquired. "It's possible," Harry replied, casting a wary glance at the peculiar avian creatures. After casting a protective shield charm upon himself, he strode purposefully toward the sturdy wooden door. Throughout this process, Harry remained vigilant, fully aware that this was, after all, a trial prepared for him by Dumbledore. Having frequented similar places, he could not shake off the psychological shadows they cast. His pace was measured as he approached the opposite end of the room, and yet, nothing transpired. Harry arrived at the door unscathed. Ron exchanged glances with his 2 elder brothers and followed suit. They pushed and pulled at the wooden door, but alas, it remained immovable. George even attempted the Alohomora charm, yet it proved futile. "There must be a counter-charm in place," Fred asserted confidently. "What shall we do?" Ron inquired. Harry glanced back at the flock of birds soaring above, their shimmering bodies reminiscent of keys. Below, a flying broom was thoughtfully placed, undoubtedly intended to enable him to mount it and capture one of those elusive creatures. Could it be that the designer truly perceived this as a game? Harry aimed his wand at the keyhole, and a shard of gleaming crystal materialized before him, flowing like a soft liquid into the lock under the influence of transfiguration. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the resistance met by the crystal, making subtle adjustments. With a satisfying click, the lock yielded and opened. Harry grasped the doorknob firmly and pushed it open. The second room was shrouded in darkness. However, the moment they stepped inside, the room was suddenly illuminated. They found themselves standing beside an enormous chessboard, with towering black pieces before them, each more than 2 meters high, seemingly carved from a material akin to black stone. At the far end of the room, facing them, were several white pieces. Harry remained silent, feeling a sense of irritation towards the childish antics surrounding him. These challenges rendered his vigilance somewhat foolish. He would rather confront the treacherous traps of the hero's graveyard than endure the sight of these toys. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement upon encountering the chess pieces. Convinced that he could unravel the mechanism, "We must engage in a game of chess to reach the far end of the room, and fortunately, I excel at this." Indeed, a door lay behind the white pieces. "How shall we proceed?" George crossed his arms, regarding his brother with a knowing smile. The 2 brothers, masters of mischief, possessed an acute awareness of human emotions. Though Harry maintained his stoic demeanor, they could sense that his patience had run thin. The last time Harry had lost his composure was due to a troll. He was on the verge of resorting to desperate measures. In my opinion, Ron seemed rather oblivious. Failing to recognize the trap set by his elder brother, we must act as the pieces on the board. He approached a black knight and reached out to touch its steed. Suddenly, the stone animated, the horse pawing at the ground, while the knight turned its helmeted head to gaze at Ron. "Must we accompany you to pass?" The black knight nodded. "Enough," Harry snapped tersely. The 3 immediately turned their heads, along with the enchanted chess pieces imbued with life, now fixated on him. "Ron, what do you think of the chess strategy we devised earlier?" Harry inquired unexpectedly. Ron blinked, struggling to comprehend why Harry brought this up at such a moment. Well, while somewhat rudimentary, it was quite brilliant. After all, it simulated a battlefield, hence, indeed brilliant." As Harry spoke, he advanced slowly, his wand raised high. Yet, this remained merely a crude simulation of the battlefield, for reality is forever devoid of logic and rules, much like when a demigod suddenly emerges amidst 2 clashing armies, capable of piercing through the chaos of war. Even in his sluggishness, Ron grasped Harry's intent. At this moment, he was that unforeseen element. However, He couldn't help but feel a tangle of emotions. Harry's actions seemed to strip away his last vestiges of utility. The temperature within the room plummeted, infusing the already chilly air with a faint shimmer of frost. Yet, demigods are always in the minority. The majority of the battlefield must still be contested by ordinary soldiers. Without looking back, Harry declared, "Ron, your battlefield lies in the future, not in these trivial games." With that, he waved his wand through the air. From its tip emanated tendrils of icy mist, the brilliant white fog swiftly spreading forth from beneath the three of them, enveloping the entire chessboard in mere seconds. The chilling air rose from the ground, transforming the space into a realm of enchantment. Transfiguration allowed this mist, which would otherwise be uncontrollable, to move at Harry's command. Converging towards each chess piece, the three watched in awe as these towering figures, whose mere sight instilled trepidation, gradually ceased their movements. Their smooth surfaces slowly cloaked in a layer of ice crystals. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Their bodies, encased in ice, writhed in a futile struggle, fracturing the translucent layers with grotesque cracks. Yet, in the next instant, these fissures mended beneath the shroud of mist, a relentless cycle leaving behind visible white scars. The pieces' struggles diminished, akin to a drowning person grasping for air with the last vestiges of strength. Crack! Harry moved forward, his shoes making a crisp sound as they pressed against the thin layer of ice covering the ground. Following closely behind, Ron nodded absent-mindedly, surveying the surrounding chess pieces with a shiver. The twin brothers initially displayed expressions of shock, but within moments, their faces morphed into mischievous grins. That malevolent smile revealed that they had gleaned new inspiration for their pranks from Harry's magic. The Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout's flock of enchanted birds, Professor Flitwick's animated chess pieces. Only Professor Snape remained. Harry whispered, hoping that Professor Snape would prove to be somewhat reliable, at the very least avoiding any further absurdity. As soon as they pushed the door open, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, compelling them to raise their garments to shield their noses. Tears welled in the eyes of the three as they peered through the blurred vision, catching sight of a giant creature. Harry's brow quivered slightly. The odor emanating from the giant's corpse was overwhelming. This giant was even more colossal than the one they had encountered previously, lying motionless on the floor ahead, its head marred by a gaping wound, a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood. It appeared that Quirrell was equally vexed by these contraptions. Upon opening the next door, they found only a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. "Professor Snape's handiwork. Perhaps my expectations were too lofty," Harry remarked. No sooner had the four crossed the threshold than a sudden blaze erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This flame was unusual, a vivid purple, trapping them within. "Look," Fred exclaimed, seizing a scroll of parchment lying beside the bottles. Harry glanced at the parchment, his eyes scanning the densely packed riddle inscribed upon it. What should be done? George sensed that the violet flames were exceedingly perilous. Harry half closed his eyes, reminiscing about the spells he had perused in the library. After a brief moment, he raised his wand once more. There was a particular dark magic that piqued his interest, the Confringo curse. This spell, both an incantation and a malediction, could incinerate any flammable material upon contact. Therefore, as long as one ensured that all combustibles were thoroughly consumed, there would be no cause for concern. Harry's approach to confronting adversaries has always been straightforward and unambiguous. A blaze erupted from his wand with remarkable swiftness. The moment it detached from the wand, the flame expanded instantaneously, enveloping the four of them within mere seconds. "It's fiend fire," George shouted. "Harry, tell me you can control it. Otherwise, we will all be incinerated." "Control?" Harry turned to glance at the three behind him, his wand gracefully conducting the air like a maestro. The flames encircling them behaved like obedient, docile pets, spreading outward before converging once more before them. Was there any need for control? Was it not simply following one's will? Boom. The grand door before them crashed backward under the searing heat of the fiend fire, but alas, before it could touch the ground, it was engulfed by the flames, becoming the finest fuel for the already ferocious fire, resulting in a colossal fireball erupting in a brief moment. With a flick of Harry's wand, the flames extinguished as if confronted by a fire extinguisher, receding from him in measured increments and leaving behind scorched patches on the ground. "You all stay here. I will need you to escort me back to the common room afterward," he instructed as he stepped onto the still warm earth, making his way toward the final chamber. He could see Quirrell and Voldemort waiting for him just ahead. However, just as Ron was about to speak, he was restrained by his two older brothers. This was no longer a realm for mere young wizards like them. They longed to be part of the legendary adventure, but did not wish to become the foolish side characters who fell victim to it. If you cannot contain your curiosity, you may stand outside the door and observe, a perfect opportunity to witness the methods of a dark wizard. Harry's voice emerged from within the door. Chapter 66, Voldemort. Quirrell stood before the Mirror of Erised, feeling the searing breath of fear behind him. His body shivered. However, under Voldemort's covert control, he narrowly avoided collapsing to the ground in disgrace. This mirror was the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell clenched his teeth, suppressing the terror within, and swiftly tapped along the edges of the frame with his hands. Perhaps only Dumbledore and Harry could conjure such an object, which was indeed troublesome. The sound of footsteps approached from behind Quirrell, and Voldemort's eyes, filled with a malevolent frenzy, glared from the back of his head, resembling a creature deeply corrupted by decay. He would not permit himself to fail once more. The final chamber was not shrouded in darkness. It was suffused with crystalline stones that radiated a cold, silvery light. This was the first time Harry beheld the visage of his adversary. The hue of that face was chalky white, with eyes that gleamed a fiery red, beneath which lay two elongated nostrils reminiscent of a serpent. As the Weasley twins had remarked, it bore a slight resemblance to a slug, albeit far more grotesque. Yet Harry felt no sense of strangeness. He had encountered far more twisted and hideous beings, most of whom he had personally vanquished. Troublesome, Harry murmured softly, casting his gaze downward. Not far from his feet lay a magical pattern formed by cracks in the ground, filled with a plethora of precious magical materials. It appeared that Dumbledore had indeed been reliable, having relocated the prearranged glyph entirely to this spot. Harry descended the stairs with measured steps, the sound of his soles striking the ground resonating as if treading upon Chilo's very heart. Since it seems troublesome, how about you perish once? Chilo understood that this was no mere jest, yet he felt a wave of frustration. This fellow's tongue was indeed rather venomous. With a snap of his fingers, he turned to face Harry. Suddenly, several ropes materialized in midair, swiftly lunging towards Harry. Just as they were about to make contact, a burst of fiery orange lava erupted, instantly reducing the ropes to ashes that scattered into the air. It was evident that his prior preparations had proven utterly ineffective. Chilo, already bracing himself mentally, displayed no sign of disappointment. He gradually closed his eyes, relinquishing control of his body to the back of his head. Voldemort, spare me your trifles. Harry, unfazed, gripped his wand with his lowered arm, declaring that between them lay an uncompromising enmity. Let the battle commence. Taken aback by Harry's words, Voldemort momentarily faltered, his mind swirling with thoughts. Is this the hero nurtured by that old fool Dumbledore, who is always preaching about love? He had already sensed the young wizard's murderous intent, yet now he appeared more like a cold-blooded executioner devoid of emotion. Regrettably, he was far too weak at this juncture. Even speaking felt taxing. He had intended to hold back, but it became clear that remaining in this stalemate would yield nothing. Resolving to act decisively, Voldemort's lingering essence slowly infiltrated the depths of Chilo, resorting to the most extreme measures to claim everything he possessed. Chilo, having relinquished control of his body, now had no chance of resistance, forced to watch helplessly as his master seized all that he had. The sound of flesh grinding echoed in his mind, reminiscent of two greasy masses rubbing against each other, the brittle cracks of broken bones ringing continuously. Voldemort's visage gradually traversed Chilo's profile, creeping over his ear and cheek, ultimately enveloping his entire face. A sound of satisfaction escaped him. Having consumed Chilo's life force, he felt a glimmer of vitality return. Why not converse? With the restoration of some strength, Voldemort spoke, his voice reverberating through the desolate chamber, imbued with a searing essence akin to that of a branding iron. Are we truly mortal enemies? I merely took the lives of your parents. Why can we not engage in a civil discussion? Harry advanced with a composed demeanor, taking 2 steps forward onto the intricate array embedded with magical materials beneath his feet. Since Voldemort was inclined to chatter, he saw no harm in it. It provided an opportune moment to cast a magical barrier that would amplify the potency of his subsequent spells. The tip of his wand quivered slightly as a surge of magic coursed across the ground. He deftly conjured the 2 spells of invisibility and the disillusionment charm in quick succession. Subsequently, he intertwined with the earth beneath him, constructing an arcane mirror array with his magic. Once all preparations were complete, Voldemort continued his incessant prattle. That old man, Dumbledore, spoke of lies. What love exists in this world? From a young age, I understood that power is everything. As I matured, perhaps Merlin recognized my extraordinary talent and bestowed upon me a gift, one that would lead me to immortality. The more Voldemort spoke, the more exhilarated he became. His desire for theatrics fully unleashed before his adversary. Harry Potter, with a tone laced with temptation, pondered how many chances a boy could have to escape calamity. "Submit to me, Harry Potter. Upon my resurgence, you shall become my second in command, and I shall grant you equal honors, power, and immortality. What say you?" Quirrell's body, under Voldemort's manipulation, unnaturally leaned forward. "Mr. Potter, will you join us?" Harry's eyelids lowered as the magical materials beneath his feet began to dissolve under the concealment of the disillusionment charm. Different essences were merging and coalescing, gradually filling the intricate magical engraving. Sensing a familiar fluctuation rising from below, his neck, akin to that of a rigid doll, slowly lifted. Emitting a creaking sound, lies upon lies? Dumbledore? Dumbledore had merely concealed many truths, unwilling to elaborate, yet fundamentally he had never uttered a falsehood. He simply never revealed the entire truth. You, however, are different. Your words are nothing but deceit, devoid of a single truth from beginning to end. Harry held his wand aloft, aimed directly at Voldemort's face. "Speak your mind," he urged. A gentle breeze stirred within the confines of the room, almost solidifying into a palpable wave of spiritual energy that emanated from Harry. Unlike their earlier skirmishes, he was now resolute. Regardless of Voldemort's weakened state, Harry would confront him with unwavering seriousness. He himself was not at the peak of his powers. His intellect had only recently matured to a level barely touching 28, rendering many spells beyond his grasp. Yet, this was a battle, one that disregarded the disparities in their capabilities. Even if the gap were akin to that between mortals and demigods, Harry would harbor no fear. Moreover, Voldemort was no longer worthy of comparison to a demigod. Only one of them could survive this confrontation, and Harry was familiar with such stakes. The instinct for combat had permeated his very being, and an overwhelming aura of lethal intent flooded the cramped space. The intense spiritual energy rendered magic unstable, causing the Mirror of Erised behind Voldemort to emit strained, cracking sounds. What had Dumbledore taught this boy? Voldemort's eyes twitched as he instinctively recognized that this murderous intent was beyond his own. There was no necessity for them to engage in a life-and-death struggle. "You wish to uncover my secrets, do you not? I can divulge them," struggling against the impulse to succumb to madness. Voldemort understood that if he were to lose himself in insanity, he might awaken to find himself utterly diminished. The hundreds of lives he had once regarded as mere trinkets appeared as harmless as teddy bears in the face of Harry's lethal aura. Though Harry was not yet formidable enough to rival Voldemort at his zenith, the Dark Lord was at his most vulnerable, rendering them nearly equal. Voldemort's objective was to reclaim the Philosopher's Stone and restore his former glory, not to engage in a futile battle with a first-year wizard. Once he obtained the stone, both this insufferable boy and the old fool Dumbledore would be mere obstacles easily dispatched. Chapter 67. The Philosopher's Stone. Upon hearing Voldemort's candidness, Harry's finger pressed down slightly, redirecting the wand's aim from Voldemort's chest to the ground. "Very well, share your secrets." After all, Dumbledore had previously urged him to heed the agreement and had given him a timely warning, so it was worth a try. Ultimately, he would have to eliminate whatever stood before him. Voldemort exhaled, relieved. He feared Harry's unpredictable nature far more than any hidden spells. He did not want a reckless struggle to the death. He shifted slightly to the left, revealing the Mirror of Erised to Harry. Suddenly, a small shard of cursed rock sliced through the air, leaving a purplish-red trail that emitted a foul odor, reminiscent of blood oozing from a long-dead corpse. Throughout the entire ordeal, Harry remained motionless, his wand unwavering. No, Voldemort had failed to discern where or when this magic had been cast. Damn it, that wretched boy. He cursed inwardly, now too wary to move. He comprehended Harry's message. Any further disturbance would lead to immediate combat. No dialogue required. Blood dripped from his cheek, pooling on the ground and filling the confined space with a stench of decay. "Let us exchange." Voldemort retracted his vicious grin, narrowing his already slitted eyes, revealing only a sliver of light that shimmered like a serpent's gaze. "Let us make a trade, Harry. You retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from this mirror, and I shall reveal the secret that has long intrigued Dumbledore." Harry nodded slightly, placing his wand behind him, indicating his acquiescence and his intent to refrain from using magic during the transaction. Naturally, Voldemort would not place any faith in this wretched little wizard. He resembled a battle-hardened auror, with every movement potentially a guise. Who could tell from where a spell might spring forth? Fortunately, Harry was not inclined to employ the unforgivable curses. The only factors that could lead Voldemort to believe in his impending triumph were his mastery of the unforgivable curses and the immortality conferred by his Horcruxes. Harry. Voldemort murmured the name of his adversary, tilting his head slightly, casting a glance at the mirror behind him. My secret is immortality. However, to uncover the method behind my immortality, Harry, you must present the Philosopher's Stone. Simply bring it forth. Harry partially closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. In truth, from the moment he laid eyes on the Mirror of Erised, he felt a peculiar protrusion in his pocket, which appeared to be none other than the Philosopher's Stone. To Harry's astonishment, this stone was authentic, rather than a mere decoy. Logically deducing, his first conjecture was that old Dumbledore intended to kill two birds with one stone. Not only was he eager to uncover Voldemort's secrets, but he also wished to ascertain whether Harry harbored any desires for the Philosopher's Stone himself. However, upon further reflection, Harry dismissed this hypothesis. Although Dumbledore's words were fraught with pitfalls, the essence of his speech rang true. Thus, it followed that, as Harry gazed once more into the Mirror of Erised, it reflected his image, resembling that of an ordinary mirror. However, he would never allow himself to smile, as the version of himself within the glass did. Harry reached into the pocket of his wizarding robe, his fingers slowly delving into its depths. Voldemort's breath hitched, oblivious to the playful wink Harry's reflection cast from the enchanted mirror behind him, his smile revealing teeth. The crystal-clear stone, glistening in a vibrant crimson hue, was delicately pinched between Harry's fingers as he withdrew it from his pocket, bit by bit. Though it bore the color of blood, it exuded no scent of gore. Instead, it emanated a breath of life. Even from a distance, Voldemort sensed a lightness in the body he had seized, the air entering his nostrils no longer searing, but rather imbued with a refreshing coolness. Undoubtedly, it was the Philosopher's Stone, the supreme creation of the greatest alchemist this world had known. At that moment, Harry's gaze also fell upon the stone, his usually impassive visage betraying a rare flicker of astonishment, though this emotion vanished almost immediately. Voldemort, perceptive as ever, seized upon this fleeting moment, emitting a sharp, malevolent cackle. "Ah, you have realized it, Harry. Should you recklessly engage me in battle, this Philosopher's Stone shall inevitably fall into Dumbledore's possession. Who in this world could resist such an alchemical marvel, a symbol of life? Perhaps this is the very unjust prize Dumbledore wrested from Nicholas Flamel," Voldemort insinuated, casting aspersions upon Dumbledore. "This is also a test for you. If you do not surrender it to him, then the hero he has nurtured will surely perish at his hands. Do you understand, Harry? Dumbledore is also a master of dark magic, merely second to me. This hypocritical man secretly delves into the dark arts." Harry paid no heed to the clamor of Voldemort. He understood but one thing. The enemy's words were mere drivel. Trash talk served merely to achieve a goal, but to believe it would be sheer folly. His thoughts were consumed by the structure and essence of the Philosopher's Stone that he held in his grasp. At first glance, Harry felt an uncanny familiarity with the stone. Yet he could not quite recall what it reminded him of. This sensation gnawed at him, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. Standing tall, Harry cast a sidelong glance at Voldemort, then cloaked himself in an additional layer of disillusionment charm, shifting 2 steps to the side, leaving only 1 foot poised upon the prepared magical sigil. It was a most intriguing object. As Harry spoke, he raised the enchanted stone before his eyes. And at that very moment, the shadow left behind mirrored his actions. Observing this scene, Voldemort felt a tumultuous rise within his chest. He understood that the current situation was an unparalleled boon for him. However, an overwhelming possessiveness compelled him to immediately cast a lethal curse upon the oblivious young wizard. Madness and chaos gradually eroded his composure. Voldemort bit down fiercely on his own tongue, the sharp pain and metallic taste of blood anchoring him to lucidity. Ceasing his incessant and persuasive murmurs, he remained silent, watching Harry intently as he treaded the path of no return. Yet, as the master of the threshold, Harry's fundamental skill lay in his perception. By merely analyzing the intricate patterns on the enchanted stone and the corresponding spiritual vibrations, he began to grasp the essence of its function. What Harry truly cared about was the composition of the Philosopher's Stone. He had an innate sense that its purpose was not one of utility, but rather one of concealment. It was designed to obscure its true essence beneath effects that drove most to madness. With this thought in mind, Harry removed his unpretentious round spectacles and cast them aside. He aimed his wand at the stone, and a thread of magical energy enveloped the engravings, subtly invoking a resonance. In that moment, both Voldemort and Dumbledore, hidden behind the Mirror of Erised, held their breath. The latter felt a profound regret. He should never have revealed the true Philosopher's Stone. For Harry always managed to astonish him. However, Harry had no intention of using the stone for anything. He merely sought to explore its nature. As the magical resonance intensified, a flicker of red light emanated from the stone, swirling at the tip of his wand. Ah, so that is how it is. As Harry spoke, his wand was instantly aimed at his own eyes. The luminous point at the tip of the wand swiftly penetrated into his gaze, and a formidable vitality began to radiate. However, it was ultimately thwarted by a preordained magical pattern, lingering only around his eyeball. Long before his transfiguration reached its fourth tier, Harry had taken measures concerning his own body. Now, his form was segmented into various parts, each interwoven with a corresponding layer of magical inscriptions. This was merely a requisite means of bodily transformation. Harry blinked, and the once indistinct vision before him became remarkably clear. To apply transfiguration upon oneself? I see now. This Philosopher's Stone can circumvent the rules governing self-casting spells, operating through external magical energy. No, that cannot be. Its essence is undoubtedly far more complex. Meanwhile, Voldemort, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. What he longed to witness was Harry greedily claiming the stone for himself, immediately using it without hesitation, just as he once had. Yet, this scene presented before him was that of an inquisitive old sorcerer, merely testing the waters. The magical patterns flickering across Harry's eyes, if he wasn't mistaken, were intended for protection and segregation. What on earth? Must he be so composed? And why would he preemptively cast such a spell upon his own eyes? Is he mad? Voldemort's heart surged with agitation, yet he understood that he could no longer delay. Harry, he shouted, interrupting Harry's contemplation. Awakened by the exclamation, Harry lifted his gaze, his striking green eyes glinting with intense dissatisfaction and murderous intent. I had almost forgotten. You are still here. As Harry spoke, the magical circle beneath his feet gradually came to life. Then let us end your life first. My time is limited. Chapter 68. The Horcrux is just a joke? Voldemort's sinister grin was abruptly extinguished. Had he misheard something just moments ago? Wasn't the transaction proceeding smoothly? Why had it suddenly escalated into a call for bloodshed? Wait. Voldemort hastily raised his hand in an attempt to halt Harry. We are still in the midst of a transaction. You are not one to lie, are you? Harry tilted his head, expressing his bewilderment. Could it be that the individual before him was genuinely serious? That seemed unlikely. He could sense that this noseless creature harbored ill intentions. Harry chose to abandon the entanglement and hurried back to focus on the research of the Philosopher's Stone, which was of utmost importance. Heaven knows whether Dumbledore would swiftly reclaim the stone in his possession. Enough of the trivialities. Even if I were to grant you the Philosopher's Stone, you would not unveil its secrets, your self-important secrets. Harry's tone remained unperturbed, though his wand remained steadfastly raised. Voldemort, who had initially contemplated further engagement, felt his waxen features contort in fury upon hearing this. He would not tolerate anyone insulting his secrets or his achievements. The Horcruxes were the pinnacle of his life's work. A dry, rasping laughter escaped Voldemort's lips, only to be replaced by an expression of complete disdain. Unbeknownst to Harry, a wand had materialized in Voldemort's hand, the very one that had belonged to Quirrell. Did you think Dumbledore had reclaimed Quirrell's wand? No. I had prepared a second one long before that. Harry Potter, as a young wizard, you are indeed formidable. Even I could not surpass you in our first year. However, now the chasm between us is as vast as that between a muggle and a wizard. As he spoke, his form abruptly vanished, followed by a resounding explosion. Reappearing on the opposite side, dark mist began to creep from his feet, chilling the already cold room further, while ominous eyes seemed to materialize from the surrounding darkness. Watching the two figures within with malevolent intent, Harry did not blink, for he had long since steeled himself for this moment. Moreover, is it not quite commonplace for adversaries to exhibit unexpected developments? Furthermore, considering Voldemort's current abilities, how shall I put it? They do not entirely align with the descriptions found in the texts. Harry awaited the manifestation of his destined demise, pondering the lethargy of his adversary before him. What? Pray tell, were they waiting for? Did Voldemort truly intend to seize the Philosopher's Stone from his grasp? Harry, even if I fail, you cannot kill me, he declared. This time, Harry was resolute. He refused to allow Voldemort to continue his tedious monologue, especially when uttering the foolish magic criticized by Professor Snape. You can't possibly believe that the fragments of your soul grant you immortality, Harry interjected. In that moment, the other two occupants of the room were momentarily taken aback. Even the figure concealed within the Mirror of Erised, Dumbledore, could no longer contain himself, abruptly materializing within the chamber. Voldemort's reaction was even more pitiable. His body quivered as though electrified, his hand raised accusatorily towards Harry, his lips quivering, struggling to refute Harry's assertion. Yet, he had inadvertently revealed the method of creating Horcruxes, the crucial act of soul division. In a state of shock, he momentarily disregarded the overwhelming magical forces emanating from behind him. "No, it is impossible. How could you?" Voldemort stammered, resembling the facade of his former self. "It cannot be." "Absolutely not." He gestured emphatically, attempting to reinforce his argument through physical expression. However, Harry was not inclined to indulge such ignorance. One who recklessly meddled with the soul without understanding was a fool indeed. "Before encountering you, I hesitated to accept my teacher's conjecture, but now, having engaged with you, it is clear you are a consummate fool. Do you truly believe that soul division grants eternal life? Have you ever studied the essence of the soul? Even a novice wizard would not be so reckless, for it is a perilous endeavor against one's own essence." Dumbledore, hidden behind the Mirror of Erised, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It seemed that Professor Snape had informed him of Harry's own reckless dealings with his soul, which were even more egregious than mere soul division. Moreover, based on Harry's reaction on Halloween, he appeared to embody a darkness even greater than Voldemort himself. "No, you understand nothing." Voldemort's hands rose in fury, his rage incrementally eroding the barriers of his reason. The creation of a Horcrux is not merely about splitting one's soul, it also requires the termination of a life. Does it not? Harry interjected once more. In that moment, Voldemort, who had initially intended to counter with further rebuttals, fell utterly silent. His elongated eyes widened, as his nostrils flared, gasping for air to combat the mental strain. Ultimately, he clutched his head and let out a piercing wail. "No, you should not know this." Then, as if uncovering an oversight, Voldemort abruptly turned to glare at Dumbledore, accusingly pointing a finger at him. "Was it you? Did you tell him? I see now. I understand everything. It is you, this sanctimonious old fool, who seeks to pilfer my knowledge of Horcrux creation. I knew it. The secrets of Horcruxes are recorded in the restricted section. How could you possibly be unaware?" With a sudden twist of his head, his neck cracking audibly, he exclaimed, "Harry, you have been deceived. You have been fooled." Gazing at the almost deranged Voldemort, Harry opened his mouth several times, only to close it again. He cast his gaze downward at the magical circle beneath his feet and the carefully prepared magical materials. Suddenly, a sense of futility washed over him. Was this the caliber of his adversary in this world? The destined demise was intended for hunting deities. Was it not somewhat beneath him to employ it against such a wretch? Moreover, Dumbledore was no weakling. How could he have been ensnared by such a lowly foe? Concocting a series of inexplicable plans to probe his intentions? Could it be true, as Hermione suggested, that he was succumbing to senility? Pondering this, Harry, out of respect for his fellow wizard, resolved to clarify the essence of Horcruxes to Voldemort, lest he meet his end in ignorance. However, before he could speak, Dumbledore interjected with a cutting remark. "Though I possess considerable talent, I am, after all, merely human and thus have my limitations. In my youth, I foolishly dabbled in dark magic, a point you have made accurately. Yet, this does not imply that I could peruse the entirety of the Hogwarts library, which has accumulated centuries' worth of tomes within a few decades. Tom, you must understand that the volumes in the restricted section are each sufficient for a wizard to study for years or even a lifetime." Harry raised his hand. "No. Most of the books inside are actually outdated." Silence. Dumbledore, rarely losing his composure, roared at his student. However, after a couple of persistent coughs, he nearly lost his breath. Voldemort gradually fell silent, yet the flaring nostrils that expanded and contracted betrayed his facade of calmness. Moments later, he lifted his head, his serpentine eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "Harry, tell me, what else do you know? What more did your teacher say?" Harry nodded. "He would never refuse anyone seeking knowledge from him. You once fragmented a piece of your soul into me." What?" Voldemort and Dumbledore exhibited contrasting expressions, as the surprises they brought today were simply overwhelming. "This fragment of the soul has been thoroughly studied by my mentor, and I now utilize it for parallel consciousness and to absorb troublesome magical energies. The power originally contained within it has been employed to refine my own soul." Voldemort's body, having regained its normalcy, began to tremble once more. "The soul you divided does not belong to you. The Horcrux you so naively believe in is essentially a new life, with little connection to its creator, and your so-called immortality is nothing more than a jest." Chapter 69. Perish. Harry reached out, brushing his forehead, his fingertips grazing a deliberately fallen strand of hair, lifting it aside to reveal the lightning-shaped scar beneath. "This is the mark you left behind. The new life that once clung to it has long since faded, yet you remained oblivious from the very beginning." Dumbledore's gaze flicked towards the two, a sudden and inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. Voldemort. During the opening ceremony, Harry cast a glance at Dumbledore and continued. You must not have realized that I was once your Horcrux, have you? Voldemort fell silent, his features contorting grotesquely, rendering his already ghastly visage even more terrifying. As his chest began to heave uncontrollably, the life force belonging to Quirrell ebbed rapidly, yet he felt nothing. All that resonated in his ears were Harry's words, repeating incessantly, growing louder and more overwhelming until they drowned out everything else. Yes, at the ceremony, Voldemort felt nothing, even when he was merely meters away from Harry Potter. Had he not known that the little wizard who caused a stir at the sorting ceremony was Harry Potter, he wouldn't have even felt inclined to peek at him. In defense against the dark arts class, he had nearly made direct contact with Harry, yet remained utterly unaware. Aside from Harry's inherent malice, he felt nothing at all. After a moment, Voldemort tilted his chin, his quivering features seeming to possess a will of their own. You are deceiving me. His voice was low and feeble, devoid of any persuasive power, the dry rasp overwhelming the searing terror. I never lie. As soon as he uttered those words, a tumult of magical energy surged beneath him. His disillusionment charm and invisibility cloak could no longer withstand the force of his destined demise. A presence that instilled fear merely by existing enveloped the room. Dumbledore's pupils constricted. He averted his gaze, focusing intently on the ground beneath Harry's feet. At some point, the crude fissure, resembling the work of a lowly craftsman, was now occupied by a swirling mass of black and red light, forming a mysterious pattern that was both eerie and aesthetically captivating. The lines of the formation seemed alive, the black and red hues flowing and flickering as if breathing. Yet it represented the most dreaded of all entities, death. Merely gazing upon it, even with closed eyes, evoked the chilling notion that to touch it was to perish. Voldemort's lips parted slightly, emitting an odd noise as he staggered backward until his body collided with the enchanted mirror, producing a loud crash. His azure eyes suddenly brightened, as if awakening from a dream. In his relentless pursuit of immortality and power, he now faced his nemesis, death and power. Voldemort's face twitched, and he abandoned any thoughts of deceiving Harry, raising his wand. Who are you? He demanded. The dark arts witch, the archmage of the Borderlands, the law profaner, the companion of the Elden King. I bear many titles. Harry leaned back, placing his wand at his waist, a bluish aura converging at the tip. However, you may call me the boy who lived. With that, Harry swung his wand with the force of throwing a heavy object. A massive sphere of azure light, formed from concentrated magical energy, gathered, the sheer power creating ripples in the surrounding space. The magical projectile, imbued with overwhelming might, hurtled towards Voldemort. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on the magical orb, his eyes widening in alarm. He was no more than 2 steps away from Voldemort. Was Harry truly about to strike down his own kin? Yet, just as he prepared to apparate away, an unsettling realization struck him. The magical projectile seemed amiss. A closer look revealed that, despite its impressive demeanor, it contained little actual magical force. An illusion? If Dumbledore could discern this, Voldemort, standing at the same level, could certainly see it too. However, Voldemort would never underestimate it. His eyes were locked onto the approaching sphere, his mind in a heightened state of alert. Given Harry's nature, he would never engage in a futile endeavor. As anticipated, when the orb was but half an inch from his head, it burst like a bubble with a soft pop, disintegrating into nothingness. Simultaneously, a rock imbued with a vast amount of magical energy erupted from behind Voldemort, piercing through his chest. Blood and flesh splattered as torrents of blood cascaded from the wound, while Dumbledore, standing directly behind Voldemort, was caught off guard, splattered with blood and gore. The foul stench assaulted his nostrils, overwhelming him. Dumbledore longed to curse, knowing it was deliberate. Yet, considering the current predicament, he opted to use a cleaning charm to rid himself of the filth, choosing to endure. When he raised his gaze again, he was startled by the peculiar scene unfolding before him. A gaping wound the size of a bowl marred Voldemort's chest, still oozing blood, yet he emitted a shrill, manic laughter that grated on the ears. In his hand, he clutched an invisible chain, composed of Quirrell's blood. Following the chain, its other end was linked to Harry's chest, who remained in the same position as when he had thrown the magical projectile, his expression unwavering. Your dual experience is still lacking. Even the disillusionment charm cannot escape the chains of life as pursuit. Voldemort rasped, struggling to lift his head. Harry Potter, you have failed. With that, he yanked the chain forcefully, while his other hand brandished his wand, a green light flaring ominously. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light shot straight towards Harry's body. and at this moment, even Dumbledore would be too late to intervene. However, as the killing curse made contact with the seemingly dazed figure, it passed right through, striking the staircase behind him with a deafening crash, sending debris flying. How was this possible? Voldemort's lipless mouth moved slightly as he attempted to pull on the chain, feeling the force indicating that Harry was indeed before him. The body ensnared by the blood-red chains transformed into blue motes of light, dispersing, while Harry stood on the other side, one foot still planted firmly on the formation. The disillusionment charm, the illusory spell, transfiguration, and the confundus charm. Harry elucidated that ever since he entered the trapdoor, he had not lifted the disillusionment charm, coupled with the cloak of invisibility. Even Dumbledore would find it impossible to discern his true form through the human revealing spell. At most, he could only ascertain that the exposed body was not Harry himself. However, following the last Halloween, Harry advanced his mastery of the already enigmatic art of invisibility, creating a new variation. He conjured a luminescent stone with his magic, transfigured it to resemble himself, and endowed it with a semblance of life, rendering the magical fluctuations between the two nearly indistinguishable. To ensure further protection, Harry also employed a confundus charm, obscuring the final vestiges of distinction between them. In hindsight, his approach proved astute. Even with Voldemort's formidable dark magic prowess, the chains woven from his own flesh could not detect the veracity of Harry's corporeal form. Yet, Harry had not anticipated that Voldemort, as the Dark Lord, would possess such a lack of combat experience. Was he truly so reckless as to employ such self-destructive tactics against a wizard? Harry had prepared to engage in a few rounds of tentative exploration before commencing the official battle, all the while allowing fate to deliver the final blow. However, it all came to an abrupt end right from the start. This sudden conclusion extinguished the flicker of fervor that had briefly ignited within him. Oh well, Harry's expression remained as indifferent as ever, yet both Voldemort and Dumbledore could discern his discontent. Before Voldemort could continue his discourse, Harry gestured toward his own head. Following the direction of his finger, Voldemort looked up, only to find the space above him utterly vacant. No, in an instant, a chilling surge of magical energy erupted, and before he could react, he felt a bone-chilling cold radiating from his own body. Sharp stones pierced through him in rapid succession. Voldemort gaped, blood pouring from his mouth, and with a gurgling sound, he fell backward, utterly lifeless. Chapter 70, A Desperate Struggle Yet. Both Dumbledore and Harry remained silently gazing at the lifeless form that once belonged to Quirrell. They understood that Voldemort still clung to existence. Moments later, the battered corpse quivered slightly, as if it had regained a semblance of life despite the blood that continued to drain from it. A piercing scream erupted from the body, and dark smoke billowed from its wounds, ultimately coalescing in midair into a grotesque and fearsome visage. Accompanying the scream were visible waves of sound. However, as these waves approached the other two, they were intercepted by a shield as thin as gossamer, causing no harm whatsoever. As a battle-hardened sorcerer, Harry not only devised an elaborate array of illusions to deceive his adversaries, but also perfected his own defenses with the impenetrable shield charm and the top shield, both perpetually activated. Even though the top shield could only intercept half of the magical attacks in this realm for reasons unknown, when combined with the shield charm, it rendered most spells ineffective, save for those of the most unforgivable and formidable nature. Meanwhile, Dumbledore found himself shrouded in a veil of shadows, his advanced age rendering him susceptible to distress. Realizing that his final counterstrike bore no fruit, the head formed from swirling smoke hung open in midair, proclaiming, "I shall return. Ha ha ha, Dumbledore, Potter, I will return." Dumbledore remained as still as a statue, immersed in contemplation. Upon acquiring the crucial information about the Horcruxes, he understood that Voldemort could not be vanquished until the other Horcruxes were dealt with, though these Horcruxes were not Voldemort in essence to the wizarding world. The beings possessing Voldemort's memories were indistinguishable from him. "Oh," Harry suddenly interjected, lifting his gaze towards the fleeing remnant of the soul. "Did you think I delayed for so long for no reason?" As he spoke, he gently raised his wand, directing it as if conducting a delicate symphony. A flicker of faint black flame emerged from the tip, dancing gracefully in the air, as though it might extinguish at any moment. However, both Voldemort and Dumbledore, upon witnessing this flicker, were seized by the immediate thought of death. Unlike the hasty black flames conjured on Halloween, which merely evoked a semblance of suffering, this inconspicuous flame harbored the true essence of a destined demise. Even a mortal would meet their end merely by a brush with it. Even a demigod, if invaded by its essence, would perish as an ordinary being, let alone Voldemort in his current state, a mere remnant of a soul clinging to existence through dark magic. You cannot kill me. Voldemort shrieked, his composure shattered as he sensed the looming threat. If I perish, all the Horcruxes will awaken. Dumbledore, you would not wish to confront 5 different incarnations of me, each with memories, would you? Act now. Stop that wretched boy, Harry. Harry half closed his eyes, cautiously applying transfiguration to the flickering flame, which suddenly transformed into a flowing stream of water, unfurling gently. After accomplishing this feat, his gaze shifted away from the fated death, settling upon Voldemort's fractured soul. Of course I know your other Horcruxes will awaken, but what of it? With that, Harry raised his wand. The gossamer veil of fated death, reminiscent of both fire and flowing water, enveloped the space, gradually advancing towards its target. It trembled intermittently in midair, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Given his current intellect, even with extensive preparations and the consumption of considerable magical resources, Harry found it exceedingly arduous to recreate the fated death in this realm. Yet, he succeeded. He would not permit Voldemort to survive. Absolutely not. Voldemort's fragmented soul darted about in a frenzy, but dared not approach the fated death, paralyzed by an almost maddening fear of mortality. Dumbledore, he finally cried out, save me. You must save me. Otherwise, you will face 5 Horcruxes, 5 Voldemorts. Dumbledore's crossed hands trembled slightly as he lifted his gaze to Harry. After a moment, he seemed to reach a resolution, sighing, Harry, it is impossible. I will not compromise on this. Harry appeared to have anticipated this response, his movements unceasing as he continued to channel a vast amount of magical energy to sustain the existence of the fated death. Harry, you promised me. Protect the wizarding world. Harry slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Was my previous demeanor excessively amiable? Or have I compromised too much, leading to some misunderstanding on your part? I shall certainly protect this world, but not solely the wizarding realm. Harry's voice was flat, yet it resonated with a chilling coldness as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Moreover, my commitment lies not with you, but with Melina. Voldemort has never been the primary catalyst for the world's perils. He is merely an ambitious man. Upon finishing his words, he pressed his fingers downwards, issuing the final ultimatum for Voldemort's demise. Black flames reignited, surging towards Voldemort. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the room as a mass of black mist writhed and thrashed, desperately attempting to escape the impending threat. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, its space continued to diminish. Harry withdrew his wand and turned to Dumbledore. There was no longer a need for him to maintain control, for the fated death would fulfill its purpose and bring true demise to Voldemort. Dumbledore opened his palms, signaling that he posed no threat. Release him, and I shall continue to confine Voldemort until I locate the remaining Horcruxes. You cannot imprison him, Harry retorted mercilessly. Even I cannot restrain him at this moment. Do you believe this is merely a fragment of his soul? No. The spiritual emanations reveal to me that he has cast at least a dozen distinct spells, although these spells create considerable discord among themselves. It is undeniable that Voldemort is exceedingly difficult to kill or confine. At best, one can only inflict damage upon him, rendering him weak. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, his expression pleading, I understand, but a weakened Voldemort is far preferable to 5 unknowns. The wizarding world cannot withstand further chaos. Harry, release him. Harry gazed at him in silence. At this moment, their ideologies clashed irreparably. Dumbledore sought to minimize losses, aiming for a level that was at least manageable. In contrast, Harry's philosophy was stark. If one must engage in battle, it should be a fight to the death, with no alternative path available. There was no other option. Chapter 71, Nutrients. Since the bloodline had been revealed, the only choice was a fight to the finish. Harry gazed intently at Dumbledore, while behind him, the fated demise had already encircled Voldemort. Let him go, Dumbledore reiterated his previous words, though his tone had softened. Impossible, came the same response. Dumbledore's eyes, concealed behind the crescent-shaped lenses, met Harry's gaze, and his magical aura began to radiate outward. The sheer magnitude of his magic caused the air to ripple slightly. Give me your reason. Dumbledore stepped forward. He is the enemy. Harry gripped his wand tightly, and the array beneath him glowed with a blood-red hue, tendrils of deathly essence swirling around him. If he is the enemy, then his demise or mine. Does that reason suffice? Harry responded dismissively, raising his wand high. As eerie black flames crackled in the air, Dumbledore fell silent, casting his gaze upon Voldemort's erratic, fragmented soul nearby. He had never imagined that one day the illustrious Tom Riddle would find himself in such a state of disarray and embarrassment. akin to a once-great aging boxer confronted by a vengeful youth. No matter how resplendent the past glories may have been, in this moment they seemed as insignificant as a fleeting whisper of the wind. Harry was undeniably youthful, so much so that even Dumbledore felt a twinge of envy. Although his talents were still in the nascent stages of development, he embodied the essence of a mature and extraordinary wizard, one who possessed the intricate magic of an entirely different realm. Despite this, Harry remained as humble as a novice sorcerer, harboring an almost insatiable thirst for knowledge. Devoid of any stubbornness characteristic of elder wizards and eager to disseminate wisdom, he held grand aspirations yet exhibited no trace of impatience. Rather, he was willing to embrace the sagacity of those who came before him, steadily progressing along the path of his ideals. But what of himself? Dumbledore sighed deeply, his outward magic gradually retracting, his eyelids descending. In that moment, he resembled those elderly muggles who, upon encountering a prodigious young talent, felt nothing but a mix of admiration and helplessness. It was a bittersweet experience. At least Dumbledore's voice slowly diminished as he removed his glasses, revealing a certain cloudiness in his once bright eyes. It was time for him to concede. Provide me with a plausible reason, just one reason, he implored. Resembling a frail candle flickering in the wind, beseeching the youth for a morsel of understanding, Harry slowly opened his eyelids, as if beholding Dumbledore for the very first time. After all, encountering someone so brazen was a novel experience for him. The fluctuations in his aura indicated that this old man was vibrantly alive, with at least 3 decades ahead of him. Yet, here he was, feigning the appearance of a frail, ailing elder, desperately beseeching the youth to grant his request. While undeniably shameless, it was, nonetheless, a certain attitude. Harry cast a glance at Dumbledore, stiffly nodding in acceptance. Prior to this moment, it appeared that the elderly man was yielding, yet the true transformation lay within Harry himself. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was also a chasm between disparate worlds, bound by a myriad of unfamiliar rules that confined him to a limited sphere of action. However, the circumstances had shifted. Even if he could not prevail in combat, Harry now possessed the ability to escape, and he had gradually begun to decipher the rules of this realm, at least those governing the wizarding community. Now, the old man had chosen to relinquish some of the constraints, permitting him to act, provided he offered an explanation. As Voldemort's anguished cries echoed, Harry slowly spoke. To allow a weakened adversary to depart is an act of utmost folly, especially considering that we are sworn enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. Yet without him, the wizarding world will witness the rise of 5 new Voldemorts, 5 in total. Dumbledore replied, and so what? I will eliminate them, just as I did today. Furthermore, do you truly believe that the new life spawned from Horcruxes is devoid of vulnerabilities? Dumbledore remained silent, awaiting further clarification. My former teacher conducted an in-depth study of the fragment of soul that resides within me. I too became curious and undertook some more profound investigations. You should have seen the visage of ordinary individuals in the Mirror of Erised. Their minds were shrouded in chaos, acting solely on instinct. A sense of foreboding washed over Dumbledore. At that time, I was not strong enough to defy the golden tree that loomed over the world, nor did I dare approach the golden laws with anything but reverence. Yet, I still wished to assist those unfortunate souls afflicted by madness. It was during this exploration of the soul fragments that inspiration struck me. Dumbledore held his breath. I successfully reformed this spell on certain individuals. Even though the primary soul had lost its rationality, the 8 Horcruxes it had created could still possess a form of new life, retaining memories of the original. Regrettably, these new beings ultimately succumbed to the same affliction, the root cause lying within the golden laws, rendering my efforts ineffective. Dumbledore forcibly suppressed the impulse to draw his wand and cast a sleeping charm on Harry, as well as the urge to send him to Azkaban for further training. After all, Voldemort had at least targeted his own kind. The death toll was higher, yet there was some semblance of rationale. However, what Harry Potter had done, despite noble intentions, seemed excessively radical. Couldn't he conceive of a more prudent approach? Dumbledore suddenly recalled the images reflected in the Mirror of Erised, as well as the insights gleaned from other professors. In a certain sense, Harry indeed conceived a novel method to obliterate a world-esque law, slaying the deities and sovereigns of the Boundary Realm. He even contemplated the annihilation of the world itself. Instantly, Dumbledore extinguished his intention to send Harry to Azkaban, realizing that if he did so, the boy might establish a cadre of madness within the confines of Azkaban in just a few years. He took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, and continued to inquire, "What do you wish to convey?" "What I wish to express is that my understanding of Horcruxes far surpasses yours. Upon the demise of the principal soul, the first action of the remaining Horcruxes is to engage in mutual slaughter. Only a select few with unwavering resolve can evade this fate. Yet even they must maintain a considerable distance from one another. Although the Horcruxes are distinct entities, they share a certain connection, yearning to extinguish one another, craving the souls and lives of the other fragments. This insatiable desire is difficult to withstand. Even those of steadfast will require vast separations to escape its grasp. Harry shifted his gaze from Dumbledore to the utterly motionless Voldemort behind him. I believe he could no longer resist the temptation. After listening to Harry's explanation, Dumbledore's moral standards lowered, and he pondered for a moment. Dumbledore found the plan quite acceptable, but pointed out a significant flaw. How would the other Horcruxes become aware of this? It is instinct, Harry replied without mercy. Thus, I am the most coveted sustenance for all Horcruxes. I possess more than double the soul strength of an ordinary person, have slain deities, consumed great runes, and hold the nourishment from an entirely different magical system. How could they possibly resist? Chapter 72. The Final Death and Memory of Course. These reasons were merely to appease Dumbledore, at least allowing him some psychological comfort. Even without these justifications, Harry would choose to eliminate Voldemort here. There was no elaborate reasoning behind this lethal resolve. It was a principle he had adopted during his journeys in the liminal space. Furthermore, although Harry had no impression of his parents and felt no deep affection for them, they ultimately granted him life and assisted him through crises during his vulnerable moments with their own sacrifices. This was a debt of gratitude, a recompense. Are you satisfied? Harry inquired. Dumbledore gently nodded, falling into silence as he raised his gaze to witness Voldemort's downfall. Or rather, he should be referred to as Tom Riddle. Once one of the most distinguished graduates of Hogwarts, he had now become the Dark Lord wreaking havoc upon the British wizarding world. Voldemort's fragmented soul observed the interactions between the elder and the younger, unable to hear their words, yet certain they were intertwined with him. Moreover, Dumbledore appeared to have opted for compromise, not for Voldemort, but for Harry. Even if 5 new Voldemorts were to rise in the future, he must die here today. Pain and despair gradually faded, and the once chaotic and frenzied consciousness regained its former composure. The destined death that enveloped him was now but a mere breath away from Voldemort. He was about to die, having devoted his entire life to power and immortality. He found it ironic that he had not lived as long as Dumbledore. Harry had already made it abundantly clear. The Voldemort resurrected through the Horcruxes was not the true Voldemort. The genuine Dark Lord was on the brink of death. Suddenly, Voldemort recalled his true name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. As a self-centered egoist, he not only despised Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, but also cared little for pure-blood families and their so-called nobility in his mind. Only he was worthy of supremacy over all. He had once been merciless toward his foes and indifferent to his followers. Unable to comprehend any form of love or feelings for others, he attributed everything to the pursuit of power. Yet, when did this ideology take root in his heart? For some inexplicable reason, an unrelated doubt arose within him. His gaze fell upon the faces of the elder and the younger, one expressionless as a statue, the other wearing a bittersweet smile. So it was you, Voldemort uttered, his final words in the mortal realm. The destined death fully touched his fragmented soul, and then everything dissipated. The destined death, emblematic of demise, vanished alongside Voldemort's remaining essence, leaving behind an emptiness as if nothing had ever existed. There were no grand displays, nor were there mysterious magical sigils materializing in the air. As the destined death merged with Voldemort's fragmented soul, death truly descended upon his body, his spirit, his past, and his future. He was even stripped of the right to enter the afterlife. From this moment forth, Tom Marvolo Riddle, completely dissolved into the world. His once grand experiences and the influences of the future bore no connection to him whatsoever. He was dead, Harry stated, as if defining the next moment. Dumbledore remained silent, his heart a tempest of emotions, unsure of what to say. Should he chastise or confess his guilt? Perhaps silence was the better choice. As the greatest wizard of the current age, he could discern that Voldemort had truly vanished, not merely died. Upon death, the cowardly would linger as ghosts in this realm, while others would journey to the afterlife for new adventures. However, Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had even named himself in a manner that implied evading death and stealing it, faced the most terrifying demise. How tragic and lamentable. After a long pause, Dumbledore's lips trembled. It is over. Not quite. Harry glanced at Dumbledore beside him, aware that 5 messes still awaited resolution, but they would come seeking him. Are you afraid? Dumbledore inquired. Then he chuckled, realizing how foolish the question was. The wizard beside him had genuinely faced deities and showed them his blade. Such a person could hardly fear other Voldemorts. I was presumptuous, but as the headmaster, I must ask, what are your plans for the future, Harry? Harry pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling the textbooks in the Gryffindor common room. He lifted his gaze towards the mottled ceiling. Perhaps I should hasten my pace. I do not wish to confront a war between muggles and wizards before I have even set foot among the stars. One war at the boundaries is more than sufficient. Dumbledore stood frozen in place. What had he heard? What was happening? Why would Harry Potter return from the boundaries, express interest in muggles, and make such remarks? Had he not just arrived at Hogwarts not long ago? Moreover, the memories of his first 11 years should have been nearly forgotten by now. Suddenly, an alluring and charismatic figure, Grindelwald, appeared before Dumbledore. He cleared his throat and continued, "What are your intentions?" Intentions? My knowledge of muggles is scant. How could I possibly have any plans? However, the immediate priority is to unify Hogwarts under the aegis of the Kalia Wizarding Research Society and to establish my own influence. To avert a conflict between muggles and wizards, it is imperative to create a force that both sides would hesitate to provoke. Even if I could eliminate any individual in this world, I cannot eradicate them all. Headmaster Dumbledore, rest assured, in this regard, Lonnie has taught me much, regrettably. During my time at the boundaries, neither I nor the Fated Ones could find many allies. At that moment, Dumbledore felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate that blue-skinned puppet princess. Are you unwell? It was already sufficiently challenging at the boundaries. Wouldn't it be better to relax a little? What purpose does teaching them these things serve? Ahem. Dumbledore coughed twice, interrupting Harry's subsequent remarks, and quickly inquired, "What is your perspective on muggles?" Muggles? From my current understanding, they are not fundamentally different from wizards. They possess their own civilization and a fascinating science. Rather, it is the wizards' continued adherence to the secrecy laws and the derogatory terms for muggles in our textbooks that pose significant issues. At this moment, Dumbledore was utterly stunned. This line of thinking was not dissimilar to Grindelwald's views from years past. If Harry were endowed with the ability to foresee the future and perceived muggles as a threat, would he not begin to contemplate how to subjugate them? Just as he was about to offer some words of caution, Dumbledore abruptly closed his mouth. He suddenly recognized a crucial issue. The party created by Grindelwald under the guise of greater good was fundamentally rooted in a wizard-centric perspective. Dumbledore looked at Harry beside him, an involuntary hint of fear creeping into his eyes. However, Harry Potter did not occupy a wizard's perspective, nor did he seem to identify with the identity of a wizard. He resembled a rootless floating weed adrift in this world, with his only friends tenuously tethering him like fragile spider silk to prevent him from soaring too high. And the girl named Melina held onto his root. So, what choices would Harry, who would soon possess the strength to rival Dumbledore's and had a unique charisma capable of gathering a faction of wizards with just a few words, make? No. After the holidays, I must pay a visit to Numungard. As for the Wizarding Society, to hell with it. What time is it? 5 Horcruxes, each containing memories from different eras of Voldemort, are stirring restlessly. A wizard comparable to 2 Dark Lords and a White Lord is rising. And there exists another world's magical system to support it. He, Albus Dumbledore, a centenarian, truly could not bear the burden any longer. Even if he were to disregard everything and confront Harry now, he had no confidence in completely vanquishing this young wizard. Oh, right, Harry suddenly spoke. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a warm smile. What is it? Harry drew his wand and pointed it at his temple, gently waving it to extract a silvery thread that ultimately formed a small orb at the tip of his wand, reminiscent of Mercury. This orb contained memories from the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within him, albeit rendered excessively fragmented due to certain methods employed by his teacher. Do you wish to see it? After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore gazed at the memory suspended at the end of Harry's wand. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Well, perhaps it harbors secrets we have yet to uncover, Dumbledore remarked, as a heavy weight pressed upon his heart, rendering him breathless. Chapter 73. The pensive as they surveyed the empty room and the shattered Mirror of Erised lying on the floor, the 3 outside exchanged glances. The previous scene had been overwhelmingly intense. Even the exuberant Weasley twins found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Ron finally spoke up. I suggest we forget everything that just happened. How can we do that? We should spread the word. George and Fred vehemently protested, especially considering the suggestion came from their own younger brother. Shrugging, George placed his hand on his forehead and leaned forward, casting a longing glance into the room. And after a few clicks of his tongue, he said, Dumbledore and Harry have already departed. Fred dramatically nodded, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder. "They are heroes. Great heroes," George added. "And Dumbledore is always one step ahead." They exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously declaring, "Dumbledore has agreed." Ron, however, chose not to inquire about the specifics of that agreement, nor did he wish to know. He opted to abandon any attempt to comprehend the whims of his two exuberant brothers. Even if they were to broadcast today's events, it was likely that, apart from the members of the Caldera Wizarding Society, others would dismiss it as mere rumor. It was hard to say, considering the recent issues at Hogwarts had become common knowledge, albeit unreported and unacknowledged by the Ministry of Magic. During this delicate interlude, such declarations could elevate the credibility of those involved and those disseminating the information. Moreover, it posed little danger to Harry. Ron decided to let his brothers pursue their endeavors, but his focus shifted to a more pressing concern, turning towards the scorched remnants of the flames and the distant, foul odor wafting through the air. Ron grimaced and covered his eyes. "How shall we return?" In Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, Harry gazed at the pensieve with keen interest. "Is this the pensieve?" he inquired. Dumbledore nodded gently. They stood before a stone basin supported by towering columns, its rim intricately engraved with runes and symbols, filled with a silvery substance that appeared both liquid and gaseous, evoking an air of mystery. "What is contained within?" Harry wondered aloud. "Simply place the memory you wish to revisit into it," Dumbledore replied. Harry gazed intently at the pensieve, his eyes alight with fascination. He longed to possess one for his own dormitory. He had taken note of this remarkable object when he first encountered it in his textbooks. The pensieve could faithfully recreate any detail stored within the subconscious, allowing both the memory's owner and others to immerse themselves in those recollections and traverse through them. This meant Harry could delve into his hazy memories, unearthing knowledge he had long forgotten. Regrettably, such an artifact was not only rare within the wizarding world but also classified as an extremely dangerous contraband, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to acquire. Even when found, it was typically a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. To his surprise, there was one right in the headmaster's office. Alas, this was Hogwarts, where rules were enforced and a master presided. One could not simply charge in as one might in the Forbidden Forest and nonchalantly seize it. Harry grasped his wand and pointed it at his temple, extracting the fragment of memory belonging to Voldemort. He delicately placed it upon the surface of the pensieve. The silvery strand of memory, ethereal like smoke and water, merged into the basin, causing the previously dreamlike surface to react instantaneously. A series of images flickered rapidly, disjointed and chaotic. Harry retracted his wand and inquired softly, "How do I use it?" He leaned closer. Dumbledore, with his hands resting on the edge of the pensieve, lowered his head. The tip of his nose hovered just above the surface of the water, refusing to submerge, while his fingers, gripping the edge tightly, began to pale slightly from the strain. "Why not?" Dumbledore remarked. "What am I afraid of?" he questioned. Harry, standing nearby, felt a sense of confusion. Suddenly, with a sound akin to splashing water, Dumbledore's face disappeared completely into the pensieve. At that very moment, he raised a hand, gesturing for Harry to join him. Harry glanced at the height of the pensieve, then looked down at his toes. A book flew towards him. It was time to learn from Lonnie. He first used 3 thick tomes as stepping stones. Standing on the books, Harry leaned his face into the pensieve. In his vision, a series of once disjointed images now appeared with remarkable clarity, revealing astonishing details from any angle. Just as Harry began to feel bewildered, a voice suddenly rang out. For years, no relatives had come to see Tom. It was a strange female voice that came from outside the door. The dimly lit room was cramped, and a young child sat nervously on a chair by the window, his hands rubbing against his thighs. There had been some terrible incidents involving other children. The creaking door swung open, and the woman who spoke stood at the threshold, peering in with eyes filled with an indescribable fear. "Tom, someone has come to see you." Accompanying her was a man dressed sharply, adorned with a scarf more for embellishment than utility, his neatly trimmed beard and gray hair indicating his age. "How have you been, Tom?" the man inquired. "This is me," Harry heard Dumbledore's voice whisper, a professor lacking competence. He turned to find Dumbledore standing behind him, hands tightly clasped, his gaze fixed on his younger self with disdain, even loathing. Outside, the rain poured heavily, pattering against the window ledge, disturbing the minds of those within. The woman's pupils suddenly dilated, and she quietly closed the door, leaving space for the old man and the young boy inside. "You are a doctor, aren't you?" young Tom asked, staring at Dumbledore with eyes as cold as ice, devoid of the innocence typical of his age. Upon seeing his intended target for the first time, Dumbledore's brow furrowed. "No, I am a professor." With that, he slowly sat on the bed, facing Tom. "I don't believe it. She wants me to see a doctor. They think I am different from others," young Tom remarked. Harry keenly sensed that Tom's previously sullen expression seemed to soften just slightly. Dumbledore, standing beside Harry, noticed it too. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tom's eyes. "I am not mad." He yearned for a home. Dumbledore spoke solemnly. Yet at that moment, he was entirely unaware of this. His eyes bright as he explained to the young Voldemort, "Hogwarts is not an asylum. It is a school for the teaching of magic. You can do things, can't you, Tom? Things that other children cannot." Although young Tom still appeared somewhat gloomy, a change was evident. He seemed to grow a bit more animated. "I can make things move without touching them. I can command animals. Anyone who wrongs me will suffer. I can hurt them if I wish." Old Dumbledore crouched down, meeting young Tom's gaze at eye level, softly stating, "He is pleading for my acceptance." Harry did not respond, choosing instead to continue watching. His questions would soon find resolution. At that moment, Dumbledore provided an answer that sent Tom into a frenzy of delight. "I am like you, Tom, unique in every way. Prove it to me." Suddenly, flames erupted from the nearby cabinet, casting flickering shadows upon young Tom's face, a visage now marked by uncertainty. The joy he once felt had entirely vanished. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Tom. "It seems there are certain items in your cupboard that do not belong to you, Tom." Harry cast his gaze down at young Tom and observed that he had reverted to his original appearance, albeit with something added. "So, it is you who have nurtured the Voldemort of today, Dumbledore. Surely Grindelwald cannot be linked to you as well?" he remarked. Chapter 74. Self-righteousness in response to Harry's sarcasm. Dumbledore did not even lift his eyes. This was not a deliberate act on his part. It was simply his nature, and, moreover, he was not entirely wrong. His connection with both the first and second Dark Lords was profound. This realization left Dumbledore momentarily at a loss for words. Additionally, he was currently immersed in this memory, having no energy to engage with Harry's mockery. He had once believed there were minor flaws in his educational approach. However, viewing the past through the pensive in the third person revealed just how absurd his actions had been. Confronted with a child raised in an orphanage, he had rashly employed legitimacy and resorted to direct violence to convey to the boy that he could not behave in such a manner. He had forced young Tom to confess by igniting a burning wardrobe, simultaneously igniting Tom's obsession with power. Perhaps such a method might have worked on other children. But for one who had always known he was different and had never felt love, this approach would only solidify his belief that it represented the truth of the world. As this memory gradually diffused like ink in water, Dumbledore murmured, "It was my fault." These memories were crucial to the formation of Tom Riddle's identity. Indelibly etched in his mind, resilient enough to endure Harry's tribulations, Dumbledore found himself reluctant to continue viewing, fearing more memories linked to him would surface. Yet, one of the traits of the pensive as a perilous tool is that it does not conform to the user's desires. Scenes began to unfold. The surprise of arriving at Hogwarts, the awakening of his desire for power ignited by the Slytherin head, and the pernicious influence of the prevailing atmosphere that equated dark magic with strength, a nearly absurd misconception, were all revealed. When I first arrived at Hogwarts, I remarked that the Sorting Hat's criteria was akin to a piece of decayed meat, foul and repugnant, Harry commented. This time, Dumbledore did not evade the issue but addressed it directly. "You are correct, Harry. Yet, this is merely the beginning." During the summer, Tom was compelled to return to the orphanage in wartime London, standing silently before the gates of Hogwarts. "This is truly my home," he stated. The memory shifted once more. Tom diligently scoured the school for information, coming to the realization that he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin through his ability to speak Parseltongue, further solidifying his arrogance influenced by Slytherin's ethos. Although he claimed to professors that he had no familial background, he often hinted at his illustrious ancestors, a pride stemming from his sorting into Slytherin. Furthermore, in a quest to validate this belief, he sought to uncover his lineage, only to discover the stark opposite. Believing he had forsaken his mother to become a true Slytherin, a genuine pure-blood noble, he found himself devoid of the heart and destiny befitting nobility. Endowed with talent yet subjected to daily scorn from irascible family members, his father, having succumbed to the effects of a love potion, chose to flee. This represented the final chapter of Tom's experiences, a time of profound vulnerability. Regrettably, Dumbledore, at that time, remained wary and suspicious of this boy with an enigmatic nature. even if he never expressed it outwardly. Yet, this child, whom Dumbledore deemed emotionally ignorant, keenly sensed the underlying tension. "Dumbledore, your cruelty towards me surpasses even death," was his final statement as Tom Riddle, after which he adopted the name Voldemort. The elder and the younger emerged from the pensive, and as a professor, Dumbledore's throat constricted with emotion. Harry was rendered speechless, gazing at him. "I had numerous opportunities to transform him. If only I had dedicated a modicum of time and a touch of affection." Dumbledore, choked with emotion, repeatedly moved his lips. "This is my fault, mine alone." Harry shook his head, utterly perplexed by the old man. Even he had never contemplated shouldering such an immense burden. It was simply an impossible endeavor. In his view, Dumbledore had been exceptionally competent during his tenure as a Transfiguration professor. Moreover, with the multitude of young wizards requiring his attention, how could he possibly devote so much energy to just one? "Setting aside other matters, your current state is indeed a consequence of your own actions," Harry remarked. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, as if a realization dawned upon him. He nodded slowly, then staggered back a couple of steps, appearing on the verge of collapse. He lifted his gaze to the opulent ceiling, his eyes somewhat vacant. "You are right, Harry. Whether in my youth or through my misguided epiphanies, I have never truly accomplished anything correctly. I have utterly failed." Harry found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by the perpetual misinterpretation of his sentiments. In an effort to prevent the elderly man, who was clearly on the brink of collapse from the emotional strain, from fainting, he clarified. "What I meant was that your subsequent statements are not incorrect. Rather, your true error lies in your overwhelming arrogance. Dumbledore, who do you believe you are? Have the countless accolades bestowed upon you over the decades in the wizarding world clouded your judgment? You are but a headmaster, merely a headmaster. And your responsibilities are confined to those of your position. Moreover, it was you who willingly relinquished power. With that relinquishment, the corresponding obligations have likewise dissipated. In my view, the only individual capable of influencing the majority over these years has been Gellert Grindelwald. Although he ultimately failed to overthrow the Statute of Secrecy, he nonetheless succeeded in dismantling many of the decaying systems of his time. And you, Headmaster Dumbledore, have merely reached the limits of what you are capable of achieving. As a professor, you have performed your duties commendably, imparting knowledge to your students equally. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Admittedly, if we were to evaluate you through the lens of the Muggle knowledge Hermione imparted to me, you would indeed be deemed a failure as an educator. Yet, fortunately for you, you are a solitary old man, devoid of progeny." Harry's blunt consolation shattered the years of composure cultivated by the centenarian. Dumbledore trembled with rage, his throat emitting a series of huffing breaths, taking quite some time to regain his composure. Standing tall, he gazed down at Harry, this diminutive figure who barely reached his waist, and felt an unnamed fire blaze within him. Truth be told, he once believed that the emotion of anger had completely dissipated from his being. It now appeared that he simply had not encountered the right individual. Take Harry, for instance. His words could evoke a complex array of emotions, and at that moment, he added the final note to the symphony of feelings. "Very well." Dumbledore's tone softened, a gentle smile resurfacing on his face. Yet, the twitching corners of his mouth betrayed a tumult beneath the surface. He sighed deeply and reassured, "At least, the guilt in my heart is not as profound as before. This implies that you still harbor guilt, which I truly cannot fathom. Your reasoning has strayed beyond the realm of logic. To me, Tom Riddle and Voldemort are one and the same. He is the one who committed the transgressions. So why must you bear the burden alone? The tragedies of family and the pains of growth have never justified malevolence." Harry shrugged, casting a glance out the window as the fading light of the sun bathed the office in a warm glow, illuminating the floating dust particles suspended in the air. It was quite late, and the Muggle textbooks Hermione had provided left him with numerous perplexities. With that, he turned and strode toward the door, showing no regard for the headmaster of Hogwarts. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, a voice called from behind Dumbledore's. "Harry, emotions do not require logic. They're often elusive. Yet this is the wellspring of a wizard's power and one of humanity's most exquisite qualities. Although quite some time has elapsed since the beginning of term, I believe you are still not entirely familiar with the geography of Hogwarts, are you, Harry?" Harry turned around, his expression inscrutable. "Professor Dumbledore, you possess the authority of apparition at Hogwarts, do you not? If so, I kindly request that you escort me to the Gryffindor common room. I shall express my gratitude in advance." To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore revealed a broad smile, his laughter ringing out with unrestrained joy. "Of course, no need for thanks. It is my duty as headmaster." Chapter 75. Half a year as Dumbledore and Harry returned to the dormitory, they stumbled upon the soiled Weasley triplets. The brothers looked towards the headmaster, about to speak, but Dumbledore merely flashed them a mischievous grin before turning away, vanishing from sight. "Well, he is always like this," Ron remarked, rubbing his hands together. "We shouldn't expect too much from him." The Weasley twins raised their hands in agreement. As the long day concluded, Hogwarts finally informed the students that it was time to return. Clearly, despite the leniency of Hogwarts administration and Harry's remarkable charm, the allure of the holiday had waned. After an extended break, the faces of the young witches and wizards on the day of return bore a glum expression. Shouldn't they extend the holiday a bit longer? From the Weasley twins, they learned of the events that had transpired that day. While not many fully believed in Voldemort's resurrection, a greater number suspected Professor Quirrell, the Death Eater, was behind it. Nonetheless, this did not deter the young wizards from dining in the Great Hall, where they greeted Harry in unison before lamenting Voldemort's weaknesses. Why is this dark wizard so feeble? Why doesn't he wreak more havoc? If he is so terrifying, why not demolish half of Hogwarts Castle? Harry found these thoughts unfathomable but chose not to concern himself, as they were of no consequence to him. The establishment of the Califian Wizarding Society was merely his attempt to leave a mark on this world. He had no intention of delving into anything beyond that. According to the current trajectory, the day he would step into the cosmos was drawing near. Harry was indeed the greatest sustenance for the other 5 Horcruxes, yet simultaneously, they served as the finest nourishment for his growth. As the Christmas season passed, the year 1992 unfolded. The previous year had been tranquil. With the exception of Voldemort's brief stir, and the wizarding world remained in peace. As for the Muggle world, little was known, despite Harry's earnest desire. It was quite challenging for him to obtain first-hand information about the Muggle realm while residing in Hogwarts. This predicament was shared by other Muggle-born wizards, including Hermione, as Hogwarts, or rather the wizarding community, strictly forbade any entanglement with Muggle affairs. Had the previous Muggle textbooks not been intended for Harry Potter, they would have long been confiscated by the professors. Nevertheless, some officials from the Ministry of Magic had attempted to visit regarding this matter, but they were ultimately dismissed by Dumbledore, who was not inclined to see bloodshed so soon. Consequently, Harry chose to take advantage of the situation. Since everyone had reached a compromise, why not push a little further? You may monitor my movements daily, speculate on my thoughts, and even attempt to mold me into the person you desire, should you possess the capability, Harry stated. I could also forego any initiative to expand the Califian Wizarding Society within Hogwarts, of course, unless they wish to join voluntarily. Dumbledore, seated in an armchair, gazed up at the ceiling, cradling a cup of red tea in his hands, with a small, gleaming golden time turner resting on the table beside him. After taking a sip, he pondered for a moment before quietly responding, "What, then, is the cost? I require Hedwig to deliver a daily newspaper from the Muggle world." Dumbledore's fingers trembled, causing a few drops of tea to spill from his cup. After a brief pause, he gently nodded, "Agreed, but I must have the privilege of selecting the newspaper." Harry expressed his agreement. Thus, in the daily morning hall, Harry's habit of perusing the Muggle news became a renowned spectacle at Hogwarts. Shortly thereafter, he discovered that his actions had been chronicled in the Daily Prophet. A journalist named Rita Skeeter penned nearly 2 paragraphs of commentary, asserting that Harry was destined to become the next Dark Lord. It is well known that the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, rose to power by proclaiming the enslavement of Muggles, while the second Dark Lord, Voldemort, manifested astonishing charisma during his time at Hogwarts, amassing a devoted following in a mere few years. In light of these observations, it can be boldly speculated that Harry possesses the combined traits of both his predecessors, suggesting he may indeed be the next Dark Lord to wreak havoc upon the wizarding world. Regarding Skeeter's outrageous assertions, Harry refrained from extensive commentary, opting instead to seek a direct conversation with her should the opportunity arise. He would not adhere to an extreme self-restraint akin to that of Dumbledore. Harry discovered in the newspapers that both wizards and Muggles remarkably stood united in establishing a fair, objective, and independent facade. Yet, every word was steeped in prejudice, subjectivity, and conformity. Nonetheless, the news bore a semblance of truth. Even the most biased commentary could not obscure the facts that had transpired. Consequently, the Muggle world was no longer shrouded in an impenetrable blanket for Harry. However, this only provided him with superficial knowledge, leaving him at a loss on how to delve deeper. The crux of the matter lay in the upcoming summer vacation, during which he must thoroughly comprehend the cultural history and military capabilities of the Muggle realm. Otherwise, He would remain in a state of mere awareness of the newspaper's content without the ability to explore further. For instance, today's news reported a military coup in the Soviet Socialist republics, with the newly appointed president annulling previously signed independence agreements. The newspaper speculated an impending civil war that could potentially engulf all of Europe. Harry found himself unable to ascertain the situation or understand the structure of these countries and the identities of their leaders. For now, he could only commit these headlines to memory, pondering them at a later time. As the final holiday of his first academic year passed, the weather finally normalized after Easter. The atmosphere at Hogwarts became correspondingly tense. This time, Harry was entirely uninvolved. He had always adhered to his promises. And the members of the Kalia Wizard Research Society had momentarily ceased their activities at Hogwarts, which comprised half the student body. Moreover, even the current 2 student council presidents dared not trouble Harry, so naturally, he would not behave erratically by seeking out confrontations. The fundamental reason for this was simple: exams were approaching. After all, Hogwarts was a school, and a responsible one at that, unlike the Lyra Lucaria School of Magic, where transgressions could result in expulsion or even execution. However, Harry and his friends were not particularly concerned about these issues. They continued to maintain their usual habits. The only source of frustration for Harry during this period was the necessity of perpetually holding a sprig of mandrake leaf in his mouth. Yet, for several consecutive months, he had failed to achieve any success. Normalizing the weather in Britain proved to be no small feat. It was no wonder that only Professor McGonagall was registered as an animagus within the entire British Ministry of Magic. With such dreadful weather, success seemed a far-fetched notion. Each full moon brought either cloudy skies or rain, and the most exasperating aspect was that these weather conditions rarely lasted long, usually only for a fleeting 10 minutes. However, in that brief window, Harry had to restart the first step of becoming an animagus. To this end, he sought out Professor McGonagall to inquire about her successful experiences. "I completed it in France," she replied. Harry pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire, "Is it possible for me to hold a mandrake leaf at Hogwarts and then, before the next full moon, proceed to France to complete the subsequent steps of absorbing moonlight? My counsel is to refrain from such actions." Why? Because becoming an animagus is one of the most perilous aspects of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall could not elucidate clearly, offering only this vague admonition. Harry had always been one to heed advice. Thus, he resolved to find a location with stable weather during the summer, one that would not mirror the unpredictable climate of England. After enduring 2 months of incessant failures, June finally arrived. The oppressive heat was palpable, and the classroom designated for their examinations was particularly stifling. The teacher distributed new quills specifically enchanted to prevent cheating. Additionally, there was a practical examination. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into the classroom to see if they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Initially, Harry struggled to grasp the essence of the task, wobbling as he pointed his wand at Professor Flitwick. The transfiguration exam required them to transform a mouse into a snuff box, and more than half of the students failed to meet the standard. However, Professor McGonagall was quite pleased with their efforts. In previous years, at least half of the students would have flunked rather than merely underperforming. During the potions exam, Snape loomed closely behind, his breath palpable on the back of their necks. Yet the questions on the paper were absurdly simple. Throughout the examination period, Harry found his mind wandering, fragmented as he contemplated various matters. Following the conclusion of the History of Magic exam, the first year at Hogwarts came to a close. "It was far easier than I initially anticipated," remarked Hermione as the members of the Caledonian Wizarding Society gathered outside in the brilliant sunshine. "I didn't really need to emphasize the prohibition against cheating during the hall lessons. Is cheating even necessary? As an exemplary student, she didn't even entertain the thought of revisiting the exam questions." Clutching her paper, Hermione was at a loss for words. It was simply too easy. Harry, unusually aligned in thought with the young wizard beside him, surveyed the crowd on the lawn and nonchalantly tossed aside the parchment he had just stamped. "Is there anyone with questions? I am here to provide answers." A profound silence ensued. The onlookers glanced around, wearing expressions of ill intent as they speculated on which unfortunate fool was struggling even with the final exam questions. There was little wonder, for the weekly assessments of the Kalia Wizarding Society were several degrees more challenging than these exams. The more capable members had already begun to delve into knowledge from the first and second years of high school. Even Ron, who typically devoted the majority of his focus to the game of wizard chess, submitted his paper early during the examination. declaring that if he did not achieve an outstanding grade, he would gladly offer his head to Percy. Since there are no questions, we shall disperse. Oh, and from today onward, evening study sessions for the Kalia Wizarding Society will be suspended until the commencement of the next academic year. Harry surveyed the crowd and articulated his thoughts. Given his current standing, naturally, no one opposed him. Yet, he felt no joy. The current assembly was rather rudimentary. Merely a learning organization, hardly deserving the title of a society. During the summer, he would need to re-educate himself in this regard, at least to create a semblance of formality. Thus, the end-of-term banquet awaited. Chapter 76, not exceeding 5 points on the dais sat the professors. Though one was notably absent compared to the opening ceremony, the absence of the defense against the dark arts professor at the end-of-term banquet was a Hogwarts tradition that could not be overlooked. Observing the expressions of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, one noted their calm demeanor, devoid of any fluctuations. This year's supplies were merely a touch perilous, leading to a few complications. Yet in the end, they adhered to Hogwarts traditions, did they not? In contrast, Professor McGonagall was more concerned about her students. Sitting upright with a grave expression, she inquired, "Pomona, how did your little witches and wizards fare?" As the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout always bore a gentle smile. After raising her glass in a toast to her house's prefect, she leaned slightly closer to McGonagall and whispered, "The first and second years received an overall rating of excellent. The third years fared somewhat worse, but those students who did not achieve excellent did so because they were studying advanced material prematurely, failing to grasp the deeper meanings of the knowledge. As for the fourth years, only half managed to achieve excellent." Only? McGonagall echoed Sprout's words. Realizing the inappropriateness of her phrasing, Sprout smiled at McGonagall. Similarly, McGonagall was quite pleased with the current students' performance. Half of them attaining excellent was commendable. In years past, it was often the case that only a little over half of the students managed to achieve passing grades. Professor Snape scoffed. "You might as well state that all the witches and wizards participating in the Kalia Wizarding Society received excellent, and those who did not, did so due to their premature studies." Premature studies, indeed. Snape endeavored to mask his displeasure, yet the satisfaction he felt while grading papers was difficult to ignore. However, upon glancing at the fifth-year students preparing for their ordinary wizarding level exams, he noted that less than half secured satisfactory grades. As for the sixth and seventh years, Snape was reluctant to comment further. They were the worst two cohorts he had ever taught. "All right, enough of that," Dumbledore interjected, feeling a mix of emotions as he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. The founders of the Kalia Wizarding Society were about to make their entrance. The hall still adhered to past traditions, adorned in Slytherin's green and silver to celebrate their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A massive banner displaying the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the guest seats. Harry, escorted by Hermione into the hall, noticed an abrupt silence before the hall erupted into chatter once more. He approached the Gryffindor table, surveying the scene, uncertain of where to sit. This table was currently occupied by students from other houses, who were engaged in lively conversations, casting eager glances in his direction, oblivious to any impropriety. Harry felt a sense of relief, while Dumbledore appeared slightly awkward. Due to such circumstances, the points deduction system had become virtually obsolete. Fortunately, Ron, the future general, was ever so boisterous, patting the seat beside him, only to be met with a light smack from Hermione. Despite the attention from Malfoy and Neville, Harry ultimately chose to sit between Ron and Hermione. As he settled in, the noise in the hall gradually subsided. Ding, ding, ding. Dumbledore picked up a spoon and tapped it against a metal vessel, producing a clear, resonant sound that drew everyone's gaze towards him, the headmaster. Another year has passed. Dumbledore's voice carried an unusual tone. Even his typically warm smile seemed somewhat stiff. "Before we indulge in this splendid feast, I must trouble you all with the ramblings of an old man. What a remarkable year it has been. Surely your minds have expanded beyond their previous confines." Dumbledore feigned a glance at the parchment in his hand. Indeed, they have expanded considerably. This year, at least half of the students achieved 3 or more excellent ratings. A wave of cheers erupted in the hall as the students reveled in their commendable achievements, fully aware of the source of their success. "Potter," one voice shouted. However, Dumbledore had anticipated this, promptly conjuring a burst of black fireworks with his wand to compel the young witches and wizards to settle down. "There is an entire summer awaiting you, a time to digest all that you have learned before the next term begins," Dumbledore continued, setting aside the parchment and meeting the gaze of the assembly. "You may enjoy a well-deserved rest during the summer, there is no need to continue your studies. I understand it may not be appropriate for a headmaster to say such things, but I hope you will reflect on the purpose of your learning." A silence enveloped the hall, as they had never truly contemplated this question. If the 5th and 7th years studied for their ordinary wizarding level and ultimate wizarding exams, what then was their purpose? Gradually, eyes began to turn towards Harry. He had initiated this trend, transforming learning into a habitual pursuit, albeit interspersed with elements of violence. Yet, it was undeniable that this was indeed for their benefit. At the very least, this summer, they could proudly share their accomplishments with their parents and relish a carefree holiday without fear of reprimand. Dumbledore half closed his eyes, choosing to overlook the student's actions as he continued reciting his prepared speech. "Now, according to tradition, we must first conduct the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. This year, rather unexpectedly, Slytherin's 7-year reign has been overturned, as Hufflepuff claimed the title by a narrow margin." Instantly, a thunderous cheer and stomping erupted from all members of the Callia Wizarding Society, fully aware of the implications. Consequently, the exuberant Weasley twins leapt to their feet. "Headmaster Dumbledore!" George exclaimed, dramatically waving his arms. According to tradition, Fred squatted down, mimicking the act of raising a crown. "You ought to announce the scores of the 4 houses. Otherwise, it won't be fair." The twins chimed in unison, embodying a grandiose demeanor. Everyone knew their nature. They thrived on entertainment, never shying away from chaos. Thus, the members of Callia rallied behind the twins, celebrating their achievements from the past year. "Headmaster Dumbledore, do tell." They clamored, "Say it, say it," with increasingly fervent cries. Professor Dumbledore surveyed the circle of professors surrounding him. Upon meeting the gaze of their superior, the group of accomplices averted their eyes, feigning ignorance. Only his trusted confidant, Professor Snape, met Dumbledore's gaze and boldly declared, "My deductions are justified." Are the deductions made by other professors any less so? However, witnessing nearly half of the assembly fervently shouting in response, Dumbledore sensed that should he suppress their enthusiasm, there might be a few who would impulsively cast a freezing charm upon him. More likely, they would unleash the distinctive magic of the Callia Wizards Research Society. Reluctantly, Dumbledore chose to acquiesce, stating, "As you wish." The specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 0 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 0 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, 1 point. 1st place, Hufflepuff, 2 points. Chapter 77, A Warning from the Ministry of Magic. Since the founding of Hogwarts, these scores are unparalleled in their absurdity. Dumbledore covered his face, without exception. Yet, Dumbledore's exasperation was the utmost delight for the members of Callia. They had succeeded. Harry had set forth the first objective for the Callia Wizarding Research Society, to which they had made substantial contributions. Although they were currently incapable of altering the long-standing tradition of house divisions at Hogwarts, they could at least subvert some of the rules rooted in that tradition. The clamor was nearly deafening. The students, hoarse from shouting while calculating their next moves, realized they had taken their first step, albeit just a beginning. Dumbledore would undoubtedly retaliate, and the following academic year would certainly see reforms in the system of rewards and penalties associated with the House Cup, striving to preserve the tradition of house divisions. As expected, the venerable headmaster raised a hand, casting his gaze around the hall, and after a pause, the din gradually subsided. Indeed, well done, Hufflepuff," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, mischievously winking at Harry. However, he added, "there was a recent matter that must be taken into account." The hall fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of the Callia members faded considerably. They recognized that their headmaster was, as always, about to stir things up. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have a final allocation of points to distribute. Let me see. I almost forgot to acknowledge a significant event this year. You all remember that this Christmas break was extended by an extra week, don't you? During this time, one student made an indelible contribution to Hogwarts. You all know who it is, don't you? Harry Potter, for his remarkable efforts in the restoration of Hogwarts Castle. I award Gryffindor 50 points. Instantly, a hush fell over the hall. This meant that Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, declared, "We need to make some minor adjustments to the decorations here." He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green hanging streamers transformed into a vibrant red, while silver turned to gold. The massive Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Although Snape, the head of Slytherin, wore a genuine smile at that moment and shook hands with Professor McGonagall, her expression appeared somewhat awkward. She knew all too well that this was Dumbledore's intentional ploy. At least, Harry had been considerably subdued recently. Surely he wouldn't cause any trouble at this late stage? As this thought crossed her mind, McGonagall glanced at Harry, only to feel a sudden pang of dread. She watched as he rose to his feet, raising his wand high, a searing, orange-hued ball of lava forming at its tip. Even from a distance, McGonagall could feel the heat radiating from the fiery orb. Stop! As a responsible professor, McGonagall immediately drew her wand in an attempt to intervene. Alas, it was too late. The molten mass floated upward, erupting like a firework, scattering high-temperature lava not downward, but outward, toward the myriad Gryffindor symbols. The crimson streamers and lofty banners turned to ash the moment they were touched. After incinerating every Gryffindor emblem, Harry glanced at the individuals on stage and slowly returned to his seat, stating, "I assisted because I am a student of Hogwarts." With that, he fell silent, disregarding the myriad expressions on the professors' faces. The seventh-year Gryffindors, however, wore a particularly vibrant array of expressions. They had hoped to witness the downfall of Slytherin's honor, only to find Harry had obliterated their banner instead. McGonagall, incensed, struggled to find her voice, her finger trembling as she pointed at Harry, yet she maintained her composure. After a long pause, she spoke with a serious and irate tone. "Gryffindor, deduct 50 points. Only after uttering those words did she realize the implications, sighed, and resumed her seat. In response, Harry deliberately raised his cup to McGonagall, took a delicate sip, despite the absence of any beverage within. At that moment, Dumbledore was also observing him, his tired and helpless eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles. "Harry, can't you take a year off, allowing this old man a moment to rest? At least until the next academic year, perhaps?" Hearing the aged voice beside him, Harry was not particularly surprised. He lowered his head and murmured, "I must deliver results to the Collegia members. The Collegia magic is merely a reward mechanism, but to unite their hearts, they must witness that their actions bear fruit, and that their leader is willing to incur the displeasure of some. The goal of an organization is mutual achievement." Dumbledore chose to disregard it. Regardless, Harry would invariably concoct a seemingly rational justification to counter him. It was evident that this was the doing of Princess Lonnie. With heartfelt thoughts for Lonnie, Dumbledore managed a faint smile as he raised his cup. "At least let us celebrate this end-of-term feast in honor of the summer to come." Dumbledore opted for compromise before turning and vanishing. He intended to seek out an old friend whom he hadn't seen in decades and engage in a meaningful conversation. He certainly did not wish to deal with the mess at hand, nor could he. Accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the young sorcerers, an array of delectable dishes materialized in the empty plates, marking the official commencement of this imaginative banquet. On the day the examination results were announced, no one paid heed, for prior whispers had already revealed how well everyone performed. The results were so outstanding that the professors had no intention of concealing them. Every first-year student excelled, rendering any ranking utterly meaningless. As the report cards reached each student, the holiday was declared to have officially begun. It seemed as if, in an instant, their wardrobes were emptied, and their belongings packed into suitcases. Harry, clutching a Nimbus 2000 gifted by Malfoy, intended to journey directly to France, determined to embark on the first step toward becoming an animagus this summer. After savoring the final breakfast at Hogwarts, a notification from the Ministry of Magic was delivered to each student. This seemingly inconsequential department, which appeared to serve no purpose, cautioned them against using magic during the holiday. Naturally, Harry dismissed this warning as mere noise. He could effortlessly levitate or summon objects, as long as they were beyond reach, for all its destructive limitations. Magic in this world offered unparalleled convenience in daily life. For instance, the almost omnipotent Scourgify spell could restore cleanliness to even the most disheveled and filthy environments at a remarkable speed. Had Professor Sprout been present, she would undoubtedly regard the Scourgify, the Accio, the Extracting, and the Repairing Charms, among others, as the most vital tools for exploring the essence of magic. Moreover, magic had become ingrained in Harry's very marrow. He could not relinquish it, even for a mere 2 months. While he might choose to compromise with Dumbledore, he certainly would not extend the same courtesy to the Ministry of Magic. Unlike Dumbledore, who suppressed his own lust for power, Harry would not allow this group, wielding authority without strength, to flit about unchecked. Should they dare to overstep, Harry would not hesitate to act. Did they truly believe him to be of a gentle disposition? The foundation for Harry and Dumbledore's mutual compromise ultimately rests upon a singular truth. Neither party has any leverage over the other. Chapter 78. Severing ties. The train traversed various Muggle towns as they indulged in Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes in favor of jackets and short tops. At last, the train came to a halt at platform 9¾ of King's Cross Station. It took them a considerable amount of time to disembark. A frail old guard stood by the partition, permitting only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, thus preventing an overwhelming surge of people from emerging simultaneously from the solid wall, which might attract the attention of muggles. "You must come to our house this summer," Ron exclaimed. "Both of you. I will send an owl to invite you." "Not likely," Harry replied, raising his broomstick. "I need to head to France or somewhere else this summer." Hermione, somewhat perplexed, pondered his reasoning. Despite their nearly inseparable companionship during these days, she often found it challenging to comprehend his thought process. "What do you intend to do there?" "Complete the first step of becoming an animagus. I have but one stipulation. From one full moon to the next, those 2 days must be free of clouds and rain. That is all." The young wizards surrounding Harry exchanged glances, contemplating the weather conditions in their own homes. It was evident that fulfilling such a requirement in England would prove to be quite difficult. "Very well." Upon hearing Harry's reasoning, Hermione abandoned her attempts to dissuade him. She recognized that Harry possessed a strong sense of determination when it came to exploring magic. Any attempt to undermine his plans by citing the dangers faced by young wizards would likely be futile. If Harry can single-handedly confront Voldemort, how many individuals within the wizarding world could possibly pose a threat to him? However, how does one intend to proceed? Hermione inquired, expressing her utmost concern. Harry retrieved a world map and a compass from his pocket. At this point, Hermione ceased her inquiries. Harry, along with the 2 younger ones and Neville, made their way towards the exit leading back to the Muggle world. Only the older students squeezed past them, while all the members of Collegia willingly fell behind. This was partly due to Harry's remarkably swift pace. Aside from Professor Snape, who seemed to soar like a bat, Harry was the fastest in all of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, he was somewhat directionally challenged and required Hermione to guide him. As they approached the platform, Harry gestured for the younger wizards behind him to proceed first. "Goodbye, Harry. Farewell, Potter," they called, their tones laced with admiration. Ron grinned widely at him. Harry nodded, stating that his prowess stemmed from his actions. If one could transfer their skills in wizard's chess to reality, they too could achieve such heights. Upon hearing this, Ron became animated, gesticulating wildly as he enthusiastically elaborated on the new rules he had devised for wizard's chess, only to be silenced by Hermione, who playfully smacked him on the back of his head. After the group passed through the exit, Neville nodded at Harry, bidding farewell with an expression of sheer exhilaration as he dashed towards his grandmother, exclaiming, "I've become smarter, Grandma. I want to forget." Hermione, shedding her Hogwarts demeanor, swiftly made her way to her parents, chattering excitedly, occasionally pointing at Harry. Hermione's mother greeted Harry with a gentle smile and a nod, while her father appeared somewhat displeased, his expression stern, and he pursed his lips in evident discontent. Harry was perplexed by the couple's demeanor. Despite being husband and wife, they exhibited strikingly disparate attitudes towards him. "There he is, Mum. Look over there." A girl's voice interrupted Harry's reverie. Turning his gaze, he saw Ginny, Ron's sister, but she was not pointing at Ron. Ron appeared accustomed to this, merely shrugging at Harry before joining his family. He had now found a goal worthy of a lifetime's pursuit. Rendering the trivialities of the moment insignificant, he even wished to return home swiftly for assistance from his twin brothers. "Harry Potter," she called out in a high-pitched voice. "Look." "Mum, I see him." "Don't shout, Ginny. It's impolite to point at others," Mrs. Weasley admonished with a gentle smile as she looked down at them. "It's been quite a busy year, hasn't it?" she inquired. "Indeed, it has," Harry replied candidly. "At times, I must divide my focus into 3 parts just to find time to delve into magic." Mrs. Weasley's pleasantly plump face registered a momentary surprise before she finally managed to respond. "Oh, that's nothing, dear." Ron chimed in teasingly, "I told you. Everything I wrote in the letter is true. That's just how Harry is, Mum." Just then, a coarse, phlegmy sound, as if struggling to expel a lingering mucus, echoed as Harry glanced up to see Uncle Vernon. His face remained as red as ever, adorned with a bushy beard, and his eyes bore an angry glare directed at Harry. In this crowded station filled with ordinary folk, Harry brazenly carried a cage containing an owl, which was quite audacious. Behind him stood Aunt Petunia and his cousin Dudley, their faces betraying a look of alarm upon seeing Harry. "You must be Harry's family," Mrs. Weasley remarked. "One might say that," Uncle Vernon replied brusquely. "Hurry up, boy, we can't waste the whole day." He turned and walked away. Harry was not surprised by Uncle Vernon's attitude. Rather, He found it somewhat unexpected that they had even chosen to drive to King's Cross Station. Harry waved his hand, seized his broomstick, and made his way towards the Dursley family. He needed to elucidate to them that from this moment forth, there was no longer any necessity for their paths to intersect. "Let us part ways until the end of summer. I wish you a pleasant holiday," Hermione said, gazing in disbelief at Uncle Vernon's retreating figure, astonished that such a person could be related to Harry. There was not a single resemblance between them. "Oh, I shall indeed have a delightful time," Harry replied, "if I am successful." Once alone again, Harry clutched his broomstick and approached the Dursleys. "You there, boy?" Uncle Vernon barked, even though he knew Harry now wielded magic. His unpleasant demeanor remained unchanged. "Get in the car, quickly." Harry positioned the broomstick beneath him and turned to glance at the family. Uncle Vernon's face was flushed, his anger nearly palpable. Aunt Petunia and Dudley, now seated in the car, seemed to have lost their fear of magic, their expressions openly revealing disdain as their eyes averted. Unwilling to meet Harry's gaze directly, "What do you intend to do?" Uncle Vernon erupted with fury at the sight of Harry, his aversion to all things magical evident as he bellowed, "This is our territory now, not a playground for you lunatics." The surrounding crowd cast curious glances in their direction. Even the Ministry of Magic officials tasked with erasing Muggle memories leaned in to observe, intrigued by the famed Harry Potter and his Muggle relatives. Regardless of being Muggles or wizards, they were all human, sharing a common curiosity, particularly when the subject of their intrigue was a celebrity. Their interest was further fueled by their duty to ensure that the Muggle populace remained oblivious to the wizarding world. Harry's actions, however, had clearly crossed a line. "My intentions are straightforward." Harry surveyed the ministry officials, noting their skills were comparable to those of seventh-year students, and promptly lost interest. He secured his belongings on the broomstick before opening the birdcage, allowing Hedwig to perch upon his shoulder. After completing these tasks, Harry turned to Uncle Vernon, whose finely crafted features reflected the light, resembling a lifeless doll devoid of any emotion. "From this day forth, we shall not meet again." "What do you mean?" Uncle Vernon attempted to continue his tirade, yet in the face of Harry, his tone inadvertently softened. Harry casually toyed with Hedwig, who was bouncing on his shoulder, and remarked, "Literally speaking, you are weary of me, envious of me, and fearful of me. And Petunia, while I can surmise that beneath your jealousy lies a sense of guilt towards my mother, what does it matter?" Aunt Petunia's neck, elongated beyond the norm, turned stiffly like a rusted cog to gaze at Harry, her typically acerbic visage now betraying an unfamiliar complexity of emotions. "You ungrateful little wretch, you eat my food. You sleep under my roof." Uncle Vernon seemed to ignite like a powder keg, unleashing his ire towards Harry, laced with scorn for his wife. However, both Petunia and Dudley remained silent, seemingly aware that this gaunt relative was on the brink of departing their lives entirely. Harry lifted his chin, his emerald eyes devoid of any emotion. "Had I encountered that enchanted mirror prior, I might have endeavored during the summer to improve our relationship, perhaps to the point of resembling a family. However, at present, I lack the energy to indulge in your trivial games." Uncle Vernon's indifferent voice sent a shiver through the corpulent middle-aged man, making him feel as though he were ensconced in a frigid wasteland rather than a sweltering train station. His face flushed crimson, his mouth set in a defiant line. "What's this, you ingrate? We share no blood ties, yet after having raised you for 11 years, I would advise you to consider altering your demeanor, at least to appear more civilized in the presence of other wizards. The laws I intend to uphold dictate that wizards and muggles are equal in status. However, fairness cannot be assured." Uncle Vernon failed to comprehend Harry's words, yet he discerned the underlying menace and immediately glared, baring his teeth. "Are you threatening me?" "No, merely stating a fact." Harry had completely lost interest in conversing with his muggle uncle and turned his gaze towards Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley. Aunt Petunia sat in the car, her lips moving as if she wished to articulate something, yet ultimately she fell silent, tightly embracing her son. "I am profoundly grateful that you would still offer me refuge despite the knowledge of Voldemort's existence as a token of my appreciation. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties in the future, you may seek assistance from the members of Collegia, but only this once." Dudley wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his cousin, sensing an invisible, thick barrier had formed between them. "Is there anything else you wish to say, Petunia Dursley?" Aunt Petunia silenced her husband's inclination to act with a mere glance. She could sense that the Harry before her was no longer the person they once knew. Moreover, he was earnest. She was on the verge of losing all connection with her sister entirely. Some words felt as though they were lodged in her throat, suffocating her. "Internal group. 519124243. I wish you a safe journey. Ultimately, and Petunia spoke the kindest words she had ever uttered to Harry in her life. Harry nodded. Thank you. Rest assured, I shall soon undertake some modifications to this body, after which our blood relationship will be irrevocably severed. Chapter 79. Time at this moment. It was not just the Dursleys who were taken aback. Even the onlookers were rendered speechless. The surrounding muggles had indeed been driven away by the Ministry of Magic's agents. Yet this was King's Cross Station, still bustling during the holiday season. There were plenty of wizards present to collect their children. Furthermore, due to the secrecy laws, they were immensely curious about everything pertaining to the Muggle world. Adding to this was the fact that it was Harry Potter's Muggle family, which amplified the gossip to an extraordinary degree. Upon hearing Harry's astonishing declaration about delving into advanced dark magic in his first year, the crowd was left in shock. They suddenly realized that perhaps Rita Skeeter, the journalist, was not merely fabricating stories. Harry, having begun to dabble in dark magic at such a tender age, could inevitably grow into the third Dark Lord in just a few years. Ahem! An elderly voice echoed throughout the station. Instantly, the entire space seemed to freeze. The scorching sunlight hung suspended in the air. The crowd stood rigid, frozen in their previous actions, appearing both comical and terrifying. I merely stepped away for a brief moment. Dumbledore appeared before Harry. Can you not behave for just a moment? Even if it is just a little. Harry surveyed his surroundings, his pupils narrowing slightly. Prior to this moment, he had given considerable weight to Dumbledore, yet he was astonished by the old man's formidable prowess. Have you paused time? Harry mused, his chin in hand as the magical diagram within him surged with power, ready to conjure a fragment of his soul to escape at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Harry's inquiry, Dumbledore stroked his beard, nodding gently. However, the hand concealed beneath his wizarding robes trembled slightly from the intense expenditure of magical energy. And even the Elder Wand reverberated with the strain. To subdue Harry in one decisive stroke, he had pondered extensively, ultimately acquiring this extraordinary ability through an unforeseen circumstance. As a wizard standing at the pinnacle of the magical realm, he ought not to have acted so recklessly. Yet, the individual he sought to restrain was Harry, who too occupied a summit of his own. Should he fail to instill a sense of equivalent threat, Harry might simply turn away. Recently commissioned by the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore had undertaken some modest research into time manipulation, and this spell to halt time emerged from those efforts. With a benevolent smile and an unruffled tone, he presented the matter as if it were trivial. However, Harry's keen intellect could not fathom Dumbledore's intentions. Instead, he was more preoccupied with the implications of his words. It seemed that his perception of the Ministry of Magic had been misguided. After all, it was the governing body of all wizards, undoubtedly possessing formidable power that instilled fear in every other sorcerer. But if that were the case, Harry pondered, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why had the Ministry not subdued Voldemort over a decade ago? With the ability to manipulate time, would it not be effortless for them to confront him? Or was it a deliberate choice to allow Voldemort to wreak havoc, in order to consolidate public sentiment? What a riddle! Dumbledore silently scoffed. Harry was unaware of the true nature of the Ministry of Magic. One could only wonder about the peculiarities of its personnel. The number of competent wizards barely exceeded a handful, with several of those having already retired. The remaining few were increasingly inept, and now, they appeared even less capable than a decade ago. Their decline was palpable. In earlier times, while one might not label the various ministries as paragons of virtue, they were at least able to command respect through strength. Even Gellert Grindelwald would have thought twice before challenging them. Yet now, many could scarcely perform even the simplest of spells, such as the shield charm. Perhaps, for reasons unknown, Dumbledore continued to cast a veneer of gold over the ministry. He swiftly changed the subject, emphasizing that the true crux of the matter lay within a specific department, the Department of Mysteries. At this juncture, Dumbledore gazed meaningfully into Harry's eyes. Harry, he urged, remember that although this department is ostensibly under the ministry's jurisdiction, in essence, even Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, holds no authority over them. In fact, it can be said that while the ministries of magic across the globe may function without a minister, the Department of Mysteries remains ever present, maintaining exceedingly close ties among themselves. Harry half closed his eyes, resting his chin in contemplation. It now seemed that his deductions regarding the Ministry of Magic were fundamentally accurate. The foundation for the continued existence of the ministry rested upon these mysterious departments. Before Dumbledore had revealed this to him, he had been unable to find even a hint of information about this department in any of his books. It was aptly named, for it indeed exuded an aura of power upon their first encounter. Time, a force to which Harry could not help but yield, loomed large in this equation. Given Dumbledore's nature of not revealing important information without cause, the fact that he had shared such significant details suggested that there was something substantial at stake. For the moment, this was a secondary concern. As long as the matter was acceptable to Harry, he would acquiesce. The gravity of this information was simply too critical to ignore. "What is it that you seek from me?" After clarifying his thoughts, Harry spoke candidly. "Let me be clear, returning to the Dursleys is out of the question." "Why would you think that?" Dumbledore replied with a warm smile, waving his wand, causing time to resume its flow. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us some space. I need to have a serious conversation with Harry. Trust me, Harry is a good boy." The crowd exchanged glances, but since it was Dumbledore speaking, they gradually dispersed, taking their peculiar children with them. The ministry officials, who had been observing from a distance, also bowed in respect before departing, showing no intention of intervening. Although Dumbledore's reputation had diminished somewhat within Hogwarts, outside its walls, his standing was akin to that of a gold galleon, if not more esteemed. As Harry surveyed the bustling crowd that was slowly dissipating, he remarked with a hint of amusement, "Your authority has not diminished due to your role as headmaster." Naturally, Dumbledore conceded without hesitation. He stepped between Harry and Uncle Vernon, stating, "Public goodwill is a form of power, a truth I only comprehended over a decade ago." Turning to face Vernon, the muggle middle-aged man, Dumbledore appeared to possess a mane of elderly white hair. Yet the rosy hue of his face suggested that this old fellow might be more vigorous than a youth. In the wizarding world, age had never been an indicator of strength. Moreover, Dumbledore was gradually liberating himself from his own constraints. Even standing still, the formidable presence he emanated was beyond what Vernon, a mere bourgeois muggle, could withstand. Enough. Just as Vernon unconsciously retreated to the car door, Petunia, seated inside, suddenly screamed, "It's my fault, it's my—" as she spoke. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her sharp, disdainful face. Dumbledore regarded the family with a calm demeanor, maintaining a sincere smile. "No, it is my error. There are some matters I should have clarified earlier. I placed Harry with you to allow the ancient magic that Lily invoked to continue within him, but now, Harry no longer requires it. Therefore, since you so despise Harry Potter, and Harry harbors little affection for you, as a headmaster, I genuinely wish for reconciliation. Yet, I understand that it is impossible. The wrongs have accumulated over these 11 years. Vernon suddenly thrust his chubby hand forward, his face reddening as he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, the weight of his form causing the vehicle to sway slightly. Bang! He slammed the door shut. "I understand now." The engine roared to life, and with a heavy foot on the accelerator, he drove off, only to come to a sudden halt after a considerable distance. He leaned his head out of the window, shouting, "You little brat! Ungrateful wretch! You mad? Irrational wizards should all perish. If you wish to become a lunatic, I cannot stop you. So be it. We are no longer connected." With that, the vehicle roared back to life, vanishing from sight. Dumbledore watched the Dursleys' car fade into the distance and remarked quietly, "They will come to regret their choices, and perhaps even feel relieved." He turned his gaze toward Harry, adding, "It will not be long now." At that moment, Harry felt the piercing gaze of some ominous presence upon him, and his hand instinctively grasped his wand. "What do you mean?" "Gellert Grindelwald, my dear friend, wishes to see you." Chapter 80. Dumbledore and Grindelwald. A tower, austere and shrouded in darkness, stood solitary atop a peak, far removed from civilization. The howling wind, laden with flurries of snow, swept over this bastion, the crackling sounds resonating with an icy sharpness. This marked the first occasion in over 40 years that Albus Dumbledore set foot upon this land, the very ground that held the solitary individual who loved him above all else. Tightening the robes of a wizard around him, Dumbledore looked up at the towering edifice, which seemed to instill a sense of dread, its summit piercing the clouds. He drew forth his wand and directed it at the chains securing the entrance, and a symphony of clashing metal echoed forth. The chains binding the door seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing like serpents, their metallic surfaces striking against the doorframe and generating a cascade of sparks. "Albus Dumbledore forbids entry." A line of fiery letters appeared upon the door. Dumbledore was not taken aback by this warning. By then, it was common knowledge that he shared an exceedingly close bond with Grindelwald. Despite having vanquished him, suspicion still lingered about his allegiance. Given the cold-blooded nature of political creatures, their resorting to such tactics was to be expected. But that was in the past. Dumbledore spoke, indifferent to whom his voice might reach. Once more, the ancient wand in his hand struck against the door. This time, the wooden barrier splintered into fragments, scattering across the surrounding earth and sending up clouds of soil and snowflakes. As he stepped inside, the cold gray stone walls revealed droplets of water, and a chill more profound than the outside air enveloped him. A gust of warm breath escaped as Dumbledore's brow furrowed with a somber expression. He ascended the staircase with purposeful strides. Out of respect, he refrained from employing a spell to directly approach Grindelwald. The echo of his footsteps resonated through the eerie tower, and before he could take more than a few steps, an impatient shout rang from above. Halt! This is Nurmengard, by the International Wizarding. However, before he could finish, Dumbledore, burdened by a tempestuous demeanor, rendered him unconscious with a mere flick of his wand. As he passed by the jailer responsible for the solitary prisoner of Nurmengard, Dumbledore caught a glimpse of the man's weathered skin, marred by frostbite. He continued upward, pushing open the final wooden door. Ah, I thought you would make me wait until I lay in a cheap coffin, only to stand at my grave and shed tears. Albus, a frail voice emerged from the suffocating confines of the chamber. Dumbledore turned toward the source, frozen in place. The cell that had confined Grindelwald for over 40 years was cramped and devoid of adornment, comprised solely of cold gray stone. The only source of light came from a ceiling aperture, whether broken or deliberately left open, through which not only sunlight but also the biting chill of the outside world seeped. Geralt Grindelwald had languished in this prison for 47 years. In Dumbledore's recollection, Grindelwald was still the formidable leader of the Purity Party from over 4 decades ago, exuding charisma with every gesture, commanding respect without uttering a word. Yet now, he had become a frail old man, his face etched with deep wrinkles, disheveled and clad only in a thin, soiled white shirt, his exposed skin riddled with frostbite. He curled in a corner, clutching a newspaper, beside which lay neatly stacked several feet of the same. Dumbledore pressed his hand to his cheek, his fingers turning pale from the pressure, the nails digging into his flesh. Drops of blood fell from his fingers onto the cold stone floor, mingling with the dust below. A profound sense of guilt consumed him. He could calculate and manipulate everyone with a stoic facade, yet in the presence of his dear friend, he faltered. I am sorry, Gellert. I truly did not know they would treat you this way. Grindelwald, however, was not taken aback. Weakly waving his hand, he replied, Albus, do not feel remorse. This is not your fault. I have always been a prisoner. In the beginning, I had a comfortable cell, even if it was merely an illusion conjured by transfiguration. However, as the oppressive laws governing wizards were gradually abolished, they slowly forgot about me. The price of being forgotten is reflected in my treatment, one by one. Even the aurors assigned to oversee me departed, leaving only a former follower behind. But I know it is all worth it. Oblivion is the best reward for me. Grindelwald's eyes retained none of the murkiness of old age. They were as clear as in his youth, capable of piercing through to the future. Since their departure, I have isolated myself for 30 years, forcing myself to ignore the wizarding world, to disregard the muggles. Albus, 30 years. His voice, no longer aged, bore a hint of fury. I believed that wizards would begin to change, at least not to descend into the ignorance of muggles who worshipped deities during the Middle Ages. At that moment, it seemed as though flames ignited within Grindelwald's eyes, searing and passionate. Dumbledore turned away, unable to meet the gaze of his old friend, feeling as though he stood before him as a wretched insect from the gutter. With great effort, Grindelwald straightened himself, his posture reminiscent of his former self. Though his steps were unsteady at first, he soon approached Dumbledore with resolute strides. He extended his frostbitten hands, gently placing them against Dumbledore's face, the blood from his palms mingling with the wounds on Dumbledore's skin. It was reminiscent of that summer in 1899 when they had cut their palms to let their blood intertwine. Once, their hearts beat as one. Now, they stood as adversaries. Grindelwald's emaciated arms possessed a strength that belied their frailty, slowly turning Dumbledore's head to face him directly. Their foreheads pressed together, and Dumbledore could even feel the warmth of Grindelwald's breath. Albus, you have grown weak. The once formidable you is now no different from an ordinary old man clinging to life through memories. Grindelwald's lips curled into a smile. Now tell me, why have you come to seek me? Chapter 81. A history altered. My cold palm pressed against Dumbledore's face, contrasting starkly with the warmth of his blood. I wish to ask for your assistance. Please. Grindelwald seemed to find amusement in this request, bowing his head as his chest heaved with laughter. a mocking sound that gradually subsided. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Dumbledore. Please? Albus, it appears you have changed significantly over the years. Grindelwald withdrew his hands, stepping back until his back met the cold stone wall, struggling to regain his balance. What is our relationship now? He pointed to his own chest, then gestured toward Dumbledore. Are we friends? Or are we foes? Tell me, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's lips trembled, and after a long silence, he uttered two words, dear friends. Deeper than that, as always. Grindelwald's laughter was dry and hollow, as if the sound were forcibly extracted from his throat. He leaned against the wall, gradually sinking down, the smile fading from his face. Albus, touch your heart and say it again. Dumbledore closed his eyes, pressing a hand to his chest. He reminisced about the summer of 1889, the legendary duel of 1945, and the intricate entanglements that had unfolded throughout those moments. After a long pause, he slowly opened his eyes, which, once clouded, now sparkled with clarity, mirroring Grindelwald's own gaze. Dumbledore unfurled his wizarding robe and sat upon the cold ground, locking eyes with Grindelwald. We are closer than brothers, even after years of conflict? Indeed. Our bond has never wavered. A smile crept across Grindelwald's lips as he picked up a crumpled, blood-stained newspaper from the ground, carefully folding it and placing it beside him. If Dumbledore was willing to let go of the past, he would follow suit. Ultimately, it was he who had fled like a coward, unwilling to bear the consequences that summer. I agree. Excuse me? I said I agree. Are you not curious about what? Grindelwald chuckled, shaking his head. Leaning his head against the wall, his eyes drifted to the gray ceiling. I know you, just as you know me. You would not seek my assistance unless it pertained to a matter of great significance within the wizarding world. Otherwise, this soft-hearted Dark Lord would not be here. Do you regret your past actions? Dumbledore replied with unwavering conviction. Not at all. Grindelwald's expression brightened with satisfaction as he gazed at his friend. Excellent. This is the Albus Dumbledore I know. Welcome back, Albus. Alas, we are both aged and weary. Rekindling our former ideals seems nearly impossible, though not entirely out of reach. Grindelwald's demeanor shifted, as if the weight of his past grievances had lifted, revealing the humor of an old friend. Despite his 47 years of imprisonment, his spirit remained unyielding. In the past half-month, I have perused every newspaper from the last 30 years. Honestly, Albus, I cannot believe you were cornered by Voldemort to such an extent. Dumbledore smiled in silence. Had he chosen to unshackle himself then, Voldemort would have posed no threat. However, truly unshackling himself would have made him a more formidable dark wizard than Voldemort, one who sought to dominate all wizards. That was in the past. But now I am constrained, having been taught a lesson by a young one, realizing I can no longer accomplish much. Noticing the underlying meaning in Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald squinted, scrutinizing his dear friend. So, tell me, what brings you here? You must have sensed it as well, Gellert. From our position, it would be impossible not to. Grindelwald nodded, sharing his insights. Half a month ago, history shifted, yet I cannot discern the precise nature of that change. After all, our understanding of the world has remained unchanged. However, the fact that history has indeed been altered compelled me to break my isolation and review 30 years' worth of news articles. If you are inquiring about what I discovered, unfortunately, Albus, I found nothing. Dumbledore shook his head with a relaxed demeanor, resembling a man awaiting death. I am well aware, for I discovered nothing either. Yet, this is inconsequential, as I have found a wizard capable of altering the future. Oh? Grindelwald's interest piqued as he raised an eyebrow. A wizard who can change the future? Albus, do you grasp the implications of your words? Certainly, I maintain my own judgment. With a flick of his wand, an image of Harry appeared in the air. This is the wizard who has brought me endless troubles from the onset. His youthful visage radiated an unusual power, even as a mere image. As Grindelwald observed this face, his amusement faded, giving way to a grave seriousness. He should not be so young. Even the most gifted young wizard should not possess such presence. Despite 47 years of confinement, Grindelwald's discerning eyes remained sharp, quickly recognizing the underlying nuances. We both understand that the afterlife indeed exists, Dumbledore explained slowly, discreetly adjusting his robe for warmth against the cold ground. The mysteries of the world exceed our imagination. Why should there not be another realm beyond this one? Upon hearing this, Grindelwald conceived a bold hypothesis. Initially, he deemed it impossible, but as a wizard and a revolutionary, he cast aside such skepticism. Are you suggesting that this young wizard hails from another world? No, he is Harry Potter, a child born of this world. Harry Potter, Grindelwald repeated, closing his eyes. He was undoubtedly familiar with that name, the boy who lived, the savior who vanquished Voldemort. Yet, another thought surfaced in his mind, recalling an article penned by Rita Skeeter. Are you implying that he once ventured into another world? Dumbledore nodded, elaborating. Upon awakening his magical abilities, his soul traversed to another world. However, according to my sources, his body likely accompanied him, though upon his return, it restored to its original state, including parts of his soul. The most troubling aspect is the world he visited, a realm steeped in destruction, desolation, despair, and darkness. Gellert, our Harry grew up there, shaping his worldview, mastering formidable magic. And ultimately, a contemplative smile emerged on Dumbledore's face, echoing Grindelwald's enigmatic expression. He confronted a deity. Much like a tale from a storybook, he journeyed through the world with like-minded companions, ultimately defeating the Dark Lord and saving the world, albeit with varying details. Grindelwald cast this notion aside, as his mind, having only recently resumed functioning after a half-month of dormancy, still bore the rust of age, unable to draw immediate conclusions as in his youth. After a moment, he turned back to Dumbledore. Is he powerful? Did he breach that barrier? Extremely powerful. He stood at the pinnacle of that world, wielding an entirely different magical system. As for that barrier, I have already revealed the answer to him. Grindelwald's brow furrowed, his eyes darkening. Are you out of your mind? Or is the external environment even worse than this prison? Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged as he clarified. If I were to remain silent, how do you think Harry, who shattered an entire world and ultimately subdued a deity, would react? Grindelwald fell into a contemplative silence. The deity you speak of, is it a true deity? Not omnipotent, yet undeniably possessing powers akin to the divine, replied Dumbledore. What does shattering mean? Grindelwald continued to inquire. Observing this, Dumbledore decided to divulge everything he knew without reservation. After acquiring this information, Grindelwald pressed the back of his head against the wall, relying on its coldness to temper his rapidly racing mind. Shattering, he mused, is indeed taken literally. Moreover, he found himself unable to refute it. Had he been present, there would have been little recourse. What a nonsensical world this is. After a moment, Grindelwald opened his eyes and spoke slowly. Albus, you are correct. What is his current objective? Do we need to join forces to confront him? No. We cannot resolve what Harry had prepared before arriving at Hogwarts. For him, achieving a perfect soul division is no formidable challenge. Switching bodies is as trivial as changing a set of cutlery. He has inherited all the beliefs of the girl named Melina. At this mention, the smile vanished from Dumbledore's face, and he solemnly grasped the robe that lay carelessly on the floor. Thus, his current aim is to safeguard this world before he steps into the starlit expanse once more, ensuring it can withstand the threats from beyond the stars. Although Harry employs his own methods and is simultaneously learning the knowledge of this world, his means of dominion stem from a being known as Lonnie. Ultimately, Harry Potter seeks to establish a law in this world, and the most terrifying aspect is that he truly possesses that capability. Grindelwald's spirit jolted. His previously lax body surged with vitality. Now, Albus, bring Harry to me at once so that I may instruct him personally. Trust me, I have the capacity for this. During the initial 17 years of my confinement, I absorbed a vast array of history regarding Muggles and wizards, along with their political philosophies, ideals, and systems. Most crucially, I once stood in that position. Damn it, what semblance of a proper ruling method can that wretched world offer? Satisfied by Grindelwald's declaration, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. At last, he had secured an ally. A centenarian may find himself lacking, yet together, they could surely achieve something. I have come precisely for this reason, and besides, you still have a considerable number of supporters. Chapter 82. To follow me is their honor. Austria, Nurmengard. A pair, one old and one young, traversed the frigid snowy expanse. Harry could not comprehend why, with Dumbledore's extraordinary abilities, he chose to relocate to a distant mountain peak instead of simply operating directly to the tower. Even if his aged body was weary and breathless, he refrained from mentioning his mastery of magic. Since he was unwilling to speak of it, Harry chose not to inquire. After all, as the individual bestowed with the title of the greatest wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore's actions undoubtedly held profound significance. Much like the intricate schemes he had previously devised against Harry. Naturally, Harry's own physical condition was far from ideal, traversing the frigid, icy terrain. He felt the precariousness of his body, sensing that he might collapse at any moment, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Next year, at most, next year. Harry murmured softly. Beside him, a breathless Dumbledore turned his head, inhaling a deep breath of the frigid air, and gasped, Harry, what did you say? The wind was too strong. I couldn't hear you. Harry replied, I said, I am also suffering greatly. The moment I open my mouth, a torrent of snow and wind rushes in. At most, I can endure until next year. Next year for what? I have devised a plan for my physical transformation, starting with my frail lungs and heart. Are you ever going to stop? What grievance do you hold against your original body? Just recently, you were persuaded by Miss Granger not to change your body. And now you are turning around to replace parts? Dumbledore stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. At his advanced age, rising after a fall would be quite a challenge. Fortunately, he was a powerful wizard and managed to cast a levitation spell on himself just in time. However, even after stabilizing his form, he felt a lingering unease. Never mind, this is no longer my concern. Let Gellert handle Harry. He is more familiar with him. I only hope Severus can arrive soon. This old body of mine cannot hold out much longer. Indeed, Dumbledore's choice to act so foolishly was to afford Professor Snape and Grindelwald some time. Given Grindelwald's current physical state, it would be impossible for him to gain any advantage in meeting Harry. Merely avoiding being verbally bested by that sharp tongue would be an achievement. After reconciling with his dear friend, Dumbledore's first task was to locate Professor Snape. Grindelwald was uninjured, and sending him to the hospital seemed futile. Rather, Snape, an unparalleled master of potions, could quickly restore him to optimal condition, even if only for a brief period. Yet, despite this, Grindelwald still felt uneasy. In my estimation, Harry Potter is exceedingly proud. This arrogance is deeply embedded within him, though he does not exhibit it outwardly, Grindelwald remarked. Dumbledore had already expressed his intention to disengage from the matter, and even Professor Snape chose to step back. If the two of them could not influence Harry, then the first Dark Lord would take the lead. What do you intend to do? I will cooperate fully, Dumbledore sincerely stated. When he meets me, I want him to be utterly exhausted, allowing this battle-hardened individual to rely on instinct. This is the only method to handle such a person. Conveniently, I also require this interval. With thoughts of his dear friend preoccupying him, the two finally reached the door of the tower. At that moment, a member dispatched by the International Confederation of Wizards was stationed by the entrance. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he approached briskly. Mr. Dumbledore, we need to have a serious discussion. May I enter? Before he could finish his sentence, Dumbledore promptly took Harry with him to the top of the tower. He had no time to indulge these individuals in idle chatter. Harry's matters are of utmost importance. What was that just now? Harry inquired. Dumbledore shrugged and pushed open the attic door, merely an inconsequential figure. Harry, you are now my foremost concern among wizards. Harry chose to disregard the unvoiced question and stepped directly through the door. After all, he had prepared for all eventualities, no matter how the old man acted. He possessed immediate means of escape. Yet, to this day, Dumbledore had never caused him harm. This undeniable fact, coupled with the trust that had accumulated over time, was the reason Harry was willing to continue alongside him. Upon entering the grand doorway, Harry sensed something amiss. Given the structure of the tower, the uppermost level should have been rather confined. However, the room before him was comparable in size to the potions classroom. The undetectable extension charm, Harry murmured as he gazed about the opulent surroundings. The room was exquisitely adorned, with a floor comprised of wooden planks in varying hues, interlaced to form a design of triangles, circles, and a straight line at its center. Taking a few steps further, he encountered a well-crafted carpet, though modest in size. It harmonized beautifully with the wooden flooring while adding a touch of practicality. The inner area was divided into two levels, connected by a spiral staircase, upon which a broom was currently tidying up. The second tier was predominantly occupied by books, stacked thickly in an orderly fashion, with their covers even thoughtfully color-coordinated. This understated yet luxurious chamber did not overshadow the presence of the elderly man, who seemed to embody the very essence of the world itself. "Welcome back, Albus," Grindelwald said, his sleeves tugged up to his elbows, revealing skin adorned with the unique spots and wrinkles of age, as well as scars left by frostbite. Dumbledore, clearly unaware of this, appeared momentarily stunned as he opened the door, his mouth twitching uncontrollably at the corners. Upon noticing this detail, Harry refrained from uttering further words and confidently strode across the floor towards the elderly man. "You must be Gellert Grindelwald. I have encountered your name in numerous historical tomes." Grindelwald raised his chin, his pupils devoid of any murkiness, as if veiled by a shimmering layer, reflecting the entirety of the world around him. "So you are Harry Potter," he replied, his voice rich and magnetic, possessing a unique allure that ensnared one effortlessly. Coupled with his current attire, this charm surged exponentially. In stark contrast to Dumbledore's customary garb, an elaborate wizarding robe steeped in medieval stereotypes, which, while not unattractive, appeared somewhat incongruous. Grindelwald's attire was impeccably tailored, evidently crafted with intention, embodying a blend of practicality and sophistication reminiscent of Muggle fashion. The exquisite quality of the materials further drew the eye to his entire being rather than fixating on particular aspects. Even as Grindelwald boldly rolled up one sleeve, exposing an arm for Professor Snape to manipulate at will, this scene rendered the otherwise uniquely poised Snape akin to a potion master in service of a sovereign. Harry stood still about 3 meters away, sensing the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the other. "You are formidable," he remarked. Undoubtedly, this individual possessed power comparable to that of Dumbledore. Even if one were to infer from the information revealed by that arm that he had been imprisoned for decades, his exploration of magic had never ceased. "Does strength truly matter?" Grindelwald retorted, "Even if I no longer possess such power." He lifted his gaze, diverting his attention from Harry to survey his surroundings. "I can still effortlessly acquire everything, even if I remain silent. My devoted followers continue to flock to me, eager for me to wield their wealth, which they consider the highest honor." Chapter 83. Relinquishment. Is this merely a show of force? What, then, is Grindelwald's true objective? Harry squinted, resembling a true wizard intrigued by the discovery of an extraordinary species as he regarded the infamous Dark Lord documented in history. Alas, his weary body could scarcely sustain extensive contemplation. Drawing upon his experience and knowledge, he decisively shattered the prevailing silence. "Is this truly the method of domination you have chosen? Yet, the essence of your current power derives from your strength, not from any other source. Gellert Grindelwald, your portrayal in contemporary literature is remarkably scant. Yet such a deliberate brevity renders the accounts more objective, for they still chronicle all your past deeds. Strength is the direct catalyst that enables you to instigate turmoil throughout the wizarding realm." Suddenly, Grindelwald's stern visage broke into a smile, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he turned to observe his arm, currently being infused with an unknown liquid. "Snape, your student is quite astute." Indeed. Once beyond the walls of Hogwarts, Professor Snape became notably lenient towards his pupils, perhaps a habit cultivated under the imposing shadow of the first Dark Lord. After all, he is an old spy in the service of the Dark Lord. Seemingly more pleased with the response, Grindelwald tilted his neck, allowing his authoritative countenance to soften. "Mr. Potter, did you hear that? You are indeed clever." Harry partially closed his eyes, his wand held firmly in hand. A faint and almost imperceptible aura of magic began to swirl around him. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" he inquired. "You regard me as clever, do you not?" Grindelwald turned his gaze towards Harry, the warmth of his previously jovial expression suddenly chilling. "Yet, it is merely cleverness," he replied. "Such intelligence, in the hands of others, I would lavishly commend and entrust with significant responsibilities. I would trust their intellect, even if they are but fickle-minded individuals lacking loyalty." This blend of flattery and reprimand is a tactic Grindelwald knows all too well. "However, Mr. Potter, do you not aspire to establish a system of laws in this world? While power is undeniably vital, its true function is primarily confined to the acquisition of dominion, once dominion is attained. Power merely serves as one of the means to uphold that authority. To maintain control, power is but a tool, not an end in itself, and certainly not something to rely upon exclusively." Feeling the energy coursing through his veins, Grindelwald narrowed his eyes and involuntarily let out a contented sigh. Such a display of vulnerability appeared remarkably harmonious on him, in no way diminishing his inherent majesty. Withdrawing his hand and adjusting his sleeve, he rose silently and paced towards Harry, towering over him. To rely excessively on power is to risk becoming the next Voldemort, a fool who seeks to wield fear as a means of control. Conversely, the absence of power renders one akin to the current Ministry of Magic, barking impotently without effect. Harry stepped back slightly, striving to align his gaze with that of the elderly man. Alas, his current physique was exceedingly slender, a consequence of the malnutrition endured under the care of the Dursleys. However, the disparity in height could not diminish the aura that surrounded him, a blend of vitality and a divine-like haughtiness that flowed through Harry. Even Grindelwald, who had intentionally positioned himself thus, felt as though he stood on equal ground with this wizard, whose stature barely reached his abdomen. "I am well aware," Harry replied coolly, "that my passion lies solely in magic. Power is but an accessory, yet the establishment of lawful authority is indispensable." A smile tugged at the corners of Grindelwald's mouth, though the creases around his eyes remained as still as stagnant water. "Do you not understand? Then why persist in your obsession with power?" "Because." An image of a sovereign arose in Harry's mind. Strength is indeed the very reason for kingship. A derisive chuckle escaped Grindelwald's lips, growing louder as he turned around, exclaiming, "How amusing, truly delightful, just as it was in my time." And then, he tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Harry, inquiring about the fate of this sovereign. "He was vanquished by me and the fated ones." No. Grindelwald shook his head, yet maintained his back towards Harry. This was a subtle technique he had gleaned from Muggles, previously employed without understanding its rationale. Presenting his most vulnerable side to someone as capable and proud as Harry was the most effective means of widening the chasm between them. Naturally, he faced away from Harry because he was a battle-hardened wizard. What of that sovereign after seizing dominion? I am indifferent to his experiences. My concern lies solely with the laws he established. Harry reminisced about Grindelwald's experiences and retracted the magic infused into his wand. He had been cast out by his own wife, and as for the remaining laws of gold, before he could finish his thought, Grindelwald suddenly pivoted, leaning forward to gaze down at him. "And what of the aftermath of your expulsion? Was there any opposition, or perhaps a substantial dissent?" His followers had also been expelled. With a sharp clap of his hands, Grindelwald's face regained its smile, laced with a hint of mockery. "Indeed, I am not as powerful as that king. Not in the slightest, for had I occupied that position, I would have been swiftly dispatched by discontented subordinates post-expulsion. In those days, I had truly fallen to the same level as Voldemort, yet I retained ideals that continue to garner me followers to this day." "Mr. Potter," Grindelwald crouched down, his eyes fixating on Potter's vibrant green orbs, "we may indeed share a common language. You must also recognize that the king is better described as a warrior." Harry remained silent for a considerable time. Although Grindelwald harbored ulterior motives, his remarks possessed a certain truth, and indeed, he lived up to his reputation by deducing the life of that monarch from mere fragments of conversation, regardless of the circumstances. The Discolorers had undeniably extricated themselves from the shackles of Gellert Grindelwald, even if he adorned them with a fade of elaborate decorum, suppressing the wildness of a lion within. Yet, everyone recognized him as a formidable warrior, one who advanced the golden law with the most fierce of methods, earning the title of the inaugural king. However, the title of king is merely an honorific. When Harry and the Discolorers returned beneath the golden tree, only Grindelwald and a lion remained. "Perhaps you are correct," Harry remarked. Grindelwald felt a sense of relief in his heart. At last, he had managed, through various means, to bring this young wizard to his knees, or at least to feign compliance. Consequently, he deemed himself worthy of becoming Harry's mentor. "Mr. Potter, if you aspire to establish a law, it cannot rest solely on power." "Indeed, I am endeavoring to resolve all of this," Harry replied. "Clever," Grindelwald said, not intending to mock. He cast a glance at Dumbledore, who was nearby, cradling a cup of red tea, and quickly averted his gaze. "You have begun to learn how to become a ruler. Coincidentally, I have gathered some intelligence about you from an inconsequential individual, particularly regarding a certain Miss Lonnie, who must have imparted considerable knowledge to you. The end reveals the dagger." Yet, Grindelwald sensed that his success came too easily. He was plagued by an inexplicable intuition. It seemed as though everything unfolding was a result of Harry's voluntary concession. He had anticipated that his displayed arrogance would elicit some emotional reaction from Harry, yet he received nothing in return. He merely observed him. Chapter 84. Dumbledore, you schemed against me. Harry remained silent, his expression so impassive that it could easily be mistaken for that of a statue, revealing no hint of vulnerability. At that moment, Grindelwald finally sensed something amiss. Despite his meticulous preparations and Harry's evident exhaustion, a ruthless individual of Grindelwald's caliber should not exhibit such retreat. This was not merely a compromise, it was a concession. Grindelwald pressed his lips together, his piercing gaze locking onto Harry's. He then let out a derisive laugh, directed at himself. It seemed from the very beginning, Harry had likely discerned his intentions and had simply aligned himself with Grindelwald's line of reasoning. Where was the semblance of pride in that? He was as humble as a slave in the face of knowledge. A significant oversight had occurred in Grindelwald's earlier judgments of Harry. This was a mistake on his part. However, Grindelwald would never acknowledge his faults. Instead, he sought the reasons behind his errors. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, recalling the moments shared with Dumbledore. For a brief time, the two of them, one old and one young, fell into an eerie silence. On either side, Professor Snape continued to brew his potions without lifting his gaze, yet the corners of his mouth, hidden beneath strands of hair, involuntarily curled upwards. It was quite satisfying to witness the self-important elder faltering in Harry's presence. Naturally, as a professional spy, he would not betray his amusement with laughter. Dumbledore, however, was unrestrained. Calmly preparing tea, having been thoroughly entertained by the preceding spectacle, sipping his cup of red tea rather rapidly. It was indeed amusing to observe a proud leader, oblivious to his own folly, spouting grandiose claims, especially since this leader was his lifelong friend. Coincidentally, Grindelwald had also discerned why he had fallen into such an almost blind error. He turned to face his old friend, his blood pressure rising. "Albus, you have failed to disclose everything." Dumbledore ignored the sudden voice in his ear, continuing his task, having just brewed a pot of tea, promptly retrieving a handful of wriggling cockroach sweets from his pocket. As for completeness of information, he was not Harry's instructor, and he had no intention of prying into Harry's mind for any morsel of insight. How could he then hope to see the full picture? He merely shared what he knew, leaving the rest to Grindelwald's wild conjectures. Any omissions were not his concern. Dumbledore was simply an ordinary old man wishing to enjoy tea, sweets, and a good show while shedding the burden of a mess. Indeed, Harry suddenly spoke, shattering the awkward silence. When Grindelwald mentioned kingship, Harry was able to surmise his true intentions. In truth, Grindelwald need not have acted so. Harry would have readily agreed to any knowledge presented to him, eager to embrace it. Furthermore, acquiring such knowledge had been part of his plans for the summer. Grindelwald overturned all his previous assumptions about Harry, starting anew on a blank canvas, redrawing Harry's character. After casting a fierce glare at Dumbledore, he retracted his stance, as if the earlier events had never transpired. As a being who embodied both wizardry and political astuteness, Grindelwald's mindset was notably adaptable, whether towards others or himself. Much like Dumbledore's moral compass. As a sorceress, Lani undoubtedly stood atop the world's pinnacle, yet as a ruler, she was merely a novice. With an unflustered demeanor, Grindelwald recited his prepared speech. "Harry, you must understand one thing. In any world, as long as life shares similar pursuits and emotions, the means of governance remain the same. According to Muggle terminology, it is a matter of abstracting life, stripping away their skins, and describing them solely through words. You will then discover that whether Muggle or wizard, even in the realms you have traversed, these lives share commonality. So, Harry, tell me, how long did the Golden Law reign over the world without rebellion?" This time, Harry fell truly silent. He genuinely did not know. When he began his journey through the Borderlands, the duration of the Broken Wars had been too extensive. Those who witnessed the rise, glory, and eventual decline of the Golden Law were mostly long gone, along with the majority of records. During that time, Harry had focused more on magic, or rather, on killing and survival skills, showing little concern for such matters. However, based on various pieces of information, he could roughly infer that it likely spanned from the birth of the Divine Twins to the fateful night of the Black Blade, when the Golden Law's perfect heir, Godwin, was murdered. The Golden Law flourished only during that period. Afterward, it regurgitated all it had previously consumed, from the last royal member's birth to the first heir's demise. The specific timeline eluded him. Grindelwald nodded, finding this conclusion aligned closely with his own conjectures. There was no denying that the Golden Law was exceedingly tyrannical, upheld solely by brute force. Should any disturbance arise, even the slightest possibility would prompt countless individuals to push against it, attempting to plunge this law into oblivion. Perhaps even the prince's so-called death was merely a conspiracy. Of course, one cannot expect a simple old man to grasp that murder and death are distinctly different concepts. "Harry, you should understand that in establishing a law," Grindelwald pressed his finger to his forehead, his gaze traversing over his palm to meet Harry's. "Knowledge within my mind is of paramount importance. Even if I have faced failure and despair, now I possess nothing." Not far off, Snape and Dumbledore exchanged glances, surveying the opulent surroundings in silence. "Yet, I did indeed establish a regime from nothing and maintained it for a time, and even in failure, that experience taught me invaluable lessons. During my years of confinement, I have pondered the reasons for my failures countless times in the dark, ultimately finding answers within Muggle knowledge. However, without the experience of those in power, applying that knowledge to reality proves exceedingly difficult." At this juncture, Grindelwald felt a wave of fatigue wash over him for the future of the wizarding world. He had exerted every effort, and at last, he glimpsed a sliver of hope. Can you tell me what form of law you desire? Regarding this inquiry, Harry was uncertain himself. The only law he had witnessed was the much-despised Golden Law, while the norm should be the Star Age promoted by Lonnie. Yet, that could hardly be deemed a law. I do not know. Harry lifted his head, closed his eyes, and pondered the kind of world he wished to create. Compared to the Boundary Lands, this place was undeniably beautiful, though it lacked military strength, and despite the existence of destructive weapons crafted by Muggles, their effectiveness was limited against deities who disregarded rules and laws entirely. At such a moment, it was the wizards who could prove to be of significant assistance. However, their destructive capabilities were rather feeble. After much contemplation, he gradually opened his eyes, and for the first time, confusion flickered in his emerald gaze. Perhaps it was the pursuit of a perfect law. It was only at this moment that Grindelwald truly perceived the young wizard before him. Even though he had once conquered a world, how could such a shattered realm nourish one's thoughts? There were hardly any living souls, and many madmen instead. Grindelwald strolled toward Snape, feeling the necessity for another dose of persuasion. It seems my timing is impeccable. Just as he relaxed slightly, this frail body conveyed an imminent sense of collapse. He tore open his sleeves anew, settled back into the ornate armchair, and spoke softly. The notion of a perfect law has never existed. What we can strive for is merely to approach perfection as closely as possible. There is no indestructible power in this world. Chapter 85. What is law? Monarchy is not eternal. Even the most splendid institutions decay with the passage of time. Leaning against the back of the chair, Grindelwald appeared utterly fatigued, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. My thoughts in those days mirrored yours. Yet I lacked such formidable power and had to rally the hearts of many wizards to become my followers. This endeavor, ironically, has endowed me with a loyal following even to this day. And the most ironic aspect is that the Ministry of Magic, which once opposed us, has become the strongest in these decades. Not only the Ministry, but the standards of the entire wizarding world have been in decline. At this moment, Grindelwald cast a reproachful glance at Dumbledore, whose expression remained unfazed. However, this elderly man, now unshackled, merely raised his teacup in acknowledgement and continued to watch the unfolding drama with a serene smile, remaining silent. Never mind, Grindelwald shook his head. Let us refrain from discussing these matters and focus on governance. I can candidly state that Mr. Potter's so-called perfect law does not exist. This was not a prior confrontation. Harry would not choose retreat or compromise again. He stepped forward, first glancing at the two seemingly indifferent individuals around him, attempting to gauge their reactions to this conclusion. To his surprise, neither Snape nor Dumbledore appeared to be taken aback. They exhibited no sign of even the slightest emotional response. Could it be that his thoughts were flawed? Harry's education was predominantly rooted in the realm of magic, with much of this abstract sociological knowledge imparted by Lonnie. For the time being, he could only utilize the insights taught by Lonnie to analyze the situation at hand. Yet, he found himself unable to draw any conclusions. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze toward Grindelwald and inquired, "Why? Throughout this year, I have garnered the support of half the students at Hogwarts. Utilizing the techniques bestowed upon me by Lonnie, I have constructed the rudiments of an organization. All that remains is to establish a legal framework, and together, they shall perpetuate indefinitely." "Ah, splendid," Grindelwald responded with a hint of nonchalance, and it was precisely this demeanor that underscored his confidence in his own conclusions. "You have done well. And then? What do you mean, and then?" Harry retorted. "What do you intend to employ to sustain the organization? Is it power, or perhaps ideology?" Harry reminisced about all he had done and replied, "Everything." "Indeed." Grindelwald clapped his hands, the solitary applause reverberating in the room with a hint of irony. Then he awaited their growing indifference toward the organization, which would gradually transform into a loose academic assembly. Although Dumbledore possessed limited knowledge of Harry's true nature and the events that had transpired in that world, his authority as the headmaster at Hogwarts was boundless. Through the pensive, he allowed Grindelwald to immerse himself in all of Harry's past actions. In a short while, this seasoned manipulator clarified his thoughts and keenly perceived that after Christmas, Harry had discovered a purpose worth fighting for, showing newfound concern for the disjointed academic organization and endeavoring to bring it into a more structured form. Alas, his methods remained juvenile and crude, rigid and devoid of inspiration. Harry naturally understood this. He had long discerned the discrepancies within the Kalia Wizard Research Society, realizing the vast chasm between it and other organizations he had encountered. The most awkward aspect was his uncertainty regarding where to begin. Lonnie had primarily instructed him on the art of domination, leaving him ill-equipped to navigate the arising issues. After all, Lonnie was decisive in her ruthless actions. Having meticulously plotted her schemes while predominantly operating solo, what experience could she possess? Acknowledging this, Harry resolved to seek guidance without shame. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Grindelwald felt a surge of reassurance. Despite numerous missteps along the way, a silent understanding had blossomed between them. As long as Harry was willing to absorb the knowledge Grindelwald had amassed over a lifetime, there would come a day when his former ideals would once again flourish. This frail and aging vessel was no mere prison. It harbored newfound hope. "This is the craft you must learn," Grindelwald remarked, shrugging with a semblance of weariness, a testament to the exceptional quality of Snape's potions that had sustained him thus far. Nevertheless, he mustered the energy to revisit the question he had initially posed. Let us return to our original topic, Mr. Potter. Why does the perfect law you yearn for not exist? Because humans are inherently self-serving. No one is exempt, myself included. I may present a fade of nobility, yet I desire an heir to inherit my vision of wizardry. I wish to witness the collapse of the secrecy laws within my lifetime and in the confrontations with muggles. It is imperative that wizards do not find themselves at a disadvantage. However, Mr. Potter, you must grasp that confrontation does not equate to war. This is not a borderland. Confrontation manifests in myriad forms, politically, economically, and culturally, all of which are intangible yet lethal. Dumbledore, listening intently, paused in his grasp of the cockroach sweets, his gaze piercing as he regarded his friend, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. It seemed that 4 decades of imprisonment had profoundly transformed Grindelwald's perspective. His thoughts had matured, taking on a more formidable nature. Fortunately, Grindelwald stood in solidarity with wizards. But what of Harry? Contemplating this, Dumbledore seized a cockroach sweet and placed it in his mouth. This dilemma was now in Grindelwald's hands. Why burden himself with excessive contemplation? He merely needed to observe from the sidelines, ensuring that nothing spiraled out of control. Whatever the outcome, he would remain a witness. In Harry's mind, thoughts incessantly churned, as he endeavored to utilize his cultivated reasoning to deduce and speculate. However, these elements appeared devoid of any coherent logic. This knowledge resembled the arcane arts of the world, shrouded in mystery and wonder, starkly contrasting with all he had come to understand. Yet Grindelwald continued to expound his conclusions. All of this would culminate in a vicious cycle, wherein the ideal laws one aspires to establish can never keep pace with the ever-evolving nature of human thought. The human mind is the most elusive phenomenon of this realm, lacking both logic and definitive answers. When one attempts to confine it within the parameters of a flawless law, failure is already at hand. Harry's expression finally revealed a subtle shift, a visible furrow forming between his brows. "I do not comprehend." Let us consider this. Grindelwald's physical form suddenly radiated a surge of power, prompting one to reflect upon the centuries-old customs of Hogwarts, now utterly decayed, even directly influencing the entirety of the wizarding community in Britain. Harry nodded, having expressed this sentiment long ago. Yet, you have never grasped the crux of the matter. Perhaps you consider it antiquated. How could there possibly exist immutable rules in this world? This notion holds merit. So why then do laws remain impervious to the passage of time? Without the slightest hesitation, Harry decisively responded, because the law is fundamentally distinct from those regulations, which merely pertain to personnel management, while the law directly dictates certain operational principles of the world. From the rising and setting of the sun to the birth of life and the destination of death, this was the first time Harry explicitly articulated what the law truly encompassed. Even with a mental preparation, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald were taken aback. However, Snape raised his head to regard Harry, deep in contemplation. Unfortunately, no one was concerned with the thoughts of a master potion maker at that moment. Upon confirming that the so-called law aligned with his own conjectures, Grindelwald's previously weary demeanor was suddenly invigorated. He felt it imperative to dispel Harry's unrealistic notions at that very moment. A perfect law, merely contemplating such an idea sent shivers down one's spine. Grindelwald straightened his posture, his weathered face adopting an air of utmost seriousness. "Mr. Potter, this further substantiates that a perfect law cannot possibly exist in this world. Even if your law is capable of self-renewal, one must consider whether it is you who uphold it, or the people beneath the law. If it is the latter, I can candidly inform you that it will never keep pace with the demands of the majority. Yet, if it is the former," Grindelwald's gaze bore into Harry's. "No matter what kind of law you establish, the moment you step into the cosmos, it becomes obsolete. Do you wish for me to stay?" Harry inquired. Grindelwald certainly desired this, and so did Dumbledore. However, this intent could not be articulated, not even if Harry were to surmise it. After some reflection, He chose to deflect, perhaps. If you still cannot comprehend, just observe that conservative figure, Albus Dumbledore, holding his cup of tea. He has meddled in the wizarding world for so long, yet has achieved nothing. At that, all three present immediately turned their attention to Dumbledore. The cockroach confectionery he held fell with a thud, and even the sweetness in his mouth lost its charm. Dumbledore's expression was one of distress. How had he been drawn into this while merely enjoying tea and watching the spectacle? At least I have accomplished something, Dumbledore attempted to justify himself. However, Grindelwald, freshly scorned by him, showed no mercy. You see, he lacks self-awareness. Yet, despite this, the current wizarding community in Britain could hardly do without him. Harry nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of dizziness enveloping his mind. Grindelwald, sensing the moment was right to withdraw, declared, "Very well, let us conclude for today. My weary bones require some time to recuperate. You shall remain here in this castle throughout the summer, of course." Harry was eager to extract every ounce of knowledge from Grindelwald's mind. Chapter 86, Malfoy, the Diary, and Tom. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Draco Malfoy sat upon a chair intricately carved from wood, with an ancient-looking notebook spread open before him, its pages starkly blank. He was not at all surprised. For the past month, he had been engaging in a dialogue with this diary. Draco found it rather intriguing. Dipping his quill into ink, he began jotting down the trivial matters he had recently encountered. "I've heard from my father that the insufferable Ministry of Magic is conducting searches for dark magical artifacts. Tom, do you have any suggestions?" Although he wrote, Draco did not expect to receive any substantial answers. It was merely a diversion to alleviate his boredom. Yet, he often found himself subconsciously believing that within this diary resided a knowledgeable and captivating spirit, akin to a living entity. Sometimes, lying alone in bed at night, Draco even regarded this diary as his friend. However, this sense of solitude was fleeting, as he now had many friends, with new letters arriving daily via owls. Draco managed to maintain his clarity of mind. After all, it was just a diary, albeit a rather magical one. At that moment, lines of ink began to emerge from the diary, prompting Draco to lean down and observe. There it was. Draco's interest piqued, and he wrote, "Do tell. Perhaps it could genuinely aid my father." The first suggestion was utterly foolish, to sell off the family's dark magical artifacts, which would undoubtedly result in substantial losses. The second suggestion involved bribing the goblins at Gringotts. Believe me, these goblins are not as fair as they claim, but rather a bunch of greedy creatures lacking self-control. The third suggestion. Bang. Before the remaining words could fully materialize, the heavy wooden door behind him was thrust open, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Draco instinctively closed the diary and suddenly realized he had not committed any wrongdoing. His end-of-term grades were exceptionally high. With that thought, he relaxed, shifting slightly in his chair, and turned around. "Father, what is it?" "Oh, Mother, why are you here too?" Before Draco stood not only his seemingly stern and rigid father, Lucius Malfoy, but also his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, who followed closely behind. Lowering his gaze, he noticed their house elf, Dobby, cautiously hiding behind Narcissa's skirts. Lucius's complexion was exceptionally striking. His already pale face devoid of any color, lips tinged with blue, eyes wide with terror, and bloodshot. Even his usually immaculate attire appeared somewhat disheveled, with noticeable stains at the cuffs. Narcissa, the epitome of elegance, was in no better state. Her meticulously styled hair was in disarray, and her beautiful features were marred by fear, her entire body trembling. "The diary!" Narcissa exclaimed, her voice devoid of any semblance of poise, as she hurried past Lucius. Seizing Draco in her arms and stepping back, her eyes fixated on the diary resting on the table. Lucius's expression darkened further, his brows knitted tightly, lips pressed together, and teeth clenched. The sound of Draco's mother holding him tight echoed in the air. What on earth was happening? Why were his parents in such a state of distress? Filled with confusion, Draco attempted to turn his head to catch another glimpse of the diary, but Narcissa's embrace was too tight for him to move. "Mother," he said, sensing her trembling form, "did I do something wrong?" At his words, Narcissa flinched, her quaking body gradually calming. Her child was safe in her embrace, healthy and sound. Gently stroking Draco's hair, she bit her lip, suppressing her own fears to comfort him. "No, of course not. Just an accident. Yes, merely an accident." Her voice trembled as she spoke, desperately trying to mask her terror from her child. Yet, drip, drip, Draco felt a warm sensation continuously on his forehead, and the tightness around him eased. He looked up to behold an image he would never forget. His mother, Narcissa, covered her mouth with one hand, muffled sobs escaping her lips, her eyes filled with horror and despair. tears streaming down her cheeks onto him. Draco suddenly felt a constricting sensation in his chest, an overwhelming suffocation that made it hard to breathe, as if a great hand had seized his heart. Mother! Draco clenched his fists. In his mind, his mother epitomized grace and beauty, the quintessential elegant lady. He never wanted to see her in such a state of disarray, never. What was happening? Draco struggled to free himself, forcing his head to turn slightly, straining to see what had caused this turmoil. In the previously empty seat sat a young man, appearing rather youthful from behind, engrossed in scribbling and drawing in the diary, occasionally murmuring indistinctly to himself. Lucius was no better off than his wife. Standing behind him were Narcissa and Draco, and even in the face of Voldemort, he could not retreat. Master, he spoke softly. Yet the young man remained absorbed in his writing, seemingly indifferent to Lucius's presence. It cannot continue like this. Even if it means death today, Lucius resolved silently, controlling his thoughts as he bent slightly, lowering his head, and walked cautiously to the young man's side. Master, you have returned. Master? This time, the young man finally reacted, his tone laced with amusement as he turned slightly, revealing a handsome face. No, Malfoy, I am not your master. Upon hearing this, Lucius immediately knelt. But he gestured for Narcissa to take Draco and leave swiftly. Aware of her husband's signal, Narcissa pressed her lips together, inhaling deeply, her tears ceasing to fall, wiping away those that obscured her vision, while using her other hand to guide Draco slowly towards the door. Narcissa dared not turn her back to Voldemort. The sound of shoes scraping against the wooden floor echoed in the air as Lucius feigned pain, gripping his wand tightly, like a sickly middle-aged man, and coughed twice. Master. You will always be my master. Lucius's words dripped with sincerity. No. The young man suddenly stood, his gaze shifting from Lucius to the mother and son who were now at the door. Draco, I believe this is our first meeting. I am Tom Riddle. Over the course of this month, you have illuminated many emotions for me, and for that, I must express my gratitude. Riddle? Who are you? Draco gaped, as it was the first time he had learned Tom's surname, incredulously murmuring, Voldemort? Yet, in his eyes, Voldemort should have perished long ago. From the outset, he had believed in the authenticity of that rumor, even lamenting why his father did not allow him to remain at Hogwarts, for otherwise, it would not have been only the Weasley brothers accompanying Harry. Upon hearing the moniker of Voldemort, the young man who identified himself as Tom appeared somewhat displeased, though the expression vanished as quickly as it came, almost as if to ensure they witnessed it. I suppose I have yet to formally introduce myself. He slightly inclined his body before standing upright, a sincere and radiant smile gracing his face as he extended his index finger, gently swaying it before the trio. I am Tom Riddle, not that chaotic, mad, and foolish old man Voldemort. You may consider me to possess his memories. Yet I am not him. Chapter 87, Seeking Harry Potter. But you are still my master, Lucius complimented, his expression unchanged. Ultimately, it was merely flattery, which posed no loss to him. If he could navigate this crisis through sycophancy, Lucius was more than willing to be a tad more obsequious, as long as it pleased the other party. However, this self-proclaimed Tom Riddle, a new entity birthed from Voldemort, exhibited no interest in flattery whatsoever. He turned his head away, casting a sidelong glance at Lucius with a semblance of a smile, remaining silent. With his silence, the room abruptly fell into a profound stillness, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Narcissa, cradling her child, stood rigidly at the doorway, inching her heels backward, striving to escape Tom's line of sight. Behind them, Dobby, the house elf, was in a state of great agitation, pressing his head against the wall, subconsciously wishing to punish himself for his inadequacy. Yet he dared not make a sound, fearing that the demon would unleash wrath upon his masters. In Dobby's eyes, this Tom was none other than the former Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had plunged the house elf into despair. Suddenly, Tom emitted a contented sigh, stretching his body like an ordinary person, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Yet, as Tom rose from the wooden chair, Lucius distinctly observed the edges of his garments penetrating the chair, hazy and ethereal. The figure before him lacked physicality. Nevertheless, even in this incorporeal state, Lucius understood that Tom, endowed with Voldemort's memories, could effortlessly extinguish the lives of all present. Was this fear? Tom closed his eyes, leaning slightly forward, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught a scent he found displeasing. Why, then, was Voldemort drawn to such negative emotions? Clearly, the joy I sensed in Draco was far more enticing, and even the fleeting melancholy of indecision possessed a unique allure. At that moment, Tom's ethereal form bore the visage and posture of Voldemort in his youth. As he strolled over to Lucius, the disparity in their heights was apparent. However, the distinctive aura surrounding Tom overshadowed any difference caused by stature. Tom covered his mouth and nose, seemingly dissatisfied with the current scent. Yet his eyes shimmered with delight as he softly inquired, "Lucius, what do you think?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lucius's forehead as he instinctively licked his cracked lips. "Yes, master, you are indeed wise." Tom lifted his chin. "Lucius, you are exceedingly dull, incomparable to your son." At this moment, Lucius truly found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that this Tom was far more terrifying than the previous incarnation of Voldemort. Voldemort's madness and brutality were indeed a torment for his subordinates. Yet they also made his thoughts somewhat predictable. Generally speaking, as long as one was sufficiently obsequious and occasionally demonstrated submission and fear, Voldemort would likely resort to a cruciatus curse merely to alleviate his boredom, and one could endure it. Yet this new entity, birthed from Voldemort, left Lucius utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend Tom's actions nor decipher his thoughts. The only similarity between them was that overwhelming aura of natural dominance. In contrast, Tom was remarkably rational and clearly possessed his own objectives. Lucius suddenly recalled something, casting a sidelong glance at the closed diary on the table. This was the dark artifact Voldemort had entrusted to him, which now undoubtedly concealed something far more perilous. Regarding this, he wished to remain ignorant and dared not inquire further. When Voldemort had handed him this diary, he had even assigned a task to open the Chamber of Secrets, to slay Muggle wizards, and to cleanse the pure blood legacy. However, Voldemort's downfall had come too abruptly, and he had paid little mind to such trivial matters. Now, Lucius was steeped in regret, profound regret. As an old aristocrat of the highest order, why had he allowed himself to be swept into such affairs? Was he truly mad back then? Lucius longed to glance back to see if his wife and son had departed, yet Tom stood before him, immobile. Gritting his teeth, he knelt on one knee. His tone exceedingly reverent. "Master, do you wish to fulfill your original purpose of purifying Hogwarts?" Oh, just as Tom was about to approach young Malfoy, he abruptly halted. Tilting his head, his smile growing increasingly radiant. "Oh, wait. He squinted, animatedly recalling something. Just as Narcissa was about to exit through the doorway, Tom happily exclaimed, "I found it. The task Voldemort assigned to you, to open the Chamber of Secrets and purify Hogwarts, is truly foolish, is it not, Lucius?" Lucius bowed his head, pretending not to hear Tom's inquiry. Witnessing this former Death Eater, once favored by Voldemort, behaving in such a manner, Tom lost interest in further teasing. "You truly are insipid. Nonetheless, I must indeed make a visit to Hogwarts." Speaking of which, Tom suddenly paused, glancing at Draco, cradled in Narcissa's embrace. At that moment, he sensed a different emotion in the boy's eyes. "Do you harbor hatred for me?" Upon hearing Tom's question, Draco visibly flinched. However, he quickly shook his head vigorously, indicating that he did not. He felt hatred, but he was not foolish enough to admit it. Yet Tom did not let Draco off easily. He seemed to have stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing, half closing his eyelids as he reminisced, and after a while, he suddenly clapped his hands. Curiously, no sound echoed in the room. In that instant, Draco discerned something amiss with the figure before him. He appeared to lack a corporeal form. "I have a solution." Tom's tone was laced with mischief. How deeply Voldemort feared Mr. Potter, merely contemplating it. I can sense a flavor of fear. Is that death? Tom shook his head in confusion, and suddenly, the diary on the table levitated, soaring through the air and landing directly before Narcissa. Just as she was about to utter a word, the diary abruptly fell onto Draco's face. "I require your body now, Draco," Tom declared. His hands spread wide like a refined gentleman. "As a friend, I hope you can assist me just this once. Over the past month, I have granted many of your requests." Draco shook his head frantically, attempting to tear the diary from his face. But it clung to him as if enchanted with an unbreakable sticking charm. No, Tom insisted as his form began to fade gradually, dissolving into nothingness. Narcissa pressed her lips together and released Draco, both hands reaching for the diary affixed to his face. Yet, no matter how much strength she exerted, all it achieved was to cause Draco pain. No. At that moment, Narcissa could no longer contain her fear and despair. For her, family was everything. "I give you my body, Tom. Spare Draco, he is still so young," she cried in near desperation. Lucius rushed in, wand in hand, casting a series of counter curses at Draco's face, yet they proved futile. Though Tom had only existed for less than a year, as a fragment of Voldemort's soul, he possessed all of Voldemort's memories from birth to death, making him far superior to any ordinary wizard. Lucius's features twisted in anguish. Abandoning his noble demeanor as he embraced his wife and child, his eyes bloodshot. Tom, great master, I beseech you to use my body. I guarantee there will be no resistance. I willingly offer the wealth of the Malfoy family. I only ask you to spare my child. No, Draco suddenly ceased his struggles. A similar expression to Tom's appearing on his face, a peculiar smile that was both eerie and unsettling. He removed the diary from his face and spoke in Tom's voice. You, dear couple, possess nothing that I desire. However, your child, Draco, is quite exceptional. I am fond of him. At this revelation, Narcissa and Lucius were engulfed in despair. Draco blinked several times, clarity emerging in his eyes as he let out a piercing scream. No. Subsequently, his arm uncontrollably drew forth his wand from his waist. A surge of magic coursing through it. Draco realized he had to act. This was their last chance. His parents could not withstand the Dark Lord's power. So, who could? Suddenly, Harry Potter's visage flashed in Draco's mind, along with tales of him, particularly the scene where he vanquished a troll on Halloween. He had to find him. Draco twisted his neck, the bones cracking in a peculiar manner. His gaze swept over Lucius and Narcissa, finally resting on Dobby, who was anxiously at a loss for what to do. Dobby. He can help. He certainly can. Dobby, his small frame and bat-like ears quivering, widened his eyes and instinctively replied, Dobby is here, master. The letter on my table, the one from Harry Potter, contains his address. His arm moved uncontrollably downward. In an instant, Draco's form vanished from sight. Go find Harry Potter. Chapter 88. Perhaps let the Fiendfire merge with the fated death at the end of July, in the Tower of Nurmengard. Today marked Harry's birthday, however. None among the occupants of the tower seemed to acknowledge this occasion in a conventional manner. The sole rational individual, Dumbledore, was engaged in a heated debate at the International Wizarding Association, unaware of the gravity of the situation. The tower now housed only an elderly man, a young boy, and Professor Snape, who bore the dual responsibilities of spy and healer. In an effort to retain Harry, Grindelwald displayed his sincerity. To him, birthdays were insignificant to others. Yet for Harry, they held great importance. This was one of the few things that instilled a sense of belonging within him. Thus, after days of contemplation, Grindelwald had meticulously prepared for this moment, his face alight with pride. Harry, let us set aside those abstract and tedious cultural lessons. It is time for a respite. Today is your birthday. Harry, engrossed in the delightful pursuit of knowledge, did not lift his head. The leaves of mandrake clutched in his mouth. This was utterly meaningless. No. Perhaps Grindelwald has been confined for too many years, and his mind now teeters on the brink of insanity. Allow me to conjure a birthday cake with fierce flames to commemorate the occasion. You surely recall that a fortnight ago, you first inquired about the mysteries of magic? I am now equipped to provide you with a flawless response. Harry nodded, setting down his book and quill, and took a couple of steps back. Although this knowledge was undeniably significant, he had never lost sight of his true passion, magic. The idea of conjuring a birthday cake with fiendfire seemed both amusing and effortless. Yet the complexity of such a feat could likely be matched only by the elderly figure before him. Fiendfire, both a spell and a curse, possessed a life of its own from the moment of its inception. This flame could sense living targets, and upon reaching a certain maturity, could transform into a menagerie of fireborn beasts, such as fire serpents, chimeras, and fire dragons. The inherent challenges of wielding fiendfire rendered it nearly impossible to augment with other spells, and the path of transfiguration was entirely obstructed. At one point, during a moment of respite, Harry casually inquired whether Dumbledore could apply transfiguration to fiendfire, suggesting it might rival the original. Both entities possessed life. This remark seemed to provoke Grindelwald, who furrowed his brow and awkwardly diverted the conversation, perhaps preparing to unleash something profound. With a flourish, Grindelwald produced his wand, a flicker of blue flame igniting at its tip. As a fire capable of consuming all, this small flame rapidly expanded several inches, teetering on the edge of chaos under Grindelwald's control. The blue fire swirled incessantly, occasionally erupting with sparks, clearing his throat. Grindelwald uncharacteristically displayed a hint of gravity. How has your training with fiendfire progressed? I've practiced it a few times during my free moments, Harry replied, stepping back another couple of paces. From the swirling blue flame, he sensed a menacing threat, sharper and more challenging to control than ordinary fiendfire. Its soul-burning characteristics could also turn against the caster. However, I can maintain control. Currently, Harry's limitations stemmed from intellect rather than the strength of his soul or the finesse of his magical command. Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction at his age. His greatest desire was to find a worthy successor, and Harry was destined to be that individual. The wand in Grindelwald's hand resembled a conductor's baton, guiding the transformation of the blue fireball. The flame's essence, though vaguely aware of its surroundings, did not follow its instincts to burn and multiply. It was evident that, while Dumbledore was exceptionally skilled in Grindelwald's area of expertise, Fiendfire, Grindelwald was not without considerable skill in Dumbledore's mastery of transfiguration. The fireball first morphed into a cylindrical shape, gradually solidifying and lowering in height, while its contained temperature noticeably intensified. However, Grindelwald had anticipated this. Squinting, he outstretched his palm and, without uttering a word or brandishing his wand, cast both the extinguishing and freezing charms. Upon completing these incantations, the pace of the Fiendfire's transformation quickened. Producing 12 slender cylinders from above, their surfaces aflame with even higher temperatures, inscribing the words Harry Potter, Happy Birthday. With a resounding bang, the Fiendfire erupted into nothingness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Grindelwald, filled with self-satisfaction, declared, "My Fiendfire could never be rivaled by Albus. While I may fall short in transfiguration, in the realms of spells and destiny, I surpass him." Harry rubbed his somewhat dry eyes, meticulously documenting all the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the fierce fire. With a hint of uncertainty, he remarked, "You suppress that life. But no, there is something more to your fire spell." He continued, "In addition to the curse that scorches the soul, have you perhaps added another curse to your fire spell?" Grindelwald's lips curled into a smirk as he waved his wand, conjuring a flicker of blue flame that appeared and vanished. "It is not a curse, it is transmutation." "What exactly is a curse?" Harry inquired. "I do not know," Grindelwald replied, his familiarity with Harry's probing questions having long rendered such inquiries mundane. "After years of research, I have come to understand one thing. A curse is not as most speculate. It is not merely life itself, but rather something that resembles." At this point, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue his explanation. Harry was not in a hurry. The abstract knowledge was inherently difficult to articulate and comprehend. Few dared to delve into such esoteric understanding. And merely encountering 3 individuals in this realm was a stroke of fortune. Grindelwald furrowed his brow, taking a considerable time before offering a response. It resembled the physical laws as perceived by Muggles, a construct of magic intertwined with emotion. Upon hearing this, a slight shift in Harry's rigid countenance became evident. He fixed his gaze intently on Grindelwald, narrowing his eyes, and in a deliberate manner, he inquired, "Professor Grindelwald, is there any basis for your previous assertion regarding my Fiendfire?" Noticing the change in Harry's expression, Grindelwald, upon hearing the title of Professor, subdued his inner turmoil and feigned indifference. "I have refined the original Fiendfire, preserving its self-enhancing properties while also expanding its capacity significantly. In the past, I infused the Fiendfire I unleashed in Paris with a curse that scorches the soul. This curse can distinctly identify its intended target. However, it does not possess life or self-awareness. Rather, I deliberately inscribed corresponding limitations upon this curse." Harry pondered for a moment, realizing that Grindelwald may not have delved deeply into the intricacies of curses. After all, one's energy is invariably limited. Thus, he proposed another hypothesis. "Could I perhaps introduce something novel?" "Indeed," Grindelwald nodded, confident in his Fiendfire curse. During these days, aside from acquiring sociological knowledge, he had also been contemplating the foundational structures of law. Harry's voice remained calm and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, Professor Snape, observing from a distance, felt as though a dagger were suspended above him, threatening to descend at any moment. Recollecting Harry's various strategies at Hogwarts, along with his markedly different worldview and thought processes, Professor Snape experienced an impulse to thwart Harry's efforts to refine his legal framework. Yet, as he was merely a doctor and a spy at that moment, he could not intervene. Upon realizing the distinction between law and legislation, Grindelwald became resolute in his decision to ensure control by participating in the creation of legislation. Consequently, he exhibited little reaction to Harry's remarks, intrigued to hear Harry's insights, as this pertained to the very foundation of law. "Force is the bedrock of legislation. I must prioritize how to safeguard my laws from threats, particularly those posed by deities and terrifying creatures from beyond the stars." Harry drew forth his wand, encased in a metallic shell, while in his other hand he clutched the Philosopher's Stone, serving as a conduit between the two. His mind meticulously summoned the magical energy residing within the stone to forge a sigil of fated demise. Instantly, within the opulence of the chamber, an aura of death enveloped the souls of all present. Whether it was Grindelwald or Snape, both instinctively recoiled in fear from the crimson-black substance in Harry's grasp. This reaction was a fundamental aspect of sentient beings. Given that, dear Professor, your fiend fire could accommodate even more entities while retaining its capacity for proliferation and a degree of control over its essence. Could it be that Harry, wielding his wand and gazing upon the fated demise, might allow the fiend fire to embrace it? The essence of fated demise transcends the confines of law. Its true nature can only be sealed, never obliterated. The construction of such a reality is, indeed, profoundly challenging. Harry's emerald green eyes seemed to reflect the hues of fierce flames and the inevitability of death. Let the fierce flames and the destined death proliferate, enveloping the entire world to safeguard law and life. Professor Snape had retreated to a nearby bookshelf, his throat parched and his mind clouded. Rationality urged him that eliminating Harry now would be for the greater good of the world. Yet, his emotions insisted that this was Harry, the sole anchor for his continued existence in this realm. Thus, this rather inept spy chose to voice his opinion. Harry, you are being rather extreme. Extreme? Where is the extremity? Harry inquired. Through this academic year, Snape had come to realize that he could not alter Harry's convictions on his own. So he shifted his gaze towards Grindelwald, hoping this elder could intervene. Over the past month, Grindelwald had established a significant standing in Harry's heart. And with his eloquence that had deceived an entire continent, he might convince Harry to abandon this perilous notion. However, the esteemed Grindelwald, upon whom Snape had placed great hope, was currently furrowing his brow in contemplation, attempting to identify the flaws within the scheme. Indeed, he was not aiming to thwart it, but rather to rectify these oversights to facilitate Harry's plan. In truth, ever since Grindelwald had glimpsed the reflections in the Erised mirror through the pensieve, confirming the reality of the Boundary Realm and witnessing Harry's extraordinary magic, he had been in disguise. He masqueraded as an elderly, long-imprisoned former Dark Lord who had grown mild, albeit occasionally eccentric. While ostensibly collaborating with Dumbledore to thwart Harry, he was, in fact, deeply involved in the creation of the laws, ensuring Harry's plan was properly fortified. As a revolutionary, upon realizing that beyond the stars lay malevolent deities and monsters, Grindelwald wholeheartedly supported Harry's endeavors. Freedom, friendship, affection, love, these notions are trifles in the face of survival. Only by enduring can one dare to speak of the preciousness of these fragile treasures, allowing posterity to scorn the choices of their predecessors and feign tears. Nonetheless, Grindelwald had once faced great misfortune. He understood the essence of patience and disguise. It is a grave error to celebrate prematurely before achieving complete success. Thus, after careful deliberation,